The gentleman was very annoyed because he was constantly being asked how he was feeling, since every day was the same. But his legs still hurt and were not getting any better, so there was no point in asking every time because the answer never changed. So he even started asking if they could increase the dose of the medication, and maybe then it would help him faster. The nurse was very friendly and told her patient that she would take him to his room because he needed more time to rest. The young man did not remember anything at all because when he came to, the whole story was over and there was no turning back. Although it was very difficult for him to accept the fact that he could no longer move on his own, and it was a great shock for him. The only thing he had left at the moment were looks of pity, which the young man disliked intensely and even found irritating. Now he just had a lot of insurance policies that needed to be constantly reworked, and that took a lot of time. In fact, reality was extremely cruel, and the mere fact that he could no longer walk constantly upset him greatly. It was just an accident when he got behind the wheel while intoxicated, and of course this mistake was extremely cruel. That fateful day was quite ordinary, and as usual, the young man stopped at a grocery store. Of course, he had groceries like any ordinary bachelor, beer and snacks, because he needed to somehow relieve the stress of a hard day's work. This was normal for him, as he did this every day when he wanted to relax a little or take a break. At that moment, the protagonist had no idea that this would be a fateful day for him and completely change his life. Just one story ruined everything he had, because after that he could no longer live a completely normal, carefree life. The nurse led the boy to the bed, but it was very painful for him to even take a few steps, even though they were very short. Then he had to stay completely alone with unbearable pain in his legs, seeing nothing but IVs and hospital wards. The hero had no choice but to rely on the medication he was given at night to sleep peacefully. He also kept thinking that God only gives us trials that we can overcome, so he had to fight. Although at that moment he did not think so at all, and he would rather it be his last day than suffer so much. Half of his body was paralyzed, and with each passing day it became harder and harder to fight and endure the pain. The only thing he could do at the moment was read short stories, but of course he quickly grew tired of them, and they became uninteresting. However, there was one that he started reading last Sunday, so he decided to finish it because it was very interesting to him. It also had a happy ending, which he liked immensely because everything in his life had turned out completely differently than he had wanted. So, of course, tears immediately appeared in his eyes, and he wanted very much to do everything to change that unfortunate day. He thought that today he had to finish reading this novel, and then he would look for a new one, maybe a more interesting one. Magician Aiden destroyed everything in his path, but in the end he triumphed and chose to create a new world that was much better. Even those who had experienced the painful and traumatic loss of those they loved most and did not want to lose. But of course, immediately after that, everyone began to live as happy victors, and no one understood what sadness or despair was. When the boy saw the end, he was very upset because he couldn't understand why the main character decided to forget everything in the end. It turns out that he created this world only for himself, and everything that was done for humanity was in vain because everything was wiped off the face of the earth. The hero was very upset and couldn't understand why even a random short story had to have a sad ending that he didn't like. This upset him greatly, and the boy simply began to cry because he thought he would never be happy again. He also understood perfectly well that even if he woke up tomorrow, nothing would change in his life, and it would never be the same again. The only good ending for him at that moment was to never wake up because he simply saw no point in continuing to live. The boy simply could not believe that happiness would ever come that would truly benefit him and cheer him up. The same magician who dominates the whole world and can do anything anyone wants if he wants to, appears. The hero woke up with a start and was frightened because he thought he saw a message before his eyes. He was sure of it. Of course, the first thought that came to his mind was that it was just a hallucination and that he had imagined everything that had happened. But when he woke up from his bed, he couldn't understand what had happened at all and how this process could have been changed. He simply couldn't understand where he was, because the room he was in was completely unfamiliar to him. He also couldn't understand where his phone was. When he fell asleep, it was still in the hospital room. But now everything had completely changed. He couldn't even find his phone, which scared him even more, because something impossible for his simple mind had happened. The guy started to get really scared and didn't know what to do next to avoid a fatal disaster. When the hero took the bowl of water, he couldn't understand if there was a reflection in it. It wasn't his face, and he didn't know who he was looking at. Of course, this fact frightened him very much, and he simply had no idea how to live on and what to do now with this phenomenon. He also saw that something very strange had happened to his legs, which he couldn't explain at all and simply didn't understand. The man thought he was still asleep and wanted to do everything he could to wake up, although of course this did not help him because he had not been asleep for a long time. He needed to look around the room carefully and figure out where he was and what had happened in just one night. He also looked at the frame that appeared and realized that it was the title of the same novel he had read last night. Literally a few seconds later, he began to wonder if maybe this was all real, and he should take advantage of it. He immediately realized that this simply couldn't be true, and that he had to come to his senses somehow, because it contradicted all the laws of the world. When the man stood up, he was extremely surprised because he hadn't felt his legs before, and now he could stand on them. This made him feel very confident because he already wanted to walk and knew that he had missed a lot while lying in the hospital. He also began to rejoice like a little boy just because he could feel the wooden floor under his feet. It was wonderful. Then he saw a message about some information being downloaded, but he couldn't understand what it was. A lot of different messages started coming in, and this gave the man a headache and made it difficult for him to think. But he also understood perfectly well that he could feel all his memories with his body, which of course brought a smile to his face. After a minute, he stopped enjoying it because all the memories came back at once, and it was difficult for him to remember even one of them. The hero looked at the little boy and realized that he could see his entire life and feel all his emotions, no matter what they were. Even if they were very painful memories or some kind of trauma, the man now had to relive everything and feel it for himself. But he had never felt so cheerful and confident as he did now, because he could simply walk on his own 2 feet, and he liked that very much. He was the patriarch's illegitimate son, so no one could know that he even existed. Even if the whole world turned against him and they decided to get rid of him, no one could guarantee that he alone would not be able to defeat them all. But it was also possible to perform a magical ritual to gain complete control over his soul, and only then would they be able to defeat him. He received another message saying that the change in fate had been completely destroyed, and only then would his wish be heard and fulfilled. The man stared at the message on the screen and couldn't understand what desire was being referred to, because he had more than one. It meant the end of the novel. Surely this wish was supposed to be fulfilled, and the ending would be happy, and no one would suffer like last time. It seemed that the system simply wanted him to protect this world instead of the criminal who later destroyed it completely. Only then did the hero begin to think that maybe he was having a beautiful dream, because he wanted so much to change the world for the better. Also, the last period of his life had been extremely unhappy, and perhaps his subconscious gave him a little bit of happiness. The hero understood perfectly well that even if it was a dream, he definitely did not want to pretend, and would fight to the last for it. Of course, he had only one desire, which was to return his body to the way it was before the accident. Only this could bring him happiness, and then the hero would feel complete and would try to change his fate. So he simply decided to gather all the information about the novel, and also find out how strong Mord was, and how he could become like him. He just needed to change his destructive fate, and find out what he needed to do next, to change his destiny for the better. Although he decided for himself that he would at least try to do everything to become happy, and no longer suffer as he had in his past life, the hero was extremely determined and confident that he would do everything in his power, and would definitely not give up. He was part of the Erzherzog Werner family, so his birth was illegal, and no one was supposed to know that they had a baby. Because of this, his life was very difficult, and he had no idea who his mother was, as this information was unavailable even to him. His mother took her own life immediately after giving birth to him, which is why the boy was called a bastard who destroyed his own mother. This was a huge shock for the little boy, because he didn't understand anything at the time and, of course, he hadn't asked to be born. He couldn't defend himself because it was difficult for him to say anything in his own defense, as he understood that his mother had truly given her life for him. He was constantly told that he had to overcome his pain because he should never listen to anyone or be afraid. After all, if he could survive all these trials of fate, he would become someone with incredible strength and talent. But of course, for this to happen, someone outside the Archduke's family had to survive the awakening of new blood. Only then would he be able to achieve such a result. Of course, his chances were slim, about 1 in 5, but he had to fight for every element because it was very important. If he could survive the awakening of new blood, he would gain the incredible power that everyone in this world dreams of. The most important thing for him was to survive his 15 years, after which he would have to go to the family of the Archdukes of Vernus. Of course, Mord listened to his mother's letter and went to where this family lived, because he needed to take back his powers. Based on his memories, he had just arrived at the Vernus family's residence to undergo the test. Mord was a secondary character, but their family had one of the main antagonists, so he had a lot of information. Of course, the Archduke already had many children who were related to him by blood, which made his task much more difficult. But of course, if you believe the legend, Mord, who grew up without parents, had a much better chance of taking all the power for himself because he had gone through a much more difficult period. He needed to awaken the power of new blood, and then he would become so strong that even the protagonists would have no chance against him. The man began to look at his muscles and understood perfectly well that it would be great to test his strength in some kind of battle. A burly man approached him and asked him what he was doing there and why he had come to him now. The guy just stared at him, but this angered the man, and he shouted and asked what he was looking at so intently. Then he immediately asked him if he was Mr. Todd, because he needed to find out some very important information from him. The man looked at him and realized that his tone was completely different. Yesterday, he had been more uncertain of himself, but now it was the opposite. Even his gaze was completely different, because the guy was now filled with determination and courage. He simply had no other choice. The hero began to tell him that he had already explained the whole situation to him, and that today he would have to pass a test and decide everything. The man also began to explain that this was the only way they could discover his full potential, as he knew nothing about him. The young man began to rejoice because he heard about the fight, because he himself was very curious about his strength and what he was capable of now. In any case, he was very happy because it was not a fight for his life, but simply a chance to see what he was capable of. After all, the hero had wanted to test his skills for a long time, and this was just a wonderful chance for him now. Therefore, when they were on their way, he was very nervous, but confident that he would be able to surprise each of them. The man began to ask him if he remembered what he had told him yesterday, because this information was extremely important. The young man couldn't understand what he was talking about, and decided to ask again because he needed to be sure. The hero was already a little angry with him, and simply said that under no circumstances should he say that he was the son of the Archduke. Although in reality, he didn't understand why he couldn't talk about it, because the rumors had already spread when he first arrived. When they reached their destination, a large group of young men were very happy and greeted their mentor. The boy looked at them and couldn't understand what was going on, because the scene was extremely strange for an ordinary person. The group of guys started asking if he was the new guy who was supposed to be undergoing training with them, but he didn't want to explain anything to them and just said that they had obviously already heard a lot about him, and there was no point in saying anything else. The hero began to think that the real Vernars used weapons even if he wasn't trained, because it was a normal thing to do. It wasn't necessary to undergo a lot of training, but the company would be fighting with the bodies they had trained for years. The man began to explain to him that those who were not of Vernar's blood used weapons, but the others only used martial arts. The guy said that he knew this very well and didn't need to be reminded because it was already common knowledge. The Vernon's family was known for its military organization, which had become the best on the continent. They were constantly improving themselves. They did not need any weapons at all because they had great physical abilities that they had trained for years. This test would help him figure out where he needed to go to train further or what his options were. The man smiled and said that he had to compete with Vince, and only then would they be able to determine his true ability. He also began to tell him that he needed to prove that he was part of the Vernon's family tree, because without that, there was no way. The man was very serious and, in principle, was confident that his strength would be very great against them. But the young man also began to ask if they were sure that he was 15, because his face looked his age, but his body did not. The guy was very big, and one of his partners became very curious about how strong his combat training and skills were. The hero was even a little upset because he saw that they were starting to underestimate him, not knowing what he was capable of. So he began to calm himself down and said that only with the help of strength could he gain freedom, because strength is very important in this world. But he also thought about how wonderful it would be if he could live without any problems in a quiet town where there were no evil people. After gathering all his thoughts together, he decided that he must show all his skills because there was no other way out now. The boy was already dreaming of starting a fight because he knew that he would be able to find out for himself who he was and why some people needed him at all. Todd was very surprised when he saw that he knew nothing about fighting. He was just very weak and useless. But the boy thought differently. He was happy that he was much stronger than he expected and thought that he had surprised everyone. He used to wrestle as a hobby, but decided that it was much better than not doing anything at all. Todd was a very strong opponent, and of course, a guy with no experience couldn't beat him in the first fight. Then he simply told him that he was very good and that it would be difficult to fight such a strong opponent as him. The man was already very angry and said that he was lying when he said he had no experience in fighting. But the guy couldn't understand what he was talking about and said that there was no point in lying to him. After all, he had just watched what others were doing and decided to copy their behavior because they had more experience than him. The hero began to say that he should stop because he was just a nobody who couldn't even learn the techniques of combat mana. The guy wanted to say something else to his instructor, but he didn't even want to listen to him and shut him up. He couldn't even imagine that his partner would use mana against him because it seemed wrong. The man just started laughing at him and said that he was even giving in a little, so he should thank him for that. However, this actually gave him some confidence, and he just wanted to prove that he could do much more than he was showing. The hero wanted to understand how he managed to pull off the combat mana technique so easily, because in stories it was much harder. Then he simply began to ask him if it was his turn to demonstrate his skills, as he wanted to show that he also knew a lot. After all, he had spent many years learning this combat technique, and it would be terrible to lose to this newcomer now. All his partners started talking among themselves that he must be a newcomer, and they were sure that he had no skills at all. But he performed all the techniques they had learned over many years and countless training sessions with incredible skill. Everyone thought he was new and had no strength at all, but they were very surprised when they saw his true self. The man was incredibly strong, and his skills surpassed all those who had trained for many years. It was simply incredible. The guy was very tired and simply did not have the strength to fight on, because it was difficult for him to have such a strong opponent in the fight. So they approached him and wanted to tell him that the fight was incredible and that for a first time it was just a wonderful result that surprised everyone. The man also understood that things would have gone very badly for him if he had not been able to dodge the last attack against him. After that, he immediately said that he finally understood how to use this power correctly and that it was wonderful. The hero was very surprised that he could even stand up after that and had the strength to speak and think because the fight had been very difficult. This was a whole new level, and it was difficult for them to understand where he got such great strength and how they could defeat him. No one could even guess that his partner would be so strong, because if it weren't for this, it would have been the first fight of his life. He was able to defeat Vince with just one blow, and this result was simply incredible for everyone. The guy told them to stop talking about it because he had no idea how to control his strength. It was something new to him. The hero was very angry because he was a mentor, and it turned out that his student was much stronger than him, and he understood that perfectly well. The instructor's job was to test strength and bring it to perfection, but here he simply had nothing to correct because the boy knew how to do everything. The man said that it was enough to talk about it because there was no point in bringing up the subject again, as nothing would change. So everyone started to get very angry with him, and the instructor asked why he had lied, because it was simply impossible that this was his first fight. No one could believe that he had never been in the ring before, because it was simply impossible to have such strength without any experience. The hero simply proved to them that he was telling the truth, and that he himself did not expect to have such great strength and did not even know how to control it. The coach still didn't want to believe it, and said that a simple man who had never had any experience couldn't use mana. The guy was very happy when he heard that he could use mana because he had never done it before in his life. The man still didn't want to believe it and told him that he was just lying to his face, that he had never seen anything like this in his practice. He just told him about his experience of awakening new blood, because he had nothing else to say, and in principle, there was no point in justifying himself. Mord could use mana even before the awakening of new blood because he was incredibly talented and constantly amazed everyone. He was the god Vernon's himself, whom everyone respected greatly, and no one could ever say anything against him, even if they wanted to. There was also the infinitely powerful goddess Arita, who constantly amazed everyone with her strength and was simply incredible at what she did. The blood of these two gods existed in Mord's body, and it was precisely such people who were incredibly strong, and no one could ever defeat them. A person with such genetics was incredibly happy and should rejoice because they were born into such a wonderful family. In just 7 years, it was possible to change everything completely, but of course it was very difficult and required a lot of experience. Of course, there was a person who was able to defeat them and had much greater powers than the Mord, because he had an incredible amount of experience. The man began to think and said that if this whole story was true, then he was a real monster to be feared and respected. Then, immediately after that, they began to ask him if he knew who Vince was, because that was also very important information. Although the guy said he had seen him for the first time today, it turned out that he was one of the best Vernon's warriors there. And only he had been able to defeat him. No one else had ever been able to do it. No matter how strong they were, everyone else had lost. The mentor began to say that he had earned his points and that they were incredibly high, and asked what he would do next. But the guy told him the truth and explained that he didn't really understand what these tests were for or what they meant. Then the man began to explain to him that the Archduke family had a 3-level system of science that could help him learn everything they knew. If he met the requirements of each level, he would become stronger and stronger, and their family would develop his skills. With each level, he would rise one step higher and might even become the strongest of them all. But this would require a lot of experience. If he completes all the levels, he will be officially recognized as a warrior, and then no one will ever be able to say anything against him. But the hardest part was the highest level. Many simply hit themselves and were unable to defeat him. Of course, the boy began to worry, but he was very interested in all this and wanted to test himself to see how far he could go. Then he asked his partner to put him on the first level because he didn't think he was strong enough for anything higher. The coach was very surprised, but the guy asked if he really didn't have the right to go there to learn new basic. Then he began to explain to him that he would not be able to develop himself in any case because he did not meet their requirements. But the guy didn't want to listen to him and just started laughing and said that he would go to the first level himself and try his hand there. It was then that the man realized that this guy was very serious and would do what he wanted in any case. So, watching him leave, the mentor thought that maybe it was for the best, because everyone should try for themselves. Moreover, he didn't need anything else today, and tomorrow he would send someone else to teach him everything he needed to know for the first level. The boy lay on his bed and thought only about how everything had gone so easily and how much he had enjoyed it. He was also very curious whether Mord had also gone through all these trials, and how he had managed to complete the entire training process. No one had ever told this story, but he thought that it made a lot of sense because there was no need to know that. All that was said was that the Archduke was trying to maximize Mord's potential and make him the best he could be. When he was just a child, he was always beaten, perhaps just to prepare him and send him to the next level. The hero wondered why he had been placed in the Morda, because they had great strength and were persistent in everything they did. Of course, he was not particularly proud of this trait, but he knew for sure that he would always fight for honesty. He also just realized that the Mord lived the same life as him. Everything was exactly the same. At that moment, the boy realized that he must save this world from destruction, no matter how difficult it would be. The one who would save all the pieces of the world could call himself a great god. Of course, everyone wanted to achieve this and did everything they could to do so. It was the same magician who dominated the world. He did everything he needed to do, no matter what. Just as his name suggested, Aiden gathered all the particles of the world and became a high god who had all the power and connections over everyone. When Aiden became a god, he simply ended the lives of everyone he didn't like, even if they were his loyal companions. Of course, the boy wanted to take revenge on him for this, and show him who was really in charge, and prove that there was no need to behave so cruelly. The hero also understood perfectly well that this might be his last chance, but he simply could not pass it up. That is why he decided to live as a Mord, because he thought that only then would he be able to save the world and change the future for the better. The Archduke family ruled the land, and everyone who knew them worshipped them and wanted to be remembered by them. The Vernon's castle, located in the very center of their country, was as luxurious as the royal castles of other countries. Therefore, everyone who saw them immediately knew who lived there and worshipped these people who had incredibly powerful abilities and talents. They also had training bases for warriors, which helped them greatly in their initial training and all their endeavors. He was told that he would start living there today, and that he would be close to the training base, which was very important to them. But he had the feeling that the training base was more like any other capsule at the university, no matter how strong it was. Although this did not surprise him at all, because he was sure that no one would immediately help him become stronger. Most likely, it was coming from the third-level training fields, but the sounds were extremely strange and unlike training. But the guy thought that even if it was the sound of training, it was definitely the second level, because they would become better than any human limits. Besides, everyone kept saying that Vernon's warriors could carry the strength of several people at once, and that was incredible. The hero also began to talk about how they would soon arrive at the third region of the castle, where his training would continue. Of course, he was interested in all this because he really wanted to improve his skills and show everyone who he really was. But when he looked at the man, he realized that he was just another big guy at the first level, and it looked very strange. An instructor approached them and introduced himself, saying that he would be teaching the first levels, so they should at least respect him. The young man immediately greeted him, and said that he was very pleased to meet such an instructor. When the guy said that he had defeated Vince, Instructor Hayes simply did not believe him, because it was almost impossible for someone on the first level. Then he immediately started asking him what he was doing at the first level if he had such great strength and could defeat strong opponents. The hero explained that he had never studied martial arts in his life and had come here precisely to learn how to control it. Hayes told him to follow him, but he couldn't understand how he managed to defeat Vince without even the slightest training. The instructor told him that the people here were in the middle of training, so he shouldn't distract them or talk to them at all. Maybe this was just the first level, but they had to be strong since they were training to be real warriors. The instructor immediately introduced him and said that he was new, and everyone started looking at him because they wanted to know who had joined them. He was a new trainee, so there was no need to pay any attention to him, and everyone could continue training. The guy started to get very nervous, and even thought that maybe he really should have gone straight to the third level. Hayes began to ask him if he had ever learned combat mana techniques, but he only denied that he had. The instructor began to explain to him that if he had gone through the awakening of blood, it could be considered a gift. So he began to explain to him that he had to find ether and create mana, but it turned out that he had already done this long ago. Then the guy just started asking him if he needed to learn some special technique that could help. The instructor asked him if he wanted to stay here for a long time, because it all depended on his desire. The hero was already very excited and said that this was not what he meant at all, but simply wanted to know what to do next. Hayes told him that he would teach him a few things, and then he could train on his own because he already had the skills. It turns out that he knows how to defeat a strong opponent, but doesn't even know the basics of any fighting technique. Only 10 minutes had passed since the start of his training, and he was already doing things that some people couldn't learn even after months of training day in and day out. His students also began to say that his mana was even stronger than their instructors, which surprised everyone. The boy couldn't understand what he was doing, but it was extremely easy for him, and he didn't even expend any energy. The instructor couldn't understand what was going on, but he praised him and said that he had passed the first level flawlessly. He was also told that starting tomorrow he could move on to the second level, but for him it was very easy. However, he needed to strengthen his body, as this was necessary to protect himself from any blows. Physical training was a very difficult skill. Many trainees at this level simply hit a wall and couldn't do anything. The hero was extremely confident and said that he only needed one training duel and he would be able to surprise everyone. Hayes told him that there was no need for that, and that he would allow him to move on to the third level right away. Everyone immediately started telling him that anyone could pass the second level, but the third would be the hardest. Therefore, he should not be so confident in himself, and he clearly would not be able to pass the third level as quickly as the previous two. The instructor began to tell him that he would be competing against several people without any fighting skills at all. Now that the guy thought about it, he realized that he hadn't learned any martial arts at all, but he already knew a lot. He lacked the brute strength to reach the second level, but becoming a warrior at the third level was extremely difficult. The guy already understood that the third level would be completely different from the previous one, so he was really looking forward to getting there. His partners began to talk among themselves that they had heard that someone had passed 2 levels in just 2 days, even a little less. Of course, no one could believe it, and this made Fiona very angry because he used to be the best among them, but now that had changed. So he simply decided that he would show them that his blood relative had much higher ranks than he currently had. The guy just laughed and knew that he had to go straight to the third level, skipping the first 2 because he had wasted time. Fion approached him and asked if he was new because he had never seen this guy here among them before. He also told him that he was the captain of the second clan and was currently considered the best and strongest among his teammates. But he immediately started smiling at him and said that he was from the Vernans family, just like him, and that he was very interested to see what skills he had. Fion became very angry when he heard all this information about him, because in his mind it was impossible to have such powers. The hero just laughed and said that he was wrong, because he would never have stood before him now if he had lied to him about this. He also told him that he was not in the mood right now, so he should calm down and not upset him. The guy got really angry and said that he would never be afraid of him, no matter how hard he tried to intimidate. Fion couldn't accept this at all because everyone had been afraid of him before, so he said that he shouldn't believe in himself just because he had reached level 2. The man began to get angry and said that he would end his life if he didn't stop talking to him so openly. His classmates said that the poor new guy didn't even know who he was messing with and that he'd be better off leaving him alone. But the guy was no fool either and said that he wouldn't hold back just because someone thought they were better than him. Fion started yelling that he would definitely pay for his words because he had no right to talk to him like that. They were incredibly strong, and no one could tell who would win or how the fight between them would end. So everyone began to worry about him and hoped that he would at least survive because things had gone too far and were getting serious. His teammates were really starting to worry because they could see that Fion didn't stand a chance against the new guy, who was very strong. The man was completely confused when he saw that Fion had given up so quickly because he wanted to see how long they could fight. He didn't use any strength to defeat his opponent. It was incredibly easy and quick for him. The guy told him that he was very weak and that he hadn't even expected such a quick victory over him. It was very strange for him. This made Fion very angry, and he began to tell him that he would pay for this because he had won unfairly. Then the hero told him that it was just bad luck and that he was simply too weak and needed to admit defeat right now. Fion began to attack him and said that he should shut his mouth immediately, otherwise he would regret coming here. But he didn't care what his opponent was doing, because he knew for sure that he had much more strength and experience than him. They fought for a long time, but at one point the guys stopped and couldn't understand what had happened or how to explain it. Fion lay on the floor, too weak to do anything, but everyone said that the third level was very difficult, although it wasn't obvious. Perhaps it was due to the combat techniques the boy had learned in the second level, but it was still very strange that it was so easy for him to win. Fion's partners ran up to him and started asking if he was okay, because they were very worried about his well-being. Fiona couldn't understand what had happened, or how it was possible that a guy from the second level, who had arrived on the first day, had defeated him so easily. The guy began to explain to him that he had simply lost focus for a moment and hadn't even expected it to happen so quickly. Of course, Fion didn't want to admit defeat and simply said that he had managed to land a blow that he couldn't dodge. But the hero continued to assure him that he had lost focus during the fight and definitely couldn't become a warrior with such training. Of course, the man became very angry and said that he couldn't be a warrior either because he had used unfair and incorrect tactics in the fight. Fion also began to say that just because he won one fight, it didn't mean that he was much stronger than him and could now brag about it. When his teammates saw what Fion was doing, they realized that this was a very bad sign because he had begun to awaken his power. Everyone started yelling at the newcomer that he needed to run away because he was seriously angry and it would lead to very bad consequences. Fion really did look extremely angry, and in that state he would not be able to control his mana, and would simply use it with all his might. But of course there was a reason for this, because he wanted to prove that he had at least some power and could fight against him now. The guys immediately ran up to the instructor and began to explain that the new guy and Fion had started a big fight that would clearly end badly. He also began to ask if they shouldn't stop them, because surely one of them would be seriously injured, and it would end badly for someone. The instructor said that Fion was strong enough to handle a regular guy who had just moved up from the lower level on his first day. He also said that this nobody had only started training today and would never be able to defeat such a strong opponent. Fion began to tell him that he would pay for everything he had just said, and that he had managed to anger him. The guy was even a little scared because he didn't imagine that he could also use combat mana just to get revenge. Of course, he had advanced skills that used the body and weapons as a vehicle to gain more energy and the strongest formula. But of course, the guy didn't want to give up so easily, so he decided to show everything he could because he was completely confident in his abilities. The hero also understood perfectly well that it would be very bad if he could hit him even once, because then his final day would come. Fion began to smile and tell him not to even try to run away, because he would defeat him anyway, and there was no need to provoke someone like him. But when the boy decided to show what he could do, Fion was very surprised and realized that he had very little chance. No one could understand how this was possible, because he had no experience against such a strong opponent. Fion was very disappointed when he realized that his attacks were completely ineffective against this guy, despite all his effort. His teammates just watched all this, and couldn't understand how it was possible that not a single blow was landing on him. The coach watched all this and couldn't believe his eyes, because in his entire career, this was the first time he had ever seen such a strong man. Fion was already very tired of fighting this guy, and he understood perfectly well that he was losing his strength with every passing second. But he tried to cheer himself up and tell himself that he had to be much stronger this time, and not give in to him under any circumstances. How surprised he was when the guy could defeat him so easily and toss him around as he pleased. The guy also started apologizing and said that he was trying to restrain himself, but realized that he needed to use all his strength to the fullest. Fion continued to yell at him and said that he would definitely take revenge on him, no matter how difficult it was. But the hero simply told him that this would be his last blow and that he was sure it would be the end for him, as he had very little strength left. Of course, Fion didn't want to give up because he simply didn't believe that some simple guy could defeat him. He was so confident in himself that he said he would stop dodging his blows because he knew that even then he would defeat him. Fion was very happy and was already sure that he would win and be the best in his own eyes and in the eyes of his teammates. So he immediately ran up to him, very happy. But the guy said that his momentum wasn't helping him do any damage. He also told him that it had been an incredible lesson, but that he shouldn't go where he didn't know what to expect. For those who have momentum, it is normal to always defeat those who do not have it, so there was no need to get involved with him at all. This guy was incredibly strong, and it seemed that he was the one who managed to start a fight that he could never win in his life. Of course, Fion was already as angry as he could be and simply couldn't understand how this was possible, because no one had ever been able to defeat him. It was a huge shock for him, and he sat on the floor, trying to come to his senses and figure out what to do next. For the mighty Fion, this was very stressful, and his reputation would clearly be severely damaged in everyone's eyes after this. The mentor began to ask where this guy had come from, because he looked like a child, but had the strength of an adult man. He also began to talk about how he had trained a large number of Vernons, but had never met anyone as strong as this in his life. Right after that, the guy started asking if anyone else wanted to fight him or say something against him or his skills. His partners began to say that Fiona needed to be taken to the medical center immediately because he looked terrible, to say the least. The instructor said that no matter how amazing he might be, he still needed support and help. He also said that he would do everything he could to tame him, as this was now of utmost importance to him. As a result of yesterday's battle, Fion was badly injured and would not be able to train with them for some time. He was in the infirmary and in very poor condition. Fion was in a coma, and of course this will have a very negative impact on his future results. In connection with this, he was put on a 4-day trial period because someone had to be put in his place, and there were no other candidates. The young man understood that this was as easy as possible for a text on tactical theory, as there was nothing for him to learn there. But considering the fact that he had made it to graduate school, the written test should not cause him any great trouble to pass. The guy studied all day, and it even started to annoy him because he didn't see any point in knowing that information. So he went to his mentor because he wanted to tell him something, and he had to listen to everything he had to say. The instructor began to tell him that the Archduke wanted to meet with him to discuss something very important to both of them. Of course, the boy couldn't understand what it was all about, and started asking him because he was curious why he was being called there. That's when the instructor explained to him that no one had expected such a result from him. It was simply incredible. After all, the Archduke had disliked all these aristocratic etiquettes from the very beginning, so there was no need to try so hard. Of course, the boy had no other choice, so he set off on his journey, but he couldn't even imagine how easy it would be for him to be there. The man began to tell him that he was a very wise young man and was sure that others also understood this, so they would not bother him now. He also began to say that this was probably his plan to get a lot of attention from the very beginning, that he just wanted to come here. But the boy immediately began to justify himself and said that he would never in his life take such a risk just for his attention. And again, the instructor realized that the guy was telling the truth, because no one would risk their life just for his attention. The guy said that a fight with one of the Vernons must be worth something, because it's not easy to get to that level. But he told him that you can't compare someone who is as strong as a real warrior, because they had almost reached the training ground. The two of them got out of the carriage and were confident that they would now do everything they had planned. When the young man saw him, he immediately understood that this was the very same Erzherzar, because only he could see that he was incredibly powerful and strong. He had an incredible aura that could be felt 1,000 kilometers away, and it was impossible not to notice his gigantic muscles. This man was incredibly strong, and just one glance at him made it clear that no one could ever be stronger. At one point, he simply stopped all the training that was going on around him and said that it was enough for now, because they had been training for quite a long time. This man looked so manly that the boy couldn't believe his eyes and began to envy him greatly. The skills and abilities that were evident in him at first glance were incredible. One could imagine his experience. The improved skills used in all magical and physical attacks looked incredibly powerful and courageous. He could also easily twist them and create a shockwave that could be directed at an opponent, who would immediately beg for mercy. It was the same mirror of God's battle that everyone talked about, and no one had ever been able to achieve such a beautiful result. But of course, the effectiveness was not the best. Sometimes it failed a little, although this was not at all noticeable when simply watching. The Archduke began to tell them that they were making him wait, and he didn't like it at all. He simply didn't like waiting for anyone. The two men bowed as they respected him greatly, greeted him, and hoped for at least a short conversation. Immediately after that, he told them that he had not called them there to observe their manners, and told them to get up from their knees. The Lord immediately began to speak to the boy and said that there were wonderful rumors about him and that his skills were simply incredible to some people. Then he raised his head and immediately began to ask who his mother was, and the boy was very nervous, but still named the woman. The Archduke said that he remembered her, and that he must have learned a lot from her, because it was clear that he also had a lot of experience. After that, the master said that he had heard that he could control his body with just one impulse, and said that he wanted to see it for himself. He immediately called his assistant, who ran to him, fell to his knees, and began to listen to what he was about to tell him to do. But he only ordered him to duel with this new guy so that he could see his skills and test how strong he was. After that, Erzherzar said that this was his son, and that he had come here a couple of days ago, and was very curious to see how strong he was, and whether he was worthy of it. He was one of 10 people who had previously trained with Erzherzar, so it was a great honor for him to show such people what he was capable of. He even allowed them to use weapons if they wanted to, and they could do anything they wanted to win. Of course, the assistant was very happy, and was already confident that he could easily defeat this guy who had just arrived. But the guy didn't want to give up so easily and said that he had never learned how to use weapons in his life, so he would have to use only his fists. Of course, after that, the guy smiled broadly, knowing that victory was in the bag, because without weapons, the other guy had no chance of winning. Immediately after that, they started fighting because there was no point in wasting time and they had to decide right away who was stronger. The guy was very fast, which was to be expected, since he was closest to the Archduke and had a lot of experience. The assistant began to tell him to bow and not even use his military mana, which was of course very good for him. He also began to say that she was on a completely different level compared to other people, that she was not in the same rank and did not have the same strength. Never in his life had he had to fight such a strong opponent, so his chances of winning were minimal. The man told him that he really liked his spirit because he didn't even want to give it his all and was simply underestimating his strength. Then the guy realized that at that moment he wanted to bring his mana, and probably he also had a lot of God's blood in him. Now that he thought about it, he had never competed at full strength after setting his mind to something, which was extremely strange to him. Since he was so close to the Archduke, he was clearly worth fighting with at full strength, because there was simply no other way out. Only at that moment did he realize that he had to stop fighting and just do everything he could to at least show his strength and skills. The Lord watched all this, and of course, he was very curious to see how this story would end, and which of them would prove himself. The apprentice was very surprised and began to ask if this was really the intern, because she looked extremely strong and not at all like a newcomer. Mord had probably never reached his full potential, and that prevented him from doing anything stronger against this guy. Due to his feelings of guilt, he probably never had the opportunity to use his strength properly in his life, because he had been carrying a cross on his shoulders his entire life. You couldn't blame a person so much for something they didn't even do and didn't understand at that age, and for constantly suffering because of it. In any case, the fight had to begin because there was no time to delay, and they had to find out who would win between the two of them. The assistant just started smiling because he was still confident in his abilities and believed that only he could win and that the other guy didn't stand a chance. The fight was very cautious, and until the very last moment, no one could tell who would win. It was very interesting and tense. The guy started saying that he would teach him a lesson and that he would never want to fight someone who was even slightly stronger than him again and would remember this for a long time. But the hero began to defend himself because he believed that he had every chance of winning, considering the situations he had been in before. Now he understood perfectly why everyone praised him so much, and it turned out that the rumors were not lying at all. The guy really was as strong as possible for his level. The boy was very surprised because he was sure that he had blocked his move, so it turned out to be a double attack and possibly some new skill. His assistant began to tell him that he still had a long way to go before he could acquire even a third of the knowledge he currently possessed. At one point, the hero began to understand that the gap between them was very large, and that this was a very bad sign for both of them. But the man began to tell him that he hadn't even started, and that he shouldn't be disappointed because he wanted to show at least some of his skills. So he immediately began to ask him what he was doing, because he wanted to show all his skills in practice. The guy started telling him that he still had a lot of energy, so he wasn't giving up, and would continue the fight with. Then he started asking him if he could use the power of his new blood, but he was forbidden to do so because they would use it in response. He also began to tell him that he probably had a lot of thoughts in his head right now, and that this was basically a good sign for him to win. But the guy didn't want to give up so easily, so he started wiping the blood from his face, and wanted to do everything he could to just keep going until the end. The assistant began to tell him that if he didn't start fighting him with all his strength, then he would have to force him to do so. After all, it would be much more interesting to have this fight if everyone gave it their all, and they could see the true strength of their opponents. Then it became a good opportunity for him, and he said that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and now he would be able to show what he was really capable of. After all, he didn't want to show right away what he was capable of because he knew that the other guy would lose immediately, and he wanted to at least compete with him a little. Their fight was very long, and in general, the assistant did not expect him to be such a strong opponent. The assistant began to tell the guys that he had a very wide range of attacks, and that he was wasting a lot of time and energy on that, which was wrong. He also began to tell him that he really had talent, but his skills were still very limited against such a strong opponent. When the hero went to block, the assistant again began to tell him that there was no point in doing so, because he would just waste his time. He already knew that he would behave this way, because it was very predictable for a completely inexperienced fighter. But at one point, the assistant couldn't understand how he managed to use a double attack. For him, it was impossible. Not only did he dodge the double attack with another one, but he also somehow managed to steal his skill, even though that was impossible. Of course, he didn't like it very much because no one had ever done such things to him before, and he couldn't even expect it. Therefore, he decided not to give in to him at all and show all his skills as they really were. Then he ordered him to fight with all his strength from that moment on, to do everything he could to win, because he had no chance anyway. He finally began to use his momentum, and it was probably at that moment that he was able to show all his abilities after such an attack. The Archduke stopped it all and said that this fight was more than enough for him to see who was really capable of what. Then he approached the young man and told him that his level was very impressive, considering that he had only recently begun to use his power. But there was another very important fact that the ruler wanted to check. For him, it was one of the most important points there was. It was the same spherical impulse, but the guy was very scared because he didn't understand why he needed to test such skills for no reason. It was very difficult for him because he had never used it before. It was his first time practicing, and he knew almost nothing about it. They also started telling him that his body simply couldn't withstand such great power, and that he had no choice. The guy was confident in his abilities, and simply said that he needed just a minute because he hoped that he would be able to do everything. He also understood perfectly well that the fight with Fionn had helped him a lot, because now he had skills that he didn't have before. But blocking the impulse from the very beginning, like strengthening the body, was almost impossible, so it was extremely surprising for everyone. He can also use his impulse because it makes it much easier for him to win, even though at first he was forbidden to think about it. The Archduke was very happy when he saw how talented his son was, and in principle, he never doubted it. The mentor started shouting that this was impossible because he had awakened the powers of new blood only recently, and it was something incredible. No one had ever managed to use momentum at such an early stage before. It was the first time in their practice. The boy's talents were beyond his imagination, and he had never even thought that anyone could be so skilled. Of course, the Lord said that it was all in his blood, and he never doubted it. But the result was even better than he had expected. He also promised him a reward for passing the test, and asked him if there was anything he wanted. He had a lot of money that no one could ever dream of, because it was an incredible amount that could last a lifetime. Of course, the young man was very happy with this offer, but an idea popped into his head about what exactly he could ask for. He really wanted to collect all the pieces of the world first, because only then would he be able to become the best in his field. Then he told the ruler that he did not want money, and the ruler immediately asked what reward he planned to take at that moment. The young man said that he really wanted to try his hand at a test called the Grave of the Dueling Gods. The dungeons of this world were slightly different from those in Otherworld, and for him it was an incredible experience and practice. In other words, they appear in places where there are anomalies in this world, and sometimes they clash with each other and give great power. Most dungeons intersect with the demon realm, and monsters from other worlds also mostly live in dungeons. But the tomb of the god Vernus had nothing to do with the approach of the second world, so in principle you can safely try your hand there. After all, it was there that all the fragments that everyone who wanted to become the best fighter in their field had been searching for so long were hidden. Then the Archduke asked him if it wasn't too early for him to want such great glory and honor for himself, since he hadn't really done anything to earn it. He also began to ask him why he wanted to take this test at all, since it was very difficult, and it was unclear whether he would be able to return. The young man began to explain that he had heard many times that traces of a battle between gods remained there, so he wanted to see them for himself. The assistant said that this guy was way more mature than they thought, and that it wasn't a bad thing, but actually a good thing. The grave of the god of duels was a place where ceremonies for direct blood relatives were held, and not everyone could get there because you had to have access to it. Of course, his request was simply to follow his family line and perhaps even show off his title. But the guy immediately denied this fact, and the ruler agreed to his request, although his assistant did not like it very much. After all, there had been a couple of cases when complete strangers also wanted to get there, and simply could not return from there. The Archduke asked his assistant if he also wanted to go there, because if he envied him so much, he could go with him. It turns out that he had lived an incomplete life just to be born illegitimate, even though he never wanted it, and never asked anyone for such a fate. After thinking about it for a while, the Archduke said that it was too early for the young man to go there and that he shouldn't overestimate himself, as he had no experience at all. He needed to gain more experience in order to be able to return from that place unharmed. He had very little time left to become an official soldier, and then he could go wherever he wanted with peace of mind. The young man was very happy with this promise and decided that he would do everything to get where he wanted to be. They set off on their journey, knowing that there were many trials ahead of them, and that they would have to gain experience with each passing day. The boy kept repeating his words in his head, and thought that he had said his name was Mord, which was very strange to him. The Archduke began to ask his assistant what he was thinking about, because he looked completely confused and was fighting one-on-one with a beginner. But the boy only said that he was clearly hiding something, because a simple beginner couldn't have such great skills and abilities in one-on-one combat. When he tried to take the ball, it looked as if he was giving it his all, as if he had been training for many years. Then he said that he knew the guy who was teaching him, that he probably spent all his time with him, and that was why he had such skills. But his mana was extremely strange because it was very powerful, and an ordinary person would never be able to do such a thing. The Lord began to think that his mana was the same as that of his strongest opponents, so he had to find out where he had learned to do it. In general, they were not very pleased with what they saw, because the result surprised them both and left them in the dark. His eyes were also filled with a kind of strength and great courage, although in reality, he was just nervous and afraid of everything, like a normal beginner. There was nothing in his eyes at all. They did not speak for themselves. It was simply impossible to read this guy at first glance and upon first meeting. All the eyes of his illegitimate sons were full of desire to receive some kind of reward, or simply his recognition as a father. The Lord also began to say that the boy looked very much like his late mother, that they were like two peas in a pod. The boy began to think about how boring the last 4 days had been, and how there was nothing to do, but now he could finally learn something interesting. He also heard that the 5 best would be selected to take part in the trial of the god of dueling. Obviously, this expedition to analyze the structure of the god of dueling's tomb was important, so he had to do everything he could to get there and investigate some very important facts. No one wanted to miss such an opportunity, and everyone wanted to try it out, as there were clearly many interesting facts for everyone there. The boy decided for himself that he needed to hurry up to become a warrior as soon as possible, and finally get to this beautiful place. Everyone came to the meeting except Fiona, but of course he felt terrible and probably couldn't keep himself in shape in front of everyone. So the instructor told everyone to get ready for training as usual. He was 3rd level, and everyone had to be ready to compete with him. The instructor approached the boy and asked if he was new, as he had not seen him there before, and of course he began to tell him how long he had been there. So the instructor told him that he couldn't take part in the lesson yet because he had only just started and wouldn't be able to show what he could do. This was very strange to the boy, and he began to ask if the instructor really wasn't going to teach him and why he had to ask others for help. This made the instructor very angry, and he said that the boy had no right to tell him what to do and who to teach. He shouldn't have argued with such a highly respected person. It was the biggest mistake he had ever made. But the guy just wanted to explain that he wasn't arguing with him, but that his job as an instructor was to teach his students at least something. After that, the mentor decided to teach him a lesson and show him who was really in charge and what decisions needed to be made at that moment. He began to speak to him in a commanding tone, saying that he was the only instructor here and that he knew how to behave and that no one else had a say. And if he continued, he would have to run laps around the training grounds until his legs gave out. He also told him that he would be punished if he couldn't answer all his questions after class, so he had better prepare himself well. Immediately after that, he began to ask him if he understood everything and if he still wanted to say something against his mentor. But when he saw that the boy had started to use mana, he became extremely angry and couldn't understand how he had the courage to do so. The mentor thought about how he dared to look down on his authority and say something against the way he behaved with his students. The boy continued to contradict him, which angered him even more, and the mentor simply started beating the boy. But he didn't like it very much because being an instructor did not give him the right to insult others, especially his students. The instructor just yelled that he would kick him out of there and that he would never be able to learn military training techniques again in his life. Then the boy thought that even though the instructor was much older than him, he should teach him a lesson because being older didn't mean he was stronger. If he took everything upon himself, this conflict could prevent him from achieving what he had been working towards for so long, and it simply wasn't worth it. His mentor approached him and said that he needed to control himself because no one was worth losing everything he had. The man just started laughing and said that he shouldn't be standing in front of him right now, but running laps, maybe that would teach him not to argue with his elders. Of course, this began to annoy the young man greatly, but he had no choice but to obey and carry out the order. So he decided that if he went running, it might be easier for him to channel his energy somewhere else instead of wasting it on anger. Of course, the instructor was also very angry because no one had ever disobeyed him, and it just annoyed him that the boy always did only what he wanted. Also, when the boy started running, the instructor just started yelling after him that he would do everything to make him pay for his words. After all this, Deasley clearly held a grudge against the boy, and now it will be very difficult for him to stay here when his coach is against him. He just kept punishing him for every little thing, and his methods were as cruel as possible, which was very incompetent on his part. Deasley was simply very powerful, and perhaps this power that had been given to him ruined him and raised his self-esteem too high. He ordered each of his students to hit the boy, and they simply couldn't refuse him because they knew they would be in his place. No one could say anything against him because everyone was simply afraid of him and knew that if they angered him, they would be the only ones to suffer. And Deasley was only happy that no one could say anything against him because he knew his place and his importance to them at that moment. He started to lose his temper with the boy and told him that he had ordered him to keep up a much faster pace than he was currently running. Surely he had started disobeying him again and would have to pay for it, because nothing in this life happens for no reason. In principle, the guy understood why he was bullying him so much, because he was the only one who decided to speak his mind instead of just listening and obeying. The coach was very surprised when the boy again refused to answer him and do exactly what he wanted. Then Deasley said that he would rather leave him in that position for the entire training session, and maybe then he would understand. But the boy still believed that the coach could teach him at least something that would help him greatly in the future. But at one point, he simply realized that he had to start training because no one was going to teach him anything here, and he was on his own at the moment. The coach sat on his bed and thought only about how the boy had such a high opinion of himself and didn't want to apologize to him. How could he still disobey him even after he punished him so severely, even for the worst offenders? The boy endured even the most severe punishments to the end, and never once said that it was hard for him or asked his mentor for forgiveness. Of course, this irritated him more and more each time, so he came up with even more cruel punishments for the innocent boy. The mentor was simply convinced that he would break down very soon and would surely start begging him for forgiveness. He had to pass the test to become a real warrior. He simply had no other choice. But the mentor immediately began to repeat what he had just said, because he didn't like it very much. He continued to argue and say that it was simply impossible to do, and that he did not need to take any test right now. But the boy wanted to insist on his own, and was sure that he had to do everything to become a real hero. The instructor began to say that he had not even learned everything he needed to know to become a warrior worthy of his rank. The young man said that it was only because he had a terrible instructor, and that if it weren't for him, he would already have a wealth of experience. He felt that this person was not very qualified for his job, and was simply using his name rather than his knowledge. Of course, this greatly angered the instructor, and he simply began to hate this guy because of his directness and honesty. The guy just smiled and said that the instructor had no right to forbid him from taking the warrior test. Then he officially asked the instructor to take the test, and was confident that he would be able to complete it perfectly and become the best. Daisley hated this guy with a passion, and knew that he would ruin his life several more times. Then they decided to have a duel, because it was the only solution that could help them decide which one of them was better. Of course, some of them used traditions that could not be used in public, but none of them had any other choice. If he allowed the spirit of the duel to choose who was right and who was wrong, then he would always be on the side of the winner, and that way they would know for sure who was right. The mentor was very angry and asked where he had gotten this information, since it was closed to everyone. The boy said that it didn't matter at all because, according to the law, he had the right to such a duel to prove his case. When he was very young, he was bullied for using his strength for the wrong reasons and constantly insulting those weaker than himself. He told his subordinates that those who have power can do whatever they want, and no one will forbid them from insulting those weaker than themselves. No one could prove anything to him because he had much more power, and everyone understood that only those who spoke out against him would suffer. The god of duels was also shocked when he heard what the mentor said, because it was completely beyond his comprehension. So the inspector simply told him not to joke like that with him, because he was just a student who couldn't prove anything. He also began to say that he was at least 10 years younger, and could not say anything against him because he had to respect his elders and not contradict them. Then Daisley heard someone start to condemn him and became very frightened because he couldn't understand who could say such a thing to him. The boy began to say that he had no right to refuse to duel with him because that was the only way they could figure out who was right. So he immediately pushed his hand away and said that he expected a fair fight because he considered his attitude towards him to be unfair and too cruel. Then the student Mord simply began to summon the spirit of the god of dueling to come and help him with the third-level instructor Daisley. The young man simply saw no other way out, because he did not want to endure a lifetime of ridicule and unjust punishment every time. So he simply began repeating the same phrase several times so that the spirit of the god of dueling would definitely come to them and help him in this difficult situation. The mentor understood that the situation would be very dire and simply did not know what to do or how he could justify himself in this situation. The boy immediately began to tell the coach that it was up to him to accept his offer or simply refuse, and that he himself knew what the consequences would be. He also began to say that he did not trust these guys who were supposed to be witnesses at all, because they would always side with the older boy. The coach became angry and told the boy that he couldn't possibly think that he would get away with it and not suffer any consequences. The protagonist was very surprised and did not understand why the coach still could not change his mind, since he knew for sure that he was wrong. This was his last chance to take advantage and have the same power he had before. He just needed to admit that he was wrong in this situation. He also began to say that he did not want to waste any more time on trash like him because it only ruined his mood and health. No one could understand what kind of energy he had shown in the fight with Fion, because it was not the limit of his abilities. The guy still knew how to do a lot of things. It was at this moment that the mentor realized that he could no longer back down and had to go all the way, no matter how terrible the outcome might be. Even if he was infinitely talented, he still had no experience against such a strong opponent as his mentor. Then Daly simply said that he would definitely regret his actions, and never again in his life would he want to contradict an adult. The mentor began to ask why the boy should decide with whom and when to duel just because he didn't like something. But the boy was extremely confident and said that whoever challenges someone to a duel has the right to choose the place and time. He also said that he no longer wanted to waste his time on a mentor like him, and that they needed to decide once and for all who was right and go their separate ways. The man added that if the mentor wanted to run away, he would not stop him, but he would make sure that he was right in this situation. Daisley couldn't understand where the boy had gotten this information, and was very unhappy that he was so well read. Everything had to be done to ensure that the duel took place, because only then would justice finally prevail, and no one would be able to insult anyone else for no reason. Never in their practice had a student invited the spirit of the duel to an instructor, because no one had ever had any conflicts. The man smiled and said that he was sure that this unusual young man would prove himself. A servant approached him and asked if they had called him, because he needed to do his job perfectly without any unnecessary problems. The hero began to tell him that he was immediately leaving for the third-level training center and needed to prepare for it. Of course, no one could understand why he had to go there, because servants usually did not know what was happening in their castle. Everyone said that this was the same guy who had summoned the spirit of the god of dueling, and they were very impressed by his courage because he had gone against the instructor. Also, no one could understand how Deasley could stoop so low that an ordinary boy would challenge him to a duel. When they met, the man immediately told him that he had not run away, which was commendable because he had expected not to see him. The mentor began to tell him that he should not overestimate himself so much, and that if he apologized now, he would spare his life. This only made the boy laugh, and he said that he would never apologize to someone who had wronged him. Deasley hated him very much and constantly said terrible things about him, and he was 100% sure of his victory. They thought that the duel had not yet begun, so some of them were a little late, and may have even changed the course of events. No one could understand what Sir was doing here and why he had come to them on such a day, since he had rarely come here before. The guy started asking Kessner what brought him here, and what the purpose of his visit was at this moment. Of course, he immediately recognized the young man, and began to say that he was sure that this arrogance did not come out of nowhere. The spirit of a duel between a student and an instructor was extremely strange to him, and he found it difficult to understand what exactly they wanted. But the boy said that he had no other choice because the instructor constantly insulted him and believed that his rank allowed him to do anything. Sir just started laughing and said that this boy was very amusing and that he would be interested to see how things would unfold. But he also warned him that although he had retired, he should not be underestimated, as his strength was still considerable. The mentor began to tell him that he was arrogant to the core and that in a few minutes he would regret offering him this opportunity. After that, the boy said that if the instructor was still not there, he could try this role himself, because he really liked it. Sir simply said that he would watch everything, and that he was very interested in the outcome of this duel between the two of them. Everyone was very surprised because the sergeant had never been in the role of a supervisor, and no one understood what would happen next. Even the instructor himself was very surprised, and the man told him that he would just watch because he couldn't interfere in their duel. Of course, the instructor did not like this very much, and began to worry because he understood that he would have no chance after that. This made him very angry, and he began to ask if the man had any right to speak to him in such a condescending manner. After all, he had forgotten who he was, and, of course, respected him as an instructor, but there was no need to say such terrible things about him. It was the greatest humiliation for him, and now there was no chance that he would be able to justify himself. The guy just walked up to them and said that he really didn't want to get involved in their conversation, but it was time. The man just smiled at him and said that time had passed very quickly, and he hadn't even noticed that it was time to start. He simply began to support him and said that he was looking forward to the fight and would believe that the best would win. The hero smiled at his mentor and said that it was time to start because there was no point in delaying any longer. Although the mentor looked very nervous, he tried not to show it because he wanted to do everything he could to look braver. He also began to say that Fion was much weaker than him and that he shouldn't believe so much in himself and his worthless strength. Once again, the mentor told him that he would regret his duel, but of course, the boy would not listen to him if he had not listened before. The mentor said that he really wanted to see if he could block the sword's momentum, because that was one of the hardest things to do. He even found it amusing that the boy was trying to fight back and was doing very well so far. But the boy didn't want to give up either and simply said that Deasley believed very strongly in his ability, and that it was also wrong to underestimate others so much. But the mentor said that he would not use all his strength at once for a student, because that would be extremely strange and foolish. The hero used his body's momentum, and the instructor was very surprised that he had managed to learn this at all. Nothing changed in his tactics, and he was confident that he could win and become the best, as he had said at the beginning. He also said that even if he could use his body's momentum, it would not help him defeat such a strong opponent. The coach couldn't understand how the boy managed to deflect his attack and send it back at him. But the hero was simply incredibly strong, and he was also confident that he could win and prove his strength and endurance. Deasley acknowledged that the boy was indeed a suitable candidate for a warrior, as he truly possessed great strength and natural talent. Of course, there was no turning back now, and he had to see it through to the end, no matter what anyone said or how much they praised him. Although he tried to prove to him that experience was much more important than strength, and that he had no skill whatsoever in one-on-one combat. He also began to tell him that he had no knowledge of combat techniques, and that this would greatly hinder him in battle. The instructor also told him that he was 10 years younger and had no right to argue with him or prove his point. After all, he had survived a great many battles and seen situations that ended people's lives, and not once had anyone been able to defeat him. And he had no right to call on the spirit of the god of combat just to prove himself right against such a strong opponent as his mentor. He began to tell him that he was an illegitimate child in his family, and that no one had ever looked at him as someone who could achieve any success in life. It was then that the hero realized that experience could really help him now, but nothing could be changed at that moment. The man also realized that even if the boy was extremely talented, his fighting skills were very poor. Even if he lost now, he would have to leave this place, and unfortunately, he would never be able to return to this business in his life. Everyone was also sure that Daly would do everything in his power to prevent him from ever living a normal, peaceful, happy life again. The mentor began to taunt his opponent, saying that he had nothing more to say because he was wrong about his ability. The man began to tell his opponent that his skills were very good, even though he was just trash that no one had needed for a long time. The young man began to say that right now he would prove himself to be the worst instructor in the history of the gym. Daly began to say that he would train him properly right now, at this very moment, and that he would never want to speak such nonsense again. The hero didn't want to give up and just started teasing him, saying that it was just an old man's wish that would never come true. The mentor did not understand where this energy was coming from, and how what was happening between them could even be possible. In fact, they were both extremely strong, and no one could understand who would win and become the stronger of the two. No one could understand how the boy had managed to learn so many different things in such a short time with no experience at all. The mentor also started shouting that it was simply impossible and that he was probably cheating and winning unfairly. For the first time in his life, he was competing so hard with someone that he simply had no idea how to control himself in such situation. He also said that his opponent might be offended if he managed to defeat him in the end and end his life at this stage. In the case of the Vernars, after the awakening of their divine blood at the age of 15, new opportunities open up for them that give them great powers for the future. Moreover, it was also necessary to take into account the fact that many of them stop using this knowledge for their own gain. This is what allows them to develop a new power that is incredibly great, and no one will ever be able to fight it because they will know their terrible end. Therefore, it would be wonderful if at least someone could calculate the divine blood in its entirety, whatever it may be, as it would give them great power and they would never have any equals. Then everyone began to talk among themselves, and they realized that the boy had already turned 15 and, of course, would soon have such opportunities. But the man also understood that this was a complete stranger, and that he might not even know how to use what had been given to him. Although it took him 4 years to awaken his divine powers, everyone considered him the best, which was extremely surprising. After all, the hero had only been here for 8 days, and no one could understand how he had learned to work on his talent so quickly. No one could believe what they were seeing because he did some incredible things. In all their years of practice, the guards had never encountered such wonderful talents. Also, when they saw his silver eyes, they were simply convinced that the guy had a great talent and that there was no point in arguing with him. It was simply impossible, because in all their experience, they had never met anyone who could achieve such wonderful results in just 4 days. The young man thought that the only thing that would happen today was that he would lose his pride if he simply gave up and did not continue the fight, because it would only get worse. The mentor just started laughing and told him not to make him laugh because it was foolish to believe that without experience, he could defeat such a strong opponent. Then the hero simply told him not to forget that he had a chance to lose only his pride, not his name and title in front of his team and teammates. The instructor simply said that the same tactic would definitely not work on him, so he had no chance of defeating him in such a fight. Although, of course, the hero was confident in his abilities because he knew for sure that the other guy didn't have as much talent as him, and his experience wasn't as important. The instructor continued to say that his attack made no sense because he would be ready for it and would be able to defend himself. But when the young man used the divine blood, only then did the man realize that he had no chance of defeating someone like him. Of course, the boy looked at himself and couldn't understand why it had turned out so well, because he just wanted to understand how to use it properly, and wasn't even trying. Then the instructor said that he would not play anymore, and that he would never lose to a 15-year-old in his life, because it would be extremely shameful and terrible for his reputation. He also understood that his left shoulder was out of commission, but he had to endure it because he didn't want to lose his reputation and fall in the eyes of others. Never in his life did he want to fight people who were smaller than him, because losing in such a case meant that his life was over at that moment. He began to ask him how long he was going to defend his pride, which was already ruined and could not be changed. After that, the boy was hit, and the coach began to say that he should not be distracted, because he would lose his strength and thus lose to him. He also added that no matter how strong he was, he had no chance of winning because he believed that experience was the most important thing in this sport. Immediately after that, he said that he was switching him to combat techniques, and that he definitely wouldn't be able to fight against them, because he didn't even understand what they were. Sir watched all this, and understood that taking the initiative when Mord was slightly distracted was commendable, and of course he began to believe in the boy's strength. But no matter what, the most important weapon and protection was within him, because the Vernons had strength in their bodies, and, in principle, it was very difficult to do anything to defeat them. Also, if you think about the momentum of the sword, which was probably all in the weapon, it would be nothing more than a tickle for those who had awakened their divine powers. It was impossible to fight against such a strong person, and the result was obvious, because these people had incredible technique and fighting skills even without experience. Daly was already getting very angry, and in his mind he understood that with each blow, he had less and less strength to win. The sword technique he had spent his entire life perfecting while training people began to fail him, even though he had honed it for decades and put a lot of effort into it. It was simply unbelievable, and of course he didn't like it, because his mentor began to realize that his chances were getting smaller and smaller with each blow. At that moment, the young man was as calm as possible and still confident of victory, without a moment's hesitation. So he began to tell Deasley that he was even a little upset because he had expected a much tougher fight and was sure that he would be much stronger than he actually was. The mentor was extremely weak, and the boy simply began to mock him and said how he could even agree to a duel, knowing that he was completely useless. Of course, these words angered him greatly, so he simply decided to attack him to teach him a lesson and hoped that at least that would shut him up. The boy just started talking to him calmly, saying that as part of the family of the god of dueling, they fought with their bare hands because there is no weapon more powerful than your own body. Therefore, immediately after that, he told him that considering such an attack as a way to defeat him was extremely foolish on his part at that moment. After all, it didn't hurt him at all, and he just wasted his strength and time trying to use this awful technique on it. So the hero again suggested that he admit that he was wrong and simply lose, and then he would at least be able to preserve his health and not suffer anymore. If he refused his offer now, it might be too late, and he would regret not admitting defeat and losing everything he had. The hero just wanted to end it and said that it was his last day because he shouldn't have challenged him to a duel if he didn't know his opponent's strength. At that moment, the instructor realized that he had not been ready from the start to fight this powerful young man with an incredibly strong body. He was very upset to admit that decades of experience had not helped him defeat a boy who was only 15 years old. So he simply fell to his knees, realizing that his life was much more important than some pride he had long since lost, and admitted that he had lost. Bastard Vernans, who awakened divine powers, even though it had been 8 days since he joined the family, was an incredible result for everyone who encountered him. He was also able to overcome the will of one of the instructors with the help of the spirit of the god of dueling, but this was worthy of great respect because the instructor was not afraid and came out to fight. No one knew how strong he could become, as he had incredible potential, and everyone who saw him praised his talent. Everyone started shouting about his face, because no one could have expected that this would happen, and that the boy would be able to prove himself, even against an instructor with such incredible experience. This guy was just incredibly amazing, and in all their years of practice, they had never met anyone with such a gift for their profession. The hero began to say that he had heard with one ear that there was a person here who had gathered the courage to go against the instructor himself and even summon the spirit of the god of dueling. It was Erna Vernans, the 7th child in the Vernans family. The girl was incredibly powerful, and of course everyone who knew her respected her greatly and wanted to meet her in person. At that moment, the girl realized that she could do something very interesting that would completely change the history of their city and their lives. It was the very same castle of the Archduke. Of course, it looked incredibly beautiful, and everyone dreamed of visiting it, because it was a great honor for ordinary people. So the gentleman began to talk to the boy, and asked him if he had already become an official warrior, because his successes were simply incredible. The young man bowed to him, and said that this was exactly why he had come here, because he had been promised a reward if he did what they had agreed earlier. The Archduke said that the boy was very brave, and that he liked that because he had challenged him to a duel just to become a warrior. The hero began to smile and said that he simply could not continue to watch the instructor show off his skills, because in reality, he knew nothing at all. He lived by the principle that the strongest is right, which was obviously very wrong, because his job was to teach his students what he already knew. That is why the noble lord saw nothing wrong with what he had done, because his actions could be justified, and it would have been very reasonable on the part of any person. But something still intrigued him, because the boy was hiding his strength from him, and he didn't like that very much. The boy immediately explained that he just wanted to be very careful with the mana when using his powers, because it was the first time in his life and he could have made a mistake. The Archduke understood that if he was being deceived, he would have realized it long ago, because he could spot such people immediately, and no one could lie to him. He also said that he remembered the reason for his visit, because he wanted to undergo the trial of the tomb of the god of battle, and asked if that had changed. When the servants heard this, they were very surprised and asked if it would be possible to change his decision, as it was very risky. He did not like this very much and began to ask how they dared to speak to him in such a tone, condemning him for his decision. So he immediately began to ask what they thought of themselves, since they were speaking for him and had no right to discuss his decisions, especially in his presence. The servant immediately began to apologize because he understood that he was wrong. He couldn't make decisions for him, let alone say it to his face. The young man only said that promises must be kept, because he had done everything that was in their agreement, and it had to be fulfilled to the end. The Archduke said that he would allow him to undergo the trial of the god of battle because he had no authority to prevent him from doing so. But he also emphasized that he probably wouldn't get anything out of this battle because, in his opinion, it simply didn't make any sense. Of course, the hero just smiled and realized that he finally had a chance to gather all the pieces of the world. For him, it was just an incredible leap into the future. Literally, a few minutes later, they were at the entrance to the tomb, where a very difficult test awaited him, which would help fulfill his desire. The man also told him that only one person could enter at a time, because it would be impossible to let two people in at once. The boy even began to feel a little nervous because it was much bigger than he had imagined, and this even made him wonder whether he should go on. The hero began to tell him that he could not believe that he would pass these trials first, because it required great talent and skill. He also began to talk about how it was necessary to have not only a certain bloodline, but also a great deal of experience, because only he could help him pass the tests as quickly and as well as possible. He thanked Sir for bringing him here and keeping his promise, because it was very important for every person in power. Standing at the entrance, the boy realized that this was causing him very strange feelings and that he needed to control himself immediately. According to myth, the god of battle had never faced death, so this trial was extremely difficult, and it was unclear how it would end. The name itself spoke for itself, and not everyone wanted to undergo such trials because they understood that it could be fatal for them. It was the same name that Vernon's had given it, but it actually had a completely different meaning, and one simply had to understand it and not forget why it had been created. The human side of the god of battle Vernon's was the place where all the remains lay, and one simply had to muster up great courage to go inside. It had been 7 years since Aiden found a piece of the world in that very grave, and it was a really long time, and it was unclear what exactly was there now. But despite everything, at that moment, he needed the help of his partner, because going alone was very dangerous for him. But the fragment of the world was still there, so the boy decided that he had to find it and prove it to himself. In fact, he expected it to be very easy, but literally a few seconds after entering, he realized that he would have to try his hardest. Inside the tomb, there were 6 paths, and each of them was mentioned in the story, but no one knew for sure which one was the right one to take. Of course, regardless of which way he went, he would surely find at least something that could help him finish what he had started. The print was supposed to be in the form of a stone statue depicting the life path of the god of battle, and anyone who saw it would immediately know that they were on the right path. It all seemed rather frivolous, but none of these paths seemed realistic, and it was unclear what to do next in such a situation. It looked as if someone had only half finished the design and had no time to continue. In fact, it looked terrifying, and these creatures were as inhuman as possible, and no one would ever want to meet them in real life. He also really hoped that he wouldn't have to encounter too many monsters, but there were already 2 on the first path, so he decided that he had to fight them, because stopping at this stage would be very unwise and cowardly when he had come this far. Of course, he easily defeated them, but he realized that he would just be wasting his time on them and of course losing strength, even though it was very easy for him. Also, just a few meters later, the guy realized that he had probably found the very thing he had come to this stage for. It was very similar to the statue where the god of battle defeated Ethus in his youth, and had a lot of strength and energy to defeat anyone. The hero realized that the god loved himself very much because he simply made copies of his own face, and it was very difficult to find what ordinary people were looking for. So he approached and asked if it was time to start because he simply saw no point in wasting time and doing nothing at such an important stage. He did everything he could to be the first to reach that place and gather all the pieces of the world. Now, this was the most important and crucial stage for him. Everyone would like to be in his place, but of course he had come an incredibly long way, and now it would not be easy for him to finish what he had started. Looking at the statue, the boy thought that he must have been about 10 years old here, because he looked very young and, in principle, even handsome for a person of that time. It was then that he understood why all the Vernon streams were so large and why everyone was afraid to even speak to them. In this state, they could defeat anyone, and of course were never afraid of defeat, and did whatever their hearts desired without thinking about anything. It would have been very difficult to find her if he had no idea what they wanted from him, because you had to know the whole picture to start doing it. Also, no one could even imagine that after awakening their divine powers, they would try to at least sprinkle the blood of the god of fighting. In general, it was extremely foolish because there would always be someone who would understand their plan, and then they would regret it very much. He also thought that he should be grateful to them for being the first to do this, and in fact, it was incredibly wonderful for him. Therefore, he had to hurry to the next print, because he had to be the first to take a step that would greatly help him in the future. He was confident that he had developed enough to go far and get at least one more print, which was extremely important to him at that moment. But the terrifying creatures continued to appear out of nowhere, and of course it was a little difficult for him to control where they would appear next, and how soon. So he realized that he just had to be as careful as possible and do everything he could to prevent them from stopping him from achieving what he had dreamed of for so long. He also thought that in order to test the god of fighting, it made a lot of sense to be as careful as possible, because in any case, he valued the people who protected him and were still around him. He had to live by the principle that if he saw the enemy of his life would immediately end, because otherwise he simply would not be able to achieve the result he needed. People like them would never accept someone who didn't want to take part in the test, because it was extremely important to each of them. You can see proof of this in the monsters, because there were so many of them, and of course they were just getting ready for what was needed, always being on alert. He also really liked the fact that he wouldn't have to fight them, because the creatures were above him, flying like birds, while he was on the ground. Therefore, looking at the statuette, the boy understood perfectly well that he had managed to gain a fifth friend, and he simply could not help but be proud of himself after such a success. He had just a little bit left to get all the fragments of the world and become the best at what he did. He had been working toward this for a very long time. Of course, this gave the boy a lot of energy and motivation, because he understood perfectly well that he was just a few steps away from changing his life for the better. In his mind, with each step, his mana was getting stronger, and he could even feel his body filling with energy, and he felt like he could do anything. Although he understood that he had already wasted his strength on 5 prints, he had almost no mana left, and this began to worry him greatly, and he even got overexcited about it. Looking at his hands, the boy simply did not know what to do next, because if he encountered another creature, it would be very difficult for him to defeat it and do something about it. Moreover, he had finally made it to the 6th level, which made him very happy, because he had enough strength to get there, and that was already a great achievement. The statue was very large, and he couldn't even imagine that it would be that size, because even climbing it would be extremely difficult and require a lot of strength and energy. Of course, he didn't want to admit that it was hard for him because he had to get to the end, and everyone who knew about it warned him that it wouldn't be easy, so there was no point in stopping. When the boy saw the orc, he couldn't understand where it had come from, and he didn't like it at all, because the result would clearly not please anyone after that. It was the same monster that even the best impulse mage would have trouble with, because it was very powerful and almost impossible to defeat. They had very strong bodies, and anyone who wanted to defeat him in any way suffered greatly. Only a few people could defeat him and achieve a real victory. This guy was not the most ordinary, even though the size of an ordinary orc reached 4 meters. But here the story was a little different from what it usually was. The monster was incredibly large, and the boy had no idea how to defeat him, because this monster was 5 meters of pure terror. Of course, the monster wanted to show everything he was capable of, and began the battle, because he was sure of his victory, and did not doubt it for a moment. The boy understood that up to this point it had been very easy for him, but something was bound to happen that would cause him problems, and possibly even prevent him from continuing. Therefore, he understood perfectly well that now he would have to use all his strength, but he had to give it his all in order to make it to the end. After that, he wanted to come up with a plan, but he realized that momentum alone would not be enough to win, so he had to come up with something immediately. The monster was very strong, and the hero saw that he had no chance of winning, because he had already exhausted his strength and was facing such a powerful opponent. So he even decided to just accept what was happening, because he had no way out, and he didn't forget that he had no experience with this. But he was comforted by the thought that he was still new, and no one had ever believed in him. Yet he had managed to defeat very strong people without even using all his strength. So he immediately did everything he could, and at that moment, he realized that if he had thought for even a couple of seconds about what to do, he could have simply left this life without achieving anything. When the monster made even a single sound, the man hit him and said that he didn't need to talk anymore, because it annoyed him to the utmost, and he wanted to end it. He couldn't even think about how much strength he would have to expend to defeat it, because his divine mana would soon be completely depleted. The hero thought he could defeat the monster without even trying, but he was wrong, and was very glad that he realized it almost immediately. He couldn't think for long in such situations, because every second of his deliberation could cost him his life. Only a person who had reached the age of 15, and of course had a family and good blood ties, could enter this dungeon, so experience was very important in this matter. But there was one fact that alarmed him greatly, and he had to find out what it was before it was too late, and he made any mistakes at this stage. Considering that the Archduke was 2.5 meters tall, God somehow looked much smaller than him, which was simply impossible according to all statistics. Perhaps he had simply grown over time, but clearly that didn't matter now, and he had to go all the way while he still had at least a little energy left. He was also very happy that he had finally managed to obtain the world fragment, but he began to wonder if he had done something wrong, because he understood that he could have made a mistake somewhere. According to the MKDM, he should receive the fragment right now, because blood alone was not enough to activate the statues, and he did everything he could to achieve this. Even if there was a possibility that he had forgotten to do something in the second print, he had to return to each of them to make sure. Then they approached him and told him that he should expect to be tested in various ways, and that in principle, he had every chance of reaching the end. When the guy returned, he was completely surprised and couldn't understand what was happening right before his eyes. The man began to say that he would be very upset if he had just left him like that and done nothing to talk to him and show him something interesting. So he immediately decided to go to the grave of the god of combat, because it was the only right decision at that moment that could help him reach the end. He also remembered well that Aiden had found a fragment of the world and that he would never have known about it if it hadn't been mentioned in the story, because Aiden didn't want to tell anyone about it. So finally, he had the opportunity to talk to the descendants, and told him that he would definitely not let him go just like that, because it would be very wrong of him. The boy began to think that this might be some kind of test, because it couldn't be possible that he had simply come back to life and started talking to him right in front of his eyes. He immediately began to ask who he was, but the old man just laughed and asked him how old he was, how he got there, and why he was there. However, the hero was also serious and said that he had asked first who he was, because he needed to know who he was talking to. The man was very impressed by the young man's courage and knew that he was clearly not a simple person, so he had to understand how to talk to him and control the topics he brought up. So he just started saying that he didn't need to know everything so quickly, because it could end badly not only for him but for everyone, and that too much information wasn't always a good thing. The young man did not expect this outcome at all, especially since he wanted to greet him properly, but instead started a fight that no one expected. So he even got a little angry, because he didn't like it when strangers did that. The man started a fight for no reason, and he didn't like it very much. He wanted to understand that maybe it was all just a mirage, because just a minute ago he was a statue, and it was hard to believe that it had just come to life and started attacking him. The man started talking to him and asked if he had any idea who he was talking to, and that he clearly needed to think about how he was behaving towards him. The hero only said that he knew that a few minutes ago it was a stone statue, and it was extremely strange to him that it had come to life and started making accusations against him. He just smiled and said that he was indeed just a stone statue, and that this was what the god of combat had left behind, and he couldn't say anything else to him. But the guy already understood that it was just a human shadow, and this fact surprised him greatly, because he certainly could not have expected such a turn of events. If you believe the story, there were human remains in the tomb of the god of combat, and perhaps this was what caused such side effects, and he needed to be wary of everything that was happening around him. It turned out that this place was more suitable for his people, because magic was completely possible here, and anyone who ended up here could never leave. But history tells a completely different story, as it tells of stone statues that remained that way for the rest of their lives, and had no purpose other than to reflect their achievements. Then the hero began to wonder if this could mean that his stone statue remains were filled with a particle of their creation, because only this could explain the fact of his revival. It was hard for him to believe this, so the man said he would help him, and decided to show him that the real world was much more cruel than what was described in some story. In general, this man was very evil, but he definitely wanted to show that he had great power and talents to defeat anyone who came to him now. Also, literally a few seconds later, he started smiling and said that the other man was much weaker than he had imagined, because there were much better rumors about him throughout the palace. Then the other man started shouting that he didn't need to play games with him, because he didn't like such games, and that they should talk normally instead of immediately starting a fight that made no sense at all. The man just smiled and said that he still had the strength to fight, which was incredible because his descendants must have been very strong and never give up halfway. He really wanted to continue fighting him because he understood that he had no chance against such a strong opponent. It was obvious who would win. Of course, the young man also did not want to give up so easily and was confident in his abilities, knowing that he could end his life right here and now, and this fact amused him greatly. Literally a few minutes later, the man admitted that he did not expect him to be so strong and to use such techniques, and that he was not afraid to show them. He was also very surprised that even the impulse ball was fake, because no one could believe that such a thing could be imitated in front of everyone. He started laughing at him and said that only the weakest people would use such a trick, and that there was no other explanation. The man began to smile broadly and said that he simply adored fist fighting, because it showed the true level of each fighter. Only through physical strength could one determine the true ability of an opponent. But he also understood that even the strength of new blood would not help him defeat him, and he did not like that very much because he had no other choice but to defeat this enemy. The guy couldn't believe it, and still hoped that it might just be a dream, because he definitely hadn't expected such trials, and didn't know what to do now. He realized that his opponent was too strong for him, and that he simply could not defeat him, but he did not want to give up at such a late stage. Of course, this greatly pleased the man, who immediately told him that he would defeat him, and that there was no need to even enter the fight, because the outcome was obvious to him from the very beginning. The hero lay on the floor and couldn't understand what was happening to it. They began to ask him if that was all he was capable of, and he was very disappointed. They also began to tell him that if he had used his full strength, he would have been dead long ago, so he should even thank them for simply taking pity on him now. But the guy got up and said that he wasn't finished yet, so he decided to continue the fight no matter how hard it was, because he never liked to lose just like that. He couldn't understand where the power of the new blood had gone, because it could have helped him a lot at this stage, and then it would have been much easier to do at least something. The stone statue began to rejoice and said that it was extremely easy to take away his strength, and that he was actually too weak for such a great trial. It also said that this had to end, because it would not allow his life to end, since sooner or later it would happen anyway if he continued to fight it. Then the hero began to ask him if he was really the god of combat, Vernon's, or more precisely, his shadow, because it was impossible for him to return and stand before him now. Of course, he decided to tell him the truth and just started smiling and bragging, saying that he could call him Vernon's himself because it made no difference to him. He began to tell him that he had seen many descendants who wanted to come to the dungeon, but only he had managed to wake him up, and in principle, this was worthy of praise. But when the man heard that he had been unable to wake himself up for 500 years, he simply could not believe what he was told, because it was too big a number for him. It was difficult for him to accept this fact, because he thought that only a couple of years had passed, but clearly not such a large number when the figure exceeded 100 and was 5 times greater. But he didn't understand why so much time had passed, because this guy woke him up without any problems or difficulty, but he was definitely not the strongest of all who came here. Then he said that most likely no one could wake him up after he went to heaven, because in principle, very few people wanted to come here because they understood that the chances were very slim. The man was very upset and said that he shouldn't have shown his weak side, because in the future it would definitely play a negative role for him. Then he decided to talk to the young man after all, because he was his descendant, and began to ask if he knew what his awakening meant, because this information was very important. Of course, the guy didn't want to deceive him because he knew that it would help him in the future, and said that no one had ever told him about it, and that there was no information about his awakening in any of the stories. Then he decided to tell him every detail about himself, because it was very important, and this information would definitely help him in his future endeavors. But the man was also very surprised when he heard his answer, because why would he need the title of blood on the statue if he didn't know the most important story about himself? The young man began to get very anxious, and said that he wanted to obtain a fragment of the world because it was very important to him, and he considered it a great achievement. It turns out that he could have gotten it right after waking up, but no one knew about it, so it was important to remember that the secret had to remain undisclosed. Then he began to explain to him that he wanted to teach him with divine enhanced blood, and if he had this experience, he would be able to compete with anyone. The boy himself could not believe that now he could be taught the perfect mastery of the power of new blood, because such knowledge was one of the most important things for anyone. He also began to ask him why he was doing this at all, since he could simply pass on his knowledge to future generations, who would use it wisely and only for good. The man said that it was a wonderful idea and that he was very happy to train anyone, but there was one problem that must not be forgotten. Not all generations would be able to accept this knowledge and use new blood in the same way as the concentration of blood in humans, and people were constantly changing, so it could turn out to be a terrible story. The problem was that it was necessary to find someone who could become a teacher and pass on their knowledge, because many would simply use it for themselves and consider themselves the best. This was the training ground for future generations, and of course, there was a special method of teaching, because it took a lot of time to master such a gift. When he learned how to use the power of the new blood correctly and reached the necessary level, he would be able to master the technique incredibly well and share his experience with others. He also began to explain to him that everyone who came here got on his nerves a little, but that this could also be beneficial, as it helped him develop his intellect. Even if he managed to release his blood, it was only for a short time, because unfortunately, the laws had been against him for a very long time. The young man said that if it was training, he would gladly undergo it, adding that he was very patient and would study for as long as it took. Then the man smiled and said that they would fight for a very long time until he learned this technique, even if it harmed his health. He also pointed out that people learn best from their mistakes, but the man didn't like that because he hadn't told him anything and immediately decided to move on to practice. The hero got angry and said that just a few seconds ago he said he was ready for anything, but now he had something against his training tactic. He began to ask him if his hands still hurt, because he had really suffered a lot in the previous fight, and said that this would also be a great experience for him to remember his mistakes. He also showed him on his fingers that he had two pieces of good news for him. The first was that the mana was regenerating and the wounds were healing, so there was definitely no need to worry about that. He also decided to tell him the second piece of news, which was that he was not his opponent at all, and that he did not need to be afraid of him. He began to ask him if it was right to learn from his mistakes in battle, because it takes time to recover and get back on your feet. The boy began to remember that this was the same 10-year-old god of combat, but he didn't even have gray hair. He probably hadn't yet reached the level where he could use the power of new blood. The god of combat had used the power of new blood perfectly in his later years, but by then, he already had gray eyes and a lot of gray hair on his beautiful and wise head. Then he began to ask if he had already seen who had come here, but there was no need to introduce them. They were about the same level, so they could compete calmly and show their best. Although his opponent was very unfriendly and told him that if he was afraid, he could run away and no one would say anything to him because they hadn't even started fighting yet. Of course, he did not like such arrogance towards him, because for some reason everyone considered him weak, although later they regretted that they had even started talking to him in such a tone. His opponent was very unhappy because he started to defend himself, as everyone else was usually scared and just ran away without even starting a fight with him. The hero simply saw no point in continuing the dialogue with him and said that it was time to start a fight and finally find out which of them was stronger and more powerful. Of course, everyone believed that he had much more experience and strength, but in reality, it was necessary to see it in practice. There was no other way out. The opponent had a very high opinion of himself and didn't even want to listen to the guy who said that he also had a lot of experience and had defeated many opponents. The man began to tell him that if he used his strength, he would immediately end his life, and he certainly did not want such a fatal outcome after their fight. But the guy wasn't afraid of anything because every enemy he had fought recently had said the same thing to him, and in the end, he had defeated everyone, and they had all apologized. So he immediately decided to start fighting because he was confident that he could defeat anyone who didn't believe in him and mocked him, and then they would regret it and beg him to teach them the same. Literally a few seconds later, the boy was lying on the floor, and they were saying that he was very weak and that it was a shame for them that he was from their clan. They also started saying that he probably had no experience in fighting and that they needed to teach him a little before letting him fight. They told him that he was still very young but had already learned to unleash his power, but it was very strange that he couldn't fight in duels at all and lost his strength so quickly. This was extremely surprising to him, because if he was his descendant, then each of them should be able to fight very well, but he was not like the others. So the man told him that he didn't like the way he looked now, and that it would be a shame if anyone found out about this terrible fight that lasted only a few minutes. So he decided to tell him how to behave in a fight in order to win, and told him to get up and just follow him. The young man was very happy because he had hoped that he would be the one to teach him, and the man had a lot of experience, and was simply the strongest fighter. The hero began to ask him if he even knew that he was falling for the same trick every time, that he wasn't learning from his mistakes, and that this was a big disadvantage for him. He needed to know what to do about this, but of course no one wanted to tell him because he had to find out for himself and make the right decision. The man even started laughing and said that two adults wanted to take revenge on one little boy, and it really did look very strange when you looked at it from the outside. But the boy started smiling and said that he was very curious to know how they were going to do it, because in his mind it was completely impossible. So you didn't start explaining to him that the most important thing was that he didn't control his pace and immediately started hitting straight at the forehead, so you had to watch this every time he entered a duel. People notice this immediately and will control his first strike. You just had to wait for the perfect moment to use this strike and gain the advantage. Then came the next round, where they showed him how to move his body correctly, as this was also an important factor that opponents noticed first every time. The second thing people look at is the body, so he had to think very carefully before making any moves, because everyone would be constantly watching his feet and hands. Of course, it was very interesting for him to observe all this, because no one had ever explained to him how to do all the techniques correctly. He just knew how, but he had no experience. When he was hit, he was able to turn away, so he was told that he had a strong energy flow, which would help him in his future training. The boy was even more confident now because he had at least some knowledge, so he was determined to stay there until the end. The man started laughing at him and said that he shouldn't worry because he would survive anyway, but he would just be much smarter than he was now. The hero didn't even know what to say, so he just decided to remain silent, while his companions teased him and said that he must have swallowed water and decided to just ignore them. But they also told him not to take everything so seriously, because they were just joking, and that the experience he would gain here would help him a lot. If changing the field didn't help him, then he needed to find his opponent's weak spots. Because everyone has them, he just needed to find out where they were. He had to be very attentive, understand which way he was moving, and be sure to follow his body movements, because that way, he would be able to control his opponent's blows. Immediately after his strike, a counterattack could be expected, so he just had to look at him and understand how he would want to retaliate at that very moment. The man looked at him and was sure that the boy would not last long, and would soon say that he no longer wanted to learn, and would simply return to where he came from. But they looked at him and understood that he was putting theory into practice perfectly, and of course, it was a very good move for him. The boy was also very happy that he was able to strike a blow, because he had only a few minutes of theory, and his practice was already incredible for a beginner. Then his partner approached him and asked if he had at least settled in a little, because it was always difficult for newcomers, and very few actually made it to the end. They realized that it wasn't difficult for him at all, so they decided not to go easy on him and show him their full strength, because it would be a plus for him in the future. The guy was very surprised when he realized that victory would not be as easy as he had planned at the beginning when he saw them. No one had ever been able to hit him, and now he saw a lot of his own blood on the floor. Of course, he didn't like it at all and had to do something about it immediately. This was a huge surprise for him because it was literally the first time in his life he had seen blood on himself. It was something impossible. Then they started talking to the guy and asked him if he had already settled in a bit, because he was acting very confident and wasn't afraid of anything. The man began to tell him that he shouldn't feel sorry for him and give his all, because he didn't appreciate that they wanted to show him a little mercy at first. The hero began to understand that he was pushing him away, and of course, his understanding was reinforced by the fact that if this continued, he would lose very quickly. He also understood perfectly well that his body would simply be cut to pieces, so he had to think very carefully about his tactics and next moves. He couldn't understand why the god of the fight wasn't stopping him, because it was against the rules and you couldn't treat your opponent so cruelly. The man was already very happy, so he began to ask him if there was still time to look around and wait for something, because he had to fight him. The boy realized that he couldn't use the power of blood here, and he didn't like that very much because, in essence, he didn't know how to do anything else. Also, looking at his hand, he realized that he couldn't even move his fingers, which scared him a little. The hero sat down next to him and began to mock him, asking if he was still alive, because after such attacks, he simply had no chance of defeating him. The man admitted that he was very strong and not weak at all, because many of them gave up in the first minute of the fight and said they were worthless. So he said that they should end it there, and that he saw no point in continuing, because everything was clear about this hero. The young man began to realize that he could not even move his legs. He was in great pain, and the man promised to help him right away. But literally a few minutes later, he hit him and said that now nothing would hurt, because he could simply ruin his life. He looked at him and realized that his strength was gone, so he couldn't muster any more energy. He needed another 8 seconds to recover. After 1 second, he said there were 7 left, then 6, and then he began to think that it was already 5. These thoughts helped him fight the feeling that he was powerless. The boy counted every second he had left because he needed to know for himself how many seconds he had before he could take another blow. He began to ask about something that had always interested him about the Vernon's family, because no one had ever been able to answer this question. Their descendants had exactly the same eyes as this boy. They were incredibly kind, and ordinary people never had such eyes. The color was simply incredible in each of them. The man disliked him intensely, and simply shouted that he was doing this so that it would be his last day on Earth, and he would never be able to return. At that moment, the boy began to understand that he had only 1 second left to restore his strength and his entire body. When he stood up and began to move, the man couldn't believe his eyes, and looked at him as if he had done something impossible. The young man approached him and began to say that he himself had threatened to destroy his life if he awakened the power within him, which was exactly what had just happened. But he smiled and looked at him and said that this was probably the end for him, because now he could calmly do what the other man had threatened to do for so long. After the blow, the hero couldn't understand why he didn't feel any pain, because it felt like a mosquito had landed on his shoulder and nothing more. The man began to smile and asked if he really thought he could break his skull, and promised to show him how to do it properly. After all, he had no experience in fighting, and the man began to laugh and said that he would show him how to fight one-on-one. Of course, this made the young man very angry, because he knew his skills and understood that the man was just teasing him and trying to provoke him into a fight. The boy couldn't understand how this was possible, because his opponent had somehow managed to throw him up in the air, and he didn't even have time to understand how or when it happened. The inspector had already told him to stop because their task was to teach the students something, not to destroy them in their first fight. So God stood between them and said that the training was over, that he needed to have at least some sense and understand the tasks he was given, and not do whatever he wanted. The man became very angry and said that he would have done the same in his place, so there was no need to stop him now. He didn't like this very much. God began to look at him very angrily, and he was annoyed that he had not listened to him, and had even begun to contradict his orders and show off his name. So the hero immediately understood everything and said that he knew all the rules and began to apologize for not being able to stop immediately when he was told to do so the first time. Then they began to praise him and said that it was basically a great job, and only said that he should not be treated like a child. The man just sat by the wall and rejoiced that he was still alive, because he understood perfectly well that his opponent was very strong and his chances were slim. He also had to understand where the dream ended and reality began. They called him over and told him he had to give them one thing that was very important. Then he said that perhaps the blood of the god of the sky, his own father Arita, flowed in him, so despite everything, he was still very strong and should be treated as one of their own. Despite the fact that he was the son of a god, he would treat him well, and there was no need to worry that he would be treated different. He finally gave him his blessing in the form of the body of the god of fighting. This would be his reward, but for many it was simply the best thanks they could give for everything. The boy did not yet fully understand what had happened, because he knew nothing and needed to focus in order to understand everything correctly and not mess anything up. It just wasn't in his story that he wouldn't be able to get this body, because everyone said it would be extremely difficult, and he definitely wouldn't be able to do it right away. He also said that this was basically all he could do for him now and that he couldn't give him anything more, but it was also a huge success in his work. They started telling him that it was very nice to meet him, but the guy could see that he was still angry and probably hurt his pride very much. Then he heard someone addressing him, but he didn't like the way he was called, so he started to get angry because of this manner. The man smiled at him and said that he had only met weak people, so he thought he would be the same, but in principle he knew that everyone is different. Of course, he was pleased to hear this because he had been complimented on exceeding expectations, so it was very nice to hear. The hero just looked at him and said that he hoped they would meet again because he had enjoyed their meeting and would like to repeat it. Of course, there was no point in talking about such facts because they were obvious, and everyone knew that the result would be exactly the same in the end. He also asked if there were at least a couple of places left that the god of the match had left, because it was difficult to find even one where his foot had not stepped. So he told him that they were done, and that he should try very hard to find them, because it was important and even very interesting to him. At one point, the guy wakes up on the floor and can't understand what happened. Was it just a dream? But even if so, he didn't come here for nothing. In front of him, he saw the same fragment of the world he had been looking for so long, and he simply couldn't believe his eyes. Maybe he was still asleep and it was all unreal. It was the very instrument used by the gods to create the world, and finding one was simply impossible for an ordinary person. It was the very piece of the perfect world. Aiden had used these fragments to gain incredible power, which ultimately led to the destruction of the world. Since he got this fragment before him, Aiden would not be able to become as strong as he was before, but in his place, he would simply be in a frenzy that someone had taken his power. But then he started smiling and realized that the end would be happy anyway, so there was no need to worry about anything anymore. The man began to tell the girl that it seemed like Mord had returned from the grave, but she just smiled and said that she had heard about it and was making plans with him. Of course, it was a business plan, and she already had her first task ready, which she was sure she could accomplish in the very near future. But she just smiled and said that the most important thing was to be a good sister because she wanted it so much. If you look at other families, not only the children of the archdukes could become heirs to the Vernon's family, so in principle, anyone who wanted to try their hand at it had a chance. To earn the right to become one of them, there had to be competitions where descendants of other families were also present to determine how strong they were and whether they had the spirit to compete as true warriors in the future. Each of them gradually increased their strength, which was very difficult to do, but now there were 5 candidates who had very serious intentions and achievements. The news that Mord had cleaned the grave of the god of combat did not escape them, of course, so they were already looking forward to meeting him, knowing that he would be a very strong opponent. One of them said that he was sure that all the heirs would want to lure Mord to their side, because he was incredibly strong, and no one wanted to miss such an opportunity. But he couldn't let such a talented guy fall into the wrong hands, so he had to do everything to make sure he came to them and stayed with them. Archduke Vernon's castle looked incredibly beautiful, and of course everyone wanted to visit it, but not everyone was allowed in. The servants told him that he would now live there and promised him whatever he wanted. He only had to ask. This was the castle of the first region, a place where not only the rich could live, but also ordinary people who simply had great power and achievements. But ordinary warriors lived in the second region. They treated him very well because he was a descendant of the Vernons, and they were probably just afraid of his power. After all, none of them had ever seen him in a weak state, and perhaps they simply had to do everything to ensure that they continued to respect him. The servants always treated him very well. If he needed anything, He only had to ask them, and they would immediately fulfill his request in the best possible way. At one point there was a loud rumbling sound, and no one could understand where it was coming from. Of course, they were very frightened and did not know what to do next. A man entered the palace and began to speak to the face, because he had long been curious to see what he looked like and what he was like. He began to tell him that warriors could be divided into 4 levels: normal warrior, average warrior, advanced warrior, and supreme warrior. So they began to tell him that they had come with a message from the young Lord Dren. It seemed that they were at the level of average warriors, and that was not very good for him. The man began to shout that he had heard a lot about Lord Mord and was simply convinced that the miracle he had performed was simply incredible, and that he had more than just physical strength. He was also very surprised by his skills, because in any situation he was simply incredible, even if his opponent was 2 or 3 times stronger than him. He also started laughing and told him that he should be grateful for such an offer because it was a great honor and very few people received it. The young man began to think that there was nothing in history about this gentleman. He only remembered those who had managed to survive after 7 years of struggle. The guards began to get very angry and said that he didn't understand anything, and that he was missing an incredible opportunity and shouldn't have taken so long to think about the offer. They started to get angry with him, and said that it couldn't be true, because every story told of such an incredible man as Mr. Dren. At one point they couldn't understand what had happened, because a young man had entered the room who surprised them greatly with his presence. So they began to ask him what he was doing there, because judging by their reaction, he was an average knight, and they were all very frightened by his presence. It seemed that he was not only good because of his Vernon's blood, because he looked simply incredible, and all they had to do was talk to him to relax a little. He approached one of the servants and said that he was here for the same reason as him, but the servant refused, saying that he had come here first, so he had a better chance. The man smiled and said that there was no queue here, that the boy had to choose where he wanted to go, and where he would continue his journey. The servant suggested that he leave, but he only got angry and said that he would come back later because he would accept any offer, just so that he wouldn't have to regret it later. If he wasn't confident enough, he could just leave, because there was no need to waste time on people who wanted to give up at the first sign of competition. They wouldn't do anything to him because they were just average warriors, and he had nothing to fear from these weak people. Then he looked at him and asked if he was ready to go with him now and continue his training with his help. Approaching him, he shook his hand and said that his name was Walls, and that he was very happy to have made such an incredible acquaintance. The young man immediately said that everything suited him, as explaining the details now would be extremely strange, and he basically didn't need anything other than what he already knew. But then the man began to tell him that he had probably come to persuade him to switch sides to Vaden, but also asked what would happen to him if he refused. The man began to compliment him, saying that he was an incredibly strong warrior, and that he had many offers for him, so what was the point of refusing? After all, he could make him an incredibly strong man at any cost, and everyone who saw him would be proud to know him personally. Of course, he might be excited by such an offer, especially after defeating the old fool, but he needed to develop his skills, and he could help him with that. The guy started smiling and liked the compliments he was getting, so he decided that it would be a very interesting experience for him. The hero began to ask him if he needed any weapon, because he didn't think he had any great strength just in his body. The man said that nothing of the sort was necessary, and that they would fight only with their own strength without any weapons, which he liked much better, as the fight would be more interesting that way. So, without thinking twice, he decided to use his pulse attack, as he was sure that this tactic would definitely help him in the first second of the fight. Then he began to explain to him that he would not be able to use this skill because he had no chance of defeating him now. Of course, the guy wasn't listening to anyone because everyone was telling him the same thing, so he decided to start the fight and see how things would turn out. The man was very surprised and began to beg him not to talk about what he had learned in 4 days, because it was simply impossible for any human being. Of course, he didn't even want to listen to him because he understood that everyone was just telling him that when they saw him using a new power they had heard about for the first time. He was also a very strong opponent, and the man did not even expect that it would turn out this way, because he thought that people were simply exaggerating his abilities. It turned out that he was much stronger than he had imagined, so he even began to fear that he might lose to him, and then his reputation would be completely ruined. Looking at the guy, he saw that his mana was getting stronger and stronger with each blow. Of course, he didn't like this very much, and didn't know what to do next. The guy saw his surprised face and simply said that it was too late to be surprised because he had warned him that he had great powers, especially since it was just a warm-up for him. Then he began to tell him that with such mana, he could easily defeat the instructor himself, that it was impossible to reach such a level without any training. This made him smile, and he began to think of many possibilities of what they could do together with such incredible strength. So he started asking him why he didn't show his full strength in the fight with the instructor, and asked him why, since this fight was incredibly important to him. The guy understood that he wouldn't believe him anyway, so there was no point in telling the truth because they weren't close enough to talk openly with each other. He began to recall in his mind that he had been given God's blessing for the fight. This fact was incredibly strange to him, and to this day, he still couldn't believe it. It not only allowed him to use some incredible power, but also multiplied his talent literally twofold. He became much stronger than he had been before. He also learned how to use a fragment of the world as a source of mana, only thanks to the story, and he was very glad that he knew the whole plot, as it helped him a lot now. The man saw that the boy did not want to answer him at all and did not even insist, because he understood that everyone can have their own secrets. So he said that it didn't really matter and even admitted that he had underestimated him, and that they needed to decide what to do about it. The man just wanted to show that he could also be much stronger, but the boy did not understand why he should do this, because it was supposed to be just a friendly fight. It was difficult for him to understand what the other man wanted to do, because he would never agree to fight with anyone, and immediately warned him that he had great talent and strength. But they were all very curious about what kind of blood was flowing through him, because this man was incredibly strong and was getting stronger and stronger every day. The story told of people who fell under the power of the full moon, most of whom turned into terrible creatures at that very moment. But of course, there were those who were able to cope with the curse and learn to use their powers as they wished, becoming something between a human and a monster. These people were incredibly strong because at any moment of their lives, they could become whatever they wanted, and this gave them great strength and power. The story told of people who fell under the influence of the full moon, most of whom transformed on that day, and it was necessary to beware of such people. But people who had incredible power to restrain themselves could either transform when they needed to, or, conversely, not do so when the full moon came. The boy couldn't believe what he was seeing, because the man had become much larger than he had been before, and this fact surprised him greatly. But he was sure that he still had much more mana, so defeating him was almost impossible for him to comprehend. A person had to be incredibly strong to defeat him, because after everything he had been through, he had a lot of experience and talent that had been passed on to him. The man just hoped that he would not be able to defeat him because in that case he would lose his strength again and would have to wait some time. The human-like creature began to say that of course he had better mana, but because he was the way he was, he now had a much better chance of defeating him. After all, he was much bigger and stronger than him, and everyone understood that something had to be done immediately so that he would not lose this battle. It was very difficult for the boy to concentrate because he understood that this creature was incredibly large, and defeating it would be very difficult, if not impossible. He was much stronger than he thought, but clearly not to the extent that he could use the power of his new blood, which meant he was not strong enough for such opponents. But when he used his new abilities and began to tell this creature that it was probably time to end the fight because it was unclear who would win in such a battle. Of course, the man began to smile and realized that he was afraid, so he suggested that he end the fight because he couldn't even use the power of his new blood. The guy simply told him that he would probably just leave this world because sometimes he couldn't control his strength, and everyone who had ever fought him knew that. He also began to repeat what he had already said in his proposal to end the fight, because he was simply warning him that he would defeat him with a single blow of his fist. The hero was extremely confident in his abilities because he knew for sure that he had been given an incredible talent that would allow him to defeat any creature. He possessed a fragment of the world that could remove mana after he defeated the god of combat, so he was simply confident that he could defeat anyone. He had only one fragment, so he had to accept it as a blessing within 20 seconds. But he also understood perfectly well that what he now had in his hand was enough to destroy the balance of power, and that this was his only chance to win without getting hurt himself. The human-like creature simply smiled and asked if he really thought he could defeat a monster twice his size, and clearly stronger than him. They had fought for a very long time, and of course it was difficult for them to gather their strength and fight again and again, without even showing that they were tired or unable to continue. None of them wanted to admit that this fight was very difficult, and that they needed time to rest, but that would automatically mean defeat for the person who asked for it. When the guards watched all this, they were very afraid for Walls because they understood that he had never had such a strong opponent, and might never have one again. At one point, the guy realized that this was his home, and he didn't like that at all because he still hoped to return there, and not just once. Therefore, he immediately began to worry very much whether he was even alive. It was necessary to check this fact immediately before it was too late, and something could be done to help. The man just lay on the floor and repeated the same phrase over and over again that he had lost, and would never be able to look Sir Vedin in the eye again. Then they started talking about how Mord would be of great help to them, and that they needed to protect such a valuable fighter who had incredible strength and talent. He simply began to beg him to give him his strength, because it was simply incredible, and even magical in some ways, Mord looked at his house and didn't think it would suffer so much, because no one would pay him for the repairs, and he needed a place to live right now. But then he started looking at Walls and asking if he was okay, because he looked terrible, and he even felt a little ashamed that they had started this fight. The man transformed again, and the boy was very surprised because it turned out that he had another ace up his sleeve and had simply decided to hide this fact from everyone. There was nothing he could do about it now, so he would have to use his powers again, but he still hadn't learned to control them, so he was a little worried about that. Walls was very angry and still believed that he could defeat him, because if that didn't happen, he simply wouldn't be able to stay here and would feel great shame. The guards ran up to the girl and began to tell her that she was one of the 7 heirs. This fact was very important now for everyone who was there with them. They were very worried and began to bombard her with questions, but she just calmed them down and said that at this rate, one of them would surely die. After all, Walls had lost his mind because he was very angry and now just wanted to win at any cost, and had completely lost control of his powers. Even if he woke up, he would definitely agree with her that he needed to be taken to the medical center and given everything necessary to get him back on his feet. The girl approached the man and said that they had never met before, but she had heard a lot about him and was curious to meet him in person. She also said that they had been looking for him for a very long time and that they had very similar bodies, but his face was completely different, which was very strange to her now. She was a very friendly girl and told him her name, then began to tell him that she would like him to call her Ernie's older sister. The boy was very upset and found it difficult to understand what she wanted from him and why she had started being so friendly. The girl began to punish herself severely for what she had said, and it was extremely embarrassing for her because she really hadn't thought before she started talking to him. That's why he told her not to be such a friendly sister, because not everyone likes that kind of thing, and many people simply won't talk to her after that. He was an illegitimate child in the family who used to be just an ordinary guy, and he clearly wouldn't like how she offered to be friends and call herself his sister. But Ernie was simply very surprised by how he used the power of his new blood, because even people with a lot of experience cannot do this. It turns out that Walls didn't even have enough experience and skills to defeat a man who came here for the first time, and basically entered the fight for the first time as well. Therefore, they all understood that the fight for this boy would become much more serious, and everyone who knew his story would want to take him in and train him in their group. She decided to do everything to keep him there, because he was an extremely valuable warrior who would definitely be able to help them in the future. They just needed to send someone who could assure him that their conditions were the best possible, and that only with them would he be happy and comfortable. Erinai really wanted to get this guy and understood that if she had such a powerful warrior, she would also become one of the best. They began to say that there was a statement that Mord would accompany him on his mission. The girl did not like this fact very much and was extremely surprised. The guy was very surprised at how quickly his new house was built, because not even a day had passed and they had built it in just a couple of hours. But when he saw the man who appeared immediately after he looked at the house, he was very surprised because he definitely did not expect to see him there. It was Sir Kessner, looking as incredible as ever, but the guy just couldn't understand why he had come here and what he wanted from him. He started talking to him, saying that he was making a lot of noise and asking if he couldn't just live like normal people, but the boy explained that everyone was fighting over him and it was hard for him to accept. Kessner explained that in 10 days he was leaving on a mission with his comrades and he would like him to join them because it would be much easier for them then. Mord began to listen to him, and he didn't like it very much because he hadn't come just like that, but simply offered him a task that was unclear. Then he began to explain to him that they needed to defeat the demonification, because it was very important to them at that moment, and his help would be invaluable. The monsters in the demonic dungeons were almost identical to those found here, so in principle, it would not be difficult for him to defeat them. But demonification only works on monsters, so they decided to capture humanity because there is a demon in the dungeon who controls everything. The first thing that will happen is the appearance of a whirlwind, immediately followed by the second stage, which will be the consolidation of the funnels that have already been created, and this will be one of the worst stages. After that, the third stage will begin, when everything will be destroyed, and the demons will become stronger and stronger. It is at this stage that they will understand what a demon really is. That is when the world will turn into monsters and people who penetrate them. Every living creature will have a demon inside them, and they will behave as cruelly as possible, even towards their loved ones. And it turns out that in the third stage, the world will be completely destroyed, so it is best to stop the process in the second stage before it is too late. These were very good tasks for novice warriors like him, because they need to raise their level and never give up, but he will not persuade him to leave. Mord realized that Kessner was close to the Archduke and might be useful to him in the future, so he couldn't refuse him now. He also received too much attention after defeating Walls, and was tired of people constantly asking him to join them or become part of their team. In principle, there was no point in thinking about it for too long, because it would be very foolish of him to lose such a strong connection. The guy immediately agreed to the test. Then he asked when their first training session would be, because it was very important to him, and he was ready to go out there and compete to the end. The coach immediately brought him to the team and apologized for being late, but then introduced him and said that he would be with them and also go on missions. He explained to them that he had an average level of training and had defeated a person with the same level, which meant that he could defeat much stronger opponents. Looking at his teammates, he was sure that they were all very highly trained and that it would be difficult for him to work with them because he had no experience. Of course, he did not even doubt that they were worried about the newcomer joining them and having to teach him everything from scratch, since he knew nothing. Therefore, he thought that all he had to do was show his true strength, because no one had ever believed in him, and it turned out that he was much stronger. The guy was about 180 centimeters tall, but his body immediately revealed his vast experience, because you could immediately see what kind of person he really was and what he was capable of. They shook hands, and the man who had a lot of experience was confident that he would defeat him, so he told the new guy right away. Although he was very happy to meet him and said that he was the new guy everyone was talking about, and that he was very pleased to meet such a person. Everyone on the team began to compliment him, saying that he was very manly, powerful, and talented, and the guy was even surprised that they were all so friendly to him. But at one point, the coach interrupted them because he wanted to share some very important news that every member of the team needed to hear. So he began to explain that they would be working together for the next 10 days. He apologized but said that he had to go to the grave of his god. They would have to train alone for a while, and he told his best warrior to help the newcomer settle in and start training as if he were at home. Then Urkiasin immediately approached him, wanting to get acquainted because he was pleased that they had a new person and could talk to him. So he told him his name and said that he had a lot of experience and was a skilled warrior. He also introduced his partner Rek and said that they were both from Vernons. He also said that working together was very important, so they needed to have very good connections, because they always had to talk to each other and agree on their decisions. But looking at his partner, Rek, he couldn't understand how they could get along, because everything about him gave him away, and he clearly didn't want to get to know him. Urkiasin was a very positive guy and said that they had very little time, so they needed to start training right away, because the results had to be visible immediately. He really wanted the three of them to become best friends, because only then would they be able to achieve the best results and be the strongest trio. When the 10 days of training were over, they had to show their results because they had to go on a very important mission that would save the world. They all greeted their coach and asked if he wanted to eat something first, but he said that he had a very important task and simply did not have time. Looking at his three best leaders, he said that this task was extremely important and that they needed to be very careful because he wanted them to return safe and sound. He was also very curious to see if the newcomer would be able to fit in with these people and if he felt uncomfortable being in a completely unfamiliar environment. But looking at him, he couldn't understand what kind of power he had because he had never seen anything like it before, and he became very curious. Looking at his face, he realized that he was competing in a completely different way than the other one, and even began to wonder if he could become even stronger than he was before. Urkiasin was very happy when he saw his coach and began to ask him if he had returned and how things had been going for him there. But he asked like a newcomer, and the other began to tell him that they had managed to teach him all the basics, and they had also taught him how to use physical enhancements to destroy poison. He also began to praise the boy and said that he was a very good student and that he had never worked with anyone who was so easy and comfortable to work with. Watching their training, the instructor said that he couldn't believe it himself because he was a real monster when you looked at his fight. Mord found these training sessions very enjoyable and liked spending time there because every time he stopped, he felt a new strength within himself. Of course, he began to remember his past and realized that back then he had no dreams at all, let alone the strength to compete, and he was one of the weakest. The day came when they had to go on a mission. Of course, each of them was very nervous because it was really important for everyone. The instructor thanked everyone for their training and said that he was confident that they were very well prepared and that the task would not seem difficult to them. But they decided to ask anyway, just in case someone had changed their mind and didn't want to go on the mission, because you had to have the desire and strength to do it. Every man was important on this mission, and the most important thing was teamwork. They had to work together no matter what, because there was a newcomer in their team. They were very worried about how he would work with them, but it seemed that he had blended into the team as if he were one of them, and no one even noticed that there was a new person. The instructor asked him if he was sure that everything was okay, and that he could work in this team regardless of any difficulty. Mord was more confident than ever and said that he was looking forward to the start of the mission because he had been preparing for it for a long time and wanted to prove himself. So he said that this was wonderful, and that he needed to conserve his strength, and he was also confident that the guy would definitely be able to prove himself. When they got there, they realized that the second stage had already begun, And of course, they didn't like this fact very much because it was very difficult to start fighting them at this stage. So they started thinking about what to do next, and the two guys looked at the count and didn't know what to do to win and complete the task successfully. He was a very good scout, but it seemed to him that the destruction of the world had begun a day earlier, and they had miscalculated their time and arrived too late. Also, if you think logically, judging by everything, there is another small leak of information somewhere here. The destruction has not yet begun, but it was only a matter of time. If the demonization began in two places, there would be a greater chance that the two geolocations would converge, and this would, of course, destroy the world much faster. So there was much less time than they thought. They had to do everything in their power to save this world, because that was why they came on such a difficult and important mission. They needed to head to the center, because there they would be able to find out what stage they were at, and how difficult it would be to defeat them after everything they had already seen. The boy looked at everything that had just happened and thought it was just some kind of painting, because it didn't look real at all, and that scared him the most. In his opinion, this was the center, and now they had to give it their all to at least understand what had happened here, and how much time they had. Maybe it was just in the city, but there were a lot of small monsters here that they had to defeat without losing strength, but it would take a lot of time. A lot of creatures appeared at once, but they understood perfectly well that this was not all of them, and that with every second more and more would appear. It was the same army of orcs, and they had to defeat them at all costs, because if the creatures defeated them, they wouldn't even be able to understand what stage they were at. Then the guy immediately ordered Rek and Mordu to awaken new blood, and asked if he remembered how to make traps, because at this stage, this mission was very important. They all had to work as a team to achieve the great success that would help them move on to the next stage and begin to fight and solve the problem of humanity. Then you did not immediately go on the attack and realize that you now needed to defeat them immediately and try not to lose strength at this initial stage of the task. They also realized that for such a large number of monsters, they were too fast and needed to immediately come up with at least something to defeat them without hesitation. But they realized that the same process of demonization had begun, and in any case it was too late to call for help. They had to fight on their own. Rek and Mord had to deal with the Cyclops, while he would go after the demons, as this was the best way to distract them and have at least one person who could fight them to the end. But it turned out that Mord was facing such a problem for the first time, and it was difficult for him to work. But looking at him, they understood that he was not even afraid, and that was incredible for a newcomer. The demons were very strong, and defeating them with just the three of them was extremely difficult. But the most important thing was to stick together, because they were invincible when they worked together. The monster knew how to take people's energy, and it was very scary because Rek already realized that he was losing a lot of strength, and it was difficult for him to continue working. They had to set a trap as quickly as possible because if they didn't, their strength would be very low and the task would fail, and they wouldn't be able to do anything else. Mord started yelling at his partner to look to the right because there was a thief there and he had to fight him off at all costs right now. Rek realized that he was no ordinary thief, and with every passing minute, all three of them understood that their chances were getting slimmer and slimmer because the thieves were really very strong. It turned out that he was a monster, and for each of them it was a great shock because it was difficult to accept the fact that there were more and more monsters. Then they thanked Rek and said that they didn't want to get their hands dirty because of the Cyclops, and they managed to get out of this situation, so each of them was proud of themselves at that moment. But when the man saw the Count, he was very surprised and didn't even know what to say to him, because he didn't expect to meet him in such a terrible place. More and more demons appeared, and it was very difficult to fight them because they were very strong, and no one expected such a result. Only because of their numbers were they able to complete the demonification quickly, and now they would have to fight two highly skilled demons in the center of the dungeon. Mord was very surprised because the man had survived the fall from such a height, which was simply impossible for an ordinary person. He was still very young, but the blood of a god of combat flowed through his veins. When the demon found out about this, he couldn't believe it, because he had never encountered such people in his entire career. Of course, Mord already knew all his abilities, and he was not surprised that everyone who saw him for the first time was very surprised and could not believe it. The gates leading to the world of demons were open, so he had to go there, but he knew that he couldn't fight them alone because it was the very center of the action. One person would never have been able to cope there, and being alone in the center of demonic structures was simply suicide, and there was no need to make such sacrifices. Of course, they were underground, and perhaps that made it harder for them, because people who were used to living on the surface felt uncomfortable in the dungeon. The demon just started looking at the guy, smiling and saying that he was the one who was going to take his life, and that he would regret coming to his territory. They saw his face and were very surprised because he seemed to have fallen through the ground, and no one could understand where he had disappeared to, or why he was not visible. The man was very surprised when he heard this, because he certainly did not expect to find out that his best fighter had disappeared. This news upset him greatly, and of course, surprised him. So he immediately began to ask what had happened, and that it was necessary to find him immediately before it was too late, because many terrible things could happen to him. Of course, the man said that they had to go after him, and that he would show them the approximate place where he was last seen, although no one knew what the outcome would be. At the same time, the hero talked to the demon, and asked why he had brought him to the deepest part of the dungeon, as it was also the most dangerous. The demon just smiled, and said that the dungeons had connected, and as a result, a second demon had arrived, who was much stronger and more experienced than him. It turned out that the winner would come out to enjoy the victory they had been striving for so long, and no one knew who the winner would be. The guy told him that he was staying here, and that he had 3 people with new blood who were now fighting alongside him. The demon began to talk about how young heroes are much better warriors than those who have already suffered many injuries, so he even liked this admission very much. He also offered to fight the demon one-on-one, as that would be fairer, but of course the boy couldn't even imagine how difficult it would be to defeat him. Ordinary demons are divided into the lowest, middle, and highest levels, so it would be difficult to defeat someone who was at the highest level of all. There were even those who were considered demons of anarchy, and they were princes and dukes who could kill a warrior of any class and level with a single blow. The men realized that the situation was very bad, and that they had to solve this problem immediately before it was too late. They realized that he had great potential, but was not yet able to face a demon of any class alone, because one-on-one it was impossible. Of course, they understood this and simply mocked the boy, knowing that he would never be able to defeat him, as no one had ever been able to perform such a miracle. But surprisingly, the boy was very confident in himself, because everyone told him that he couldn't defeat him, and as a result, he was always the strongest. So he began to assure everyone that he could definitely handle it alone, and that he didn't need any help. If he wanted to fight like that, then in principle, there was no problem. In this situation, there was no point in assessing his ability, because he just had to go ahead and show what he was really capable of. He simply had no choice but to face this terrible enemy one-on-one, because otherwise they would have failed their mission and achieved nothing. The demon just started laughing really hard and said that he couldn't be so confident because he didn't have a chance of winning. So he just decided to see how long he could last in the fight, because he knew for sure that victory would be his, and there was no point in even trying. After a few minutes of fighting, even the demon himself said that he was very good, but he still had no chance, so he still had the opportunity to surrender. After that, he decided to use a technique that no one had ever used before. It was the same dance of fighting spirit, an extremely powerful tactic. Mord didn't immediately understand what to do, but literally a second later, his subconscious told him to use a technique that would destroy the mirage. The demon knew this and began to smile, saying that he really wanted to play with him a little because it amused him, and he knew that no one would ever defeat him. He also knew that after being reborn into the body of a moron, he had competed several times, but now, for the first time, he felt that he had given his all. The demon simply began to ask him if he could still move, because according to all his calculations, he should already be lying on the floor, unable to do anything. Of course, he had guessed that he would be much stronger, and that he would have to give his all to defeat him in this difficult battle. But when he started using all his skills and strength, the guy was very surprised because he realized that this was the most difficult moment of their entire operation. Their fight was incredibly difficult, and his partners were very worried about him and didn't know how to help him in this situation. They understood perfectly well that if they did anything to help him, their victory would not count, and everything would be in vain. So they just had to watch the whole situation unfold and hope that Mord was much stronger than they had hoped, and would be able to win again. The enemy used a core that no one had ever been able to defeat, and no one had ever heard of it before, so none of them knew how to use it. The demon lay on the floor, unable to do anything, and was extremely surprised at how the boy had managed to bring him to such a terrible state. The boy just said that Saru needed to gather all the trophies and join the other participants, while he would go into the dungeon and fix everything there. He also said that there was no need to worry about him because he had a lot of experience, and even if 3 of them got there, only 1 would have to fight. Therefore, there was no point in wasting time going there altogether. It was better for them to collect the trophies, while he tried to return unharmed. When the instructor came to them, he was very surprised and began to ask if there really was no demon here and where he could have gone. But the guy proved to him that he was there by showing him his sword, and the instructor immediately began to ask how he could have defeated him one-on-one without any help. The hero simply said that luck was on his side, and that if he had fought with all his strength from the very beginning, he would not have been able to cope with him alone, but he worked very intelligently and thoughtfully. The man began to praise him endlessly and said that they would definitely need him because his strength was simply incredible. No one had ever done such wonderful things before. Then the guy started smiling and said that he would be a Sir Mord because what he does is incredible, and with every fight he amazes his mentors and partners more and more. So, they started asking him when they could break the core, but they decided that they still had some time because they needed to study the dungeon very well. He also needed to restore his energy and gain enough experience and knowledge to choose his own future and not make a mistake, because he really had potential. He was told that 1 year would be enough for someone like him, and that he would surely amaze everyone who crossed their path. After the first task, he went on several more similar ones, thanks to which he managed to return to the duchy after a whole month. He was, of course, praised for his incredible achievements, and the man told him that there would be a banquet in 5 days, and asked if he knew about it. It would be an incredible banquet where all the warriors would gather and officially receive their rewards for the achievements they had made in their tasks. It was a very important meeting. He couldn't be late and had to arrive on time, so he needed to rest well and recharge his batteries. The young man understood that there would be many famous people there, and most of all, there would be those who wanted to take the prince's place, because such people had always existed and would not miss this chance. Aiden had constant quarrels with the prince, and even several critical moments in his life, after which it was difficult for him to pull himself together, so he would definitely use this chance for himself. He was also sure that he would make Lion his ally, because they were very good friends, and Lion had long since left his family, so nothing could prevent him from taking this place. Of course, immediately after that, a battle for the prince's place will begin around Lion, because everyone wants to gain such glory for themselves, and will definitely not miss such a chance. From this moment on, quarrels begin even between those who are very good friends, because, of course, everyone will consider themselves to be much better than the other. He will have to fight not only with his enemies but also with Eden himself, because he needed a strong ally, and that prince was supposed to be it. When he put on his clothes, he couldn't get used to them, because there were 5 candidates in real time, and most of them would probably be at the banquet today. He would need to find out as much information as possible about each of them, and understand who used what powers and how he would need to compete with them. When the guy saw him, he immediately waved his hand and said that he was here, and invited him to come over because he wanted to talk to him now. The hero smiled and said that he knew he would have no one to come with, so he would be alone, and they could spend time together, because everyone needs someone to be around. After the award ceremony, there was bound to be a reception, so they hoped to meet someone there and find a partner for the evening, because almost everyone had come with someone else and not alone. But there were also high-ranking warriors with great potential, and the guys had no chance of defeating them. There were also ordinary Mord warriors, so there were a lot of people, and each of them considered himself the best, but this still had to be proven in battle. Everyone was talking about Mord because he fought one-on-one with a demon, and no one could believe how he, at only 15 years old, was able to defeat him. People also said that in just 2 months, he had become an incredible warrior, taking the lives of many warriors who were much bigger and higher class than himself. When the man saw Erickson, he told him that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, but Erickson was frightened when he realized that they had met again at the banquet. But of course, he immediately bowed to him and said that he was incredibly happy to see him, and that it was a great honor for him to see the prince himself. The man looked courageous, and it was immediately apparent that he was a prince. He clearly had a wealth of experience, and of course, all the skills one could possibly have. Then the prince asked the young man to leave him alone because he wanted to talk to him about some very important matters that had been on his mind for a long time. He also said that it would not be very polite to talk about this in front of a large group of people, so he wanted to meet with him alone and find out everything that interested him. The prince could not understand what this meant, and how anyone could say no to him and not leave them when he himself had asked them to stay. Biden Vernon's arrived. He was the 6th contender for the position of heir, and also had extensive experience and mastered various fighting techniques. Therefore, he told the prince that it was immediately clear what they would talk about, because in principle he had no other topics for conversation except hiring Sir Morda. He just smiled and said that he was very much mistaken, and that he should not jump to conclusions just because he had made something up. He also began to explain that he was only there to apologize for the rudeness of his men, but at that moment the man could not understand what he was talking about. Then he began to explain that he had sent his men to invite him here, and no one could believe that the prince himself was apologizing personally to the young man. But he continued, and said that he had ordered them to behave very politely towards him, but they had done the opposite, and put themselves much higher than they really were. He also said that it was indeed his fault because he had not kept an eye on such people and had not controlled their discipline, which is why he was offering his sincere apology. Despite his title, he accepted the newcomer with complete indifference and at least tried to remain neutral so as not to quarrel with Lord Kaiser. So he handed him a box and said that he wanted him to accept it as a sign of his apology and that it would also help improve his reputation. The young man realized that he was quite cunning and very knowledgeable about politics, but he also needed to behave like a well-mannered young man. He thanked him for the gift and said that the prince would definitely accept it. The prince smiled and was very happy that they had found common ground. Of course, everyone in the hall began to watch, and no one liked the fact that the prince was paying such special attention to a boy who had only a couple of months' experience in the army. He watched this and became very angry because it annoyed him that the prince had never treated him so well in his life, no matter how many things he did. He approached the prince and immediately wanted to talk to him and explain the situation, because there was no need to show off his talent if he didn't know anything. So he decided to talk to him politely and said that he had heard a lot about his strength and simply wanted to meet him and find out where he had learned to fight so well. Although he didn't like his voice very much, he tried his best to restrain himself and not show that he didn't like him. The guy approached Deddy and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and that he was incredibly happy to talk to her now in such company. The girl smiled and said that she had only seen Mord and Dren exchange a few words, and that they hadn't really managed to have a conversation. We also started talking about how he didn't even say hello to him, and he just said that there was no need to show off so much because there were certain boundaries that he had already crossed. The girl started smiling and said that people might think he cared too much about her, but this was the same brother who broke her arm and didn't even apologize for it. The guy started talking, asking her if she ever thought that her sister, who had broken both her legs, should be left to die. At that moment, another guy joined the conversation and said that they were making a scene in front of many people and that they shouldn't be discussing their personal affairs in public. He also started saying that 3 presidents had gathered here who wanted to take the prince's place, and would, of course, do everything to ensure that they were elected today. So, he decided to tell them about each candidate, because he was sure that this would definitely help Dren, a true strategist, but that they shouldn't trust him. Then he started talking about Biden and said that he was a nobody and should not be considered a competitor at all. Immediately after that, he moved on to the girl and said that Erna was a little strange, but it was impossible to know her capabilities yet because she surprised people more and more each time. Their conversation was interrupted by one of the characters, who said that they should finish up because the prince would be arriving soon and there was no need to cause any animosity. Erna immediately asked him if he wasn't supposed to be on an important mission, but he said that he had only been here for half an hour and had rushed over from his assignment. The man began to speak to Hiron and said that he did not expect to see him here, but he immediately replied that he had not come here for the banquet, but only to see the hero of the gossip. At that moment, they told him that they were very happy to meet him and that it was a great honor to be personally acquainted with someone who had single-handedly defeated a demon. Also in their company was a man named Hiron Vernans, who was the 4th contender for the throne, as he also had remarkable talents. The young man immediately said that he was very pleased to meet him, and the latter replied that he had very strong hands, and asked if it was with this fist that he had destroyed the demon. He also told him that he really wanted to try fighting him because he was extremely interested in his abilities and the power he now possessed. Huron was one of the contenders for the prince's throne, and he had survived, which greatly surprised those who knew him, but it also gave him a wonderful opportunity. Literally a couple of minutes later, everyone began to discuss the fact that the prince was not at the banquet and that he had ordered everyone to come without delay, but had decided not to come himself. Their conversation was interrupted by the host, who began to say that before the awards, the prince would like to talk to them and say a few words of great importance. So the prince began to say that everyone had performed very well over the past 2 months and that he was proud to have such wonderful students. After such kind words, he decided that it was time to move on to the awards, as many of them truly deserved it. The hall was very large, and of course everyone wanted to know who deserved what reward for 2 months of faithful work and study day after day. A man approached him and of course immediately bowed to him, as was customary, and then one by one they began to receive their rewards. Everyone had been waiting for this day for a long time, because they were curious to find out what they deserved, and how well they had worked for 2 whole months without a single day off. It was Morda's turn, and he was called to the prince. He himself was curious to see what he could get for just 2 months without any experience or work on himself. He was a 15-year-old young man who had defeated a demon single-handedly, something even the prince himself was unable to do. Therefore, he could proudly say that he had the title of a middle-class warrior, and even this achievement would be very little for all that he had done in 2 months. Of course, no one liked this, because he had only participated in 2 competitions, and was given such a high title that no one could achieve even in 5 level. But there were also people who supported him, and said that they themselves would never be able to defeat a demon one-on-one in their entire lives, and that he truly deserved such a title. The prince also told Mordu that he had improved greatly since their last meeting, and that he would like to see more and more of his results every day. The young man was very happy that his skills were so highly valued, but he also understood that after this day, he would have many competitors who wanted to defeat him. After that, the banquet began, and everyone started eating, discussing their new tasks and goals for the next 2 months of combat training. A man approached the young man and asked him for a few minutes to talk, because he had a very important topic that had been bothering him since the beginning. So they stepped aside, and the man told him not to drink too much, because tomorrow he would have to drive to a place that was extremely important to them. Of course, he immediately asked where, but the man couldn't give him a clear answer at first, and just started saying things that didn't make any sense. Then he finally gathered his thoughts and said that his teacher really wanted to meet him, because he had heard about his incredible abilities many times and was interested in talking to him. He also began to tell him that the teacher had some extremely important information for him that could completely change his life. It was a very large house with no people in it, which surprised the hero greatly, because such places are usually full of people. He also saw a very large door and did not understand how it could be opened, because he was very curious about what was behind such a large structure. But then a guy started talking to him and asked if he had come, but he was very surprised by the way he opened the door and couldn't understand how he did it. The man looked at his companion and realized that he really had great strength and that he needed to be very careful with him and not say anything unnecessary. All he could think about was how strong he was and how happy he would be to learn from his experience and work. The hero began to tell him that he had come a long way and that he certainly deserved great praise and respect for that alone. It was Ildan Vernans. He congratulated him on making it there without any incidents and was glad to see him, as he had heard many rumors about him. This man was the older brother of the prince, who was called the prince. They were both very strong men, and so far no one had been able to find their weak spots. But there was also a story that he had lost a battle to his brother and lost everything that day. After that, he decided to appear in public only under the surname Vernans. Mord couldn't understand why he had decided to invite him to his home, because he couldn't see any logical connection in such actions. It was then that the man began to explain to him that he had probably heard about Kessner and who he was. He also said that he had no eyesight, and asked if he could touch his face. Mord allowed him to do so, and then the man began to say that he did not look like his father at all, and the young man said that the Grand Duke had said the exact same words to him. Ildan began to ask if he knew why he had brought him here, but the boy told the truth and simply said that he had been ordered to come to him and had not been given a reason. Then the man began to say that he had a proposal for Mord, but first he wanted to assess his strength himself because he no longer believed in gossip. Ildan was looking for someone who could defeat the Grand Duke, because he could prove himself much better, and then his talent would be appreciated. He really wanted to take his brother's place, and decided that he would definitely find someone who could help him destroy him and put himself in the best position. In general, he was filled with anger and envy, because one terrible day his brother had humiliated him so badly that they had stopped talking to each other altogether. Then the boy decided to show him what he was really capable of, because the man was very interested in his abilities and wanted to see his talent in action. He had to do everything to become the best in his field because he really wanted to achieve some success and show everyone who he really was. The boy was very surprised when he saw that his brother had repelled the attack with an impulse wave, but it wasn't just him, and it was difficult to understand how he had managed to do it. He used his aura to create a core and turn it into an impulse. Even master-level magicians cannot do something like that and achieve such a result. It turned out that he could control several actions at once, and it looked incredibly beautiful to someone who had never seen anything like it before. Then Mord realized that dealing with the aura would not be easy, because it was beyond the ordinary and could only be achieved by advancing to a higher level. But that didn't mean he couldn't defeat him, because he also had powers he didn't even know he had at first. It was then that Mord decided to first block his attack and press down with all his might, and then immediately try to use his blood's impulse power. But after a few seconds, he saw that his attack was only increasing, and he had to immediately come up with a plan that would at least allow him to avoid being hurt. The man saw that the boy was very fast, but he also realized that he could create impulse layers again, which would give him a very good chance of defeating him. But now the guy wasn't surprised at all by his move, because he had expected him to do just that, as it was the only way he could protect himself now. Of course, each of them wanted to prove himself and did everything to win, even though they knew that this was just a friendly fight in which there could be no winners. After all, the man had told him right away that he just wanted to see what he was capable of, and that he was very curious to find out if people were right about him being very skilled and strong. The blows were very impulsive and he had to be careful, because just one hit to the body could destroy him forever. The boy tried to show himself from all possible angles and did everything he could. He really wanted to impress this brave and powerful man. The man was very surprised when he realized that the boy had managed to break through his impulsive layers and release his understanding, and he did not understand where he had learned to do this. So he immediately ran up to him to strike, hoping that now was his moment, and he would be able to defeat him and show him his incredible talents. But when his hand was as close as possible to his partner, he couldn't understand what had happened and how he had stopped feeling it. At that very moment, the man realized that he had started using Augura instead of his defensive skills, and this surprised him greatly. But Mord also gathered all the fragments to use his magical powers, so he had every chance to finally surprise him and show that he was a very strong opponent. It was then that the man realized that Mord had managed to hit him in his weakest spot, and the impulse slowly began to fade, which surprised him the most at that moment. The hero simply began to rejoice greatly that his tactics had worked, and he had managed to do exactly what he wanted, which meant only one thing: praise for him. Mord felt the same touch on his opponent and realized that he had succeeded and that his strength was indeed incredible. Their battle continued because, of course, neither of them wanted to show their weakness, and they had to go all the way. He also saw that his pupils and hair were turning silver, and of course, he couldn't understand what was happening at that moment. The man just started smiling, knowing full well that he had surprised his new friend and that he would no longer be as confident as he had been before. He also began to laugh and said that it was probably fate and that they had done everything so that the gods themselves would watch this battle and perhaps help the stronger one. Then came the second level, when silver lightning enveloped his entire body, and the feelings were so terrible that they could not be described in ordinary words. This only meant that a divine state was approaching, and no one would ever want to experience it, let alone survive it. The boy was even a little upset that he could not have expected such a turn of events, and he was unhappy that he would probably have to admit defeat now. He simply had no plan left on how to win, so he had to do everything he could to not appear weak at that moment. The man stood there, knowing full well that victory was within his grasp, and that the young man simply had no chance against him. But he also began to praise his reaction and said that not everyone could react so quickly to his attack, and that in principle he deserved praise for that. Also, when they were already in the second stage, Mord was able to inflict damage on him, and no one had ever managed to do that before. Looking at the guy, the man understood perfectly well that he was not tired at all, and he was sure that he could fight for a very long time. Therefore, he said that the fight was simply incredible, but they probably needed to stop, because if he used all his strength, it was unclear how it would end. Ildan, of course, lost to the prince, but he was one of the strongest among them, so it was necessary not to compete with him to the end, because he would surely be able to defeat anyone. Then Ildan told Mordu that he was completely convinced of his abilities, and now had no doubt that he was very talented, and had an offer for him. Of course, the guy was very surprised that he had been given such an honor to help Ildan himself, because he had been very cruel during the selection process. Then the man approached him and asked if he was ready to join the guard and serve him faithfully for as long as necessary. Such an offer was completely unexpected for him, and he did not even know how to respond, as this choice would change his life. There was a unit called the Guards in the Duchy. These people were very important to him and had a special place and meaning in his life. All members of this team had great strength and were rich in experience, and the man was sure that they could defeat anything. In the west of the continent was the kingdom of the Great Demon, and in the east was the kingdom of the White Demon, so they all knew exactly what they were getting into when they agreed to this. The kingdom of the Great Demon had become completely demonic, and the role of demons in this territory was played by the same ranks of guards who had to constantly protect them. Of course, their main rivals were the dukes, so they had to be extremely cautious and not give in to any of their demands. These were the consequences of new blood, who had incredible talent and the ability to win, and he chose those who were impossible to defeat. One of the most terrifying and dangerous guard units had a high death rate due to constant clashes with various clans and levels. That is why Kessner always had such a grim expression on his face, because it was too dangerous for newcomers who had only recently awakened their blood talent. But the man assured him that he had great talent and qualities that all contenders for the position of Archduke wanted to possess, so he would have no competitor. But he also warned him that the heirs could not touch the territory of the White Bear Kingdom, which meant that they would focus on developing their abilities. Mord agreed in principle, but said that he had two conditions that the man must agree to. Otherwise, their meeting would be pointless and meaningless. Of course, the man was a little surprised when he heard the conditions, but he decided to listen to him because he knew it was very important to him. The young man said that he wanted him to be his sparring partner for as long as time would allow, because he needed practice and as much experience as possible. Ildan was very surprised by this request, because no one had ever asked him for this before. He had never been anyone's partner, let alone taught anyone his skills. This opened up many different opportunities for him, and he would be able to compete with others like him without fear for his life, because he would have a lot of experience behind him. The man was very surprised and asked if he really thought he could become stronger through fighting, because that was simply impossible. He was also very curious about the boy's second condition because he didn't like the first one very much, and perhaps the second one would also disappoint him. Mord asked him for a whole year so that he could prepare for such a big fight, and he also needed to go as a scout on some secret mission. Ilden couldn't understand why the guy needed a whole year and what he was going to do for such a long time, but he just said that he had personal matters to attend to. Of course, he understood that it was very rude to ask him for so much, but on the other hand, he simply had to refuse this offer. But since he could see that the man really appreciated him, he decided to give it a try because he needed to sort out all his personal affairs. The young man also really didn't want him to learn about parts of the world and start working actively, because he needed to finish this business first. The man realized that he basically couldn't tell him anything, or he would lose him completely, or he would give him 1 year and then be able to offer him this again. But he still decided to set his conditions. He said that he would give him a maximum of 8 months and not to ask for more, otherwise he would just leave, and that would be it. The guy realized that Ildan treated his protégés very well, and that 8 months would be more than enough for him to do everything he wanted. In principle, he had always been like that when he was obsessed with the idea of ending the Duke's life, and of course, he just needed to find the right person to help him with that. Mord thanked him very much for his kindness, and said that he would not let him down, and that in exactly 8 months he would be standing in the same place waiting for his orders. The man even thought that perhaps Mord would gain some experience while carrying out his personal errands, and that would be even better for him. The servants began to ask if their master had finally arrived, as they had been waiting for him for a long time and had a lot of information to share. The man immediately asked who the soldiers were, but his companion told him that they were Erna's guards, as she had never been anywhere without protection in her life. The young man was also told that the girl was waiting for him inside and that she really wanted to talk to him about important matters. The girl was very friendly and said that he could talk to her however he wanted, as it was not an official meeting and she did not need to be formal. She handed him a box and said that he had to take it, but the guy didn't quite understand what it was for or what he was supposed to do with it. They started talking, and she said that Dren had given her something nice, and she decided to talk to him about it, but the guy just confirmed that it was a very expensive potion. The girl basically agreed with him and said that it was even better than he could imagine, that he just needed to open it and he would understand everything right away. When the guy opened it, he couldn't believe his eyes. He even thought that he had misunderstood and that it was something completely different. It was the very treasure that allowed people to reach a whole new level of power and amaze everyone more and more each time. It was a chance to pass the test of death, which a magician only gets once in a lifetime, and not everyone could pass it successfully, so you had to try very hard. When the magician Aiden gave his treasure to Lion, he immediately became many times stronger, and then no one could defeat him because he had magical powers. But when another secondary character took the same miraculous drink, he simply could not withstand the strain and lost his life forever. The girl began to say that it had been given to her for her 10th birthday, and that it was the most precious thing she had, but if he couldn't handle it, it could become poison. She also began to say that it should not be consumed immediately, as one must prepare oneself for it and not make decisions that one might later regret. Then she began to tell him that 2 years ago she had saved a family member from death who wanted to use demonization, and that was why she had received such an important gift. Mord said that, to be honest, he was very surprised because, according to the story, 3 of the 5 candidates had failed to obtain it. Therefore, he said that it was indeed a very valuable gift that she should cherish and be careful about who she shared such important information with. The girl began to smile and said that they would talk about the rest only when he returned safe and sound, because she really wanted to see him again. The guy began to think that Erna had really come just to give him her gift, and that she was actually a very nice girl with nothing bad about her. Mord simply decided to remember that she valued him very much, and decided that he would not lose such a great admirer. Of course, he was nowhere near her level, but he was very pleased that the girl cared so much about him. When 20 days had passed, he had to start doing something because he didn't have much time left. In almost 7 months, he had to return home. So he decided that he would definitely act right now because he had a lot of uncharted territory and he needed to do everything in time. But when he saw Kessner, he was very surprised because he certainly did not expect him to be standing alone in such a dark and modest place with no one else around. Then he started telling him that he wanted to leave quietly, and it turned out that it was impossible to deceive him, and he just asked if he had really decided to leave them at this stage. He also told him that he was certainly very strong, but he was only 15 years old, and at that age one should protect adults, not do things like he did. Moore just smiled and said that he was very grateful to him for everything he had done for him, because he had gained a lot of experience thanks to him. He also began to smile and said that he would never forget how he had cared for him and worried about his every wrong move. Kessner did not show any sign of regret. Even when he was under a lot of pressure from others, he still stuck to his opinion. He also never treated him differently or considered himself superior, and because of this, they never had any conflicts. He never mocked him for not knowing anything yet or having no experience in various fights. but simply supported him constantly. He also never envied his strength and tried to help him develop it, supporting him like a brother and wanting him to succeed in everything. He was the only person who truly cared for him with all his heart and soul, and saw no benefit for himself in doing so. He simply did it because he wanted to. Mord decided that he had to repay him for his kindness, and began to tell him that he was strong enough to cope with any challenge on his own. He also promised to return to him when he came back and to bring some excellent wine so that the two of them could sit together. Kestner just looked at him and didn't say a word. It was hard for him to understand why his students were leaving him so early, because he had really grown to love him during that time. The man simply understood that there was no way he could dissuade him from his decision, so he saw no point in continuing the conversation. He simply wished him luck and said that he believed he would be able to return to him, and that they would definitely meet again more than once. The castle was filled with an incredible silence, and sadness hung over it. No one wanted to leave this place so easily. After all, there had been many good moments here. Mord was very upset that he would have to leave this castle after all, because he had grown accustomed to everyone here, and it was very difficult for him to make this decision. But at one point he heard a very strange sound that made him stay and understand where it was coming from, and what might happen here now. The first stage of controlling the momentum of the sword, or the momentum of the body, was one of the most important stages because it was the first and easiest. The second stage of impulse control was a high level of skill. Instead of gloves, you had to control yourself very well and understand what you were doing at each stage. The third stage was for remote amplification of objects and impulse generation. It was one of the most difficult because you had to control your skills well. The fourth stage was about strength through compression and acceleration of the impulse. It was the penultimate stage, which had to determine how much strength you had left for the final stage. And of course, the fifth stage was the most difficult. Most warrior mages can train their entire lives but never achieve it. You have to try very hard to reach it. Those who are able to control this power are called master-level magicians. Very few people can reach this level, let alone use it correctly, because it is the most difficult. The boy understood perfectly well that 20 days of training with Elan would help him greatly, because he had incredible experience and competed excellently. But he didn't like the fact that Elan wanted simple fights instead of training, because he had never given anyone such opportunities before, and this was a first for him. Therefore, Mord understood perfectly well that, in addition to this, he would learn a lot, and when he came out after these training days, he would become an incredibly strong opponent for everyone. Thanks to this, his strength grew significantly, but it was far from enough to reach the level of aura, as it would take many years to achieve this. The young man was extremely confident in himself and wanted very much to reach this level, because for him it would be a great achievement and an incredible effort. Looking at the bottle, he understood perfectly well that if he drank it, he would be able to achieve this result in just 20 days, and most importantly, no one would be very surprised. He had already impressed people with his abilities many times, and in principle it would not be news to anyone that he had learned something new so quickly. His warriors arrived to attack him because he really wanted to lure him to his side, but he couldn't do it with simple words. Therefore, Mord has always been on guard, and knew perfectly well that at any moment he could face some kind of setback or difficulty in his training. Unfortunately, he cannot simply train in peace, because he knows that everyone who has heard of him even once wants to recruit him to their team. But when he saw the arrows, he was very surprised and could not understand how this was possible, where they came from, and who had shot them. In principle, this was not a surprise to him, as he knew that he could be attacked at any moment. But when he saw hundreds of arrows, he simply could not believe his eyes. But he wasn't scared at all, and just started smiling and saying that they could shoot at him because he wasn't afraid of anything anymore. The arrows flew straight at him, but he didn't show any signs of fear, and just stood firmly in one place because no one had any reason to want him dead. The little men stood above him and understood perfectly well that he had no chance of surviving, as there were more than 1,000 arrows. But the boy made a single movement with his hand, and everyone was very surprised at how he had managed to master a new power in such a short time. They were all sure that he would not be able to defeat such a large number of people, because he was completely alone, and no one could help him here. People simply could not believe that a man had mastered new magic in just 2 days, because he did not even have time to perform such a miracle. No one could even imagine that he would be able to fight off the flames with the help of a burst of energy, which meant that he was much stronger than anyone could have expected. Mord was much stronger than they had been told, and the monster simply could not understand how he managed to be so strong and unyielding all the time. Not once did he feel uncomfortable, or think that he would not be able to win, and that the time had come when he would be defeated. The guy was extremely confident, and did everything so calmly that no one could even think that he was being attacked for the first time in his life. He just watched the whole scene and wasn't nervous at all. He did everything step by step and knew for sure that he could defeat them very easily. But he also understood that he had the feeling that he was hitting some kind of very hard shield, and he didn't like the fact that he couldn't fight them off right away. So he just needed to try harder, and then he would succeed, but he didn't want to waste his strength on worthless creatures. They just started attacking him because they were jealous that he had such great strength and abilities that they didn't have. Moreover, they attacked him all together, which was against all laws, and he was amused by the fact that such a large group of people were against him alone. But he also had the same aura glove, which allowed him to do anything he wanted, so of course he wasn't afraid at all. His eyes were filled with confidence that he could win even if there were hundreds of them against him alone. Mord had always been confident in his abilities, and he knew that no one could defeat him because he had great talent, even though he had no experience whatsoever. He just had to act correctly and stay focused because he knew for sure that no matter how many attacked him, he would still win. The man began to get very angry that Mord was not worried at all, and behaved as if he fought hundreds of enemies every day. As a result, by the time he started thinking about it, he was already lying on the floor and couldn't understand how Mord had managed to defeat him so easily and without even trying. Then the man began to tell him that he knew exactly who he was and why he had come to him, and that he did not like the way he was being treated. Mord immediately began to reveal information about him and said that he knew very well that his name was Baron and that he was a high-ranking warrior who had come to him. The young man was very surprised and couldn't understand how he knew such information about him, but the man said that he had seen him at a ball and remembered him well. He had only seen him once in his life, but it was very easy to remember him because there was one thing about him that was impossible to forget. Among all the Duke's warriors, there was only one who was short, so he decided to ask about him because he was very curious how someone of such height could be a warrior. Of course, they told him everything about him and also said that, judging by his appearance, he was very dangerous and should be avoided. Baron became very angry when he heard this and asked who could have given him such information, because it was not true at all. Mord said that he was a loyal warrior of the Archduke, and that he must have sent him here so that they could attack him, because he thought that one person would not be able to cope with all of them. It was very unfair of them to attack one person with a whole company. They were just hoping that he would be frightened by the number of people and surrender without a fight. The Archduke always greatly underestimated his rivals, because he believed that if he wanted something, everyone had to do it immediately. According to the plot, he was very strong, but was portrayed as a bad character, so everyone in his company had to be wary of him, and that's exactly what he did this time. If he had trusted him very much, he would have lost his life more than once, so Mord was always very cautious before trusting anyone. The story also told how he had committed a great sin and had to carry a cross all his life because he had lost his own child. Baring simply could not believe his ears, because no one had ever told him this information, and if the Archduke found out about it, he would be in big trouble. The man began to look at him and asked where he knew all this, and why he was telling him facts that were already known. According to the plot, the Duke committed a terrible crime in his childhood, demonstrating his martial arts skill, which played a cruel role in his life. But with each passing year, his physical abilities weakened, which greatly affected his self-esteem, and he did not know what to do next. It was at this moment that he was found by a secret organization that told him how to regain his youth and the strength he once had. Of course, he was ready to give up everything to become strong, because he was tired of being bullied by his peers. Therefore, there was a tree of darkness that appeared thanks to the blood of a thief, and it had to be watered with the blood of Vernons in order for it to bear fruit. The blood of a newborn had an even greater effect, which is why he sacrificed his son, because he was willing to give everything for youth. Of course, the subsequent rulers did not suspect this. 500 years ago, he left his place and instructed his descendants to do everything he had done. To maintain the power of the press, the Duke had to fight the Demon King one-on-one once a year, but his strength grew weaker and weaker with each battle. It was difficult for him to fight the demons because they were getting stronger every year, while he was getting weaker and weaker and had less and less strength. That is why the Duke acquired a shadow who could do all the work for him, and he simply enjoyed his youth and strength, as everyone thought. Tomorrow, Mord was supposed to leave, so they began to ask if he wanted to meet with him before he left, because maybe they needed to talk about something. They couldn't understand what Ildan was up to, but they knew for sure that when they found out about his plan, they wouldn't like it very much. It seemed that if he had hired him and called him every day to force him to train, he must have big plans for this guy. Although this didn't make any sense at all because he already had a lot of experience, and his plans for the future were still unknown. The man also began to say that he really wanted Mord to swear allegiance to him, but he realized that it would be impossible to control him and that it would all be in vain. Looking at the fruit, he realized that he had to eat it right now, before it grew, because later it might be too late. It was difficult for him to make this decision because he understood that it could completely change his life, although he also knew that he would regret it if he did not do it. His power was not so great that he could see the future and understand how to act correctly in a given situation. So he decided to turn to Barry and told him to bring the creature to him and, if necessary, to take his warriors with him, but to make sure he brought it to him. But he really didn't like this idea, and he understood perfectly well that he couldn't say anything against it, because the king's decisions were never discussed. He also said that only those whom the Duke himself had allowed to come here, those with whom he could share his dark power, could come here. Kessner did not know about this place and therefore did not want to tell anyone about it, but despite this, he was the most reliable warrior. Barry was also confident that this time he would definitely be able to prove to the Duke what he was truly capable of, and show that he was much stronger than anyone else. The man couldn't understand why he had decided to watch him, but the first thing that came to his mind was, of course, the fruit, because he had no other options. The boy wanted to do everything to finally stop being persecuted. He couldn't say a word that anyone would know about, and it was starting to annoy him greatly. It wasn't hard to guess about the Duke's attack, because he himself had threatened to make him come to him. One of the books also mentioned that the Duke had lost his child and simply used her as a pawn in his scheme. In recent years, there had been a problem with the use of illegitimate children, which meant that many people were having them for financial gain. And now he knows that the boy will not be loyal to him, so he naturally wants to get rid of him as soon as possible so that he does not stand in his way and prevent him from acting. It turns out that this old man wants to get rid of him and that he is no longer needed to him only after the boy refused once. Mord began to say, "Take him, he's right here, and right now he'll say goodbye to his life so he can open up a future for him that he's never seen in his life." He also said that Hardin would end his life himself, and that everyone would remember this shame for the rest of their lives, and that he would lend a hand in this matter. The man said that this was very funny and that he shouldn't scare him with this, because the Duke was the strongest of all men, and a simple guy like him would never defeat him. The man was very angry because he was told this, because he was confident in his abilities and knew that he would definitely defeat him. Barry did not understand what was on his face. Did he really believe that he could defeat the Duke alone, with his own hands, without help? Then he realized that this was definitely the touch of the aura glove. A month ago, he couldn't use it at all, and pretended that he was seeing it for the first time in his life. Moreover, he was only 15 years old, which was an incredible speed for mastering so much new knowledge, and for ordinary people it was impossible. Barry also understood perfectly well that this guy was getting stronger and stronger every day, and that getting into any kind of conflict with him was extremely dangerous. He had new tactics every day, becoming incredibly strong, learning more and more new fighting techniques with each passing day. Mord realized that he also had an aura glove, and now only the one with more strength and energy to hold onto it until the end would survive. Barry was also extremely angry and wanted to finally end this, because he was also annoyed by the fact that the other guy was so confident and fearless. He also saw that Mord was using his life force to strengthen his aura, and only then did he realize that he had very little chance of winning. It was all for the Duke, and the man simply did not understand why he was risking his life for someone he did not care about at all. So he told his friend that he recognized his loyalty to his master, but also didn't understand why he was fighting him if he knew he would never kill him. But Barry also did not want to give up so easily, and decided to go to the end. Even if he had to say goodbye to life, he would do so with great pride. Their battle lasted quite a long time, and each of them did everything in their power, although Mord did not really try very hard because he was confident of victory. He mixed auras and impulses, and Barry didn't understand how he managed to learn this so quickly, since he had only recently mastered one aura. The young man simply could not understand who this man was and how he managed to master new knowledge so quickly. For him, it was simply impossible. So the man began to say goodbye to his life and realized that he had made a huge mistake in underestimating this guy. He shouldn't have done that. Mord, in turn, was confident of his victory, as he was used to everyone constantly underestimating his strength and mocking him. Everyone who fought him in a duel always said that he was completely useless and would lose in the first minute of the fight, but then it turned out to be the opposite. Barry even understood that the guy was much stronger than everyone said, but no one could understand how much strength he had. He also knew about the fruits and silver blood, and then the man realized that he was very dangerous to him, and that something had to be done about it for the sake of their kingdom. So he immediately decided that he had to tell the leaders, and only then would they be able to achieve the result that everyone was trying so hard to achieve. In his 2 months, Mord had harmed many people very badly. In fact, they were just jealous because he had incredible talent and potential. At the same time, the boy could not understand where he got such great strength and skills, because he had never had any experience in his life. But when he saw that Barry had silver blood, he immediately realized that he was one of them, and was just pretending to be an innocent servant who knew nothing. Therefore, he immediately realized that information about his defeat would quickly reach their ears, and that they had ended the fight too quickly in favor of the monster. But he was already prepared for everyone to attack him and was confident that he would be able to defend himself no matter how many men came at him. In his 2 months of work, Mord had already realized that you couldn't be too strong, because everyone would start to hate you. No one liked those who were stronger than themselves. He also started yelling at one guy that he knew very well that he had been following them from the castle, so there was no point in hiding anymore. He was very vigilant and knew that more than one person would want to defeat him, because after that he would be very famous and become one of the best. Of course, a fight broke out after that, because now he would never be able to live in peace, and trouble would await him at every turn. The guy started saying that he was very rude because he didn't even want to listen to what they wanted from him, and immediately started attacking and showing his strength. But when Mord saw the strange ears on the boy, he couldn't understand who he was, what he was doing there, or why he needed him. But literally a few seconds later, he realized that this was an elf, the same race that was immortal and incredibly kind. They all lived much longer than ordinary people, grew up very slowly, and aged much later. In fact, they were incredible and very interesting. But if you wanted to tell him apart from the other elves, his ears were too short, which meant he was probably half elf and half human. He had to find out more. So I immediately started asking him who he was and what he was doing here, because no one just comes here for no reason, and he couldn't have appeared here by accident. He told me his name, which sounded very beautiful, Kyle, and then said that he was one of the guards, which was why he was here. He was part of a group of guards responsible for white magic in the East. There were always 5 of them, and their goal was to neutralize magic, so they sometimes had to send someone for backup. The main task of the group was to protect their allies and destroy as many enemies as possible. They had been fighting for this for a very long time, and were different from ordinary warriors. They were incredibly skilled at hiding. No one could ever find them, even if they saw them ahead of time. They simply blended into the ground. His abilities were considered highly skilled, even for the Wolf Squad, because he had never studied any special aura, but had very beautiful abilities. Then he began to explain that he just wanted to watch him and help if danger arose, because everyone who knew him was trying to kill him at that very moment. But seeing how he fought them, he didn't have the courage to intervene, because he was a real monster, and he was very scared. After that, he gave him a gold pendant and said that the general had told him that it would definitely help him as proof. Mord said that he understood everything and believed him, so he would not harm this boy and would simply help him return home safely. They didn't get along very well, but the man simply said that he needed to return home and that he wouldn't be of any help anyway because he was afraid of danger. After all, he said he came to escort him, but he just sat in ambush and followed him around, and when help was needed, he didn't come out but just watched everything. Then the boy began to explain that he couldn't go back because the general would be very upset with him and would simply kick him out of the palace. Mord said that he would pay for his entire journey back and that he would not have to spend a penny to return home and live his peaceful life. The boy began to say that he would also have to spend the night on the street and that he would stand guard while Mord slept peacefully. Mord was very surprised when the boy said he was ready to do this because he didn't understand what sense it made to be with him all the time and not get anything in return. It turned out that he was half-elf, but his elf father had abandoned him, and when he was threatened with death, Ildan saved him, after which he swore allegiance to him. But when their first battle took place, they naturally used their stealth skills and summoned spirits, showing everyone what they were really capable of. This did not work out well for them, and they had to hide again for a very long time so that the people who had seen them would change and not be able to tell anyone. He looked very young and handsome, but inside he was a professional assassin much older than him, and he had to be wary of him. The boy begged to stay with him because he was sure he could help him, and he had at least some experience. Mord decided to let him stay, and the boy was very happy because it was a great experience for him, and he could achieve his dream of success. Then the boy told him to clean up the clearing first, because they had to get rid of all the evidence that he had defeated so many enemies without any help. Everything had to be removed so that no one could find their traces, and he asked if he was not an expert at covering his tracks. Mord said that he believed in him and wanted very much to see his abilities in action, so this was the time to prove himself, even if only in such a small way. He also thought that Barina had been attacked because traces of a battle had been found, but there was no sign of a man who could no longer live his life. He thought that he would never in his life defend Mord, and that he had probably sent him help who was very good at covering his tracks. The man said to leave him alone but not to forget to keep track of his whereabouts, and that was all he needed to know at the moment. The hero also said that this time a group of silver-blooded people would get involved, and he would probably lose a lot of his men, because these guys were used to getting their revenge. The Duke was very happy, and said that they would not have to get their hands dirty in this terrible business, and that they would be able to establish contact themselves. Mord stood with his new partner, and they watched what was happening. Of course, for the boy, every moment was new and interesting. He was also very surprised at how he managed to find the stone so quickly, because when they worked as a team, it took them 5 whole days to find it. Then he began to ask him what they would do next, but Mord replied that they had to wait until nightfall, and only then begin to do anything. In the meantime, he had to watch very carefully to make sure no one came, but the boy asked why they had to wait all night. Mord decided not to answer the boy at all because he simply saw no point in talking to him or explaining anything to him. Of course, this upset him greatly because Mord hadn't told him anything, which meant that he still didn't trust him and had decided to play it safe. He sat staring at the fire and couldn't understand how he had ended up living this life, because everyone who knew him couldn't trust him and considered him just a helper. He used to have a very high title and was respected by everyone, but one situation ruined his whole life, and now no one considers him strong. Now he is commanded by just some mid-level warrior, although he himself was much higher in rank, and in fact, they should have had at least different positions. But he decided to endure it anyway because he knew that it was his job, and for the sake of what might be in the future, he just had to accept it and continue doing what he was doing. When Mord woke up, the guy immediately began to explain, justifying himself that he wasn't talking about him at all, and that he shouldn't take his words seriously. But when he heard what Mord said about the beginning, he couldn't understand what had started, and began to ask him what they should do next in this situation. The guy started asking Mord if this was the same dungeon, and he simply confirmed his thoughts that they needed to gather all their strength and spirit. According to the plot, there were secret dungeons that appeared when all the conditions were met, and in this dungeon, there were 3 conditions that had to be fulfilled. The first was that the day when the moon reached a certain fullness had to be exactly like that and no other, and such a case only happened once a month. The second main condition was that the weather had to be cloudless, so that all the moonlight shone on the ground and nothing could interfere with it. And of course, the third and most important condition was that within a radius of at least 5 meters, there had to be a person who had received divine blood and could wield it. Also, to be honest, this dungeon had no value at all, but it contained very important trophies that had to be obtained. The boy was very frightened when he realized that Mord had decided to go alone into the mysterious dungeon, and he had no idea what awaited him there. But he only said that he understood perfectly well what would be there, and that he would cope on his own. That had been his plan from the very beginning, and there was no need to spoil it now. Mord immediately went there, and the guy didn't even have time to react or say anything to him, but I understood that there was very little chance of him returning. At the same time, Mord was extremely confident in his abilities and knew exactly what he was doing, because this dungeon was not as scary as people said. In ancient times, there were many gods, but very few had survived, and the chances of them reappearing were minimal. In this place were temples of the moon where people prayed to the moon gods. Although the figures and names had long been forgotten, there were still those who remembered them. Some people still believed in the existence of these gods, and knew for sure that peace and justice would one day come thanks to them. There were many different creatures who cried out about one thing: invasion. They knew that a human who had no business being there had entered their territory. These were the spirits of the warriors they had faithfully served, but they had lost the battle to a second god, and only their souls remained, still restless. Mord realized that it didn't matter how many of them there were, because he was sure he could defeat anyone who stood in his way. The only thing he knew was that he had to destroy them all as quickly as possible, because he had to get to the very center while the moon was still clearly visible. He also acknowledged that ghosts were very scary creatures only because they could not be defeated by conventional means, but he had no other choice. After all, there was magic in this world, and he just had to use it correctly to defeat every spirit that was here now. Although they were not dangerous to him, they would greatly hinder his work, especially since they had all been warriors in their past lives. Therefore, he decided to use the power of magic, and was absolutely certain that it would help him defeat them all at once, as there was no other way out. But they also knew that Mord was very strong, and that it would not be easy to defeat him, because he already had a lot of experience in this matter. It turned out that everything was now completely over with the spirits, and there was no need to waste any more time on them, so he immediately continued his mission. But there was still one more guard left, the most important one, who was the hardest to deal with because he was one of the strongest of them all. Mord began to understand that the core was most likely inside this statue, and he had to get to it and take it at any cost. The creature became very angry and began to ask who he was and what right he had to come to him without permission or invitation. The monster was already very angry and said that he would sacrifice him to the goddess, because they had to make a sacrifice every month so that she would not get angry. They always had to make sacrifices so that the goddess would not be angry with them and would let them live in peace, and they would not have any problems. He also did not mention that, according to the plot, this man was quite old and needed to be protected from everyone he knew and not to trust anyone. Even Aiden had to sweat in battle with the defenders, even though he was much stronger than the high-level magicians, so this fact made him think very hard. The monster looked at the man and began to ask him if he was an uninvited guest, and if he had come alone or perhaps had company with him. Of course, he was very upset that he had entered their territory without telling anyone, because anyone would be upset if someone came onto their territory without permission. They began to tell him that they had to greet him properly, but he only asked if they were offering him a one-on-one fight, because it would be unfair for everyone to fight him at once. The creature began to say that a battle between warriors was a sacred thing, and that they couldn't just let him go, because if he had come here, they had to greet him in the same way. Then Mord said that it would be much more convenient for him to fight each one in turn rather than all at once, as it would be much faster and easier. But the creature began to ask him what it meant to waste time, because for him, every fight was a pleasure and not a waste of time at all. According to the story, every time a guard died at the hands of Eden and his men, he was resurrected and transformed with the help of the goddess's powers 3 times. Therefore, it was necessary not to spare any strength, and he also said that he could use his account right away, so there was no point in even thinking about surrendering to him. The monster asked why he was talking to him like that, and whether he had the right to come to their territory and behave so rudely. Of course, the man was extremely confident and simply said that he had every right to do so, and did not regret coming to him uninvited and behaving this way. Mord began to ask if he really needed to prove that he was much stronger than all of them, and that they would regret ever messing with him. Now the monster was extremely angry and said that he must have God's blood running through his veins, which meant that he now had the right to behave as he did. Then he simply said that he would do whatever he wanted, but that they should not cross the line and understand who he was asking at this stage. But he also said that in return, they should not regret their choice, because later it might be too late, and no one would be able to change anything. The boy tried to understand if the monster was simply absorbing the strength of his friends, and they couldn't even understand it and just obeyed him. Also, when it came to a fight, the monster became much bigger than the guy expected, of course, just a little, but it scared him. The monster said he could knock him out with just one blow, and that he shouldn't be so confident in himself and his worthless powers. So they started fighting, and of course they had to win because each of them wanted to prove his righteousness, and they had to fight for their lives. When the boy saw this terrifying world, he simply could not understand how to fight on, because he certainly did not expect that some creatures could have such power. This was proof that he had a lot of experience in the past, and of course the guy couldn't even imagine that he would be able to repel his aura so easily. But he also understood that the creature was simply very strong and powerful, but clearly not eternal. He just needed to put in a little more effort to achieve this. Then the creature realized that divine blood was making itself known after all, and it also had to figure out that he would not be as easy as they had thought at first glance. At one point, the monster realized that he had entered the boy's body, and he liked it very much because he understood that there was at least some chance of defeating him. But a second later, it realized that the boy had simply absorbed its blow and wasn't hurt at all. It didn't even feel anything after that. Mord also told him that after the 3rd transformation, he would be able to speed up, which was nice, but it wouldn't help him at all. He began to speak as confidently as possible, saying that being fast was not enough. You needed a lot of experience and strength to defeat him. The monster was already very angry and was simply furious at how much this guy, who couldn't even take a punch, was annoying him. Mord, on the other hand, became more and more convinced that he would have no problem defeating them, and that he could even do it quite quickly. When the creature was lying on the floor, the guy realized that it was over for him, and he didn't even have to use much strength or try very hard. But he also decided to ask his partners why he smiled at the end, because it was very strange to him and he thought that he would be upset about his defeat. He clearly didn't like this fact very much, and even began to think that maybe he was just being provoked and that he needed to be much more careful than he was. The man began to thank him for sending his great warrior on a well-deserved rest, because it was high time for him to return to where he came from. Mord was very surprised that the statue could talk and could not understand how this was possible and why it had decided to speak to him. He began to ask a lot of questions about what kind of rest it was, because he had ruined his life, and he would never return. Then he told him his story and said that it was after that he became a spirit in this dungeon, and that he had solved his problem, which had helped him a lot. He also began to tell him that perhaps his smile meant only that he himself had long wanted to end his life, but did not want to do so without a fight. The statue began to say that he wanted to somehow thank the boy for coming to their territory and at least trying to bring some order. It gave him a bracelet and told him that if he put the moonlight in it, he would be able to defend himself from anyone at any time. It also said that this was just the reward that Aiden couldn't get, because he was simply afraid, and decided not to compete with its beautiful warriors. The boy was very surprised, but he thanked the statue for such a wonderful gift, and was sure that he would definitely need it. The statue thanked the boy and told him again that he could use the bracelet for protection, and that it would definitely help him at any time. Then he said that he still needed to finish what he had started, because it was very important to him, and he couldn't leave it half done. He had to do everything he could to make contact and achieve the goal that had brought him to this dungeon. Finally, he found what he was looking for. It was the very fragment that was so important to him and that he had been missing. The fragment of the world was extremely bright, and it was hard not to notice that everyone needed it, and he managed to get to it first again. The boy had been waiting for his partner for a very long time, and when he finally saw him, he began to ask if he had done everything and if he had managed to pass the test. Looking behind him, he realized that, as promised, he had been watching him the whole time and wondered if they were really so naive as to not understand that it was very easy to see and finish. But he also really liked that the guy was so obedient and did everything he told him to do without even arguing with him. He never contradicted him, and did everything because at first Mord thought that he would want to show off and be as disobedient as possible to his orders. The boy began to ask him if he had done everything that was required, and he was also very interested in whether they could now return home. Mord said that the road would be very difficult, and that they would have to go through other villages and towns because they simply could not go straight home. But he didn't understand anything because their house was very close, so he immediately began to ask him where they were going and what they would do next. It was the same place that Lorraine had seen, and everyone who saw it wanted to visit because it was incredibly beautiful, and of course you could gain a lot of experience there. The boy ran after Mord and told him that they had left the kingdom 20 days ago and really wanted to rest because they were exhausted from everything. After the dungeon with the goddess of wolves, he knew only that they would not receive any additional rewards because no one would give them to them anymore. He also said that they would need to go to the black market and look for the same thing there, and while they were there, check everything to make sure they were safe. He began to say that today they would rest until nightfall, and when the boy heard this, he was extremely happy and couldn't believe his luck. So he immediately began to ask his mentor if he could go somewhere, but he also begged him to let him go alone, and he let him go. Mord told him that he would wait for him after sunset, and that if he was late, he might never come back. The boy began to smile and said that he also needed to replenish their food supplies because they had nothing left and he did not want to live like that. He also looked at his wallet and realized that after all their trips, he had no money left and had to do something about it. However, he didn't show it and simply said that he would be very careful and would definitely return at the right time. He also said that he didn't think that some crazy people would appear in the city center and block his way and prevent him from returning. The young man was very happy about everything that had happened to him because these were new challenges and a new path in life for him. Fragments of the world were parts of an ideal world that the gods used to create, and each of them received certain elements. Some even had very powerful spirits that you had to be able to fight, and the main thing was not to be afraid of what would happen to them. There were even those that contained fragments of hot sand, and you had to be very careful with them so as not to get burned. These fragments were also very similar to puzzle pieces that existed completely separately, but constantly connected when someone did so. One picture was very sunny and beautiful, and it was possible to endow anyone with any power at any cost. They also became that very part of the world that you could enter at any moment when your soul desired it. When you realized this world, it was no different from the real world, so physical training was possible there, and the experience gained was reflected in reality. Also, everyone who was there might have looked like they were meditating, but in fact, they were training, and it was simply incredible for everyone. In the very first fragment, there was a very large mountain hanging over the heavens, and you had to not be afraid to take a step down. In the second fragment, which he reached in the dungeon, there were dense forests, and you also had to not worry and just go to the end. He was very lucky that they suited each other, because the world of images became much broader, and this helped him gain much more experience. But it was also a pity that the underground fragment obtained in the second level did not quite fit the first two, and this of course upset him. Mord also realized that he no longer had any strength left, but studying these fragments was very interesting, and the most important thing was not to give up under any circumstances. The most important thing in their practice was to go to the end and not give up no matter what. They could always go together, and that would make it much easier. The man was as confident as possible in his abilities, and he believed that he could simply defeat anyone who stood in his way at that moment. One woman just kept screaming that her child was there, but the judges told her not to go near because she would be punished. The girl just cried and repeated that her little boy was there, and that they couldn't hurt him so badly because he was just a child who hadn't done anything wrong. But at one point, she was completely surprised when she saw a picture of a man carrying a child in his arms, and it looked incredibly powerful. She was incredibly grateful to him and just repeated "thank you" a million times, not even knowing what he would want for saving her little child. The guy behaved very bravely and didn't even say anything to her, although he was very happy that he had managed to save the little child. Literally a few seconds later, everyone started shouting that there was an unconscious man, and that there was a magician who could heal him, and that he needed immediate help. Of course, everyone began to worry about him and hoped that the boy could be saved, because he was still very young and it was too early for him to leave this life. This made our hero very angry, and he simply could not understand why so many people had suffered, because it was very wrong. He simply couldn't believe his eyes because he saw someone running away, and judging by his feelings, he had caused the explosion that led to so many casualties. It was completely wrong, and the hero became very angry because he knew that no one had the right to harm ordinary people so badly. Holding a stone in his hand, he was sure that he didn't even know who this person was, but he had to take revenge on him for everything. He also said that he would not let him leave this life in peace, because he had hurt so many ordinary people who just wanted to live happily. The man began to run away, and the young man just shouted that he was a coward who was even afraid to show his face because he knew he was in the wrong. Then he immediately began to ask who he was and what right he had to stop him, but the man said that he didn't need to know his name right now. After all, he was not in control of his life right now and would surely be caught for what he had decided to do to innocent people. The man began to shout that he had no idea who had sent him there, but that someone like him would never be able to defeat such a strong opponent, so he should just run away. Of course, the hero wasn't scared because he'd heard that line 1,000,000 times before, and he'd won every fight because no one could really judge his strength. He looked very brave and just stood there waiting to take the life of this worthless man who was interfering with ordinary people. When the man was already lying on the floor, he finally wanted to talk to him because he had to tell him everything he thought about people like him. But at one point, he heard someone calling him and didn't understand who it was, but the man said that he shouldn't underestimate him so much. So he told him that he needed to run away very quickly, because if he didn't do it now, he would regret it very much later. The man just started laughing loudly and thanked him for wasting his time because right now he would regret his courage very much. So he started treating him like a worthless person and said that this man's power was immense and that he couldn't even imagine who he was dealing with. It was difficult to understand what had happened, but they definitely had to fight, and one of them would have to die today. The young man was still not afraid of him and told him to come down and that they definitely had to duel, because that was the only way to decide who was really stronger. Only then did the hero realize that he needed to run away, because he was no longer so confident in his abilities and was very scared because of it. The hero immediately began to strike him blow after blow, and the other did not even realize how badly he had been injured and could not do anything about it. Then he told him to get on his knees immediately and answer all his questions, and not to even try to lie or tell him anything untrue. He also told him that now he would know that it was much better to force him to do something by force, because otherwise he simply did not understand and did not want to. So he started to choke him and hoped very much that he would now start answering all his questions and that he would at least get some clue. The man began to scream that he couldn't breathe and didn't want to endure such abuse. It was truly horrific. So they simply began to warn him that he had to tell the whole truth because he had no chance of surviving anyway, especially if he continued to remain silent. The young man was already extremely angry with him and said that he would only open his mouth if he wanted to answer his question. He began to tell him that he was warning him and that he should not be rude, because it was in his best interest to tell the truth now. He should only open his mouth if he wanted to answer the questions, but only the truth, because otherwise things would turn out very badly. They began to ask him why they were chasing him and what kind of person he was, because ordinary people would not be followed and hunted. They also began to think that he might be one of the second family of Lord, and then he would be the most powerful man with whom one could not joke so easily. He began to ask where he got such information, but he only gave him one blow and said that he should not open his mouth just like that. There were also some criteria by which a real magician could be identified. They had to be distinguished, and it turned out that he was a second-level magician. There was also a fourth-level mage, and they all looked completely different. If you look at the pictures, you can see how to tell them apart. There were also high-level magicians of the sixth circle who were incredibly strong, and one had to be very careful in their presence. And of course, the highest level of magician, the eighth circle, were the strongest magicians there could be. But there were also those who had reached the ninth circle. They were simply invincible. Also, the title of Lord did not come easily, but only to give him power over the army, and not everyone could obtain it. Such a person had to divide their soul into several parts and seal them so that no one could ever get to them, because then their power would be lost. But if all the parts were put back together, it was possible to restore the Lord. So it turned out that the people from the second branch of the Lord's family were looking for these very parts. He began to tell him that he did not know him at all, and that perhaps he was the very person everyone had been searching for so long, and that today they could solve the problem of humanity. But he began to ask him what kind of squad he was from, because judging by the way he controlled his aura, he was from the Vernon's family, which meant he was very powerful and strong. The man did not want to answer his questions at all, so the young man began to threaten him with his fist. knowing that this would definitely help. It was then that the hero began to explain to him that he was created to prevent 3 prophecies that existed in this world from coming true. As soon as they showed their power, they would be able to turn the whole country upside down, and then no one would be able to save humanity. He also began to explain to him that if he did rise again, it would be the end of the world, and that there was no need to prevent him from fulfilling his mission. Then he began to think that, according to the plot, he had managed to resurrect, but he immediately fell into the hands of one of Aiden's men. But then they couldn't understand why other people were chasing him, because if he was just fulfilling his mission, why did he run away in the first place? Then the boy had to admit that they had stolen something very important from him, and that was why he now disliked them so much. He took the keys out of his pocket and said that they were the most important thing to him because they were the keys to the door leading to the dungeon where the remains of Akrichi were kept. But the guy started talking about how there wasn't a single word in the story about any remains, so if he wanted to deceive them, it was a very terrible move. The man began to think very hard about this story, because the fate of all humanity now depended on his decision. He had to decide whether to believe him or not. But he also understood that in order to avoid any casualties, he would have to destroy the Second Lord's delegation. Then he said that he would take the keys with him and that the young man could go, and the young man could not believe his luck and even asked him if he was telling the truth. But his assistant ran up to him and asked if he could really let him go so easily and just believe his words. The man only told him that he was going to destroy the fragments of his soul, and then he would prevent Akrich from carrying out his plan. He also realized that his remains were still there, so he had to search for them very carefully, and he decided to start from that very place. His assistant had many questions and began to ask them one after another, but he did not receive an answer to any of them and was a little upset about it. On the black market, Mord bought an old book and a sword at a very low price, knowing full well that he would need them in the near future. His assistant couldn't understand where he was going to use it, because they weren't compatible with each other. When they reached the place, they smelled something unbearable and really thought that he had told him the truth. The assistant began to ask his partner if the remains of Akrichi were really there, and he told him that there was a secret passage at the very bottom. Of course, he was very afraid to climb to the bottom because it was very dangerous there, and the boy simply did not know how to behave in this situation. Mord said that they could also find them by summoning a spirit, but this made the boy very angry, and he said that he would summon the wind, not water. The two of them stood there and had no idea what to do next, because they had to go to the very bottom, which was obviously dangerous for both of them. But when they saw the spirit of a man, they couldn't understand who he was or what he was doing there, because there shouldn't have been anyone there. The boy was very happy when he found him, but Mord only said that he always grumbled but still did what was necessary. This creature was completely incomprehensible, and they didn't quite know what to do with it or how to behave in this situation. The iron door was locked with magic, so the boy suggested trying to open it with the key. But Mord said that his books and sword would be enough for him to open the door, and that they could leave the key for later. He began to explain to him that in ancient times there was a war between 2 gods, in which one god lost everything he had because of another god who used magic. That is why he sacrificed himself and created a weapon that could open any door, because it was very difficult for him to accept defeat at that moment. No one expected that magic would be used, so it was difficult for him to accept the fact that he had not been able to foresee such events. This divine relic can only be awakened by someone with divine blood. Only a gifted person with special talents can open these doors and see what is behind them. But the assistant began to say that the technology was very simple, and in his opinion, anyone could open this door and see what was there. Mord threw down his sword, confident that this would help him, and in just a few seconds he would be inside, finding out what was there. He continued with his ritual, knowing for sure that it would help him, because he had already opened doors that were closed to him many times before. The assistant was very surprised because he had bought it for a very small amount, and if the seller found out about its magic, he would want to take the money back. But he began to tell Kaylee that his mission was to fulfill his desire, but Kaylee couldn't understand what desire he was talking about. He was very happy when he realized that Mord had finally asked him to teach him his talent, because he had finally begun to trust him. Mord told him that now the same dungeon he had dreamed of entering for so long awaited him, and today was the day his dream would come true. Kyle was very surprised and couldn't understand who could create such large dungeons, because no one even knew about them, and here was such a large, beautiful world. Then he began to ask him if the second branch of the Lord's family was really here, and suggested that they attack unexpectedly. If they worked quickly and without warning, they would have a much better chance of defeating him without much effort. But Mord told him that they would come to attack them very soon, because they also understood perfectly well that they would reach them very soon. There were a lot of monsters again, and they had to fight them all again, wasting a lot of time and effort on things that were completely useless to anyone. The men in black began to ask who they were, and what they were doing there, because not everyone could get in, and they were very curious to know how they had managed to open the door. When they looked at the guy, they realized that he was wearing the same aura gloves, and, of course, they were very scared because they understood the seriousness of the situation. He was a master, and no one had a chance of defeating him. It would take a tremendous amount of strength and energy to do so. Mord knew for sure that he had to neutralize each of them immediately, because they would stand in his way and greatly hinder him. He understood that it would not be difficult to neutralize them all, because he already had excellent experience in such matters. The man began to shout that they had to stop them at any cost, and that he would do everything in his power to prevent them from finding what they had come here for. Of course, after these words, the fight started again, which did not last long, and they needed to win immediately and move on to their goal. But the assistant began to follow the man who said that he would be busy at that time. He was very curious to know what exactly he wanted to do at that moment. Mord Vernon stood in front of his enemy, his eyes burning with determination. He knew he had to win, no matter what. The swing of his sword was swift, and the enemy barely had time to react. Mord used all his strength to deliver the blow. The enemy retreated, but Mord didn't give him a chance to rest, attacking again and again with unrelenting fury. A flash of light illuminated the battlefield. Mord's magic had achieved its goal. The enemy was stunned by the power of the spell. Mord stood amid the ashes, breathing heavily, but he knew that victory was near and had no intention of retreating. The enemy roared with rage and rushed into the attack. Mord dodged at the last moment and counterattacked with cold precision and speed. The ground beneath their feet cracked from the tension as the forces of both sides collided in a fierce clash that shook the space around them. Blood dripped from the blade of Mord's sword, but he did not flinch. His gaze was focused. He knew he had to finish off his enemy without delay. The enemy screamed in pain. Mord did not waste a moment. He took a step forward and delivered the decisive blow, putting all his accumulated strength into it. Silence reigned over the battlefield. Mord was breathing heavily but did not fall. He stood as the victor, despite his deep wounds and exhaustion. Mord lowered his sword and looked at his sprawled enemy. There was nothing in his eyes, only calm self-confidence. He turned to his allies who had been watching the battle from afar. Their faces expressed a mixture of surprise, fear, and admiration. The allies rushed to him, checking to see if he was wounded. Mord nodded to them, letting them know that everything was under control and that he was fine. The commander looked approvingly at Mord. His actions had exceeded expectations and inspired the rest to continue fighting. The sky cleared over the battlefield, and light broke through the clouds as a sign that the day had ended in victory for Mord and his men. Mord sat down on a rock and allowed himself a short rest. His mind was still in battle, but his body needed at least a minute of peace. One of the fighters approached and handed Mord a flask of water. He thanked him and took a sip, feeling his strength gradually returning. Recalling the battle, Mord realized how much he had grown recently. He was no longer just a statistic. He had become someone who was respected. The wind ruffled his hair and his cloak fluttered behind him. Maudie stood up and looked into the distance, knowing that this was only the beginning of his journey. Amidst the ruins and ashes, he felt a strange calm, as if the world itself recognized his victory and accepted him as part of its strength. His allies began to dismantle the camp around him, everyone rushing to prepare for the next stage, but he remained calm and focused. A young mage approached him and asked how he had managed to defeat such an opponent. Mord replied that the main thing was to believe in yourself and not be afraid. The mage nodded enthusiastically and promised to become stronger. Mord saw a spark of hope in his eyes and felt that he had inspired someone. The commander called Mordu over to discuss their next steps. New trials awaited them, and the plan required precision and determination. In the shadow of the tent, the commander pointed to the map and explained the route to Mordu, who listened attentively, knowing that the responsibility now lay with him. Mord nodded to the commander and left the tent. His gaze was steady. He already knew where to go and what to do on the upcoming expedition. He gathered his belongings, checked his equipment, and the sword at his belt. Every item was important because real danger awaited them ahead. When the camp began to move, Mord walked ahead as the leader, feeling the eyes of the others on him and accepting this responsibility. On the way, he remembered his teacher's words that strength is not just power, but the ability to lead and protect those around you. The setting sun painted the sky red, and Modi stopped for a moment to look ahead, for there began a new chapter in his journey. The column moved through the forest. The silence was tense. Morda watched his surroundings closely, sensing that danger was near. A sharp sound broke the silence. Modi raised his hand, stopping the detachment, and signaled to everyone to be ready for a possible attack. Shadows of enemies burst out of the thicket. The muzzle did not hesitate. He drew his sword and was the first to rush towards the attacker, defending his own. The battle was short, but fierce. The leader moved precisely and without unnecessary movements, his skill instilling fear in his enemies. After the battle, he checked on the wounded and helped one of the soldiers to his feet. His actions spoke louder than words. He was a true leader. The detachment continued on its way, with Morda at the head. His eyes never left the horizon. He sensed that a decisive moment was ahead. The path became steeper, the forest parted, and a valley opened up. Morda slowed his pace, assessing the terrain and possible threats. The enemy camp stood in the valley. Modi signaled to stop. They had to act quickly and smoothly, without hesitation. He gathered the group and quietly explained the plan of attack. Everyone knew their role, and Mord was confident that they would succeed if they acted together. The attack began suddenly. The enemies did not expect the blow. Mord rushed forward, his sword shining in the moonlight like lightning in the darkness. Panic swept through the camp. The enemies rushed about in the darkness trying to organize their defense, but Mord was already inside, wreaking havoc. He fought silently, and it seemed as if every attack was fatal. Mord gave the enemy no chance to recover. One of the enemies tried to escape, but Mord silently threw his blade and struck his target before it could flee into the forest. Allies supported the attack from the other side, and the camp quickly fell. Mord was the first to reach the center and destroy the core of the forces. The battle was over. The camp was destroyed, and Mord stood among the ruins, his face calm despite the storm he had just weathered. After the victory, Mord ordered everyone to search the area to make sure that no enemies had survived. He walked around the camp himself, examining the remains of the enemies and their equipment. His attention to detail made him not only a warrior, but also a strategist. Among the trophies, they found a map with markings. The enemy was planning a large-scale attack. Mord realized that this was only the beginning. He gathered the commanders and showed them the find. Their faces grew serious as they realized that the war was not over and that a new threat lay ahead. Night enveloped the camp, but Mord did not sleep. He sat by the fire and looked at the map, thinking about how to stop the enemy before their next move. One of the senior fighters approached him and offered his help. Mord nodded, and they began to develop a defense plan together. The conversation was short but meaningful. Mord respected this warrior and knew he could rely on him in a decisive battle. In the morning mist, the detachment set off again. Mord walked in front, his silhouette barely visible through the white veil over the forest. Sounds of battle could be heard ahead. Mord quickened his pace, knowing that he had to intervene before it was too late for his allies. A fierce battle was raging in the clearing. The allies were holding on with their last ounce of strength. Mord rushed into the fray like a storm, giving his enemies no chance. His sword struck with precision and speed, each blow saving one of his comrades. Mord was at the heart of the battle. The enemy tried to surround him, but Mord changed tactics, took a step back, and delivered a devastating blow from the left. One of the allies was on the verge of defeat, but Mord covered him with his back and knocked the enemy down with a powerful blow. The battlefield was cleared, the enemies retreated, and Mord helped his ally get up and made it clear that together they would fight to the end. After the battle, they tended to the wounded. Mord himself bandaged the soldiers, not dividing them into strong and weak. Everyone was important. Silence reigned, interrupted only by the moans of the wounded. Mord walked silently among them, looking into their faces and memorizing each one. He stopped in front of a young warrior who had not survived. Mord's eyes dimmed for a moment, but he quickly regained his former determination. The commander approached and placed his hand on the young man's shoulder. Their eyes met, and no words were needed to understand each other. New enemies appeared on the horizon. Mord stood up and took his sword without fear, ready to fight again for those who stood behind him. The enemies advanced in a chain. Mord assessed their numbers and signaled to surround them from the flanks. They did not expect such a move and panicked. The battle was quick and fierce. Mord led his fighters with confidence. His strategy worked, and the enemy began to retreat. After the victory, he stood among his people, tired but proud, because he had once again proven that he was worthy of being their leader and protector. The boy was very happy that he had regained his knowledge, and everyone now respected him as they had before. Jeton stands before him, his face calm but his eyes determined, ready for the next challenge. He enters the meeting room where he is greeted by representatives of the guild, their eyes full of doubt and distrust. Tun demonstrates his skills, surprising those present, who did not expect such strength from a novice. One of the guild members tries to test his abilities, but Tun easily deflects the attack, demonstrating his superiority. After demonstrating his strength, he leaves the hall, leaving everyone confused. His confidence leaves no doubt about his potential. When Tun steps outside, passers-by turn to look at him. He seems like a different person, radiating strength and determination. He notices a suspicious person in the crowd and decides to follow him. His instincts have never failed him yet. The man leads him into an alley and turns around. It's a trap, but Tun is ready for a fight and shows no fear. The attack is lightning fast, but Tun dodges and counterattacks with one precise blow, disarming his opponent. The defeated man begins to speak and admits that he was hired by someone who fears Tun's growing power, which only fuels his interest. Jeton looks at the defeated man and leaves without saying a word. He already understands that he is being watched, and that this is only the beginning. He returns home and sits down at the table, forming a plan in his head on how to use the new information against his enemies. His mentor appears and asks about the incident. Tone briefly recounts what happened and receives praise for his cool-headedness. His mentor warns him against rushing into action, but Toon has already made up his mind to act quickly and decisively. He goes out into the night, knowing that a meeting with those who have been waiting for this moment lies ahead. He is not afraid and is ready for the next step. The streets are dark, but Jatun moves confidently, his steps decisive, knowing where he is going and who is waiting for him ahead. He enters an old building. It is dark and eerie inside, but he is not afraid of the surroundings. He is focused and alert. A hooded figure emerges from the shadows. It is the person he has been looking for. Their eyes meet, and the tension is palpable. The man begins to speak in a confident voice, but Toon senses the lie in his words and immediately takes the initiative. He asks a direct question and receives an evasive answer. This is enough to understand that he is facing an enemy, and he will not leave without a fight. Toon takes a step forward and activates his power. His aura becomes visible and forces the enemy to retreat. There is a flash of energy. The walls shake from the tension. Toon has no intention of holding back. He will show all his power. The enemy tries to attack, but Toon catches his movement and disarms him with a blow that knocks the sword out of his hands and knocks him to the floor. He puts his foot on his opponent's chest and demands the name of the person who sent him. The enemy tries to remain silent, but under pressure, he reveals everything. Hearing the name, Toon freezes. He knows this person, and now he has a goal. The next step will be much more dangerous. Jatun leaves the building, his face serious as he thinks about what he has heard, and knows that now he cannot waste a single second. He heads to his mentor to report the information. On the way, he feels someone's gaze on his back. Someone is following him again. His mentor listens silently and nods. Now they have a direction and a goal. They need to assemble a team and act quickly. Tone stands in front of a map, marking key points. Their plan must be precise, otherwise the enemy will slip away again and grow stronger. The meeting ends. Everyone has received their assignment. Toon takes responsibility for the key stage of the operation and goes first. At dawn, Jitun is already on his way, his face focused, not allowing his thoughts to distract him from his goal of moving forward. He arrives at the old enemy base and carefully surveys the area. Everything looks abandoned, but the young man does not believe his eyes. Suddenly, he hears a sound behind him. He turns around and sees an enemy who has been hiding and waiting for the right moment to attack, but Toon is ready. The fight breaks out instantly. Blows are exchanged at incredible speed. Toon senses that this opponent is stronger than the others. After a fierce battle, he delivers a precise blow and immobilizes his enemy, who is breathing heavily but smiling as if he knew this would happen. Jatun demands an explanation. The enemy laughs weakly and mentions another name. The person behind the scenes turns out to be closer than they thought. He leaves the defeated man and walks away, his mind full of thoughts. Now everything is clear, and his determination becomes even stronger. On the way, he meets an ally who is on a mission. The ally confirms the information and provides additional detail. Now Tion has everything he needs to strike. He heads to the specified location, confident in his decision. They are already waiting for him there. He steps out of the shadows, and his enemies are surprised by his appearance, but he doesn't give them time to recover. The battle begins instantly. Jatun attacks first. His blows are accurate, and his enemies do not have time to react to his speed. Despite the number of enemies, he maintains the upper hand, exploiting every weakness and every miscalculation of his opponent. One of the enemies tries magic, but Toon dispels the spell with his power, instilling fear and destroying their fighting spirit. He ends the battle standing among the fallen bodies, breathing heavily but with peace in his eyes, knowing that he will prevail. Toon searches the room and finds documents that confirm everything he has learned. Now he has proof. Jatun reads the papers carefully, each sheet strengthening his confidence. He is ready to pass them on to his allies. He returns to headquarters and hands the documents to his mentor, who quickly reviews them and orders the operation to begin. Tone stands in front of the fighters explaining the plan. Everyone listens to him attentively. He has become a leader who is respected and followed. The gathering ends, the detachment sets off, and Jatun leads the column, his eyes filled with determination to see it through to the end. An enemy fortress appears on the horizon. Toon gives the signal to stop, and the final stage of their plan begins. Jatun calls the scout, who reports that the enemy is not expecting an attack. This is their chance to strike first and quickly. He forms 3 groups, each with its own objective. Toon takes the main entrance, knowing that the strongest resistance will be there. The attack begins. The enemies do not have time to organize their defense. Toon breaks through with incredible force. The battle at the gates is fierce, with the enemies defending desperately, but Toon methodically destroys their defenses one by one. Opening the gate, he signals to the others to enter. The squad rushes into the fortress under his command, confidently and in unison. Jatun leads the fighters through the corridors of the fortress, each step bringing them closer to their goal. The enemies retreat, unable to withstand the pressure. An elite guard appears in their path, but Toon steps forward and takes the fight upon himself, protecting the others. The battle with the elite lasts longer, but Toon does not retreat. He finds their weakness and defeats them, demonstrating his superiority. After his victory, he finds the main door, behind which is the enemy command. He takes a deep breath and steps inside. Inside, a familiar face awaits him. The enemy smiles mockingly, but Toon does not lose his composure and prepares for the decisive battle. Jatone and the enemy meet in the center of the hall. Tension hangs in the air. Each of them understands the importance of this battle. The enemy strikes first, but Toon blocks it and immediately responds with a counterattack. Their strengths are almost equal, and the fight will be difficult. Their blades clash, sparks fly in all directions. Toon is completely focused, studying his opponent's style on the fly. Despite his powerful opponent, he finds an opening and delivers a series of blows. The enemy retreats but is not yet defeated. Toon intensifies his aura and goes on the offensive. His blows become heavier, and he decides to end the fight right now. The enemy tries to use a hidden technique, but Jatone anticipates the move and knocks him off balance with a precise strike. His advantage prevents the enemy from recovering, and he methodically finishes him off, each blow bringing him closer to victory. The enemy's last attack misses its target, and Toon delivers the final blow, knocking his opponent to the ground, exhausted. He stands over his enemy, breathing heavily. The fight is over. He has not only won the battle, but also proven the strength of his will and spirit. A detachment arrives and sees Toon's victory and the defeated enemy. Their faces express respect because he has done the impossible. Jatone orders his men to search the fortress and gather everything important. He knows that the war is not over yet, but this victory is important. He steps out onto the balcony and gazes into the distance, the wind blowing his cloak, his eyes reflecting his determination to move forward. The allies gather in the courtyard of the fortress. Toon thanks them for their loyalty and steadfastness, for without them, victory would have been impossible. The mentor appears among the fighters and nods to Toon, who responds in kind. Their silent acknowledgement means more than words. Evening falls over the fortress and the flag of victory is raised. Jatone knows that new battles lie ahead, but he is ready for them. Jatone leaves the fortress alone. He needs to think about everything that has happened and prepare for the next step. He walks along a forest path. The night is quiet, but his mind is stormy. He ponders the enemy's words and the battle to come. At a halt, he opens a map and makes new marks. The target is clear now. He knows where his main enemy is hiding. Looking up at the stars, he feels calm despite the danger ahead. He is confident in himself and his path. Dawn greets him at the top of the hill. Jatone raises his head and takes a step forward, knowing that a new chapter is just beginning. Jatone stands at the top of the tower, his gaze fixed on the distance, ready for the next challenge that awaits him ahead. He recalls the words of his mentor, which inspire him to new feats and strengthen his determination to move forward. Suddenly, a new enemy appears before him, his strength palpable even from a distance. Toon prepares for battle. The battle begins with lightning speed. Blows are exchanged at incredible speed, each of them striving for victory. Toon finds his enemy's weakness and delivers the decisive blow. His opponent falls to the ground. The battle is over. Toon is victorious. Jatone approaches his fallen enemy and checks his condition. Respect for his opponent's strength is evident in his eyes. He picks up the artifact he found and feels a powerful energy. Perhaps this is the key to the next stage of his journey. An ally appears and reports enemy movement. Toon instantly changes his expression, focuses, and prepares to leave. They run through the narrow corridors of the fortress, past traces of battle. Everything indicates that the enemy knew of their approach. At a crossroads, Toon points the way and gives orders. His voice sounds confident. He leaves no room for doubt about his decision. The detachment splits up. Jatone goes alone, his path lying through a dangerous area where he must face an unknown enemy. He enters an old hall filled with silence and dust. He can feel the presence of a powerful force and looks around cautiously. A figure emerges from the shadows. It is the one he has been looking for. His face is hidden, but his energy clearly speaks of his danger and intentions. They begin to fight without words, each blow echoing through the hall. It is a clash of strong spirits and bodies. Jatone takes a step back and changes his stance. He reads his enemy's style and prepares to deliver a blow that could decide everything. He breaks through the enemy's defense, blow after blow, the pressure mounting, but Jatone has no intention of retreating even a step. The enemy activates a hidden technique, but Toon anticipates it and uses the moment to launch a decisive attack. One powerful blow breaks the enemy's balance. Toon doesn't miss his chance and brings the fight to its logical conclusion, defeating him. The defeated enemy falls to his knees, admitting defeat. He whispers the name of the next enemy and disappears in a flash of light. Toon remains in the silence of the hall, his gaze focused ahead on a new path, a new goal, and he will not stop until he reaches the end. Jatone leaves the hall, the morning light blinding him, but he does not stop, his thoughts already focused on his next goal. He meets his allies and briefly reports on the victory. They express their respect for his strength and determination to move forward. They discuss the new information against the backdrop of a map and plan a route to the next point where danger lurks. The team gathers to set off. Jae-tun checks his equipment and looks confidently into the distance, knowing that he is heading into the thick of the action. On the way, he stops and surveys the area. His instincts tell him that there may be an ambush ahead. A group of enemies emerges from the forest. Tun signals to stop, and they prepare for battle without revealing their presence. The battle begins. Tun is the first to enter the fray. His movements are quick and precise, and his enemies are unable to react in time. His allies support the attack, and the enemies begin to retreat, but one of them activates a powerful trap. A magical explosion shakes the ground. Tun covers his comrade with his body, saving him from a fatal blow. He stands in the center of the dust and smoke. Despite the wounds in his eyes, a fire burns in them, and he will not take a step back. The squad regrouped. Tun gave clear orders without hesitation, not giving the enemy time to recover. The battle continues. Tun spots the enemy leader and decides to act quickly, directing all his strength into a single blow. The enemy repels the attack and counterattacks. The battle becomes personal, with each of them striving to end the fight with victory. Tun changes tactics and begins to wear down his enemy mentally with his words, causing him to lose control and make mistakes. He strikes at the decisive moment, and the enemy falls, the others scatter, and the battle ends. Jae-tun picks up the enemy's artifact and senses the remnants of a dark power within it, confirming his suspicions about the enemy's plan. He hands the find to an ally and orders it to be taken to headquarters for study, as it could be the key to future battles. Evening falls, and the detachment sets up a temporary camp. Tun stands by the fire and ponders his future choices. An ally approaches with a report on reconnaissance. The enemy is strengthening their position ahead, and they must act quickly while they still have the advantage. Tun gathers everyone and lays out the plan of attack. His voice is calm but strong, conveying confidence to everyone. At dawn, the detachment is ready to move. Tun walks ahead, his figure leading everyone through the fog to the inevitable battle. They reach the enemy fortress. Tun secretly surveys the guards and chooses the best moment to begin the attack. He gives the signal to attack, and the allies rush inside. The battle erupts like a flame, and the enemies are stunned. Tun breaks into the main building, each of his blows precise, each step bringing them closer to the main objective of the operation. He encounters a new enemy, a mage with a powerful aura. A duel begins between them, a battle of magic and spirit with no right to retreat. The mage summons a whirlwind of energy. Tun resists the attack using his own power, and their magic collides in a bright flash. He breaks through the spell and delivers the decisive blow. The mage falls, Tun's power proving to be much stronger. The battle is over. The allies burst into the hall and see Tun standing over his fallen enemy. They realize that victory is near. He raises his eyes to the sky and takes a step forward, knowing that this is only a temporary respite, for his journey is far from over. Mordverner wakes up in the night with a strange feeling of danger. He senses that something is wrong and prepares for a possible battle. He goes out into the street where he notices a suspicious figure watching him from the shadows. Mord tenses up and prepares for action. The suspicious stranger approaches Mord with aggressive intention, but the hero does not lose his composure and prepares for battle. Mord uses his magical powers to repel the stranger's attack, demonstrating his skill and strength. After a brief skirmish, the stranger retreats, leaving Mord wondering who is behind the attack. If these descriptions meet your expectations, I will continue with the next images. Mord returns to the room, his face serious, realizing that he is being watched, and that this could be the beginning of a larger conflict. He opens a book on the table and begins to analyze the situation, trying to find a clue as to who could have sent the attacker. Recalling recent events, Mord realizes that his actions have affected the balance of power in the city, and that he has now become a target. He strengthens the magical barrier around the room, preparing for possible new attacks while a plan forms in his head. Mord leaves the house to visit an ally. He needs to discuss the situation with the person he trusts most. Mord arrives at the workshop of an old maid. They have known each other for a long time, and Mord hopes that he will help him make sense of recent events. The wizard listens carefully to Mord's story and agrees to help, but emphasizes that this may be related to influential people. Together, they analyze the traces of magic left after the attack. The old mage suspects that this is the work of a secret organization. Mord thanks him for his help and leaves the workshop with a clear plan in his head on how to proceed and who to talk to. He heads to the Mages Guild to check the records and learn more about the attacker's possible goals and motives. At the Mages Guild, Mord meets an administrator who reacts cautiously to his question, but agrees to grant him access to the archives. He looks through old reports, searching for similar cases with suspicious attacks and traces of the same magic used in the night attack. Mord finds a report about a missing mage who once conducted similar investigations. Perhaps he fell victim to the same force. Based on his findings, he draws a map connecting the dots of recent events and concludes that these are not random attacks. Leaving the guild, Mord senses that he is being watched, disappears into an alley, and decides to change his route home. Mord returns to his shelter, but instead of resting, he immediately begins to write down everything he has learned so as not to lose any details. He recalls the enemy's face and tries to recreate it on paper, hoping that this will help him find more information. While drawing, Mord suddenly realizes that he has seen this person before in one of his previous incidents that seemed insignificant. He grabs his cloak and runs out of the house with a clear goal in mind, to check his hunch at the local magic library. In the reading room, he finds the right volume and flips through the pages with descriptions of suspects among the dark magicians. Mord finds a portrait of a magician that matches the drawing from his memory, confirming that his enemy is connected to the Dark Guild. His heart beats faster as he realizes that he is dealing with a much stronger opponent than he thought, and that he has little time to prepare. He hurriedly leaves the library, knowing that his next step is to gather his allies and warn them of the threat. On the way, Mord notices strange activity in the square. The crowd is looking in one direction, and something there is causing general tension. He approaches and sees a black carriage with the emblem of the Dark Guild, which means that the enemy has already begun to act openly. Mord quickly disappears into the crowd without attracting attention. He knows that the carriage means the beginning of the open phase of the conflict. He makes his way to another part of the city, where he meets an ally and briefly explains the situation. His ally is stunned but agrees to help. They decide to act separately to gather more information. Mord heads alone to an old temple where ancient books that may contain references to the Dark Guild are kept. Inside the temple, he finds a forbidden section and, at great risk to himself, begins to read about the enemy's forbidden techniques. Mord reads about an ancient ritual that allows a mage to hide their identity, and it is this technique that could have been used against him. He copies the symbols and writes down the formulas, knowing that this information may be useful in the future confrontation. Leaving the temple, he feels a growing tension in the air. Something is changing in the city, and Mord senses a threat approaching. In the evening fog, he returns home and sees lights in the windows, which means that someone is waiting for him inside. He cautiously enters and sees a familiar figure. It is his old friend, who disappeared long ago and was presumed dead. Mord can't believe his eyes, but his friend calmly explains that he had to disappear to survive and gather information. He tells him about the activities of the Dark Guild, their plans, and that Mord will play a key role in the coming conflict. Mord listens carefully to every word, as this knowledge helps him piece together the whole picture and understand how to proceed. They discuss their next steps and decide to gather all their trusted allies to launch a counterattack. After the conversation, Mord goes out onto the balcony and looks at the city at night, knowing that tomorrow a new stage of the struggle will begin. At dawn, Mord puts on his combat uniform, ready for new challenges and no longer doubting his resolve. He meets his allies near the old tower, each of them knowing their role and ready to go to the end for the common goal. Before the operation begins, Mord repeats the plan once more and gives his final instructions, his voice firm and confident. The team sets off on their journey through the forest mist, their figures disappearing among the trees to meet an unknown future. In the center of the Dark Guild, magicians gather, unaware that they are about to be struck by someone they have underestimated. Mord stands in front of the guild, his face serious. He knows that he has not come just for a visit but to learn an important truth. He enters the hall where he is already awaited. The faces of those present are tense. Everyone understands that this conversation will be anything but informal. The guild leader looks at Mord suspiciously, asking him why he has come. Mord answers confidently, without any hesitation. He presents evidence of the guild's involvement in dark magic. Everyone is surprised, but some begin to get nervous. The tension in the hall grows. One of the council members objects, but Mord's gaze leaves no doubt that he knows much more. One of the guild elders stands up and tries to change the subject, but Mord interrupts him, demanding an honest answer. Whispering begins among the mages. Some already believe Mord's words, while others are ready to defend the guild to the last. Mord takes out an artifact that has stored the energy of dark magic and shows it to everyone in the hall as final proof. The energy of the artifact begins to fluctuate, showing traces of the same power that was used during the attacks in the city. Some of those present step back, sensing danger, while others finally acknowledge the truth and understand the scale of the danger. Mord demands access to the guild's internal records to confirm who exactly passed the information to the dark side. The guild leader remains silent for a long time, but then agrees, realizing that continuing to hide the truth will only make things more dangerous. Mord looks through old reports and finds the name of a mage who could have passed the artifact to the Dark Guild. The name is familiar to him. He remembers meeting this mage a few months ago. At the time, he seemed ordinary, but now it is clear that this was just a mask. Mord thanks him for his cooperation and leaves the guild hall. He knows where he is going next, and that time is running out. Mord walks through the narrow streets of the old district, where the Dark Faction's base once stood. He remembers this path clearly. At the corner, he notices a familiar figure trying to disappear into the shadows. Mord immediately begins pursuit without hesitation. A chase begins through the narrow alleys, and the city seems to hold its breath as the two mages move faster and faster. The pursued man tries to escape using illusions, but Mord breaks through them and gets closer and closer. Finally, he confronts him on the roof of an abandoned building. They stare into each other's eyes and prepare for battle. Mord attacks first with a series of magical blows. His opponent dodges, but each movement becomes increasingly difficult for him. The battle rages on, the roofs around them shaking from the explosions, both magicians giving it their all without holding back. The enemy uses a forbidden spell, but Mord stops him with a protective barrier and counterattacks with lightning speed. The final blow forces the mage to his knees. He is wounded and no longer resists. His mask falls from his face. Mord looks at him silently and demands the names of those behind him. Defeat is obvious, and the enemy finally begins to speak. The mage names people familiar to Mord, confirming his suspicion. He realizes that the threat is much closer than it seemed. Mord leaves the wounded man and heads for the old archive. He needs to find more evidence for further action. In the archive, he looks through old records about forbidden alliances between mages and the Dark Guild, and finds the fragments he needs. Among the papers, he finds the symbol he saw on the night of the attack, and realizes that an ancient organization is behind everything. Mord realizes that it is time to act preemptively and destroy the enemy's plans before they become irreversible. Mord leaves the archives and immediately heads to the Knights Guild. He knows that he cannot do this alone, and needs the support of his ally. In the guild hall, he reports the information he has found. The knights are shocked by the scale of the conspiracy, and listen carefully to every word. The chief knight confirms his readiness to act immediately. He understands that the threat is universal and requires an immediate response. Mord and the knights discuss their plan of attack. Their next step is to infiltrate one of the suspicious buildings in the city center. After the meeting, they went out into the darkness of the night, each knowing their task and walking with determination in their hearts and without fear. Mord leads the group as they approach the building. Guards are on duty, but they act cautiously, avoiding unnecessary noise. Inside, it is dark and quiet, but Mord senses the presence of magic. The room is clearly enchanted to hide the truth. One of the knights activates a magic stone and reveals a hidden entrance. Mord signals to move forward without hesitation. The corridors are narrow and winding, but the team moves quickly, each step bringing them closer to the solution and a possible confrontation. Suddenly, a mage guarding the inner sanctuary appears before them and attacks without warning. Mord blocks the first attack and engages in a duel. His movements are precise, every gesture betraying his experience and readiness for the worst. The enemy mage is strong, but Mord gradually presses forward, forcing him to retreat and lose concentration. Mord's allies cover him, preventing other enemies from interfering. They follow the plan precisely and make no mistake. Mord's final blow disarms his opponent, who falls to his knees and admits defeat, allowing him to pass. The team enters the main room where they see an artifact surrounded by a huge dark energy. Mord cautiously approaches the artifact, feeling the dark energy trying to influence his consciousness. He casts a protective spell to shield himself from the magic and study the structure of the object. The artifact turns out to be the key to summoning a dark creature, and Mord realizes that it must be destroyed immediately. The team prepares to destroy the artifact, concentrating their magic to create a single powerful explosion. After the impact, the building shakes. The artifact disappears in a flash of light, and the dark energy dissipates with a hoarse sound. Mord stands among the ruins, feeling the tension leave his body. The dark magic is gone, but a sense of foreboding remains. The knights survey the area, confirming that the threat has been eliminated, but everyone realizes that this was only the beginning. Mord finds a fragment of the artifact, which still pulsates with a faint trace of energy, and takes it away for study. They leave the battlefield without looking back, each knowing that the main battle is yet to come, and that it will be much harder. Mord returns to his room and writes down everything that happened. His face is calm, but his eyes are full of determination. While the city is still asleep, Mord prepares for the next step. He rereads his notes and forms a new plan of action. He looks in the mirror and sees not only himself, but also the person he has become after going through trials and losses. At dawn, he leaves the house, his eyes shining with a calmness and strength that no longer needs to be proven to others. Mord disappears into the morning mist, knowing that new enemies are already nearby, but he is ready to face them without fear. Mord stands on the slope of a mountain, looking at the horizon, knowing that this journey will be difficult but necessary for the truth. He recalls his mentor's words about the balance of power and responsibility that lies with those who possess great magic. On the way, his gaze stops at an abandoned tower in the distance, where the next stage will begin. Mord climbs the stone steps, feeling the ancient magic that permeates the area and awakens memories. At the top, he finds an old barrier and realizes that someone is guarding the tower, possibly the very person he is looking for. Mord activates a spell to pass through the barrier. The light flickers and opens the entrance to the inner circle of the tower. Inside, it is dark, and the silence is so deep that he can hear his heart beating. But Mord does not hesitate. He is confident in his decision. On the wall, he sees engravings with symbols of dark magic, similar to those used in the attack a few days ago. He touches the symbols and receives a vision of the past, where a magician is performing a ritual to awaken a forbidden power. Coming to his senses, Mord realizes that this tower was one of the centers where the enemy's conspiracy was hatched. Mord climbs higher, and on each floor, the remains of old artifacts and decayed books indicate the importance of this place. In the center of the room, he finds a sphere pulsing with energy. He senses that this is the source of the observation. He pulls out a knife and carefully cuts the magical fabric around the sphere, forcing it to reveal the memories it holds. In the memories, he sees a secret council of magicians discussing their next attack, the goal of which is to disrupt the balance in the city. This information shocks Mord. He realizes that the guild not only knew about the threat, but was also involved in the conspiracy. Mord writes down what he has seen in his diary. Every detail could be crucial, and he cannot afford to forget or distort the truth. His hand freezes when he realizes that one of the traitors was among those who sat at the same table with him just yesterday. He leaves the tower, leaving the past behind him and facing a path to the truth that may cost him more than he thinks. On the path, he is met by a messenger bird with a letter saying that his allies are waiting for him in an old temple. Mord sets off for the temple, knowing that this meeting could change the course of history, and prepares himself for a serious conversation. Mord enters the temple where his allies are already waiting for him, their faces tense, each understanding the seriousness of what is about to happen. He lays the notes from the tower on the table, and his allies are shocked to learn of the guild's involvement in the Dark Organization's plan. After a long discussion, the group agrees to act immediately, knowing that intervention is their only chance to avoid disaster. Mord suggests dividing their forces to strike several targets at once, before the enemy has time to prepare a response. Everyone agrees with the plan, each receives their assignment, and sets off immediately. The next day will be decisive in their struggle. Mord is the last to leave the temple, his eyes filled with determination. He knows he must do everything in his power to stop a new wave of darkness from engulfing the city. He walks through the narrow streets of the old quarter, avoiding unnecessary attention, knowing that enemies of the guild may be watching him. On the way, he encounters a strange man who says nothing, but his gaze reveals that this is no chance encounter. Mord instinctively senses danger, activates his defenses, and prepares for a possible attack from the unknown stranger. Suddenly, a battle begins. Magic tears through the air, but Mord controls the situation and tries to avoid casualty. Mord goes on the offensive, attacking with precision and ruthlessness, forcing his enemy to retreat. Every move is calculated in advance. The enemy tries to escape using an illusion, but Mord recognizes the trick and breaks through the barrier with pure magical energy. The stranger falls to his knees from the blow, his mask crumbling to reveal the face of a former guild mage who is thought to have disappeared. Mord demands an explanation, but the man only smiles and says that this is only the beginning, then disappears in a flash of light. He stands on the empty street and realizes that he has met one of the enemy's key servants, but he is not yet ready for open war. Mord returns to his hideout, where his allies are already waiting for him. He briefly describes what happened and names the mage he met. Everyone realizes that the Dark Organization is acting faster than expected, and the plan needs to be adjusted and coordinated immediately. One of the allies suggests attacking their magic reserves to weaken the enemy's strength before the big battle begins. Mord agrees and takes on one of the most dangerous points, knowing that forbidden artifacts may be stored there. He prepares for departure, arming himself and checking every magical amulet, knowing that this mission may be irreversible. Mord sets off for the abandoned tower where the artifacts are kept, bearing the burden of choice but with no room for error. On the way, he encounters several guards, whom he successfully evades, remaining unnoticed and not wasting any energy. The tower is surrounded by a weak magical field that hides it from most people, but Mord can see its silhouette in the evening mist. Inside, he senses the presence of several magical signatures and realizes that the guards are alert and ready for battle. Mord activates a silencing spell to hide his presence and stealthily begins to move toward the central hall. In the center of the hall, Mord sees an altar with a dark artifact pulsing on it. He feels the magic distorting the air around him. One of the guards notices him and a fight begins. Mord reacts instantly, striking with lightning precision. Two more join the fight, but Mord uses a divide and conquer tactic, forcing them to act chaotically and lose their coordination. When his opponents are exhausted, he reaches the altar and begins the process of neutralizing the artifact using a cleansing spell. After a flash of light, the magic dissipates, and Mord knows that at least one of the enemy's main points of power has been neutralized. Mord leaves the tower cautiously so as not to attract the attention of reinforcements, knowing that enemy servants may already be lying in wait for him. Returning to his hiding place, he informs his allies of the successful operation and receives news of activity in the southern area. The enemy has begun moving resources, indicating preparations for a major ritual, and time is running out. The group splits into two, one going on reconnaissance while the other prepares to destroy the site of the future magical summoning. Mord goes with the second group, knowing that this is where the decisive battle that will determine the fate of the entire city will take place. The group arrives at an old monastery where the enemy has concentrated its forces. The abandoned building looks peaceful, but something feels wrong. Mord gives the signal to attack, and the knights and mages rush inside, using spells of protection and reconnaissance. Inside, a trap awaits them. The enemy knew of their arrival, but Mord reacts quickly, neutralizing most of the threats. They break through to the central hall, where they see a ritual circle that is almost complete, and magic thickens in the air. Mord rushes forward, breaking the circle. His power conflicts with the energy of the ritual, creating a powerful wave of explosion. After the explosion, Mord finds himself among the debris, but unharmed. He sees the energy of the ritual begin to dissipate into the air. The enemies are confused. Their plan has been thwarted. Mord uses the moment to completely destroy the remains of the magic circle. The knights finish off the remaining enemies while Mord picks up the artifact that was at the center of the ritual. It needs to be examined. The group leaves the monastery victorious but realizes that the enemy has not been destroyed, only weakened, and preparations continue. Mord looks at the horizon and knows that a real battle is approaching and that the last step before the Great War lies ahead. Mord returns to the Allies' headquarters and gives a detailed report. His actions have changed the situation, but new challenges remain. The Allies discuss new intelligence. An enemy leader has appeared who is preparing something much larger than the previous attacks. Mord decides to personally track down this mage, knowing that the time has come to face the main threat head-on. Before leaving, he reviews his notes from all previous battles to avoid making any mistakes at the decisive moment. In the evening light, he sets off, his figure disappearing into the shadows, but his spirit is stronger than ever. He stops at a crossroads and chooses the path that leads to the enemy. His heart is calm, his thoughts are clear, and his decision is made. Mord moves forward, knowing that there is no turning back, only forward to the final confrontation. Mord stands on the slope of a mountain, looking at the horizon. He knows that this journey will be difficult, but necessary for the truth. He remembers his mentor's words about the balance of power and responsibility that lies with those who possess great magic. On the way, his gaze stops at an abandoned tower in the distance where the next stage will begin. Mord climbs the stone steps, feeling the ancient magic that permeates the area and awakens memories. At the top, he finds an old barrier and realizes that someone is guarding the tower, possibly the very person he is looking for. Mord activates a spell to pass through the barrier. He feels the magic resisting him, but he maintains control and does not allow himself to be stopped. He enters the tower, where silence reigns and tension hangs in the air. His steps are cautious, as every sound seems suspicious. On the wall, he sees engravings with ancient symbols that preserve memories of the magical rituals of a lost civilization. After touching the symbols, he sees a flash in his memory of former magicians performing a ritual that opens the gate to a dark world. Mord retreats and concludes that someone is using this knowledge to restore the destroyed power of the ancient sorcerer. Mord climbs further up the tower, finding signs on each floor that someone has been there recently. In the room, he finds the remains of a recent ritual. The magic is still alive, which means that the enemy is very close or has just left. On the floor, he notices a guild symbol that someone tried to erase, but its outline is still visible under a layer of dust. Mord realizes that part of the guild is indeed supporting the dark side, and now he has proof to take them on openly. He leaves the tower, committing everything to memory, and heads to his allies to pass on the information and prepare for the next step. Mord meets his allies in the forest near an old chapel and immediately gives them the evidence of the conspiracy by part of the magical guild. His allies are shocked by the scale of the betrayal, but thank Mord for his determination and agree to act immediately to prevent the enemy from gaining strength. Together, they devise a plan to attack one of the underground bases where artifacts related to dark magic are kept. After a brief preparation, the team sets off into the night on their mission. Everyone knows that the chances of survival are low, but no one will retreat. Mord leads the group to an old basement hidden among the ruins, where he feels the pressure of dark magic emanating from the depths of the earth. They enter the dungeon and immediately fall into a magical trap, but Mord quickly neutralizes it with his power. In a narrow corridor, they are attacked by guards of the Dark Guild, and a battle begins in which the allies act in unison, and fearlessly. Mord breaks through to the main hall first and sees several mages preparing a ritual to summon a dark entity. He rushes forward and breaks the magic circle with a cleansing spell, destroying the enemy's plans and stopping the ritual. The building begins to collapse, the energy is unstable, and Mord orders a retreat, but takes the artifact with him so as not to leave it to the enemy. The group escapes from the dungeon moments before it collapses. They are exhausted but alive and realize that they have taken an important step toward victory. Mord shows the artifact to his mentor, who says that it is the key to the main ritual with which the enemy wants to change the balance of the world. The next morning, they call a council of allies to decide how to use the artifact and prevent a new explosion of darkness. Disagreements arise among the allies. Some suggest destroying it immediately, while others want to study its power first. Mord proposes a compromise, to study the artifact in a safe place, and only then decide whether to destroy it or use it. The allies agree to Mord's proposal and head to a protected temple, where they can safely study the artifact. In the temple, the mentor begins a ritual to study the artifact's magic. Everyone watches the process closely and prepares for the worst. The artifact reacts unexpectedly, flashing with light and revealing fragments of the past that make it clear how it was created. Mord sees a vision of the one behind all the darkness and realizes that their true enemy has not yet revealed itself. After completing the ritual, they come to the conclusion that the artifact can be used to lure the enemy into a trap. Mord and his allies plan a large-scale operation to force the enemy to reveal himself using the artifact as bait. Everyone is assigned a role. Mord must deliver the artifact to the central square of the city, where the final trap will be set. The next day, he heads to the location through the crowded city, holding the artifact in an enchanted case. While the city goes about its usual business, Mord senses that a dark energy is approaching and that something big is about to happen. A black cloud appears on the horizon, signaling the arrival of an enemy force, and everyone prepares for the decisive battle. The leader of the Dark Guild appears above the square, causing panic among the residents, but Mord stands firm. The enemy addresses him with a magical voice that is full of contempt and confidence in his own victory. Mord does not respond with words. Instead, he activates an artifact, summoning a magical storm that neutralizes the enemy's forces for several minutes. A large-scale battle begins, with allies engaging in combat with the Dark Mages accompanying the main antagonist. Mord rushes straight to the leader of the Dark Guild, knowing that their clash will decide not only the fate of the city, but also the fate of the entire world. A duel begins between Mord and the leader, each of their blows causing an explosion of energy that shakes the buildings around them. The allies continue to hold their defenses while Mord fights, believing that only he is capable of stopping this dark force. Mord uses all his knowledge and strength to gradually force the enemy back, causing him to lose momentum. At the decisive moment, he directs the energy of the artifact straight into the heart of the enemy, causing an explosion of light that engulfs everything around them. After the explosion, the area is empty, with only Mord standing among the debris. His body is exhausted, but he knows that the battle has been won. Allies rush to Mord's aid, supporting him as he barely stands, but relief and peace are evident in his eyes. The mentor confirms that the artifact has been completely destroyed, and the Dark Guild has disbanded, losing the source of its power. The city gradually returns to life, and residents take to the streets to see the heroes who saved them from disaster. Mord stands on the balcony and looks at the horizon, realizing that the struggle was difficult but necessary for the future. He is offered a high title in the guild, but he refuses, wanting to remain free and help where he is needed. Mord walks into the foggy morning, knowing that the world is safe for now, but new challenges lie ahead. Mord stands on the balcony looking at the city he saved, but there is anxiety in his eyes. He feels that the threat is not yet over. He receives a message about new dark magic activity in the northern region and realizes that he must act immediately. Mord sets off, leaving the city behind him. His path lies through mountains where great battles were once fought. At the pass, he meets an old acquaintance who warns him of the danger ahead and offers his help. Together, they descend into the valley, where they find traces of dark magic leading to an abandoned temple in the middle of the forest. Approaching the temple, Mord feels a wave of dark energy emanating from within, and realizes that something has awakened in this sanctuary. Inside the temple, they see symbols of a ritual they have never seen before, a sign of a new threat that is growing rapidly. Among the debris, Mord finds a fragment of an artifact and realizes that those who seek to resurrect an ancient power have already been here. They decide to spend the night near the temple to see if the enemy returns and to prevent him from continuing the ritual. During the night, Mord wakes up to the presence of a dark entity. He sees a figure in a cloak standing in the middle of the ruins, staring at him. Mord immediately rushes into battle, but the dark figure dodges his attacks without trying to fight back, creating even more tension. The entity speaks in a magical voice and hints that the real plan is just beginning, and the temple was only a distraction. After these words, it disappears in a cloud of dark smoke. Mord rushes forward but only manages to touch the remnants of its energy. The next morning, he sets off for the nearest settlement to warn the locals and learn more about the enemy's trail. In the village, he finds witnesses who saw strange figures heading toward a large gorge beyond the known maps. Mord and his ally set off for the gorge. On the way, they see destroyed watchtowers, evidence of recent battles. Deep in the gorge, they discover a portal activated by rare magic, which is a passage to the dimension where the enemy leader is hiding. They exchange glances and decide to go through the portal, realizing that there may be no way back. Once in the new world, Mord feels the pressure of another reality around him. Everything is distorted, and magic hovers in every stone. A fortress appears on the horizon, seemingly floating in the air, and it is there that they sense the presence of a source of dark power. They cautiously approach the fortress, and a strange buzzing sound can be heard in the air, as if reality itself is resisting their presence. At the entrance, they are met by guards created from magic and metal. Mord immediately engages in battle, using his speed and strength. An ally covers him from the flank, holding back the second wave of attackers. Their coordinated battle allows them to break through the defenses. After a short but fierce battle, they burst into the inner courtyard, where the magical core of the fortress trembles from overload. Mord realizes that this core controls the reality around him, and begins a ritual to stop it before the structure collapses. Mord concentrates energy around himself, creating a protective field, and recites a spell to isolate the core from outside influences. The core begins to resist, dark magic bursting out of it in a spiral that tries to capture Mord's consciousness. An ally helps stabilize the energy flow, and together they direct it upward to change the core's force vector. The ritual succeeds, and the structure of the fortress begins to disintegrate from within. They flee while the magical field still allows them to move. Beyond the last threshold, the fortress explodes in light and silence. Reality returns to normal, and the enemy loses its foothold. Mord and his ally exit the portal back to their world, leaving behind the destroyed enemy base in the parallel dimension. They return to the city where their allies are already waiting, all relieved to hear the good news about the destruction of the enemy core. Mord's mentor praises his determination and says that it was one of the most dangerous missions, but it changed the course of events. Mord admits that during the ritual, he saw the new face of the enemy, the one who stands even higher and directs all attacks from the shadows. The allies decide to immediately begin preparations for the next phase of the battle, because the real battle is just beginning and time is running out. Mord and his team head to the capital of the Magical Guild to warn the elders about the real threat posed by the new enemy. In the council hall, his words are met with surprise and disbelief, but the evidence and memories force those present to take them seriously. Some of the mages suggest creating a new protective shield for the world, but others object, saying that this is only a temporary solution. Mord emphasizes that only by joining forces can the threat be stopped, because the enemy already knows how to bypass the old barriers. After discussion, the council approves the creation of a task force to be led by Mord, who accepts this responsibility without hesitation. Mord gathers trained mages and warriors from different regions, each with unique abilities and experience in fighting dark magic. He conducts the first training battle to test how well the new team works together and whether they are ready for a real enemy. Despite fatigue and the complexity of the tasks, the allies learn to work together and trust each other even in the most difficult conditions. Mord sees in each of them the potential to change the course of the war, motivating them with words of faith in a bright future. After training, the team receives its first assignment, to find and neutralize a hidden enemy base in the border region. The team sets off on their journey through snowy mountain passes. Weather conditions make the journey difficult, but everyone understands the importance of the mission. In the forest, they find traces of magical activity, leading to a cave hidden among the rocks, with a ruined watchtower standing nearby. Mord orders the team to split up to cover all the entrances to the cave and prevent the enemy from escaping or activating the ritual. Inside the cave, they encounter mages guarding a crystal filled with dark energy, and the battle begins instantly. Mord breaks through the defenses and destroys the crystal with a cleansing spell, after which the cave begins to collapse from the explosion. The group escapes from the cave at the last moment, hearing the rumble of the collapse behind them. They manage to save their lives and complete their mission. On the way back, Mord receives a message that another center of dark power has been activated in another region. He realizes that this is only the beginning of a large-scale enemy offensive, and the team must act quickly to stop the chain reaction. They are greeted as heroes in the city, but Mord does not rest. He immediately plots a new route to intercept the new threat. The map shows that the center is located near an ancient temple that has long been considered abandoned, but it turns out to be a trap. The team arrives at the temple and discovers that protective barriers have already been activated inside, which means that the enemy is waiting for them. Mord assigns tasks, and everyone takes their place at the points of power. They must neutralize the defenses simultaneously. After a short battle, They manage to break through the outer barrier, but inside, a powerful mage who controls this center awaits them. The battle begins with a magical storm that the enemy conjures up around them, but Mord counterattacks using the energy of light. The mage turns out to be an old acquaintance of Mord's mentor, and his presence here indicates that the betrayal within the guild is not yet complete. Mord delivers the decisive blow, cleansing the mage's soul of the dark influence. He falls unconscious, but with no evil left in his heart. The temple begins to collapse and the team evacuates, taking the mage with them, knowing that this victory is important for the entire campaign. The chapter ends with Mord standing under the starry sky, looking into the distance, realizing that the decisive battle is still ahead. Mord stands on top of a hill, watching the horizon. He senses that a new threat is approaching and that time is running out. In the Allied camp, he holds a meeting to discuss the strategy for the next step. Everyone understands the seriousness of the situation. During training, Mord demonstrates a new technique that allows him to control energy with precision down to the smallest detail. His allies are impressed by his skill and feel inspired as they prepare for the upcoming battles that could change the course of the war. Mord receives a report of strange activity in a neighboring region and decides to go there to investigate personally. Mord arrives at a small village where the inhabitants are frightened by nighttime explosions of magic and strange disappearances of people without a trace. He examines the site of the last explosion and finds the remains of a spell he has never seen before, which causes him alarm. Among the debris, he discovers the symbol of a new cult that has recently emerged and is gaining strength beyond the known territory. Mord questions an old village wizard who confirms that he saw a dark figure appearing after each explosion. He decides to track down this figure and sets out on patrol at night, leaving magical marks around the village for protection. At night, Mord watches the dark figure moving through the forest at an unusual speed and prepares for the encounter. The figure stops near an old temple, turns around, and looks at Mord. He realizes that it is a magician who uses dark energy. Mord engages in a duel with the mage, and attacks and counterattacks change with lightning speed, each blow filled with magic. The dark magician tries to use a forbidden spell to subdue the space around him, but Mord quickly stops him. After a fierce battle, Mord emerges victorious, taking his opponent's magical artifact, which was the source of his power and dark energy. Mord examines the artifact he has taken and feels the dark energy still lingering around it, realizing that this is only the beginning. In the village, he explains to the residents that the danger has passed, but they must be prepared for new threats that may arise at any time. Mord receives a message from his allies that anomalies are being observed again in the southern region, and he must go there. On his way to the southern region, he encounters a group of mages seeking help, a sign that the situation is getting worse. Together, they head to the scene, where they discover extensive destruction and traces of magic indicating the presence of dark forces. Mord and his allies find a dark cave in the mountains where they sense a strong magical presence filled with the enemy's energy. While trying to get inside, they run into magical barriers protecting the cave and start looking for weak spots. Mord uses his knowledge to find hidden magical keys to destroy the barrier, clearing the way for an attack. Inside the cave, they find a huge magical crystal that serves as a source of dark energy and is being prepared for the ritual's activation. Mord orders his team to prepare for battle, knowing that destroying the crystal is the only way to stop the ritual from being performed. Mord activates a protective barrier around the team and, together with his allies, approaches the crystal, which begins to pulsate with dark energy. Everyone feels the crystal's power affecting the surrounding space, changing reality and distorting the space around them. Mord begins to recite a spell that should neutralize the crystal, but he feels strong resistance to the magic emanating from it. The enemy behind the ritual appears before them in a dark robe, his gaze full of contempt and self-confidence. The dark mage lunges at Mord, starting the fight with powerful attacks, but Mord is ready to respond with all his strength. Mord parries the dark mage's first blow, his hand glowing again with light, creating a barrier against the enemy's dark magic. The battle between them rages with incredible speed, as magical blows meet in the air, creating explosions that shake the ground. The dark mage tries to use forbidden magic to summon demons, but Mord quickly stops his ritual with a counterspell. During the fight, Mord notices that the mage is weakening, so he decides to take the final step and delivers a powerful blow to his enemy's heart. The dark mage falls and his magic crumbles into dark dust, but Mord senses that this is only part of a greater threat. After defeating the dark mage, Mord stands over his corpse, but his gaze remains sad. This is not the end of the battle. Mord takes the enemy's artifact, which contains some of the dark energy, realizing that his role in this war is not yet over. His allies approach him, and they all understand that the next step will be to fight the leader of the dark forces, who is still unknown. In the camp, Mord holds a meeting to decide how to proceed. Everyone agrees that the enemy is growing stronger, and that it is time to act immediately. They head toward an ancient temple where, according to their information, the leader of the Dark Guild may be hiding. The group arrives at the temple hidden in the dense forest. Mord feels dark energy filling every inch of the area. They cautiously enter the temple, whose walls are covered with ancient runes that bear witness to the magical rituals that took place here centuries ago. Inside the temple, they find a huge room with a huge magical crystal pulsing with dark energy at its center. Mord realizes that this crystal is the source of all the dark attacks, and he decides to destroy it. But to do so, he will have to navigate numerous traps. The team prepares for the final battle. Each member knows their role, and Mord gives his final instructions before moving forward to destroy the source of the dark power. Mord attacks the crystal using all his magical power, but the dark energy begins to actively repel his blows, creating a magical shield. His allies support him by attacking from the flanks, trying to break through the protective barrier, but even this is not enough to destroy the crystal. Mord activates a forbidden spell that allows him to focus his magic on a single precise strike at the center of the crystal. Dark energy begins to flare up around the crystal, destroying everything in its path, but Mord continues to direct his power to a single point. The last powerful blow stops the magic crystal, shattering it into pieces, and the dark energy inside begins to dissipate. The dark energy dissipates and the temple begins to collapse from within. Mord and his allies run out before the building collapses completely. Outside the temple, the team looks at its remains, realizing that the dark threat has been destroyed, but new trials still await them ahead. Mord stands near the ruined temple, looking at the sunset. He knows that their struggle is not over, but they are ready for new battle. Mord stands on the balcony watching the sunrise, feeling that his journey is just beginning and that many battles still lie ahead. After recent events, Mord receives news of enemy activity in the east, forcing him to immediately embark on a new journey. He gathers his team to discuss the next step. His allies are ready, and each of them knows that the fight will be difficult and dangerous. The road to the east leads through a forest where the weather changes suddenly, and Mord feels a magical covering surrounding them with every step. During their journey, they find ancient ruins that were once part of a great magical civilization. Now, only memories remain. Mord and his team continue to explore the ruins, finding traces of long-forgotten magical practices that may help them in their fight against the enemy. They come across a magical artifact that activates a trap, and the group is forced to fight the summoned magical creatures. The battle is intense, but Mord uses his powers to destroy the creatures, clearing the way for further exploration. After the battle, the team finds important information about dark rituals planned in the east and realizes that there is no time to waste. They set off, knowing that the threat is already approaching and that they must prevent the enemy from carrying out their plans before it is too late. The team continues on their way through the dark forest where every sound seems suspicious. Mord senses that the enemy is already following them. At night, they are attacked by dark mages disguised as shadows. Mord reacts quickly, casting a protective spell on the entire group. The battle with the mages becomes more intense, but Mord and his allies fight back, gradually reducing the number of enemies. After the victory, Mord finds an artifact on one of the mages that could be the key to uncovering the enemy's plans, and he decides to investigate it. At dawn, they reach the outskirts of the city, where they learn that the enemy has already begun to mobilize its armies for an attack on the main cities. Mord plans his next move and orders his allies to prepare for the enemy, confident that the attack will be swift. They move toward the city that has suffered the most from enemy attacks. Mord knows that they must be prepared for any unforeseen situation. During the journey, Mord receives another message from an old ally warning of a new threat from the south. Mord decides to change direction and sends the team to the southern region, where magical anomalies are most concentrated. Upon arrival, they discover that the enemy has already begun using ancient spells to create a magical army. Mord studies the findings and plans how to stop the enemy with the help of destructive magic. He goes to an ancient temple where the enemy's main forces are located. In the temple, they encounter mage shepherds trying to distract them, but Mord and his allies keep moving forward. In the middle of the temple, they are met by a dark mage who is leading the process of creating the army. Mord prepares for the final battle with him. Mord and the dark mage engage in a duel. Magic fills the air. Their blows destroy the stones of the temple, but neither of them retreats. Mord manages to deliver the final blow and destroy the artifact that was behind the creation of the army of dark magicians. The mage disappears and the temple begins to collapse. Mord and his team quickly leave the place, knowing that the threat has been eliminated once again. After that, Mord returns to his headquarters, where he commands preparations for a great battle with the enemy's main leader. Mord stands on top of a hill watching the approaching enemy army, knowing that this battle will be decisive. He approaches his team and gives them their final instructions. Everyone is ready for battle, and none of them doubt victory. As night falls, they begin the final stage of the operation and head for the enemy's large shelter to stop the final ritual. Upon arriving at the location, they find the enemy's main army ready to attack. Mord gives the signal to advance, and they rush into battle. The battle rages with great intensity, but Mord manages to reach the leader of the Dark Magicians and stop his ritual. The leader of the Dark Mages is defeated and his army begins to disintegrate. Mord and his allies celebrate their victory in the great battle. Mord stands in the middle of the battlefield with the feeling that his struggle is not yet over, for there are still unknown threats in the world. After the victory, Mord receives new tasks. He knows that now he will be searching for the last traces of the dark forces and their allies. He sets off on a new mission with his team, knowing that the world now needs even more protection and a fight against the dark forces. Mord sees new threats on the horizon, but in his heart he is determined and ready for any fight for peace. The man moves forward, knowing that the fight for peace continues and that he will fight it to the very end. The hero leaves the temple and sees the dark energy dissipate. He realizes that their battle is just beginning. Mord's allies support him, knowing that victory over the enemy is only the first part of a long journey. After the battle, the team plans their next steps, knowing that the Dark Guild still has several centers of power around the world. Mord gives the team instructions and sets off for a new location where the enemy may be hiding their resources and strengthening their position. In the forest, they find traces of magic leading to a large fortress, where Mord decides to stop and investigate. Inside the fortress, they encounter guardians of dark magic, but Mord manages to activate a spell to penetrate further. They reach the center of the fortress, where they find a large source of magic that is actively used by the enemy for rituals. Mord actively works with artifacts to destroy the source of magic, but his every step is met with resistance from the dark forces. After several battles, he destroys the main magical illusion that hid the main room for performing the ritual. The team continues to move through the fortress, knowing that there are still hidden traps that could be fatal. At the end of the fortress, they find a dark magician trying to activate a magical gate to summon dark creatures. Mord engages in battle with the magician, each of his blows penetrating the dark magic, but the magician does not give up without a fight. The dark magician tries to distract Mord by creating numerous illusions, but Mord recognizes them and destroys them immediately. Using an artifact in his magic, Mord destroys the source of dark energy and defeats the master of the dark forces. After defeating the magistrate, Mord destroys the magical gate that could have released the creatures of dark energy into the world. The fortress begins to collapse, but Mord and his allies manage to escape, leaving behind the destroyed source of dark magic. Having secured their victory, the team returns to the city, knowing that the war against the dark forces is not over yet. Mord gathers his allies and tells them about a new threat from another region, planning to head there in the near future. The next day, they head south to stop a new army of dark mages trying to take over another fortress. On the way, Mord senses increased dark magic activity and knows that the enemy is preparing for another ritual on the Great Lands. Upon arriving at the location, they see that the enemy has already begun the ritual and is preparing to summon new dark creatures to fight. Mord tries to stabilize the magical flow to stop the destruction of the structure, but his strength is at its limit and he cannot stop. The dark mage who led the ritual tries to escape, but Mord uses the power of the artifact to block his path. Mord and his allies win, stopping the ritual, but the building begins to collapse and they hastily leave the place. The remnants of magic are still flowing out of the temple, but now they are safe, and Mord is confident that the enemy has been defeated in this important battle. After the temple is completely destroyed, Mord and his team return to the city to prepare for the next stage. They meet their allies in the city, who congratulate them on their victory, but Mord warns them that the real threat is yet to come. While preparing for the next battles, Mord receives new information about the enemy in another region, and sets off there. The path to the new threat is difficult and dangerous, but Mord once again leads his team, knowing that the future of the world depends on it. At sunset, they arrive at a place where a strong dark magic can be felt, indicating a new threat awaiting them. Mord is ready for the next battle, knowing that his journey is far from over and that he must stop the new dark force. Mord stands on a hill watching the horizon, his face serious and determined, sensing the approach of a new threat. The team prepares to set off on a new mission. Mord gives instructions to his allies, and everyone is ready for the battle ahead. Mord carefully studies the map, determining the most likely route to the place where the enemy may be hiding. During their journey, they encounter a group of magical creatures that emerge from the forest and attack the team. The battle rages on with great intensity. Mord and his allies fight off the enemy attacks using their magical powers. Mord and his allies defeat the creatures, but he senses that this is only the first wave of enemies and that the real threat lies ahead. The group continues on their way, bypassing the forest. Mord senses a magical anomaly in the air and orders everyone to be careful. After several hours of travel, they reach an ancient temple that hides dark secrets and long-forgotten rituals. Mord surveys the temple suspiciously, his eyes carefully studying the surroundings. He knows that the enemy may be closer than it seems. Inside the temple, they find a magical artifact that contains dark energy. This artifact may be the key to future events. Mord holds the artifact in his hands, feeling the dark energy emanating from it, and realizes that this artifact is very dangerous. The team decides to destroy the artifact to prevent the enemy from using its power for their dark purposes. The dark energy of the artifact begins to intensify, and a magical trap appears, trying to pull them inside the temple. Mord uses his magic to neutralize the trap and lead the team to safety before the temple collapses completely. As they escape from the temple, Mord orders his allies to be ready for new threats, as he senses that the enemy will not give up so easily. After leaving the temple, Mord and the team head to the nearest town to warn the locals about the possible threat from dark magic. In the city, they meet local magicians who confirm that dark energy has begun to affect the environment. Mord and his allies devise a plan to stop the spread of dark magic in the region and warn of its consequences. During the night, they receive a new message that another magical object has been activated by the enemy, which could lead to disaster. Mord gathers a team for a new mission. They head to the location of the artifact, knowing that the enemy is already on their way to their target. Mord and his allies approach the location where the artifact has been activated and sense a strong magical anomaly that grows stronger with every step. There, they find a dark mage who has already prepared the artifact for a grand ritual that will have serious consequences for the entire world. Mord engages in battle with the mage, his blows crossing the magical barriers created by the enemy, who is not willing to give up without a fight. The battle continues in the dark surroundings of magic, and the artifact begins to emit dark energy that complicates all attempts to attack. Mord successfully destroys the artifact, but the mage manages to activate his last spell, which causes an explosion of magical energy across the battlefield. The magical energy explodes around Mord, and his allies try to escape the blast to avoid serious damage. The explosion destroys part of the temple, but the team manages to escape and avoid complete destruction, which could have led to disaster. After the explosion, Mord and his allies return to the city to regain their strength and continue their fight against the dark forces. Mord decides to join forces with other mages to prepare for new threats that may arise from the residual magical energy. The team heads south where the enemy is preparing for their next major attack. They must warn all the surrounding settlements. Mord descends into the tunnel with his team, carefully checking the magical barriers to avoid dangerous traps along the way. Underground, they find ancient ruins left over from past rituals of dark magicians, with impressive symbols covered in magical energy. The team discovers a powerful magical artifact hidden in the center of the ruins. Mord senses that this could be the source of the enemy's power. While Mord investigates the artifact, his allies discover traces of dark magic leading to another part of the dungeon. They decide to split up to check all the paths and stop the ritual if the enemy tries to activate the artifact. Mord finds an ancient stone in the dungeon that emits dark energy. He realizes that this stone is the key to the enemy's ritual. As he examines the stone, dark magic begins to activate, and magical creatures appear around it, trying to protect it. Mord engages in battle with the magical creatures, his magic becoming more powerful with each blow, destroying them one by one. After Mord eliminates the threat, he manages to stop the ritual from activating by destroying the stone and neutralizing the dark energy. The dungeon begins to collapse, but the team manages to escape in time, leaving behind the destroyed source of dark magic. Mord and his team emerge from the ruins, realizing that they have destroyed one of the main sources of dark magic. But this is not the end. They head to the city, where they are informed of a new threat that has arisen in the east. Mord decides that their next destination will be there. During their journey, they encounter a new wave of dark creatures attacking from the darkness. Mord quickly gives instructions to his team. Mord and his allies engage in battle with the dark creatures, each using their powers to destroy their enemies and move forward. After the battle, the team continues on their way, sensing that the enemy is getting closer and realizing that they must act quickly. Mord and his team approach the southern region, where magical activity is at its peak. They must be prepared for anything. They find an abandoned fortress that was once a great center of dark forces, and now the remains of its ruins bear witness to the former power of the enemy. Mord senses that dark magic is hidden inside the fortress, and his eyes watch every movement around him closely. During their reconnaissance, they come across enemy tracks leading to underground tunnels in the fortress that were once used for magical rituals. Mord and his team stand at the edge of the forest. They see smoke on the horizon and realize that the enemy is already active in the region. They hurry toward the smoke, noticing traces of a battle and fragments of magical protection scattered on the ground. At the site, they find a destroyed settlement, the inhabitants in panic, and the dark magic that has just disappeared still palpable around them. A local elder tells them that the attack was sudden, and that the enemy used a new type of magic that they had never seen before. Mord orders the team to search the area. They must find the source of the magic and find out where the enemy went. The team searches the remains of the settlement and finds strange symbols carved into the ground by the dark mage. Mord leans over the symbols and tries to decipher them. He sees that they are part of a great ritual to summon the forces of darkness. Suddenly, one of the symbols activates and summons a shadowy creature that attacks one of the allies. Mord reacts instantly and destroys the creature with a magical explosion. The symbols disappear, and the air becomes clear again. The team realizes that the enemy has left a trap to delay them, and now they cannot afford to waste a single minute. Mord determines the direction in which the enemy disappeared, and the team sets off in pursuit without stopping for a moment, as time is running out. On the way, they cross a river over which a black cloud of magic hangs, its source somewhere ahead. On the other side of the river, they are met by a group of mages who survive the attack and provide them with important information. The magicians say that the enemy is looking for a special artifact hidden in one of the old mountain caves. Mord realizes that if the enemy gets the artifact, the balance of power will be disrupted, and the whole land will be in danger. The team sets off for the mountain caves, their path leading through steep slopes and magically unstable areas that make progress difficult. As they approach the caves, they feel a powerful magical impulse coming from inside, indicating the presence of the enemy. Mord leads the team into the cave, and they proceed cautiously, sensing that every step could trigger a trap. Inside the cave, the space is distorted by magic. The stones glow with a dark light, and the air is filled with heavy energy. On the wall, they find an inscription indicating a ritual to open a portal and warning of the danger of awakening ancient forces. Mord touches the inscription and sees a vision in which dark energy engulfs the entire world if the ritual is completed. He shares what he has seen with the team and orders them to find the ritual room immediately to stop the enemy before the awakening begins. Deeper in the cave, they encounter guards, magical creatures created to protect against uninvited guests. The team engages in battle, using combined magic to overcome resistance and conserve their strength for the final confrontation. After their victory, they approach the center of the cave, where they sense the presence of a powerful source of dark magic. In the center of the cave, they see a ritual circle with a dark mage standing inside, reciting an ancient spell. Mord does not wait for the ritual to end, and rushes into the attack, trying to destroy the magic circle before it activates. The dark mage creates a protective barrier that pushes Mord back and causes a wave of energy to explode around him. Mord's allies block the wave with their magic while searching for a weak spot in the barrier to get inside. Mord concentrates and uses an old spell to break through the barrier and make his way to the magical core of the ritual circle. Mord reaches the core of the ritual and puts all his magical power into a strike to destroy it and stop the dark process. The core shatters into pieces, and the ritual is interrupted. Dark energy begins to burst out, causing instability. The cave begins to shake. Its walls are covered with cracks, and the team realizes that they must flee immediately to survive. While everyone is running away, Mord turns around to make sure that the dark mage did not survive the destruction of the ritual core. The team escapes from the cave at the last moment as a magical wave finally destroys it, and the ceiling collapses behind them. On the surface, Mord and the team check on each other. Everyone is alive but exhausted after the battle and the magical explosion. Mord scans the horizon and sees the remaining dark energy dissipating in the sky, meaning that the ritual has been completely disrupted. The allies thank Mord for his determination, because without his strength and quick reaction, the world could have been in great danger. They decide to rest in the nearest village to regain their strength before setting out in search of new threats. Mord sits by the fire, staring into the flames, feeling that this was only the first of many battles to come. The next morning, the team leaves the village and sets off on their journey, knowing that the dark force has not disappeared for good. Mord receives a magical message warning of new enemy activity in a remote mountain region. The team immediately changes direction and heads for the new location, knowing that every delay could cost innocent lives. On the way, they encounter a wounded soldier who tells them that his squad was destroyed by a mysterious magical creature. Mord orders everyone to be ready for any attack, as the enemy is becoming more aggressive and cunning than before. The team continues through a gorge where the magic in the air becomes heavier, a sign that the source of the dark power is nearby. On the mountainside, they see the remains of a battle, burnt trees, broken swords, and blood leading to a cave ahead. Mord approaches the cave and sees traces of the same magic that was present during the previous ritual. The enemy is preparing something again. Inside, they find a new ritual circle, but this time the energy is stronger and more stable than ever before. The team prepares for battle, knowing that any attempt to destroy this circle will provoke the most powerful resistance they have ever faced. A new enemy appears. He is different from the others, has a higher level of magic, and looks like one of the main servants of the Dark Force. Mord immediately enters the battle, trying to prevent the enemy from completing the ritual. Blow after blow, both reveal their true power. The battle reaches its climax, and the team supports Mord by distracting the servant so that he can deliver the decisive blow. Mord activates an artifact that allows him to pierce the enemy's magic shield and get closer to the heart of the ritual circle. The Dark Servant tries to stop Mord, but the power of the artifact is greater, and his magic begins to crumble before our eyes. Mord delivers the final blow, and the Dark Servant disappears in a flash of magical dust. The ritual circle begins to lose stability. The energy dissipates, the air clears, and silence returns to the cave. The team realizes that they have avoided a great catastrophe. After destroying the circle, they find the fragments of an ancient artifact that the enemy tried to activate to increase his power. Mord takes the fragments with him to study them and learn more about the enemy's true intention. Upon exiting the cave, the team sees a bright sky and realizes that the world is safe for now, but the enemy will not stop. The team continues through the forest, knowing that the Dark Organization still has many servants who can strike at any moment. On the way, Mord receives a message from an old ally asking for help in another region where enemy activity has been detected. The team decides to split up, with some going to help their ally and others staying with Mord for further reconnaissance. Mord prepares a new strategy because he understands that each enemy attack has a common center and must be struck at that point. They set off again through the mountain, knowing that the journey will be difficult, but there is no time to rest. During the ascent, the team encounters more magical creatures lurking on the peaks of the cliffs. The battle takes place on narrow paths, but thanks to their coordinated efforts, the team quickly neutralizes the threat and continues their ascent. At the top, they see an ancient monument covered with symbols similar to those used by dark magicians in their rituals. Mord activates his magic to read the symbols and learns that it is a map to the main hideout of the Dark Organization. The team is ready to head to the enemy's stronghold to stop them once and for all. The team stands on the edge of a cliff, watching the valley where the enemy is likely hiding. The atmosphere is tense and silent. Mord orders them to go down, every move carefully calculated, as they do not know what traps may await them ahead. Silence reigns in the valley, but a strong dark energy emanates from the center of an ancient structure. As they get closer, they notice guards patrolling the area. Mord signals to proceed without making any unnecessary noise. The team quickly and quietly neutralizes the guards, clearing the way to the entrance of the structure where their enemy is likely to be. They enter the building and immediately encounter a magical barrier blocking the passage. Mord begins to analyze it. Mord uses a special spell to weaken the barrier and open a passage deeper into the building. Passing through the tunnel, the team hears a hollow hum coming from below, growing louder with each step. On the walls, they see ancient inscriptions warning of the awakening of an ancient evil that sleeps in the dungeon. Mord stops and reads the inscriptions. He realizes that the enemy wants to use the power of this evil for a new ritual. The team descends deeper into the structure. The air becomes thicker, and the magical energy is almost physically palpable. They reach a large hall where a complex ritual circle is carved into the floor, which is already beginning to glow. In the center of the circle stands a mage who is conducting the ritual, and next to him are two warriors guarding the awakening process. Mord challenges the mage, but he only smiles and continues to read spells from a black leather book. Mord's allies prepare for battle, knowing that if the ritual is completed, it will lead to catastrophic consequences. The battle begins. The enemies attack simultaneously, but Mord's team confidently holds the defense, responding accurately and quickly. Mord fights his way to the mage, trying to interrupt the ritual. His blows are strong, but the circle's defense holds. One of the allies activates a magic sphere that temporarily blocks the mage's power and stops his spell. Mord uses this moment to deliver the decisive blow and destroy the center of the ritual circle. The glow of the ritual fades and the hall is filled with silence. The team realizes that they have managed to prevent the awakening. The mage falls to his knees, defeated, and disappears into a dark haze, leaving only ashes behind. After the battle, Mord examines the circle and sees that the structure was only part of a larger ritual spanning several regions. The team finds a map marking the other points of the ritual, and Mord realizes that the fight is only just beginning. They leave the dungeon, knowing they have little time to prevent the activation of the next ritual circle. On the surface, the team plans a route to the nearest point, unaware that new enemies are already following them. The team moves through the dense forest, each step accompanied by a sense of foreboding and the pressure of invisible magic. In an open clearing, they encounter an enemy who has been waiting for them. He looks confident and calm. Mord recognizes the enemy as one of the main commanders of the Dark Organization, responsible for coordinating rituals. Without hesitation, the battle begins. The commander uses powerful magic that creates illusions and blinds the enemy. Mord closes his eyes and focuses on the enemy's energy. He breaks through the illusion with a direct blow that disrupts his opponent's balance. The commander retreats and changes tactics, creating a protective dome around himself to regroup his forces. Mord's allies use a joint spell to weaken the dome and allow Mord to pass through it. Mord breaks through and engages in close combat with the attack commander, striking quickly and mercilessly. At the decisive moment, Mord uses a spell of destruction and strikes the commander right in the center of his magical core. The commander falls, defeat is evident, but before disappearing, he warns that the main evil is only awakening. Mord listens carefully to the enemy's last words and realizes that time has played against them. The other rituals may already have been activated. The team gathers together and decides to split up to stop as many ritual points as possible. Mord sets off for the most dangerous region, knowing that the central source of dark energy may be located there. The path leads through the ruins of an ancient city where the pressure of magic can be felt, squeezing the body and clouding the mind. At the entrance to the city, he is met by a mysterious hooded figure who silently points to the central tower. Mord approaches the tower with each step. The magic intensifies, the ground trembles, and the sky above him darkens. Inside the tower, he sees an arch with runic ornamentation that opens a portal to the place where the dark force originated. Mord takes a step forward and passes through the portal, finding himself in a dimension filled with energy and chaos. Images of past battles appear around him, trying to confuse him and make him doubt himself. Mord focuses on his task and overcomes the vision. His determination is stronger than any fear. Mord reaches the center of the dimension, where a source of dark power hovers above a stone pedestal, pulsing with an ominous light. He approaches the source and feels resistance, as if the power is alive and trying to protect itself from destruction. A dark entity appears before him, taking the form of his fears and trying to mislead Mord. Mord does not give in, and begins a cleansing spell that starts to destroy the source from within. The entity struggles in agony, but the power of light is stronger. Mord holds on until the source crumbles to dust. After the source is destroyed, the world around him begins to purify. The colors become brighter, and the air becomes lighter. The portal reopens and Mord returns, leaving behind a destroyed dark reality. At the exit of the tower, he is met by one of his allies, who informs him that the other rituals have also been stopped. The team gathers to discuss the outcome of the battle and their next steps. The enemy has suffered a serious blow. Mord realizes that there are still many threats ahead, but today they have won an important victory in a great war. Mord and his team return to headquarters, where they are greeted by allies and residents celebrating the victory. Despite the joy, Mord remains serious. He knows that the enemy has retreated but has not been completely destroyed. At headquarters, he analyzes the map of magical points and notices one activity that remains despite the destruction of its source. Mord decides to go there himself, believing that this point may be the key to the final destruction of the dark force. He leaves a short message for his allies and sets off, not knowing what lies ahead. Mord's path leads through desolate lands where traces of dark magic still linger in the form of shadows and distortions of reality. He stops at a ruined temple where a powerful magical point once stood, but now only silence remains. In the temple, he sees traces of the enemy's presence, but there are few of them, and Mord realizes that this is just a trap to distract him. While he is exploring the temple, he is attacked by a group of masked creatures, but he reacts quickly and fights them off. After the battle, he finds a scroll with instructions for a new ritual and realizes that the threat may be closer than it seemed. Mord studies the scroll and sees that the new ritual will take place in an abandoned fortress located in the mountains to the north. He immediately sets off, overcoming a difficult route through snow and wind that try to stop him. As he approaches the fortress, he notices signs of intense enemy activity and senses that something powerful has been awakened. The fortress is protected by magical barriers that change the shape of space and disorient anyone who approaches. Mord activates an artifact that stabilizes space and allows him to approach the fortress gates without losing his bearings. Mord enters the fortress and sees that the ritual is almost complete, with dark energy swirling in the center of the hall preparing to explode. He rushes forward with his last ounce of strength and strikes at the very core of the ritual to destroy it completely. The ritual collapses, the dark energy disappears, and Mord stands among the ruins, knowing that he has saved the world once again, but the struggle continues. Mord stands on a snow-covered pass, watching the dark fortress visible in the distance amid the mountain curtain. He feels a powerful magical pressure coming from the fortress and realizes that this place is the new epicenter of the dark force. The team approaches the entrance to the fortress, noticing the frozen remains of magical creatures that once guarded the passage. The gates open by themselves, and the wind rushing out from inside brings with it the whispers of ancient spells and warning. Upon entering, they find themselves in a hall where light is broken into pieces, and shadows move contrary to logic. Mord realizes that the space inside the fortress is distorted by dark magic, and that every step could lead to a trap. The team moves cautiously, relying on Mord's instincts as he leads them between magical rifts and temporal distortion. In the center of the hall, they see a portal trembling with energy, from which a dark beam shoots into the sky. Next to the portal stands a figure in a black cloak, its face hidden, but its power can be felt throughout the room. Mord steps forward, challenging the figure to a duel, knowing that the hardest battle in this fight against evil lies ahead. The dark figure raises its hand and summons a wave of magic that strikes the walls of the hall with force, causing cracks in the stone. Mord dodges the attack and counterattacks with a beam of light that cuts through space and forces the enemy to retreat a step. The team creates a protective field around the portal to prevent energy from escaping during the battle. Mord enters close combat, swords clash, magic flashes, and each blow shatters the air like thunder in the silence. The enemy is wounded, but he smiles and activates part of the portal, which begins to open despite the resistance. Mord realizes that he must stop the ritual and focuses on the core of the portal to direct all his power against it. The figure in black tries to distract Mord by creating illusions in which images of his past appear. Mord overcomes the illusions, remaining unshaken, knowing that only true faith will destroy the dark source. The team restrains the magical storm that has arisen around the portal. Their shields crack but hold thanks to their combined strength. Mord tears off a fragment of the artifact and throws it into the portal. A flash engulfs the hall, destroying all magical structures. The portal explodes in a bright light, and a wave of energy engulfs everything around, forcing everyone to fall to the ground from the force of the impact. When the dust settles, Mord rises and sees that the figure in black has disappeared, leaving behind only fragments of a mask. The team gradually comes to their senses and realizes that the ritual has been disrupted, but that this was only one of many attempts. They leave the fortress, which begins to collapse from the instability of the magic that held its structure together. In the snow in front of the entrance, Mord notices a symbol similar to those he saw earlier, and realizes that it was a sign from another enemy. Mord leans over the symbol and touches it with his fingers. A vision fills his mind, revealing a new threat. In the vision, he sees a tower rising from the ground, surrounded by dark magicians preparing a new grand ritual. When the vision disappears, he returns to the team and briefly informs them that they must head east immediately. The team asks no questions and follows Mord, understanding that time is on the side of evil. On the horizon, the outlines of mountains appear, behind which a new threat and possibly the last bastion of dark magic are hidden. Crossing the snowy plains, the team approaches the foot of the mountains, where a strong concentration of magical power can be felt. They pass through a narrow pass and find themselves in a gorge where the air is filled with tension and the whisper of runes. Thousands of symbols are carved into the rock walls, glowing dimly and activating with each step forward. Mord stops the team to examine these symbols. He sees that they are part of the defensive system of a new ritual. He uses his magic to decipher them, find a weak spot in the defense, and clear a safe path forward. The team follows Mord through a narrow corridor in the rock, leaving behind active symbols glowing red. They find themselves in front of the entrance to an ancient cave with engravings reminiscent of the previous ritual structures. Mord senses that a great deal of magical energy has been gathered inside, amplifying every sound and movement. In the center of the cave, a large blue flame burns, sustained by the forces of magicians standing in a circle and whispering spells. One of the magicians notices Mord and raises the alarm, but it is too late because the team enters the cave fully prepared for battle. The mages form a barrier around the fire, trying to complete the ritual before the team can stop them. Mord breaks through, piercing the spell's defense with a spell that destroys the magical circle and weakens the barrier. The battle erupts instantly, with each ally using their power to destroy parts of the ritual circle. One of the mages casts a powerful curse on Mord, but he manages to deflect it and direct it toward the cave wall. The flames begin to fade, and with them the magician's magic weakens. They panic and try to escape from the cave. Mord and his allies destroy the last elements of the ritual, completely de-energizing the source of magic that sustained the flames. The cave begins to collapse. Cracks spread across the walls and debris falls from the ceiling. The team rushes to the exit. At the exit, they turn around and see the flames dying out, leaving only cold emptiness behind. Mord stands on a cliff looking at the horizon, feeling that a large part of the dark force has been destroyed. But he knows that this is not the end, and that the enemy is only preparing for the final blow that will change the course of this war. The team rests by the fire, but everyone remains alert, knowing that a new battle is just around the corner. Mord unfolds the map and marks all the destroyed points. He sees that only one final position remains. The allies agree to go all the way, even if it is the most dangerous task of the entire struggle. In the morning they set off, leaving behind the ruins of rituals and heading towards the final threat. Mord walks ahead, his gaze fixed on the east, sensing that a force capable of changing everything is concentrated there. On the horizon, the silhouette of an ancient temple lost in the mountains appears, which once served as a stronghold of great magic. Mord stops in front of the temple entrance, sensing that this is where it all began and where it must all end. The team enters in complete silence, knowing that behind these walls, the final battle for the fate of the world awaits them. Mord and the team enter the temple. The darkness inside is thick, and the magic seems to weigh on their shoulders, forcing them to stop. Ancient statues in the corridor watch them with eyes that flash with light, and the aura of fear grows with every step. In the center of the hall stands a column with symbols glowing with blood, which activate when Mord touches the surface. A projection of an ancient magician appears, warning that the awakening of the dark heart has already begun and time is running out. Mord clenches his sword and resolutely moves forward, realizing that there is no way back and that this will be the final battle. The team moves forward and enters a large hall where black dust swirls around, forming magical patterns. Shadows of past warriors form from the dust and attack without a word, each one acting like an exact copy of a real fighter. Mord and his allies respond with counterattacks, realizing that this is a test of willpower and not just a physical battle. One of the shadow warriors breaks through the barrier and wounds an ally. Mord instantly destroys the shadow with a sword strike of pure energy. When the last shadow dissolves, the hall clears, and the team breathes heavily, knowing that what lies ahead will be even more difficult. Ahead, they see an arch decorated with skulls, magical fires burning in their eye sockets, pointing the way deeper into the temple. Under the arch, a spiral staircase opens from which whispers echo, trying to penetrate the minds of each of them. Mord goes first, blocking his mind from outside influences. The rest follow him, keeping their protective magic active. At the bottom, they find themselves in a circle with a throne from which a dark figure rises, its body shrouded in smoke and runic flames. The figure calls itself the Guardian of the Heart of Darkness and offers Mord a final choice: submission or destruction. Mord refuses and raises his sword. The Guardian reacts instantly, creating a shield of runic flames around himself. The battle begins, blows ring out like thunder, magic collides with magic, light and shadow merge in a blinding flash. The team supports Mord, distracting the Guardian so that he can find a weak spot in the enemy's defense. Mord uses a flanking tactic, breaking through from the side and striking the source of magic glowing in the creature's chest. The guard screams and dissolves into dark dust, leaving behind only fragments of a rune pulsing with a faint light. Mord picks up the rune and feels its energy leading him to the doors behind the throne, which open by themselves. Behind the door is a large cave with a dark heart crystal hanging in the center, the source of all the magic gathered here. Energy swirls around the crystal, feeding on all the destroyed rituals and maintaining the balance between light and darkness. Mord approaches the crystal and hears voices trying to tempt him to accept power instead of destruction. He concentrates, remembering all the sacrifices and struggles, and makes the choice to destroy the source to save the future. Mord raises his sword and puts all his magic into it. The blow pierces the crystal and causes an explosion of pure light. The cave begins to collapse. The energy of darkness bursts out but dissolves in the light that engulfs everything around it. The team runs out of the temple at the last moment as the ground shakes, and the remains of the building collapse under their own weight. The sky clears, and the dark clouds disperse, symbolizing the end of a long era of struggle. Mord stands on top of the hill looking east, his eyes calm and his heart silent for the first time in a long time. The sun rises over the reborn land, its rays illuminating the ruins that have witnessed a great victory. The inhabitants of the surrounding cities come to the battlefield and bow before the heroes who saved the world from destruction. Mord's allies embrace each other, smiling through tears of relief and pride for what they have accomplished. Mord looks at them and realizes that although the story is over, the struggle for good will always continue in their hearts. He steps aside, leaving his sword on the hill as a symbol of hope for those who will come after him. Several days pass, and the team goes their separate ways, each carrying their own piece of history and memories of victory. Mord walks alone along the forest paths. Nature around him comes to life, birds sing, and the sky is clearer than ever before. At a crossroads, he meets a young man who dreams of becoming a hero. Mord smiles and hands him a tiny crystal of light. The young man looks at him with admiration. Mord just nods and moves on, leaving a new generation with hope. A new day appears on the horizon, symbolizing a new era without darkness, which was defeated by the hero who remained in the shadows. Mord climbs to the top of the old mountain where he first felt the power of light and made his choice to become a protector. He sits down on a rock and takes out the old amulet he received at the beginning of his journey. The amulet no longer glows, but it still retains its warmth. Memories flash before his eyes. Friends, enemies, losses, victories, and the endless struggle for light. The wind blows around his shoulders. He closes his eyes and feels harmony with everything around him, as if the world is breathing with him. Mord opens his eyes and smiles. His journey is complete, but the story continues with those who follow in his footsteps. In the capital, the victory celebrations continue. People decorate the streets with lanterns and sing songs about heroes. Mord's portrait stands in the center of the square, surrounded by flowers and candles of gratitude that burn even at night. Children play with wooden swords, imagining themselves as defenders of the world, inspired by the legend of the great hero. In libraries, new books are being written about the war between light and darkness, leaving the truth on the pages for future generations. And on distant mountain paths, a lone traveler walks forward, leaving behind traces of peace and unforgettable greatness. On a hill among the flowers stands a nameless grave, with only a sword stuck in the ground as a silent witness to great events. A bird lands on the hilt of the sword, and sings a song of nature as a hymn to those who gave everything for peace and harmony. The clouds above the hill part, and sunlight falls on the sword, as if confirming the gratitude of the heavens. Travelers sometimes stop here, bow their heads, not knowing the name, but feeling the power and peace of this place. This place becomes a symbol of heroism without glory, sacrifice without reward, and silence that speaks louder than words. On the other side of the world, a new source of light awakens. A young magician feels the call of power and looks up at the sky. He reads an old book about Morda and his exploits and realizes that his time has come to act. Placing his hand on his heart, he swears to carry on the light that once saved the world from plunging into darkness. His eyes burn with determination, and his heart beats in unison with the magic that once lived in the hands of the strongest hero. History repeats itself, because as long as there are those who remember the light, darkness can never prevail. On a cliff by the ocean stands an old figure in a cloak, gazing at the horizon and listening to the sound of waves crashing against the shore. This is Mord, who went into seclusion to find inner peace after years of struggle and loss. He has learned to live in silence with nature, talking only to the wind, the stars, and his own memory. Sometimes students come to him to hear stories and get advice that changes their lives forever. Mord has learned that true strength lies not in victory but in the ability to remain good even after great darkness. When the sun goes down, Mord lights a small lantern as a symbol that even the smallest light has the power to fight the darkness. His eyes are calm, his hands are strong, and his heart is open because he is no longer a war hero, but a mentor of peace. From the hillside, he watches as a new generation moves forward with smiles on their faces, knowing that he has left the world in good hands. A star flashes in the sky, which he considers a sign from those who are no longer with him, and he feels that they are watching from above. He closes his eyes, listening to the sound of the waves, and breathes freely for the first time in a long time, because his mission is complete and his soul is at peace. Night falls on the earth, and Morda's lantern shines in the darkness as a reminder of the path he has traveled and the world he has saved. The final scene shows the horizon where dawn is approaching with every passing minute, giving birth to new hope. Morda's story ends not with death but with silence because a true hero lives on in the hearts of those he inspired. A new hero stands on the edge of a cliff, gazing into the distance. Before him lies a world in need of protection and restoration. He receives a letter calling him to join the Order of Light, which began to form after the darkness disappeared. In the town square, people gather to celebrate the anniversary of the victory over darkness. Light and hope reign everywhere. The hero approaches the stage where old allies of Mord tell stories about the great warrior and his exploit. Among the crowd, the hero senses something strange. His intuition tells him that the celebrations may be just a cover. The hero notices a suspicious figure moving against the crowd and disappearing into a narrow alley behind the stage. He follows it and finds himself in a dark corridor where the silence is oppressive and the air is filled with remnants of magic. At the end of the passage, he sees a portal barely holding on to reality and hears a voice calling him inside. Without hesitation, the hero jumps into the portal and finds himself in a world that resembles memories of darkness from the past, but is still alive. Here, he encounters a creature who calls himself the heir to the shadows and offers him a choice: defeat him or become the new leader. The hero draws his sword and accepts the challenge, knowing that true strength lies not in darkness, but in the desire to protect others. The battle begins. The shadow attacks with a series of magical blows, but the hero blocks them, relying on the power of his inner light. Blow after blow, they clash in the air, magic flashes, but the hero does not retreat, advancing toward the heart of the shadow. He uses a special spell he received from his old mentor, and breaks through the shadow's defense from within. The shadow dissipates in an explosion of light, and in its place appears a fragment of a dark energy core, still pulsing with a living glow. The hero picks up the fragment and senses the remnants of consciousness whispering of a new threat that has not yet awakened. He leaves the portal and returns to the real world, his eyes filled with anxiety but his determination unshaken. The celebrations continue in the square, but the hero warns his allies that the danger has not passed, and they must remain vigilant. His allies agree to form a new group that will track the sources of magical instability in the world. The hero becomes the leader of the new mission, trusted as the one who first heard the whispers of the coming storm. The hero heads north, where magical activity has increased around an ancient lake that has long been considered dormant. On the shore, he sees cracks in the ice from which a light mist bursts forth, saturated with the energy of ancient rituals. Among the cracks, he finds a symbol that matches the one on the fragment of the dark power core from the portal. Suddenly, the water in the lake begins to boil, and a creature emerges from the ice and darkness, its gaze fixed on the hero. He prepares for battle, knowing that this is only the first manifestation of a new threat awakening throughout the world. The creature lunges forward, causing a wave of ice and shadows to engulf the hero, forcing him to react instantly. The hero uses a magic shield to block the blow, his sword piercing the ice barrier and inflicting the first wound on the creature. The ice creature lets out a cry that paralyzes the space, but the hero focuses and cuts through the magical wave with light. The battle rages around the cracks in the ice, which widen with every movement, and the lake turns into an arena of chaos. In a final lunge, the hero pierces the creature's heart, causing an explosion of energy that scatters hundreds of meters. After the explosion, the lake calms down, and the fog disappears, leaving behind a piece of ice in which another dark symbol glitters. The hero places the fragment in a special chest for artifacts and marks the location of the magical center on the map. He sends a signal to his allies, informing them that the first source has been neutralized, but that they must prepare for the next one. The sky above the lake clears and the winds die down, as if nature itself is reacting to the hero's victory over darkness. The hero moves on, leaving a trail in the snow, a symbol of a new path that is just beginning in the battle for balance. The hero arrives at an abandoned city where ancient magicians once lived, but now a terrifying silence reigns. On the walls of the buildings, he sees signs of an ancient school of magic and runes associated with rituals of time control. In the center of the city stands an obelisk that emits a faint glow and attracts dust that swirls around it. The hero approaches and activates the symbols on the obelisk. A portal opens and sucks him into a time loop. He finds himself in the city's past, seeing how the ritual was performed incorrectly, which led to the catastrophe. The hero watches as the magicians lose control of the ritual and try to escape before the portal destroys everything. He intervenes in the vision to change the course of events, using modern magic to stabilize the ritual circle. His actions affect the space, and the time loop begins to collapse, but only opens for a few seconds. The hero jumps into the time gap and manages to return to his present, bringing with him a fragment of the ritual core. The core glows dimly, and he realizes that it is the key to understanding how the past is connected to a new wave of magical threat. The hero heads to the place where all the magical lines of the world converge, believing that it is there that the fragments of truth can be connected. On the way, he is accompanied by visions of the future in which the world is engulfed in darkness, and only one spark still burns. He reaches a temple at the edge of the world, where he meets the Keeper of Knowledge who holds the answers to the mysteries of magic. The Keeper gives him a map with ritual points, warning him that only a pure soul can activate the source of balance. The hero accepts the task and leaves the temple filled with new strength, realizing that his path leads to a final choice. The hero arrives at the top of the mountain, where the energy flows of the world converge. Here stands a stone with deep runic carving. He lays out all the artifacts he has obtained on his travels and begins a ritual to awaken the source of light and balance. Suddenly the earth trembles, and an enemy appears, the embodiment of ancient magic who wants to destroy this chance for peace. The battle begins. The enemy uses the elements against the hero, but he holds his ground and gradually pushes back the dark force. At the decisive moment, the hero combines all the artifacts into a single beam of light and directs it straight at the enemy's heart. The dark magic dissipates into the air and the enemy disappears, leaving only dust that melts in the dawn light. The ritual ends. The source of light is activated and fills the entire space with energy that cleanses the world of the remnants of darkness. The hero stands amid the radiance. Nature blossoms around him. Even the rocks seem to come to life under the influence of this force. There are no clouds, the sky is clear, and the earth is quiet and peaceful, symbolizing that the world has been given a second chance at harmony. The hero does not say a word, but his gaze speaks more than 1,000 stories. He knows that the mission has been accomplished. The hero leaves the mountaintop, following the path that leads down to the people who do not yet know that the danger has been averted. He passes by villages where children play heroes, unaware that their true protector has just passed by. In the city, he is greeted as a traveler. No one knows his name, but everyone feels the peace that comes from him. In the evening, he looks at the stars, remembering the path he has traveled and those who helped him reach the end. The hero realizes that true victory is not glory, but peace in his heart, and the silence around him that he has managed to preserve. The next morning, The hero leaves the city without saying goodbye, simply disappearing into the fog like a shadow that brings light. The legend about him spreads quickly, and people talk about the stranger who came at the right moment and changed everything. Children write his story in their diaries. There will be no exact dates, but there will be faith in goodness and justice. The world has changed, but the memory of the hero will remain, because as long as there is light, there will be those who will stand in its defense. A young traveler enters a new city. His face is calm, but his eyes reveal his experience and the path he has traveled. In the main square, he sees people preparing for a festival. The celebration of peace has been going on for several days. He stops by a fountain and reads a plaque with the names of heroes who saved the world from darkness. Many of the names are familiar. Suddenly, the air around him changes, and a strange fog appears over the square, gradually enveloping the people. The traveler feels the magic and takes out a pendant that begins to glow, pointing to the source of the threat among the crowd. A figure emerges from the fog dressed in a dark cloak, its face hidden and its hands glowing with an energy that absorbs light. The traveler rushes forward to stop the creature, but it has already begun to form a dark circle right in the square. People flee in panic, hiding in houses, while the traveler stands before the mage to interrupt the ritual. A battle begins. Light and shadow collide in the center of the city, each blow echoing off the walls of the surrounding building. The traveler manages to break through the enemy's shield and stop the spell, but the magician disappears, leaving only ashes and a black crystal. The traveler picks up the crystal and feels the pulse of a new dark magic that no one has ever explored before. He carries the crystal to an old temple on the outskirts of the city, where knowledge of all known magical energies is stored. The temple keeper examines the crystal and says that it is part of a lost power that has only been mentioned in legends. Together, they begin a ritual to scan the crystal and discover the coordinates of other similar sources around the world. A map on the temple wall lights up and 3 points appear on it where magic can sprout if it is not stopped. The traveler realizes that time is running out, and that each of the marked points could become a new center of darkness if they don't intervene immediately. He heads to the first point located in the mountains where an old tower of magicians once stood, but now the place is in ruins. Among the ruins, he senses remnants of energy and finds a crystal-like fragment that emits a faint whisper. When he touches the fragment, a vision appears. A creature of light and shadow tells him that he is only the first of many. The vision disappears, and the traveler clutches the fragment and swears that he will not allow darkness to engulf this world and its people again. The traveler returns to the city, where the guardian is already waiting for him with a message that another point has been activated in the east. He sets off without delay, passing through forests and rivers that have become silent witnesses to an ancient war between light and darkness. In the east, he finds a stone circle with a sphere in the center that emits a strange energy similar to a crystal. The spheres are guarded by magical structures that activate when he approaches, causing a storm of flames and lightning. The traveler uses a cleansing spell to destroy the traps and gains access to the sphere, which hides another truth. The sphere reveals a vision of the past where magicians created artifacts to hold back the darkness, but one of them betrayed the order. The traveler sees the face of the traitor and realizes that he is behind the new awakening of magic spreading throughout the world. Returning to the temple, he informs the guardian that the third point may hide the source of the revived evil. They decide to go there together, combining the power of generations to stop what threatens the entire world. Their path leads south to an ancient crater where a star once fell and opened access to the deepest magic. When they arrive at the crater, silence reigns. The earth is black and dry, and the air seems to have frozen from ancient energy. In the center of the crater, a source of magic beats like a living heart, drawing in the light around it. A figure appears, the body of a traitor, changed by the power of magic, his voice sounding like the echo of 1,000 curses. The traveler and the guardian engage in battle, each spell clashing with its opposite, creating explosions of magic and light. The traitor is almost victorious, but the traveler opens his heart and summons the power of his ancestors, which stops the enemy at the brink. A flash of light engulfs the crater. The magic disappears, leaving only emptiness and silence, and the traitor dissolves into his own darkness. The traveler stands in the crater next to the guardian, both knowing that this victory was only the beginning of a new journey. They walk together into the distance, knowing that the world needs protection, but now there is a light that will always stand guard. On the slope of the mountain, the traveler looks down at the new settlement where the aura of magic is concentrated, calling him forward. He descends a narrow path, feeling the air change around him, as if the place itself guards some secret. In the settlement, he is met by a woman in white who silently bows and leads him to an old altar in the center of the valley. Around the altar grow trees with leaves that glow in the darkness, and the traveler realizes that this is no ordinary place. The woman says that this is the last peaceful island before the storm, and that he was summoned here today for a reason. She hands him an ancient scroll describing a magical ritual to awaken a power that can change the fate of the world. The traveler reads the scroll and sees references to himself as the last chosen one destined to stop the darkness. The altar begins to glow as he approaches, and the symbols on the stone react to his presence as if they recognize. He touches the altar and sees a vision of flames engulfing cities and a masked figure controlling the darkness. The woman tells him that he must unite the three forces of light in order to stand against the future Lord of Darkness. The traveler thanks the woman and leaves the settlement, heading for the first of the three places where a part of the power of light is kept. The path leads through a valley of thick fog where visibility is almost zero, and sounds seem distant and distorted. In the center of the fog, he finds an old tower where wise men once lived, now abandoned and overgrown with moss. Climbing to the top, he sees an altar with a fragment of a crystal. When he touches the crystal, everything around him falls silent. The crystal merges with the symbol on his pendant, awakening a power that echoes with a hollow sound in his heart. The traveler leaves the tower and heads to a second place hidden deep in an old forest where light barely penetrates. In the forest, he encounters a creature made of wood and light that guards the entrance to the source. The forest does not recognize him and tests him. The test is a reflection of himself, but distorted by doubts and fears that have long been hidden in his soul. He defeats himself not by force but by acceptance and compassion for his shadow, proving that he is worthy of the power of the second crystal. The creature departs, allowing him to pass to the lake, in the center of which floats the second fragment, glowing with a soft light. The traveler enters the lake. The water is cold but calm, and each step is accompanied by a pulsation of light under his feet. He touches the second crystal, and it dissolves in his hand, leaving a glow that penetrates deep into his being. The world around him changes for a moment, and he sees all the paths that led him here and all the future consequences of his actions. He emerges from the lake stronger than before, with new clarity in his eyes and a readiness to find the last power of light. His path now leads to the snow-covered mountains where, according to legend, the third crystal sleeps in the heart of the frozen temple of his ancestors. The traveler climbs up the snowy slope, the wind tearing his clothes to shreds, and each step is taken with great effort. At the top of the mountain, he finds the entrance to the temple, the doors covered with ice and runic seals that begin to glow. He enters and sees a hall where frozen figures stand in a circle, as if guarding something in the center. In the center, on a pedestal, lies the last crystal encased in ice, which responds only to a pure and determined soul. He stands in the circle and utters the words of an ancient spell. The ice cracks and disappears, revealing the crystal glowing from within. The third crystal flows into the traveler's pendant, which begins to glow with all colors, merging the three forces into one. At that moment, the earth shakes and the walls of the temple begin to crack. The awakened power has triggered an ancient reaction. The traveler runs outside just as the temple begins to collapse, turning into sparkling dust in the air. At the top of the mountain, he stands alone, holding all the power of light within him and knowing that the time has come for the final test. He looks at the horizon and sees the sky darkening in the distance, anticipating the clash with the enemy that awaits him. The traveler descends from the mountain and heads to the place where all the magical lines of the world intersect, forming a center of power. It is a large plateau in the middle of the desert, in the center of which stands a stone circle with symbols glowing with dark energy. In the center of the circle stands a figure in a black cloak, the Lord of Shadows, who finally reveals his face, distorted by darkness. The traveler approaches him without hiding the light burning in his pendant, both ready for the final battle between the forces. No words are needed between them. Their gazes say everything, and at that moment, the space is torn apart by an explosion of light and shadow. The battle rages with full force. Blows of magic tear the air, the earth trembles, and the sky is lit up with lightning. The Lord of Shadows uses illusions of fear, but the traveler does not succumb. His heart is filled with faith in people and the future. The traveler's light becomes a shield that absorbs dark spells and returns them as purified energy of harmony. The darkness tries to consume him from within, but three crystals resonate in response, supporting his spirit. In a final burst, the traveler summons a beam of pure light that pierces the space and strikes the enemy's heart. The darkness bursts and scatters over the plateau, the sky clears, and the surrounding world seems to breathe freely again. The Lord of Shadows falls to his knees, his face becoming human again. He looks at the traveler and disappears into the light. When it's all over, the traveler stands alone in the stone circle, the light slowly fading away, leaving peace behind. He picks up the pendant, which no longer glows with power, for it is no longer needed. The world is free. The wind dies down over the plateau, and the traveler walks away with a smile, knowing that he has fulfilled his destiny. The traveler returns to the settlement where he once began his journey, greeted only by silence, glances, and light. A woman in white stands at the altar and nods to him, her eyes as calm as those who knew that it would all end in light. He places the pendant on the stone, and it crumbles into dust, from which a new flower grows, a symbol of rebirth and peace. The residents around begin to celebrate without words or music, simply with smiles and warmth pouring from their hearts. The traveler disappears from view, walking into the distance, leaving behind only a legend about the one who stopped the darkness, not with a sword, but with light. In a distant land, a young girl reads a book about the traveler, her eyes shining with inspiration and a thirst for new adventures. She trains with a wooden sword on a hill behind her house, dreaming of the day when she too will become a defender of good. Her grandmother gives her an old pendant that miraculously survived and still glows faintly, saying that every light has its own story. The sky above them is clear, and there is a new energy of peace and a future that is already beginning to blossom in the air. Thus begins a new story, because every era has its hero, and light will always find a heart worthy of carrying it forward. The change of generations is felt everywhere. Children listen to legends and are no longer afraid of the dark, because they know that light has triumphed. New lights appear in temples, symbolizing hope, each light lit in memory of the great victory. No one has seen the traveler since, but on the paths leading to the mountains, footprints are often found disappearing into the fog. In people's dreams, he comes as a light in the night, a calm voice reminding them of goodness and the power of choice. The world has changed not by magic, but by faith, because even the smallest spark can dispel the darkness if it is carried with a pure heart. The last rays of the sun touch the hills where the hero once stood, and the silence around speaks louder than any words. The world is no longer afraid of the night, because it knows that the light will always return, carried by those who believe and act with love. The story does not end with the end, but with the beginning, because true light does not fade away, it is simply passed on. In a remote village, people live in peace, unaware that magic is beginning to awaken again in the depths of the earth. An old teacher tells the children a legend about a traveler who saved the world and disappeared, leaving only a trail of light behind him. One of the girls listens especially attentively, her eyes burning with a thirst for knowledge and a desire to see the world beyond the village. When evening comes, she goes to a hill and looks at the stars, holding her grandmother's pendant, which glows faintly in the silence. Suddenly, the pendant reacts to something in the air and emits a pulse of light, as if awakening something in the sky itself. The sky above the village is suddenly torn apart by a flash of light, and all the inhabitants run out into the streets, looking up with alarm. A portal appears in the clouds, from which a figure in armor bursts out, its body seemingly made of fire and runic energy. The girl looks straight into the creature's eyes, and the pendant around her neck begins to glow even brighter, summoning the power within. The creature approaches, but something holds it back. A dome of light forms around the girl, protecting her and those around her. The teacher approaches her and says that it is time to leave her world, because the light has chosen a new bearer. The old man opens an underground passage beneath the school where an ancient artifact connected to the forces of light is kept. The girl touches the artifact and sees fragments of a past battle between a traveler and the darkness that engulfed the world. She learns that part of the power has not disappeared, but has been divided and hidden in those who are able to carry it with a pure heart. Her pendant merges with the artifact, causing a wave of energy to spread through the village and change the structure of space. A shadow of a new threat appears on the horizon, but now the girl stands in its way with eyes full of determination. Evacuation begins in the village. The elderly and children hide in shelters, while the young prepare to defend themselves under the girl's leadership. She stands in the square in front of the school, the pendant burning like a star, and symbols of a protective barrier form around her. The sky is torn apart by a new wave of dark energy, but she holds it back with the power that has come from her soul in response to the threat. The teacher says a prayer to the spirits of light and gives the girl the last scroll of knowledge, which opens the way to new powers. The creature from the portal reappears, but now it senses resistance and stops, not daring to approach the girl. The girl steps outside the barrier and addresses the creature with words of peace, but also of readiness to defend what is hers. The creature does not respond but launches a dark beam, but the girl stops it by raising her hand filled with the light of the pendant. The light cuts through the dark energy, and for a moment, complete silence reigns, with only the breath of the wind touching the girl's face. The figure in armor dissolves, leaving behind a crystal that falls at her feet, a symbol of a new victory over darkness. The girl picks up the crystal and realizes that this is only the beginning, that there will be more challenges, but now she is not afraid. Returning to the village, she shows the crystal to the villagers and tells them that their future is now in their hands, and not just in magic. The teacher smiles and says that it is time to pass on the role of protector to her, because she has proven that the light lives within her. At night, she stands on the same hill, looking at the sky, where the stars now seem closer, as if responding to her strength. She holds the crystal in her hands and promises never to back down, and never to forget that light is not a gift, but a choice. At dawn, she leaves the village, leaving her childhood behind and setting off on her journey as the new heir to the light. She follows a path that leads to the unknown, but with every step she takes, she feels confidence in a deep inner light. Behind her in the village, new lanterns light up, each one a symbol of new hope and a reminder of those who brought light. At the top of the cliff, the image of a traveler appears, smiling as he watches someone else take up the torch of light. The story continues not in books but in hearts because light does not fade away. It is simply reborn in new heroes. A young heroine walks through the forest where the trees whisper legends about light. She feels that this path leads to the truth. A wounded bird appears on the forest path, its eyes filled with alarm, as if it has seen something that cannot be ignored. She carefully takes the bird in her hands and speaks words of healing. Its body breathes again, and its wings tremble with life. The bird rises into the air, circles above her, and flies forward, as if showing her the direction in which her destiny awaits. She smiles and sets off after it, knowing that even the smallest life carries a part of the great truth that lies ahead. The path leads her to the foot of a mountain where an old temple stands, destroyed by time but still breathing with ancient power. The heroine enters the temple and sees frescoes on the walls that tell the story of a traveler who carried light through the darkness. In the center of the temple lies a fragment of a crystal. When she touches it, its memory comes to life and shows her past battles. She sees herself among the heroes of ancient times, as if her soul was part of this struggle even before she was born. The light of the crystal passes into her pendant and strengthens it, giving her a new understanding of the power that has always lived within her. The heroine leaves the temple and sees that the sky has changed. Dark clouds have appeared on the horizon, not promising anything good. She feels the ground tremble beneath her feet, and from the depths of the forest, a creature emerges from the shadows with eyes burning with cold. The creature speaks in the language of ancient magic, offering her power in exchange for her light and her path. The girl does not hesitate. She raises the pendant and recites a spell of purification, creating a wall of light between them. The shadow dissipates but leaves a mark in the air, a reminder that the darkness has not yet disappeared completely. The heroine moves on, holding the pendant in her hand, from which a soft warmth emanates, calming and supporting her steps. She reaches a large lake. The water is calm, but something like a fragment of light glitters in the depth. To get the fragment, she enters the water, each step immersing her in images of the past associated with this place. In the center of the lake, she touches the light and sees the image of a traveler who silently nods and disappears. When she emerges from the water, the pendant begins to pulsate in unison with her heart, and her path approaches an important choice. A starry gate appears above the lake, through which other worlds can be seen, and a voice whispers that she can choose any path. The heroine approaches the gate but does not pass through it. She chooses to remain in this world and fight for it. The gate disappears, leaving behind a crystal with a core of star energy that merges completely with her pendant. She walks through the forest and meets other travelers who are also searching for answers. They join forces and become a team. Together, they head toward the mountains, where, according to legend, an ancient spirit awakens that knows the answers to all questions. The mountains greet them with a harsh wind, but the team does not stop, each of them feeling that this is a turning point. On a rock in front of a cave stands a stone figure that comes to life and calls itself the Guardian of Time and Memory. The Guardian asks each of them about their true intentions, and only those who answer honestly are allowed to pass. The heroine says she is not looking for power, but for truth, so that her world will no longer fear darkness and live in the shadow of old wars. The Guardian disappears, opening the way into the cave, where light and shadow intertwine as one, like life and death. In the cave, they pass through a hall of echoes where everyone sees images of their fears, doubts, and unfulfilled dreams. The heroine sees herself in the future, tormented and lonely, but she does not turn away, instead reaching out to her own reflection. The reflection smiles and disappears, leaving only a drop of light falling into her pendant, strengthening her faith in herself. The team continues on their way and enters the center of the cave, where the spirit of time awaits them, a figure of light that speaks through the ages. The spirit says that the power is already within them, and that all they have left to learn is to listen to the world and see the truth in simplicity. The spirit gives each of them a symbol, a piece of the consciousness of light that opens up the ability to see harmony, even in chaos. When they emerge from the cave, the sky is clearer than ever, and dawn covers the mountains with golden light, like a sign of acceptance. The heroine and her team look into the distance ahead, but now they walk not as seekers but as bearers of hope. In the village, children listen to new stories, now about a girl who chose heart over strength and faith over fear. In every house, lights are lit not by magic, but by trust, because true light always begins with warmth in the heart. The team travels through blooming fields that were once devastated, but now everything is coming back to life, thanks to the harmony of light and freedom. On the horizon, they see a city shrouded in fog where, according to the spirit, a new source of power is beginning to grow and needs protection. In the city, they are met by an advisor who says that the townspeople have felt strange shifts in energy, like before a storm. The heroine places her hand on the ground and feels a tremor from within, It is not danger, but the awakening of a new world. She understands that their goal is not to defeat their enemies, but to teach the world to understand itself and build without fear of darkness. A crystal of harmony is placed in the center of the city. It has no power to destroy, only the power of restoration and balance. People gather around and touch the crystal, each feeling something personal, as if an inner voice is opening up. The heroine silently observes everything, understanding that it is not magic that changes the world, but the ability to trust one another. She receives a letter asking for help for another village that needs knowledge about harmony and the light of a new era. The team sets off again, leaving behind not a trail of power but of wisdom, because true victory is understanding. In the new village, they teach people to create barriers from their own light, independent of external forces. Children learn to feel the rhythm of the earth and hear nature, as if rediscovering a long-forgotten language of harmony. The village elders share legends about the time before darkness, when people lived in unity and without the need to fight. In the evening, the heroine sits by the fire, watching the flames dance in the eyes of those listening to her stories. She does not speak much, but her words resonate deeply because they come not from her head, but from her heart, which has been through everything. The village holds a celebration not in honor of victory, but in honor of a new beginning, and everyone brings something that symbolizes peace. The team joins in the dancing and singing, which is not for glory, but to give thanks for life and the journey. The heroine watches this and realizes that even if she disappears, her choice will live on in the hearts of others. The old pendant is passed to a girl from the village, who takes it with words of faith, knowing that the story is not over yet. When the night subsides, the stars shine especially brightly, and it seems that the sky itself is blessing this silence as the highest magic. The next morning, the team says goodbye to the village and moves on because the path of light has no end. It grows with every step. The heroine writes a letter and leaves it in the temple of the old village with words of gratitude and instructions for those who will come after her. The winds of change accompany them on the path that leads to new lands, where there is neither good nor evil, only the possibility of choice. They cross the river that divides the old world from the new. It is not their faces that are reflected in the water, but their deeds and memories. On the opposite bank, they see children playing heroes. Now it is not a game about battles, but about peace and friendship. One of the children approaches the heroine and asks if light really exists. She replies that it is where there is goodness in the heart. The children surround her and ask her to teach them. She promises to stay with them until they learn to see the light everywhere. In the evening, she looks up at the sky again, but she is no longer looking for signs because she knows that the answer has long been inside her. When everything around her falls asleep, she holds the pendant and thinks about the traveler whose path she followed and whom she now understands. She smiles, knowing that she is no longer afraid of the darkness because she has learned not to fight it, but to light a light nearby. The world around her is changing slowly but surely, like all great things that begin with a single step and pure intention. People no longer look for heroes in armor because they know that a true hero is someone who brings warmth to everyday life. The heroine becomes part of a new world, not as a legend, but as an ordinary person who made an extraordinary choice. This is how her story ends, not with a loud finale, but with silence in which hope is born, because the light continues as long as it is carried. The girl stands amid the ruins of the arena, her gaze calm but filled with inner fire and indomitability. Her defeated opponents lie around her, and the judges watch silently, understanding that this was more than just a fight. He looks back and slowly leaves the arena, each step leaving behind a shadow of his determination and strength. The students in the corridor part with respect. No one dares to speak, but everyone feels the change that has already taken place. There is no pride in his eyes, only a calm acceptance of who he has become, and that he now bears responsibility for his strength. In the training room, he silently prepares for a new challenge, the weapon in his hands glowing with a cold, determined light. His shadow falls on the wall, strong and confident, as if it carries the memories of all his battles and decisions. He recalls the past, brief flashes of struggle and loss, but now they have become part of his journey, not a burden. His mentor enters the room, his gaze serious. A brief silence fills the air, filled with understanding without words. The mentor nods and signals that it is time to go. A mission awaits them, where strength will not decide everything, but spirit will reveal the essence. They walk down a narrow corridor where the walls breathe with age, and each step echoes with confidence and silence before the storm. The other participants are waiting in the hall, their eyes alert, but he remains calm, looking only ahead. The commander unfolds a map and briefly explains the plan. Everyone understands that a mistake will cost too much for everyone. His hand touches the pendant on his chest, a symbol of the vow he made to himself before embarking on this journey. Their eyes meet briefly, but the commander understands clearly that this young man is not just a soldier, but a force to be reckoned with. The team leaves the headquarters. The night air is tense, and every step brings them closer to the moment of truth. They move quickly through the ruins of the old city, each following the route as if they had done it before. At the crossroads, the young man raises his hand to signal a stop. Something in the darkness caught his attention before it became visible. A figure emerges from the shadows, his eyes bright and empty at the same time. He needs no words to understand that this is no ordinary enemy. The team takes up positions, but the young man steps forward alone, his posture straight, like someone who is no longer afraid of the consequences. The first blow comes in an instant, shadows scatter, but the young man calmly counterattacks, as if reading his enemy's movements in advance. The blade in his hands glows with energy that repels the darkness, each blow as precise as the heart of calm in the midst of battle. The enemy tries to surround him, but the space around him burns with his power, as if the air itself prevents evil from approaching. The rest of the team watches in awe and fear, realizing that this is not just an ally, but something more. The enemy disappears without leaving even a shadow, but the silence that lingers in the air speaks to the depth of this encounter. The team gathers around him again, silently staring into the darkness where something great has just left this world without a word. The mentor puts his hand on his shoulder without asking anything because he knows that the young man's eyes already hold all the answers. They return to headquarters in silence, but each of them walks differently than when they arrived, as if they had left a part of themselves in battle. In the debriefing room, he stands before his superiors, but does not justify himself, because the truth in his eyes speaks louder than words. After the meeting, he goes outside, where the stars are bright and the wind brings silence, as if the world has recognized him as one of the chosen ones. At night, he stands on the roof looking at the sleeping city, every light in the windows reminding him why he is doing all this. A familiar figure appears beside him, and they remain silent for a long time, because sometimes silence is closer than 1,000 words. She hands him a scroll with new coordinates and instructions that could change the course of events in the coming days. He accepts the task without hesitation, because he knows that there is no escape when you have become someone who is capable of protecting others. They go their separate ways, but every step preserves the unity that arose between them in the silence and on their shared path. In the morning, he packs his things, preparing for his new departure. His movements are precise and calm, as if his body knows the rhythm of his actions. On the table lies a letter from an old friend with a short wish for good luck and silent support in every line. In the hallway, he is met by a new recruit with an admiring look. The young man just nods, conveying confidence without words. At the exit, his mentor is waiting for him with his last order, and a look that is more like a farewell than an instruction. He sets off through the gate without looking back, knowing that ahead lie trials that will change everything forever. The road leads him through fields that hold memories of battles, every crack in the ground whispering the stories of those who have passed away. On the horizon, the silhouette of a fortress appears, a new destination that hides something more than just enemies. He approaches the gate and feels the air change, the silence around him warning of something invisible. The guards open the gate and let him pass without a word, silently acknowledging who he is without the need for a title. Inside the fortress, new faces await him, some with hope, others with doubt, but all ready for the changes he will bring. At the meeting, the commander introduces him as the new strategist, but silence reigns in the hall. Not everyone is ready to accept the stranger. He does not speak much, only briefly explaining his plan clearly and confidently, each word like a stone laid in the foundation. After the meeting, several soldiers approach him with questions, and he answers calmly, without trying to impress them. In the evening, alone in his room, he draws diagrams on the board, preparing for an attack that requires precision more than strength. On the table is a photo of the unit he once left behind. He touches the edge with respect and a memory that time cannot destroy. The night brings anxiety, but also clarity. He stands by the window, gazing into the darkness where a new challenge is already emerging. Sleep does not come to him, only memories and silence that fill his chest with thoughts heavier than any battle. The morning sun touches his face, and he puts on his armor, as if taking a second vow to go to the end. Outside, the squad is waiting, ready to move. He walks past them with a brief glance that instills confidence in each of them. Thus begins a new mission, not as a battle, but as a continuation of the journey, where the main weapon will not be strength, but faith. He stands in front of a map, thoughtfully studying the route, his gaze focused, silently calculating each step. The light from the lamp falls on the table, and next to it lies a list of names, each name echoing in the silence with a promise of responsibility. He slowly closes his notebook and stands up. It is time to go where peace does not yet know what can be lost. A squad is waiting for him in the courtyard, everyone ready, their faces focused but with hope in their eyes that this mission will not be their last. The young man nods briefly without saying a word, because everyone already knows that silence in this place is more important than 100 words. The team sets off into the dark forest, where the silence is as thick as fog, and every step seems heavier because of the tension in the air. An old tower appears ahead, its silhouette standing out against the moon like a sentry waiting sleeplessly. They stop in front of the entrance and check their weapons, every movement as coordinated as those who have already been close to death. He raises his hand and is the first to enter. Darkness swallows them, but their steps remain confident and precise. They climb the stairs, the stone creaking under their feet like a reminder of the time that stopped here long ago. On the top floor, they find a room with a round symbol on the floor, glowing like a warning and a call at the same time. He approaches first, his heart beating calmly, but his eyes show that every moment could be decisive. The symbol reacts to his presence, and suddenly a stream of energy appears, stopping time for one endless second. Everyone stands silently because they understand that what is awakened is not like the enemies of the past. It is something primal and profound. A figure emerges from the darkness. Its eyes show no fear or pity. It does not attack, but only stares as if from within. A young man steps forward and does not grab his weapon. His silence is stronger than any defense at this moment. The figure speaks mysterious words, their meaning difficult to grasp, but each one carries the weight of ancient truth. He responds calmly, choosing dialogue over conflict, and this moment becomes a bridge between threat and understanding. The figure slowly dissolves into the air, leaving behind a symbol that glows with a soft light on the floor. When the light fades, silence reigns in the room again, but each of them is already different because they have felt the boundary between the forces. The team leaves the tower silently, the energy from the encounter with that which had no name but had power still vibrating in the air. On a forest path, he stops and looks at the sky, which seems clearer, as if something invisible has receded. His companion approaches with a question in his eyes, but does not have time to say anything, because the answer is already in the young man's eyes. They are on the road again. Ahead of them is the city that was waiting for a signal and will now receive a story of peace instead of battle. On the walls of the fortress, they are met without resistance by faces that are surprised but not hostile, because they sense that their own people are coming. The city commander steps forward, his voice restrained but without hostility, only an attempt to understand. The young man briefly recounts what happened, without embellishment or exaggeration, because the truth is powerful enough on its own. The commander looks him in the eyes and nods slowly, a sign of trust that requires no words and is based on honesty. The city opens its gates and the team enters under the gaze of the residents, who watch with mixed feeling. He understands that true victory is not in battle, but in creating a space where weapons are no longer needed. The elders gather in the town hall, listening intently to every word the young man says, as if seeking the future of their people in his words. He does not call for battle, but only speaks of balance and the choice that always remains with each of us. One of the elders stands up and places his hand on his heart, a sign of acceptance of what has been brought not by the sword but by the mind. The city begins to stir. Residents emerge from their shelters, and children run into the streets as if fear is slowly receding. A young man stands by a well and looks at the sky, his calmness not coming from the absence of threats, but from the strength to accept them. In the evening, he sits on the roof watching the city lights come on one by one like stars returning home. A friend sits down next to him with a cup of tea in his hand. The silence between them is warm, because they both know that being alive is already a victory. He recalls the words of the figure in the tower, not as a threat, but as a warning that evil does not always take the form of an enemy. The wind blows the flags on the tower. The city lives, breathes, and once again believes in a morning that will not come in blood. Under the stars, he clutches his pendant and silently thanks those who came before him and those who will come after him, because the journey continues. Morning brings new responsibility. He meets a delegation from another settlement, their faces serious but with curiosity in their eyes. They exchange symbols of friendship, simple thing, but they show a willingness to build something more than a temporary peace. The young man speaks to the people, his voice steady. He promises no miracle, only a path and support for those who will follow him. There is no thunderous applause, but eyes shine because everyone understands that these words come from experience, not pride. In the evening, he is alone in his room, looking at a map where he is drawing a new route, not for war, but for uniting people. He closes the map and puts on his raincoat, his eyes calm, his body ready, because the new path has already called, and he can wait no longer. At the exit of the city, a child stands silently and hands him a flower, a simple and wordless but profound sign of trust. He takes it carefully and nods to the child, leaving behind not just a city, but a part of himself that has found new meaning. The team is on the road again, following their footsteps, long but steady, because they are walking not only with their feet, but with their faith. New lands appear on the horizon. They do not yet know what will come, but they are ready to listen and build without fear. In the new settlement, they are greeted with caution but without hostility, because everyone comes with their own past and hopes. The young man speaks to the local leader not as a superior but as an equal, because that is the only way true understanding can begin. They survey the territory together, seeing not problems but opportunities, like new soil where a common goal will sprout. In the evening, he sits by the fire and listens to the songs of the locals, quiet and simple, but full of stories worth remembering. One last look at the sky brings peace because there is still a long way to go, but now he is not alone, and not in the dark. One must always make the right choice and decide everything not with a fight, but with a step towards the light, where every choice leads not to glory, but to peace. The young man looks at the lines on the card in front of him, each mark like a trace of those who left a part of themselves in these lands. He stands up and puts on his raincoat, looking into the distance as if he already knows where his next decision will take him. A team gathers in the square, each face full of determination, even if their hearts still remember fear. He speaks briefly about the road ahead, his words as hard as stone, for they are spoken not for the sake of inspiration, but from the heart. The team sets off, not as soldiers, but as those who already know that sometimes the greatest battle begins with silence. They cross a bridge over a river that reflects the sky, as if to remind them that every path has its source. On the other side, a crossroads awaits. He stops and signals to split up, because sometimes the path requires solitude. His route leads through an abandoned village, where every empty window holds the memories of those who once dreamed here. He stops at a ruined well and touches the edge as if feeling the warmth of the hands that once drew water from it. Amidst the silence, a figure appears, shrouded in darkness, its steps cautious, as if carrying something more than a weapon. The young man turns around and does not reach for his weapon because the stranger's gaze carries no aggression, only a silent invitation to dialogue. The figure speaks of the limits of strength and how sometimes the hardest battle is to hold back a blow. The young man listens attentively because he senses that these words are born of experience, not empty platitude. After a short conversation, the figure disappears into the fog, leaving behind an echo of thoughts that will linger for a long time. He continues on his way alone, but now his steps are quieter because he carries with him not only a task, but also the responsibility for his choice. On the slope of a hill he sees traces of battle, fresh ruins and debris indicating that peace has not yet taken root. Among the ruins, he finds a fragment of an amulet, and clutches it like a promise that those who have departed will not be forgotten. It begins to rain, not loudly but softly, as if the sky is quietly crying for those who will never see another morning. The young man stands in the rain without hiding, knowing that these drops wash away not only dust but also the weight of silent pain. When the rain subsides, he walks on through the silence, each step echoing like a vow that the journey will not be in vain. He approaches the camp where a fire is burning, and a guard sits nearby, nodding in acknowledgement of his presence. In the center of the camp, he is met by the commander with a serious look and few words, because there is no need for explanations between them. The young man hands over what he has found and hears recognition of his actions, not in the voice, but in the eyes that soften for a moment. The commander gives him new information about where those who need protection, not force, can be found. He accepts the order silently and stands up, knowing that the moment will come again when he will need to be a support for others. The new route leads through a dense forest where even the light seems foreign, but his steps do not slow down. In the thicket, he hears rustling and stops to watch a group of fugitives hiding among the trees. Among them are children and wounded people, not warriors, but ordinary people who have fled from danger in search of shelter. He asks no questions, only helping to lift those who are weak and signaling them to follow, for there is nowhere to return. The column moves slowly but confidently, and every glance at him is one of trust, because he has come not with orders, but with understanding. They stop at an abandoned chapel that has become a temporary shelter. A roof over their heads is more important than walls. The young man lights a fire and distributes rations. The children look on in amazement. For the first time in a long time, they see peace in the eyes of an adult. In the corner of the chapel sits an old woman clutching a bundle in her hands, her gaze saying more than words about her losses. He sits down next to her and remains silent because he knows that sometimes presence is a better remedy than any comforting words. When night falls, he stands guard, staring into the darkness, which no longer frightens him, but only reminds him of his responsibility. Dawn brings peace, its first rays touching the faces of those asleep and giving hope for a new beginning. The young man checks the map and plots a new route, because staying means putting everyone in danger. He helps the wounded to their feet and supports those who cannot yet believe that the way forward is possible. The group sets off among the trees, moving silently, but each step becomes a symbol of endurance and faith. A messenger appears at the edge of the forest, bringing news of a meeting and a new opportunity to unite those who have been scattered. The messenger speaks quickly. His words are alarming, but there is hope in his voice because there is still a place where they can regain their strength. The young man decides to lead the group to the new destination immediately, because every stop is a test for the weakest. On the way, they pass a field of broken trees like traces of an old battle that left only silence behind. Among the ruins, he sees a sign left by another detachment, confirmation that they are not alone in this struggle for peace. He leaves a reply as a symbol of faith, because sometimes a sign of support is more important than words that will be carried away by the wind anyway. On the horizon, the wall of a new city appears, tall and austere, neither welcoming nor rejecting. The guards are on alert, but the young man steps forward with his hands raised and a look that is not threatening, only pleading. After a brief check, the gates slowly open and the group enters, leaving behind the anxieties of their journey. Inside, the inhabitants look on with surprise and sympathy, for they understand that these people have come not out of desire, but out of necessity. The young man bows his head to the elders and thanks them not with words but with silence that speaks louder than words. The residents bring food and blankets silently, every gesture filled with humanity that is stronger than walls or laws. The children laugh for the first time in a long time, their laughter simple and bright, like a sign that even fear has an end. The young man watches from a distance, not interfering, because he knows that sometimes happiness blossoms better without extraneous words. In the evening, he talks to the elders about the future, not as a guest, but as someone who is ready to build together. They agree to create a support center for all those who are lost, because the journey becomes easier when you know there is a place of refuge. The next morning, he helps build the shelter. Every blow of the hammer is not work, but a contribution to the hope of others. His hands are tired, but his eyes are clear because he knows that even one roof can change someone's tomorrow. New faces appear in the village, quietly but confidently, because faith is growing that this place is not just temporary. He stands on a hill watching the sunset, and there is no longer any loneliness in his figure, only peace. At that moment, they decided to end their journey for today and continue a little later. A young man stands on the edge of the town where the morning light barely touches the stone, his gaze calm and focused. He passes by the residents who have already started work, each greeting him with a silent nod of respect and gratitude. In the workshop, he helps lift beams, his movements precise and calm, because even in simple things there is real strength. An old carpenter gives him a plan for a new structure, and the young man accepts it without words, because action has always been closer to him than words. Under the bright sun, construction begins, and with every blow you can hear not only work, but also hope for a future that lasts longer than tomorrow. Children bring water and hide in the shade, their laughter filling the air like a song that brings life back. The young man smiles when he sees one of the boys repeating his movements, as if learning without even knowing it. A friend appears nearby and signals that there is news. Their eyes meet, and it is immediately clear that the time has come. He leaves his work, passing his tools to the others, because the road is calling him again, and the city must go on regardless of him. On the street, people watch him leave without saying a word, but in each of them there is a wish for strength and safety that is deeper than a prayer. He mounts his horse and heads for the mountains, where the sky is darker and the wind brings not calm but a sense of change. On the way, he passes abandoned fields where the smell of smoke and the shadows of those who have long since left this world still linger. At the crossroads stands a guard who hands him a letter containing orders and a map leading to the place where something awaits him. He reads silently, his eyes betraying no emotion, for inside, everything has long been decided, and there is no room for fear. The road continues along a narrow path between rocks, where even a step sounds like a warning that there is no turning back. A figure in a cloak appears on the slope, its presence felt even before their eyes meet. The young man stops but does not reach for his weapon because he knows that real danger rarely looks like a threat. The figure speaks in a low voice, the words sounding like a warning and a memory at the same time. He listens carefully, each phrase like a key to a gate long closed in silence and oblivion. After the conversation, the figure disappears among the trees, leaving behind not an answer but a shadow of new questions. He returns to the camp where his commander is already waiting for him, with a look that hides more than he says. In the tent, they look at the map. The plan is simple, but there is something disturbing and uncertain in every move. The young man shows new information, and everyone understands that the path is changing because time is no longer on their side. At night, he sits alone by the fire, his eyes fixed on the flames, where every spark is like a thought that keeps him awake. His hands clench the talisman given to him by a child, and in the silence, he remembers why he started on this path. At dawn, the team is on the road, their faces focused, their steps clear, because they all know that every moment can change everything. They pass a gorge where the wind howls like a warning and shadows watch from the depths of the sky. An old tower appears ahead, its top broken, but something unknown still lives inside. The young man walks first, his posture steady because fear does not stop those who have already learned to walk through it. Inside, the darkness is thick, but their eyes adjust and begin to make out silhouettes that have been waiting for their arrival for a long time. He approaches the center of the hall, where there is a stone with an inscription that trembles like the voice of the past. Touching the surface, he feels a jolt not in his body but in his consciousness, as if time itself has briefly stopped. Around him appear ghosts of events, shadows of battles, and voices of those who have left this world but have not disappeared completely. The young man stands motionless because he knows that these are not enemies, but memories that must be accepted, not destroyed. One of the figures approaches, her face familiar, but now like part of a dream from which he has not awakened. She looks at him silently, and in her eyes there is no reproach, only peace and forgiveness that needs no words. The young man reaches out his hand but cannot touch her, because shadows have no weight, only presence. Gradually, the visions disappear, leaving behind silence and clarity that the journey is still continuing. He leaves the tower, and the others look at him and do not ask questions because they see that something in him has changed. Everyone silently turns back, each carrying more than just their luggage, the knowledge that the past does not disappear but leads the way. On the path, they are met by a messenger with disturbing news that changes the direction of their journey. The young man reads the message and realizes that a new threat is not waiting for them, but is already coming their way. The team prepares without a word, because everyone knows that actions are more important than any plan. He grips his weapon, but there is more determination than anger in his eyes, because the battle is no longer about victory, but about protection. They set off into a thick cloud of uncertainty, where light comes only from within. On the horizon, the rumble of approach can be heard, and the earth trembles as if nature itself is wary of what is to come. The young man looks ahead, his eyes calm, for he has already accepted everything that will come, not as a burden, but as part of the journey. The team stops at the edge of a precipice where every step leads to an abyss of decisions and faith. They had no idea what to do next, because every step could be fatal for everyone there. He stands in front of a picture of ruin, where silence still reigns, not because of calm, but because the pain has not yet left this place. A familiar figure appears and silently stands next to them, their gaze directed into the distance where the meeting is to take place. The young man unfurls a scroll and shows his companion words that leave no choice but the direction and time when it will all begin. They descend into a ravine where each step disappears behind them, as if to hint that there is no turning back. The first enemy appears in the shadow of the rock, but he is not afraid because he knows that this meeting is only the beginning. The enemy watches him silently, his eyes betraying no emotion but hiding something deeper than ordinary hostility. The young man takes a step forward not to attack but to show that he has not come to hide behind words or weapons. A short exchange of words echoes between them, each one weighing as heavily as a choice and a sentence at the same time. The enemy pauses for a moment, but then raises his hand, and the space fills with energy that compresses the air. The young man draws his sword, his movements slow but precise, for he does not hesitate and does not allow fear to dictate his actions. The blades clash in the air, which hums with tension, as if the space itself cannot withstand the force of two wills. Each blow is like a wordless conversation in which the truth is revealed, not in words, but in determination. A comrade approaches to support him but stops, realizing that this is a battle that must be fought alone. The young man dodges and counterattacks, moving like a storm that does not strike but breaks resistance with its persistence. After the last blow, the enemy falls to his knees, but there is no defeat in his eyes, only the recognition that he was a worthy opponent. The young man lowers his sword and steps back without finishing him off, understanding that true strength lies not in victory, but in mercy. The enemy lowers his head and silently disappears into the shadows, leaving behind a silence that signifies the end of the duel. His companion approaches, and for the first time a slight smile appears on his face, saying more than words ever could. They climb to the top of the hill, from where they can see a new settlement that does not yet know that it will soon be the place of choice. The young man stares at the fires in the distance, not as enemies, but as those with whom he will have to speak the language of strength and honor. The settlement greets them with wariness in the eyes of its inhabitants, more fear than hostility, but fear is often stronger. An elder approaches the young man, weighing every move as if he can see the future of their people in him. The young man bows his head, not in submission but in respect, because peace begins not with superiority but with equality. The elder responds just as briefly, and gestures for them to come inside, because trust begins with a step. Silence reigns in the center of the settlement, because everyone feels that it is not enemies who have come, but those who have already gone through the storm. In the hut, the elder unfolds a map, showing the place where the messengers disappeared, and from where no news has been received. The young man leans over the map, carefully studying every line, because even the smallest detail could determine the fate of the mission. He nods and accepts the task, not as an order but as a call, because he knows that his strength is to help others. Leaving the hut, he meets the gaze of the villagers, who are now filled with hope, albeit still hidden by fear. He promises silently that he will return with an answer, not for glory, but so that those eyes will never tremble again. He walks along a narrow path through the forest, where every tree is silent, but remembers the voices of those who came before him. Along the way, he finds fragments of equipment from the missing group, scattered like silent witnesses to what happened here. A suffocating silence hangs in the air, for it is not silence but the calm after a battle that no one won. He kneels down and touches the ground, feeling that those who believed until the end have left this world here. He gets up and swears that he will find those responsible, because every loss must leave an answer, not emptiness. At the edge of the forest, he notices movement and hides behind a tree, knowing that sometimes first impressions can be the last. A warrior in black armor emerges from the shadows. He does not notice the young man and silently passes by without making a sound. The young man comes out of hiding and watches him, certain that he knows more than he is willing to reveal. He approaches the cliff and sees the enemy camp below, fortified and ready for any invasion. He hides in the shadows because he understands that right now it is important not to fight, but to find out who commands this fear. In the center of the camp stands a tent from which a familiar silhouette emerges, and the young man's heart sinks at the unexpected recognition. It is the one he thought was lost, the one who once walked beside him and now stands among his enemies as one of them. The young man retreats deeper into the forest because he knows that now is not the time for a meeting, because words can still be weapons. Sitting under a tree, he tries to gather his thoughts and decide whether the truth is more important than the past. When night falls, he returns to the settlement, because now he has an answer he must convey to the others. In the settlement, he is met by the elder, whose eyes are full of anxiety because every minute without an answer is filled with fear. The young man tells him everything he saw, and does not embellish anything, because the truth must always be told, even when it hurts. The words about the missing warrior shock the elder, but he does not allow his emotions to cloud his mind. He asks the young man what he intends to do next and hears only one word in response, a word that contains both faith and determination. The young man says he will return not for revenge, but to find out why the person he knew has become someone else. The next morning, he sets off with new equipment, knowing that this time words may not save him. He follows a path past the fields where those who left this world not long ago lived, and whose voices are silent forever. At the top of the hill, he stops and gazes into the distance, where he can see the camp that has become part of his journey. He takes a deep breath and begins his descent, knowing that ahead of him lies more than just a battle, but a choice that will change everything. He approaches the camp and the guards notice him but do not attack because there is no fear in his eyes, only determination. In the center of the camp, he sees the one he once called his brother, now separated by a chasm, but both remain silent. They stand facing each other, and time stands still because in this silence, more than the fate of two people is being decided. Thus ends another stage of his life, not with a battle, but with a look that contains more questions than answers, but now without fear. He stands at the gates of the castle, filled with silent menace, because behind these walls awaits him that which does not forgive mistakes. His companions stop behind him because they know that from here on, his path becomes a personal trial that he must face alone. He pushes the heavy door and enters a cold room where every step echoes off the walls of the past. In the hall sits an elder with eyes full of silence, not hostile but expectant, as if time itself had bowed its head. The young man stops a few steps away and, bowing silently, admits that he has come not for strength but for answers. The elder speaks slowly, each word heavy, as if drawn from the depths of the years in which truths were hidden. The young man listens silently, not interrupting, because he knows that sometimes questions find their own answers when there is patience. The elder takes a scroll from the wall and hands it to him, one that holds traces of the past and the key to what is yet to come. The young man accepts it cautiously, as both a gift and a burden, because from now on, it is part of his path. The elder rises and places his hand on his shoulder, not as a teacher, but as one who has already gone through something similar. He leaves the hall under the gaze of his companion, who ask no questions because they see in his eyes the answer that cannot be spoken aloud. Outside, the wind blows dust into the air, as if the world itself is preparing for changes that can no longer be stopped. He addresses the team briefly without unnecessary words because it is time to act and there is no room for doubt. Everyone sets off for a new destination through a valley where every stone is a reminder of the battles that have been fought on this land. Ahead, a tower rises, shrouded in fog. It is neither enemy nor friend, but merely a test along the way. The young man stops at the entrance and takes a deep breath because he feels that what awaits him inside will change him forever. He pushes the door and enters the darkness, which does not frighten him but seems to press him against the walls, making his heart beat slower. There is no sound inside, only an invisible and ancient presence watching his every step. He sees a symbol on the floor glowing with a dim light, like a sign left not for everyone, but only for him. The young man stands in the center of the circle and closes his eyes, allowing himself to completely surrender to the power awakening from the depths. The space around him flashes with light, but it is not light, but memories breaking through time and space. He sees events that he never experienced personally, but which have become his legacy, because memories do not always belong only to oneself. In each flash, he sees the faces of those who came before him and those who left this world, leaving him their will. His hands begin to tremble, not from fear, but from the power that passes through him like water through stone. When everything falls silent, He falls to his knees because every truth that has been revealed has left a mark deeper than any wound. He rises slowly, his eyes changed because they no longer contain just a gaze, but knowledge that changes the very essence of being. Leaving the tower, he encounters the surprised faces of his companions, who silently retreat from the person he has become. No one asks what happened because those who were nearby feel that a new barrier has grown between them and him. He glances back at the tower, which is no longer frightening or mysterious because it has become a part of him. Turning around, he moves forward and the rest follow him, not because they have to, but because they know that with him, they will not get lost. The path leads them along an old road where grass has engulfed the stones and where every step echoes the past. On the horizon, the silhouette of a long-abandoned city appears, but it still retains the shadows of those who lived and fought here. He raises his hand to stop the group, because something in the air tells him that this place has not forgotten how fear breathes. They enter the city slowly and cautiously, because every wall is silent but listening intently. In the center of the square stands a half-ruined statue with a gaze that looks straight into the soul through the centuries. The young man touches the stone and feels something old awakening beneath his fingers, like a memory waiting just for him. Silhouettes emerge from the shadows, neither alive nor dead, like guardians of the past who will not allow anyone to pass without a test. He takes a step forward without reaching for his weapon, knowing that a real battle begins not with a blow, but with a glance. The silhouettes do not attack, but surround him like judges, waiting to see if he is worthy to go deeper into this memory. The young man stands silently, and a light shines from his heart, not bright but calm, dispelling the shadows and opening the way. The silhouettes part and slowly disappear, as if acknowledging that he has passed a test that did not require a fight. In the place where they stood, there remains a sign carved in stone that glows with a soft light, like a burning word. The young man reads it silently, and something tightens in his heart because he understands that the truth that has been revealed concerns not only the past. His companions approach but do not speak, understanding that at this moment silence is better than any words of support. He turns around and moves on without a word because the path is now clear, albeit difficult, and there is no turning back. They pass through a narrow passage between the rocks where the wind sounds like the voices of those who have long since left this world. At the top of the mountain, an old fortress is visible, its silhouette dark and menacing, but that is where their destiny lies. The young man stops for a moment and gazes into the distance because he feels that this is where the meeting that will change everything will take place. The group prepares to spend the night in the restless silence, for each of them understands that tomorrow will be the end for them all. He sits by the fire, holding a talisman in his hands, thinking not of victory but of those he still has to protect. Night falls on the camp like a curtain, and each star above seems like an eye watching over them. The young man does not sleep because he knows that dreams sometimes reveal more than reality and do not always bring peace. In his dreams, he sees a figure in a cloak reaching out his hand, but its touch is not cold, but familiar, like a memory. He wakes up with a heavy breath, but there is no shadow in his eyes, only the confidence that comes with acceptance. The morning greets them silently, and each takes his equipment as if putting on not armor but responsibility. They climb the slope, where every step is like a challenge, because under their feet is not just stone, but history that remembers pain. At the gates of the fortress stands a figure, armed but motionless, and its silence is more threatening than an entire army. A young man steps forward and looks straight into his eyes, knowing that battles can be won before the first blow is struck. Tension rises between them like electricity, but neither moves, as both wait for the moment that will decide everything. Suddenly, the figure lowers his weapon and steps back, recognizing him not as an enemy but as an equal who has the right to pass. The young man passes through the gate without looking back, because he knows that he has left doubt behind him and that only truth and action lie ahead. The fortress greets him with the coldness of stone, but he walks confidently because inside he is no longer afraid of any shadow. At this stage, it all ended not with victory, but with a step into the unknown, where true strength lies not in the sword, but in the heart. He stands at the entrance to the hall, where the air is filled with silence that silently holds the promise of a fateful conversation. Inside, the light is soft but sharp as a gaze, and every step echoes not in space, but in the heart. A figure in gray clothing sits on the throne, his face hidden, but his eyes scan like an X-ray through time and space. The young man does not stop because fear no longer drives him, only the goal that burns inside him with a calm but unquenchable fire. He stops in front of the throne and bows his head, acknowledging authority not as a subordinate, but as one who respects power. The figure on the throne begins to speak, his voice calm, but each word is precise, like a blade cutting through doubts. The young man listens silently, not interrupting, because he feels that this conversation is more important than any battle. When the words fade away, he responds briefly, his voice not raised, but full of deep conviction. A tense and heavy silence hangs in the air, like before a storm that decides whether to wash away the old or destroy the new. Their eyes meet, and in this silence it becomes clear that the verdict has not yet been passed, but the path has already been determined. The young man turns and leaves the hall without retreating, carrying with him a burden of words heavier than a sword. Outside the door, he is met by his companions, whose eyes show anxiety, but whose movements show a readiness to move forward without hesitation. He nods, and they all set off, for the road waits for no one, and every stop is a temptation that only the chosen few can resist. They cross a bridge hanging over a precipice where the wind whispers like the voices of ancestors about those who did not return. Ahead, a mountain range rises, dark and high, like a boundary separating the past from the future. The climb is difficult and silent because every step echoes in the heart like a question that has not yet been answered. The young man walks ahead without looking back, knowing that the path leads through trials, not around them. The wind throws snow in his face, but he does not stop, because pain is no obstacle when the goal is higher than everything else. At the pass, they see a distant valley, and in it a hostile army like a wave that is not yet broken but is already threatening. The young man clenches his hand on the hilt because he knows that from this moment on, every decision will cost more than his life. They descend slowly, because every step into this valley is like entering a chapter written in blood. In the enemy camp there is silence, not peaceful but heavy, because every warrior knows that dawn brings not light but steel. The young man watches from the hill, noting movements and numbers, because every little detail could change the outcome. He returns to his men and briefly explains the plan, because now is not the time for fear, only for precision. The warriors nod without words because trust is stronger than orders, and everyone is ready to follow him, not just obey him. They begin their march at night, when shadows become their allies and silence is like a cloak that hides their footsteps and intentions. A fire burns ahead, but no one approaches because the flames betray not only heat, but also presence. A young man makes a sign with his hand, and the team disperses because the attack must be like a breath, imperceptible, but irreversible. He approaches the edge of the camp and sees a guard dozing, and this is the moment between victory and defeat. The blow is silent but precise, because every action he takes now is not about anger, but about necessity that knows no mercy. The signal is given and darkness erupts as battle awakens in the silence and the night becomes a stage for merciless decisions. The young man breaks through the enemy tents, not like a storm, but like a blade that knows where to strike to change the course of battle. One of the enemy commanders rushes forward, but it is too late because the young man's gaze leaves no room for hope. The battle is short but fierce, and every move is like the last, because here even the strongest are not forgiven for their mistake. When the enemy's body falls to the ground, the young man does not celebrate, because victory without peace is only a new burden. Panic breaks out in the camp. Enemies run around looking for support, but it has already crumbled along with their trust in their strength. The young man steps into the center of the camp and loudly calls out the name of the leader because he does not want more bloodshed, but a choice. From the depths of the shadows, a man in black appears, his face stern but his eyes showing understanding that everything is coming to an end. They stand facing each other, and at that moment it is decided whether it will be a fight or something greater than that. After a short pause, they attack because words are not enough to stop the fire in both their hearts. The blades clash with such force that the air between them cracks like glass, for this battle is not for victory, but for truth. The young man dodges and counterattacks because every move he makes is taught by pain and the belief that not all battles are the same. His opponent is strong but uneven because the young man has something more than technique. He is driven by an unquenchable desire. He sees not evil in his enemy's eyes, but loss. And this compels him not to finish him off, but to stop his hand at the last moment. His opponent's gaze dims, not from defeat, but from the realization that he has lost not to the young man, but to himself. The young man lowers his sword and walks away because he understands that true victory is not in blows, but in the ability to stop. The enemies in the camp silently lay down their weapons because they see that the power that is won does not need a bloody triumph. His companions approach him, tired but relieved, knowing that they have survived not only physically but also emotionally. In the center of the camp, a new tent is being pitched, not as a command post, but as a sign of a new beginning for everyone. The young man stands aside and looks at the sky, which is slowly brightening because the day comes only after the darkest night. He stands alone but not lonely, because he feels the trust of those who chose to walk beside him rather than behind him. In his hand, he holds a piece of cloth with the enemy's emblem, but it is not a trophy, but a reminder of the choice made by both of them. In the middle of the field, bonfires are being lit, not for celebration, but to warm those who have not yet overcome their fear. The young man sits down by the fire, not as a hero, but as a person who is tired, but has not lost his direction. One of his enemies approaches him and silently offers him bread, because sometimes reconciliation begins with a gesture rather than words. They sit side by the fire, and no one asks about the past, because the silence between them now speaks louder than words. The sky above them is full of stars, each one a reminder that even in darkness, it is possible to find direction. The young man raises his head, and his eyes shine with peace because, although the journey is not yet over, he is no longer walking alone. The heroes were able to end this not with war, but with peace, which helped them not to fight with anyone, but simply to part ways peacefully. The young man stands on top of the hill, watching the sunrise, which for the first time in a long time brings not only light, but also hope. His companion approaches him and silently hands him a scroll marking the location of the final battle. The young man unfolds the map and stares for a long time at the sign pointing to the path where not the enemy, but a decision awaits him. He clenches it in his hand and takes a deep breath, knowing that the new road may be the hardest of all. He sets off without a word, because everyone in the group already knows that the time has come for the last part of their journey. They pass by a river that once was the border between worlds and now stands silent as a witness to history. On the other side, a structure made of old, sturdy stone can be seen, as if it has survived all the wars and will survive another. The young man stops and stares at the outlines because he feels that it is there that something more important than a battle will begin. A branch cracks underfoot, but no one pays any attention because the silence around them is tense and deep, like before a storm. A figure familiar to him from the past appears in the doorway, like a shadow that has returned not for revenge, but for answers. Their eyes meet and time stands still, for they share a history of years of loss and silence that explains everything. The young man takes a step forward, not to attack, but to find out if that shadow is still a person or just a memory. The figure is silent, but its movements are not hostile, rather cautious, like someone who does not know if they want to be an enemy. They approach step by step, and each movement is like a bridge between the painful past and the uncertain future. The young man extends his hand first, and at that moment it becomes clear that this day may not end in battle. The figure slowly raises his hand in response, and their palms almost touch, but something invisible still keeps them apart. Suddenly, a sound breaks the silence behind them, like a warning that the world is not yet ready for reconciliation. A group of armed strangers bursts out of the forest, and the whole scene changes from dialogue to defense. The young man retreats, covering the figure, because now it doesn't matter who she was if she is not the enemy. The battle begins quickly and without warning, as if fate itself has decided to test their decision once again. The young man's sword moves precisely, without anger, because each blow is not revenge but the defense of what he no longer wants to lose. The figure standing aside now also joins the fight, and their movements are synchronized, as if they have found a common rhythm again. There are many enemies, but there is no conviction in their eyes because they do not understand what those standing against them are fighting for. The clash continues amid stones and dust, each movement seeming to tear an answer from a world that has long been silent. When the last attacker falls, silence returns, and the faces of both men show not victory but relief. The young man bends over his wounded enemy, not with hatred, but with the gaze of one who understands the price of choice and defeat. A figure nearby places a hand on his shoulder, and in this gesture there is no force, only support that needs no word. Clouds are gathering on the horizon, but in their center, a ray of light breaks through the darkness like a sign. The young man raises his eyes and stares at the sky because that is where his path now lies, between the world he was and the world he will become. They move on, not as two people from the past, but as those who have decided to create the future together, step by step. On the way, they pass an abandoned village where every house is like a scar on the body of the earth that still remembers the war. The young man stops at a well and touches its edge as if he wants to draw out not water but memories. He sits down on a rock and looks around as if seeing the world for the first time, not through a weapon but through his own heart. Others join them, and the silence between them is no longer heavy, but calm, like an agreement that needs no explanation. Together they dine under the open sky, and in every movement you can feel that this is the first real peace they have known in a long time. Night falls like a blanket, and the stars light up above them like silent witnesses to what has changed their hearts. A young man sits apart and stares at the sky, holding his sword on his knees as a symbol of the path he has already traveled. A figure approaches him and silently sits down next to him. Their silence no longer divides them but unites them. He closes his eyes, and his thoughts are not of war, but of the faces of those he has lost, and those for whom he continues onward. Sleep comes slowly, but not with anxiety, but with the feeling that, at least for a moment, everything has fallen into place. Morning comes quietly and gently like an apology, and the light touches the faces of those who fought yesterday but are walking together today. They rise silently, without orders, because they already know that the path is not indicated by the voice, but chosen by the heart. A traveler appears on the road, and in his eyes is a reflection of a world that still lives in the struggle for truth. The young man exchanges a few words with him, and for the first time in a long time, a slight smile appears on his face. They continue on their way under the rising sun, reminding them that there are still many paths and choices ahead. They stop at a crossroads, and each sign is like a question that demands an answer that cannot be postponed. The young man stares intently in one direction, and it is clear from his gaze that the choice has been made not with his mind, but with his heart. The group follows him without a word because their faith in him has become deeper than any order or promise. On the way, they meet children playing on the grass, and this tranquility is proof that the world can still be a better place. The young man stops, looks at them, and a quiet light appears in his eyes that has not been there for a long time. He approaches the children and throws them apples from his bag, because sometimes even a simple gesture can change someone's day forever. The mother comes out of the house and nods gratefully, not knowing who he is, but seeing in him someone who brings peace. The young man nods silently in response and walks on, leaving smiles behind instead of anxiety. Towards evening, they reach the foot of the mountain where, according to the map, the last destination of their journey should be. He looks up and sees an old shrine standing like a reminder of what was once the beginning of everything. He steps onto the first step and feels the silence around him change as if the space itself has held its breath. The group stays behind because he must walk this path alone, not because he has to, but because he is ready. The steps are old and covered with moss, but each one brings him closer to the truth that has long been hidden from view. At the top, he is met by a figure in white, like a guardian of memories or trials that have not yet been completed. They stand silently facing each other, and in this silence, it is already clear that more than one person's fate will be decided here. The figure in white makes a gesture, inviting not to fight but to talk, a conversation that needs no words, only truth. The young man bows his head, accepting the challenge, because he understands that the truth is not always sharp. Sometimes it is quiet and irreversible. They enter the sanctuary, and inside, a light shines, not from fire, but from memories that have been waiting for their return. The young man touches a symbol on the wall and sees events he never lived through, but which have now become part of his soul. When he leaves the sanctuary, his eyes shine because he knows who he was, who he has become, and what he must do next. Fortunately for everyone, it ended not in battle, but in a conversation that helped resolve everything without the use of force. The young man stands at the entrance to the valley, where the wind carries the scent of an ancient battle that left more than blood on the ground. Before him lies a path covered with the traces of time, and every step reminds him that the way forward allows no turning back. He gazes into the distance and sees the shadow of a fortress rising from the rocks like a reminder of promises yet to be fulfilled. His companions approach without a word, knowing that what lies ahead is not just a place, but a test for each of them. The young man nods, and they move forward silently, for in this silence, the breath of change that cannot be stopped can already be heard. The path leads them through a gorge where every sound seems to be the voice of those who once walked this path and never returned. Figures in armor appear on the rocks, their gaze fierce because they are guarding not a passage but a secret. The young man steps forward without hiding his gaze, knowing that this time the battle will begin not with swords, but with willpower. The guards look at each other, and one of them slowly steps back, leaving a narrow passage, as if acknowledging his right to pass. He passes between them with his face uncovered, no longer afraid of the shadows or ashamed of the light. Inside the fortress, semi-darkness reigns, as if the building itself is holding back the light to protect the silence of centuries. They tread carefully, for every step echoes like the echoes of foreign voices that do not want to be forgotten. On the walls are old tapestries and patterns that still remember the time when this place was the heart of an ancient oath. A young man touches one of the symbols and feels warmth, as if the memory in the stone is still alive and waiting for him. In the center of the hall stands a figure in black with his back to them, and the silence around them becomes heavier than any words. The figure slowly turns around, and his gaze is cold as night, but it does not show hatred, only pain. The young man takes a step forward and does not reach for his weapon because he has come not to fight, but to speak the truth. In their dialogue, every word is like a blow, because the memory between them is heavier than steel and no less sharp. The figure laughs quietly, not with joy, but with fatigue, because the years of waiting have made her stronger, but not happier. The young man talks about what he has seen and felt, and his words are no longer an excuse but a confession that does not ask for forgiveness. The figure is silent for a moment, as if hesitating between anger and understanding, but a glimmer of memory appears in her eyes. The young man extends his hand forward, not with hope, but with acceptance that even an enemy can be understood if you look deeper. Even the wind dies down around them, because this moment is more important than the battle. It is about a choice that changes not the battle, but the path. The figure slowly extends a hand in response, not in reconciliation, but in recognition that it is time for each to go their separate ways. Suddenly, a rumble echoes, and from the depths of the fortress, a new threat rises, knowing neither pity nor memory. Creatures unlike humans burst out of the darkness, their movements swift and vicious, like forgotten anger awakened by time. The young man and the figure in black stand side by side, for now they have a common enemy that recognizes neither the past nor peace. The battle erupts like a storm, and every blow is not just defense, but proof that even shadows can unite. The companions engage in battle in unison, for fear has long since become part of their strength rather than its opposite. The figure fights without hesitation, as if proving that the choice was right, albeit belated. Creatures advance in waves, each colliding with the will of those who will no longer retreat. The young man cuts through the air and shadow at the same time, because his every movement is precise, not for destruction, but for protection. When the enemy falls, it becomes quiet, but in this silence, the battle that left its mark on each of them still echoes. The figure in black is breathing heavily but standing, because even wounded she is not broken. The young man puts his hand on her shoulder, and this touch conveys more respect than 1,000 victorious cries. Torches light up the hall, and shadows dance on the walls like memories that refuse to fade away. The young man looks at the symbol in the center of the floor and feels something old and important emanating from it. The figure next to him stops and nods because he knows that now everything depends on him alone. The young man steps into the circle of light, and time seems to stop around him, because this moment decides more than it seems. Signs appear on the walls, and each one speaks to him like the whisper of blood that remembers an ancient oath. His body trembles, not from fear, but from the power that passes through him like an electric current of awakened heritage. His eyes are closed, but they see more than open eyes because a whole lineage of stories and voices passes before him. He sees his ancestors and heroes who left this world in battle and left him their name and strength. When the light fades, he stands alone, but he is no longer the same, for in his eyes burns a calm determination. The figure in black silently bows his head, acknowledging that the one standing before him is now the heir not of words but of deeds. The young man leaves the hall, and each step he takes is like an echo of a new beginning that has not yet been written, but already lives within him. His companions look at him, and in their eyes there are no questions, only quiet agreement that they will follow him to the end. The figure in black remains behind, like a shadow that has fulfilled its role, and can now disappear without regret. The wind rises above the fortress and lifts the dust of centuries into the air like a blessing for what is to come. The group sets off down the path leading from the mountain, each step like a seal on a road with no turning back. They walk through the forest where the trees are silent, but the shadows are no longer their enemies, for their hearts carry no fear, only faith. A young man stops at a spring and stares into the water flowing like time, calmly, steadily, and always forward. He scoops up water and washes his face, not to wash away fatigue, but to meet the next challenge with a clear mind. The sky clears and the clouds disperse as if to signal that a new day welcomes them without judgment, only with anticipation. The sun rises over the hill, and each ray is like an answer to a silent prayer for peace and strength to go on. The young man looks back one last time at the path behind him, and in his eyes there is no longer a shadow, but gratitude for everything he has gone through. His companions stand beside him and silently look ahead, for the goal is still ahead, but their faith in it has already become shared. He raises his sword not for battle but as a symbol of the path that continues without fear and without regret. Their shadows merge with the morning light and become part of the landscape that now remembers them as part of history. The young man takes his first step into a new day, and the ground beneath his feet responds not with weight, but with confidence. For him, this was not the end, but the beginning of a new path that will undoubtedly change his entire life in the future. The young man stands in front of an arch radiating light and realizes that behind it begins a new stage of his journey. His companions stop behind him, sensing that this passage is not just a boundary, but a test for the soul. When he steps through the arch, the world around him changes, and space seems to flow into another dimension. A figure in white appears in front of him, looking at him as if waiting for a wordless answer. The young man says nothing because he knows that this meeting does not require words, only the truth in his heart. The figure raises his hand, and the world around him freezes, as if everything is waiting for a decision that will change his path or break him. The young man does not retreat. His gaze is silent with confidence, and in his heart there is no fear, only the calmness of choice. A light flashes between them, but it is not hot, only pure, like a sign that truth is not in battle but in harmony with oneself. The figure touches his chest and disappears, leaving only warmth, like consent and blessing. The path leads to a new figure in black, whose shadow resembles him like a mirror from the past. The young man looks at the figure in black and sees in him the anger that once reigned in his own heart. The shadow stands silently before him, but every glance seems to reproach him for the path of pain and doubt he once chose. He does not deny who he was, because only acceptance gives him the strength to change what was darkness. He reaches out his hand, and the shadow hesitates, as if acknowledging that there is no more hostility left in him. The figure dissolves in the light, leaving peace in place of pain, for the inner struggle is over. The young man continues along the path, which becomes brighter with each step, as if leading him to a new understanding. A figure in gold appears before him, with a gaze that sees not the body but the soul and its choice. She places a piece of a shield in front of him, and gestures that from now on, his decision will determine his path. Touching the fragment, he sees memories of other battles, and understands that this power is not for glory but for service. The figure disappears, leaving in his hands a shield that is no longer a fragment but part of his heritage. The young man raises the shield and feels the power pass into him, not as a burden but as a responsibility that changes him. The space around him shudders, and a new figure emerges from the shadows, its presence like a memory of loss. It is the embodiment of the pain he once felt and could not accept, which still stands as a final test. They look at each other silently, and the silence between them becomes a bridge between what was and what should be. The young man bows his head, not in defeat, but in respect for the pain that taught him to be strong without hatred. The figure extends his hand, and everything around them is bathed in a light that cleanses not the body but the memory. The young man does not retreat because he knows that this meeting completes everything he has been avoiding, but is now ready to accept. The boundary between them disappears, and the space around them becomes empty, like a sheet of paper waiting for a new story. The figure touches his forehead, and the world around him disappears, leaving only silence and warmth inside. When he opens his eyes, the figure is gone, but a light remains in his heart, pointing in a new direction. His companions approach him, and in their eyes there are no questions, only quiet support that needs no word. He nods, and they all move forward together, because the journey continues, and a new goal awaits them ahead. On the horizon, the city rises, its towers silent witnesses to a past that still lives in stone. The young man stops and looks at the city as a symbol of the hope he must restore to others. He steps onto the path that leads downhill, and each step is like an agreement not with duty, but with the call of his heart. They enter the city where every street is silent, but something warm and familiar lurks in the silence. Old doors open and faces peer out, not yet sure whether to believe again. The young man stops in the middle of the square, and his shadow touches the stone that has seen hundreds of promises and betrayals. On a pedestal stands a throne made of white stone. Its shape is simple, but it exudes an ancient power. He does not sit down immediately because he understands that this throne is not for honor, but for serving those who look up at him from below. The young man touches the throne and feels the coldness of the stone that holds the memory of all the hands that sought power. The sky above them clears, and a ray of light breaks through the clouds, as if in response to a silent oath. His companions stop around him and stand as witnesses not of glory but of the silence after a long journey. The young man sits down, not as a ruler, but as one who has taken on a burden not for himself, but for others. A silence falls around him, not oppressive but profound, for it marks the beginning, not the end. People emerge from the distant streets of the city, their faces cautious, but their eyes glowing with curiosity and hope. The young man rises from his throne and steps toward them, not as a ruler but as an equal among those who seek peace. Children approach first, their laughter sounding like a song that, for the first time in a long time, is not afraid to be heard. He bows to them and smiles because he knows that true victory begins with faith in the simple thing. People draw closer, their hands reaching out not for weapons but for handshakes that heal better than words. A young man raises his hand and silence envelops the square because everyone feels that this moment is more important than any cry. He speaks simply and sincerely. His words are not about greatness, but about a home where everyone has the right to peace. People listen not because they have to, but because his voice speaks the truth they have long wanted to hear. Even the old warriors bow their heads because they know that this battle is won, not with swords, but with the heart. The sun rises over the square and illuminates them like a blessing for a new path without fear. His companions stand beside him and look ahead in silence, knowing that they are now part of a new history. The young man looks back one last time, and there is no regret in his eyes because every choice he made led him to this moment. The city comes to life. People leave their homes, carrying with them warmth and faith in change. His steps are no longer lonely because those who see in him not a shadow but a light follow him. Children laugh in the streets, and their laughter is like a song of the future that is no longer afraid of tomorrow. Thanks to this, they have managed to create peace among themselves that will remain with them forever. A young man stands at the gates of a new city, and in his eyes is the calmness of one who carries hope, not weapons. His companions stop beside him because they know that this step is not into the city, but onto the next page of their history. They enter silently, but every movement exudes confidence that this place will change everything. The city greets them with silence, but around every corner they feel as if the very stones are watching them. The young man stops in the square and stares ahead at a mysterious figure in dark clothes. The figure approaches like a shadow, and each step sounds like a challenge that needs no word. The young man stands firm, not hiding behind words, because he knows that this battle is not with an enemy, but with his own conviction. Their eyes meet, and the space around them seems to disappear, leaving only the truth between them. The figure attacks first, and their movements are quick, but not about strength, but about the will to prove their own truth. The young man dodges and does not respond immediately because he is not seeking victory, but understanding that leads to peace. The fight continues, but in every movement there is more respect than hatred, because both are fighting for what they believe in. The young man parries the blow and utters words that sound not like a threat, but like a plea to listen to his heart. The figure freezes for a moment, as if for the first time doubting his own righteousness, which for so long seemed unquestionable. He extends his hand and speaks of shared pain, of a path that could be different if they find faith within themselves. Silence returns, and with it, the tension subsides, because they are no longer enemies, but people who have gone through darkness. The figure lowers his sword and looks down, realizing that the battle has proven nothing but the strength of the young man's heart. The young man approaches and places his hand on his opponent's shoulder, not in triumph, but with respect for his path. The others emerge from the shadows because they see that truth is not born in battle, but in the conversation between two people who have not broken. The city seems to awaken, and the silence is replaced by a calm in which there is room for new decisions. The companions gather together silently, but in their eyes there is agreement that this moment was more important than victory. A young man climbs the stairs of an old tower because he feels that it is not an answer that awaits him at the top, but another test. He stops in front of a door covered with symbols, like memories of those who have walked this path before him. Inside stands a man with a deep gaze, his presence like the weight of history that has not yet been completed. They speak slowly because every word weighs as much as a step that changes not just a destiny but an entire era. The man points to a stone throne and waits silently because the choice to sit on it is not about power but about essence. The young man approaches the throne but does not sit down because he knows that this moment must be a choice, not a habit. He places his hand on the stone, and it trembles as if responding to the touch of one who has come not for power but for faith. The man smiles for the first time because he sees before him not a pretender, but one who is worthy of the inheritance. The throne crumbles into pieces, not as a sign of defeat, but as a sign that its time has passed and a new order is coming. The young man returns to the exit because he has already received his answer and now knows where he belongs. People gather in the streets of the city, and the silence among them is like waiting for the first word that will change everything. The young man comes out to them without a sword, only with an open heart, and this is enough to soften their gaze. He speaks simply, not of victory, but of trust that is built not in battles, but in compassion. People listen, and some of them take the first step toward him, not out of coercion, but out of hope. Hands reach out to each other, and there is more strength in this touch than in an entire army. The sun emerges from behind the clouds and envelops the city in light that, for the first time in a long time, brings warmth rather than memories. A young man stands among the people as an equal because his path no longer leads above them but alongside each of them. Children laugh in the square, and their voices are like a song that restores faith in a future without fear. His companions smile because they see that everything they have strived for begins not with glory, but with simple moments. The young man looks at the sky, and in his eyes there is no fatigue, but the peace of one who has passed through darkness and become light. He walks past buildings where once only shadows lived, but now life burns again in the windows. A woman comes out with a child in her arms, and her gaze meets his in a wordless expression of gratitude. Warriors appear on the road, bowing their heads not to authority, but to the courage of choice. The young man nods to them with respect, because each of them is part of a story he will never forget, for it has completely changed his life. He stops by a fountain and stares into the water as if searching for answers to what lies ahead. In the water, he sees not faces, but the path he has left behind, and he understands that every wound has become part of his strength. The sun touches the water, and the glistening on its surface is like a sign that now everything is changing without a fight. The young man returns to his companions, and together they walk on, not as heroes, but as those who leave the world a better place. So they decide to just leave everything as it is, because they want to leave only pleasant and good memories for the people around them. The young man stands in front of a deep passage leading down and knows that this is a path from which there is no return, only a step forward. His companions follow him silently because the trust between them needs no words, only a shared gaze forward. The stairs lead deep underground, and each step sounds like a reminder of everything left behind. The darkness thickens, but there is no fear in its silence because faith in the meaning of this journey burns in their hearts. Light barely penetrates the walls and reveals bas-reliefs like stories of those who have already walked this path. The young man stops in front of a symbol carved in stone, and in his eyes there is a realization of an ancient truth. He touches the wall, and the echoes of the past pierce the space like the whispers of those who once stood here. The floor shakes and a new passage opens, behind which even more questions than answers await. The companions look at each other, and each of them knows that there is no turning back. They enter a hall where the air is heavy with memories, and the walls are silent witnesses to ancient events. In the center of the hall stands a round altar surrounded by symbols, each of which seems to speak the language of the ancestors. A young man approaches the altar and feels something in the air change, as if an ancient power is awakening. The stone beneath his feet glows with a faint light that comes not from outside but from within the space itself. His companions form a circle around the altar, and their presence becomes part of the ritual that has already begun. He places his hand on the center, and a wind rises around him, not blowing from outside but rising from the depths of the earth. The light expands and symbols appear on the floor, beginning to move as if alive, recalling ancient knowledge. The young man closes his eyes and sees not darkness, but visions of those who stood in this place in other times and with other choices. He takes a deep breath and feels that with each breath he is getting closer to something that has long been hidden. His body is illuminated by a faint light that does not burn but flows like a part of the energy that belongs to this place. The symbols fade away and the wind dies down, leaving a silence in which each of them hears only their own heartbeat. The young man opens his eyes and a new depth appears in his gaze, as if he has just passed through an invisible door. His companions approach him and see that he has changed, not outwardly, but in the silence that has become part of his gaze. They leave the hall and a new passage opens up in front of them, illuminated by a light that has no source. The passage leads upward, as if calling them to return, but not to what was, but to what they have become. The young man steps forward first, and each step is confident because the path is now not only external but also internal. They climb a narrow passageway, and the walls around them seem to breathe with the memories of ancient seekers of truth. The light becomes brighter, and with each step they feel that they are rising not only in body but also in spirit. The passage opens into a high hall where a feeling of anticipation hangs in the air, as if the place itself is waiting for them. In the middle of the hall stands a stone structure resembling a tower that leads the eye upward to an invisible source. The young man approaches and touches the structure that holds memories of a time unknown even to books. At the moment of contact, the structure glows with a soft light, and the hall is filled with a sound reminiscent of distant bells. The symbols on the walls begin to glow, and each of them seems to respond to his presence like the voice of his ancestors. The young man does not retreat because he feels that this connection is not a threat, but a part of his heritage that has awakened. His companions look around and realize that they have witnessed something greater than their own journey. The light fades, leaving them alone in silence, realizing that not all answers bring peace. They leave the hall and walk down a long corridor where the walls no longer speak, but remain silent with respect. At the end of the corridor, large doors open to reveal a new room, like a page that has not yet been written. In the center stands an ancient artifact resembling a crystal that seems to hold within itself the time and power of many generations. The young man touches it and sees brief flashes of unfamiliar faces that disappear like names no one has ever mentioned. The artifact begins to glow, and the air around it changes as if everything is preparing for a new turn of events. The light becomes brighter but does not blind, enveloping the young man as if whispering about something that has remained incomprehensible until now. The young man looks inside the crystal and sees images not from memories but from a future that has not yet happened. He steps back and the artifact quietly fades away, leaving the feeling that something important has just happened. His companions approach, but none of them ask any question, for each of them has seen something in the silence. They leave the room and leave the artifact behind, knowing that this encounter will change everything from now on. They continue down a narrow passageway that leads upward, and with each step, the surroundings become brighter. The passage opens onto an open platform from which the horizon and the sky are visible, like a long-awaited return. The young man steps forward first and breathes in the fresh air like a new beginning born out of darkness and searching. Silhouettes of new travelers appear on the horizon, and his eyes fill with peace because now he is ready. The sun rises over the city, and the silence that was part of each of them dissolves in its rays. His companions stop at the edge of the platform and silently look at the city stretching out below like a memory. The young man turns to them, and there is no hesitation in his gaze, only confidence in the path they have already chosen. They move forward, not as those seeking answers, but as those who have already become part of something greater. The city greets them silently, but in its silence, the pulse of life can be heard, just beginning to renew itself. People appear in the narrow streets, and every glance is like a question to which they find the answer in the young man. The young man greets the residents not with words, but with his presence, and in his silence, people find an inexplicable strength. An old warrior approaches and places his hand on his heart, recognizing in the young man not a hero, but someone who has not betrayed his path. Children smile and reach out to him because they see in him not fear, but a light that calls for trust. He bows to them and smiles because he knows that true peace begins with simple touches of the heart. The city comes to life not loudly, but gradually, because every gesture now gives birth to new hope, instead of the usual silence. The sun sets over the city and its rays cover the buildings like a sign that the day is ending in peace. The young man climbs onto the roof and looks at the horizon, his eyes reflecting the silence that remains after a long journey. So they decided to make only one call to the sky, because they knew for sure that only it could help them in this situation. The young man stands at the edge of the bridge and looks ahead, knowing that something that will change everything is waiting for him on the other side. His companions stop beside him and remain silent, because this moment belongs only to him, and no one has the right to disturb it. The bridge rises into the fog, and each step he takes on it is like a promise that leads not to victory but to truth. At the other end, a figure appears in the darkness, and its silence is like a voiceless call with a deep meaning. The young man continues walking without looking back because he understands that this path cannot be traveled with hesitation in his heart. The figure slowly approaches, and each step sounds like a memory of decisions that lead to darkness or light. The young man stops in the middle of the bridge and looks straight into the eyes of the person standing in front of him, as if looking into a mirror. They are silent because they know that words are unnecessary here. Everything has already been said in the choice and in the silence between the two hearts. The figure raises his hand, but not to strike, but to test whether the young man can stand without protection. The young man does not move and accepts the silence that falls upon them as an answer to a question that was never asked. The wind rises around them, and the bridge trembles as if reacting to the tension between those who see themselves in each other. The figure suddenly disappears, leaving only words that echo in the young man's heart like the echo of truth. The young man closes his eyes and takes a step forward, realizing that this bridge was not between him and his enemy, but between him and himself. His companions watch him step off the bridge, and there is peace in their eyes because they know that he has returned a changed man. A new passage opens up before them, and every step they take sounds like an agreement with their own choice. They enter a narrow passage where the light fades, and only their breathing and the faint whisper of the walls remain. The corridor leads deeper, and each step seems heavier, because the silence around them squeezes their hearts like doubt. The young man stops in front of a stone door covered with symbols and feels the power of an ancient choice. He touches the door and it opens slowly, revealing a hall where the air seems to have frozen in anticipation. In the center stands an altar, and above it hangs a crystal that flickers with light like the pulse of the place itself. The young man approaches the crystal and feels that it is alive, waiting for the touch of someone who comes with a pure heart. He reaches out his hand, and the light grows stronger, as if the crystal has recognized in him the one who can accept responsibility. The symbols around the altar begin to glow, and the space is filled with energy carrying ancient knowledge. The companions take a step back and watch silently, for this moment belongs only to the young man and his choice. When he touches the crystal, a light rises around him, connecting heaven and earth into one. The young man sees visions of the past, and each image is like an echo of someone's pain that became the foundation of this place. He does not turn away because he understands that only by accepting everything can he become who he is meant to be. The light fades, and in its place remains a warmth in his chest, like a memory of an answer that no longer needs words. His companions approach, and in their eyes there is no surprise, only respect for the silence that speaks louder than words. Together, they leave the hall, and each of their steps sounds like an agreement to live on with what they have learned inside. They find themselves in a courtyard where the walls are covered with moss, as if time itself has stopped so as not to interfere with their decision. The young man stops in front of the gate leading to the last part of the path, and a look of calm appears in his eyes. The sun breaks through the clouds and shines directly on him, as if to signal that he is now on the right path. He opens the gate, and behind it unfolds another world where space seems unfamiliar and yet familiar at the same time. His companions follow him silently, each of them sensing that what lies ahead is not just a path, but a new test. They enter a temple where everything is silent, but this silence is not empty. It is filled with the presence of something eternal. In the center stands a statue of a warrior with a raised sword, and his face tells a story that cannot be told in words. The young man bows his head before the image, not in submission, but in respect for what once formed the foundation of this power. He touches the base, and the temple shudders as if awakened by memories that still live in every stone. Light flashes on the walls, revealing shadows of events that once changed the fate of those who stood before a choice. His companions look at the images on the walls, and each of them sees a part of their own path in them. The young man approaches the circle in the center of the hall and stands in it, as if acknowledging that he is ready to accept a new stage. The light rises again around him, and the space seems to freeze, waiting for his choice without fear or doubt. When he closes his eyes, a voice appears in his head that does not speak but leads him through the silence to understanding. He opens his eyes and the light disappears, but leaves him with a clarity that neither books nor advice could give him. His companions approach, and their presence is now different, as if they have witnessed the rebirth of a new power. The young man smiles slightly because he knows that he has not received a gift, but a responsibility that carries much more weight. They leave the temple, and the world outside seems brighter, as if the day itself has welcomed their return. People reappear on the streets, and there is no longer fear in their eyes, only curiosity and hope. The young man greets them without words, and his silence marks the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. Children run towards him, and he stops to bend down to them and see the pure trust in their eyes. An old warrior approaches and hands him an ancient symbol, not as a command, but as recognition of a choice made with the heart. The young man accepts it not as power, but as a duty that will now accompany him every step of the way. His companions silently stand beside him, each knowing that the journey is not over, but has merely changed direction. A bird flies across the sky, and its cry sounds like an echo of the future that is already approaching a new dawn. A figure in white appears on the horizon, and everyone around freezes because they sense that this is no ordinary encounter. The young man takes a step forward, and there is no anxiety in his gaze, only the silence of one who knows the price of peace. The figure stops opposite him, and in its silence, a voice can be heard speaking through time, space, and memory. They look at each other, and there is no struggle between them, only an understanding that has changed everything around them. The figure disappears, leaving only a trail of light that slowly fades away like a promise made without words. The young man stands in an empty square, and all that remains is silence, like the end of an ancient conversation. The sun hides behind the rooftops, and the last ray touches his face like a sign that the journey is over. His companions approach and silently stand beside him, knowing that each of them has returned from this road a different person. The young man smiles slightly because he understands that ahead of him is not silence, but a new life that is waiting for him to take the next step. A bird flies above them, and the sky seems boundless, as if to remind them that even the end is only the beginning. They leave the square slowly, without haste, because every step now has a different weight than before. The streets of the city are filled with light and sounds, as if the space itself is welcoming those who have brought new peace. The young man looks back one last time and sees not ruins, but the beginning of something that will live on after him. Children run after him, and their laughter echoes the answers to all the questions that never had words. He stops at the gate and takes a deep breath, like someone who is leaving a part of himself behind to give others a future. The hero understood perfectly well that almost everyone had high hopes for him, so he had no right to make a mistake. The young man stands on a hill and looks into the distance, where a new path begins, one that is still unknown. His companions approach him, their eyes silently asking if they are really ready to take the next step. He nods, and they move forward together, leaving behind everything that was part of their former lives. The road leads through a mountain pass, and each step echoes in the silence like a response to a challenge that has already begun. Suddenly, the space around them changes, and a light appears, as if bursting out of another dimension. A portal opens before them, pulsing with energy that seems alive and staring directly at them. The young man approaches and, without hesitation, enters first, knowing that sometimes fear can only be overcome by action. The others follow him, and the space around them engulfs them, as if welcoming new guests into its fold. On the other side, another world opens up where everything looks familiar but has a hint of something long forgotten. They stop in the middle of the ruins, and the silence around them is so deep that it seems as if the space itself is breathing. The young man carefully examines the area, and a shadow of doubt appears in his eyes because something in this silence is too perfect. Among the ruins, they find traces of someone else's presence, as if someone had been there just a moment ago and left everything behind on purpose. His companions are on alert, and each of them is preparing for an encounter that could change the entire course of events. A figure emerges from the shadows, and its gaze immediately fixes on the young man, as if recognizing an ancient threat in him. They do not speak because words are unnecessary here. Everyone understands that this encounter will not end without a fight or loss. The figure moves quickly, and its blows are filled with boundless rage, seeking only destruction. The young man dodges, his eyes calm, for every movement is calculated and born not of anger but of experience. The fight fills the space, and dust rises around them, as if the earth itself is reacting to the force colliding in these bodies. His companions stand aside, knowing that this fight is his alone, and that interference would upset the balance. He counterattacks, and every movement is precise, breaking his opponent's defense like silence shatters a scream. The figure retreats, and in its movement, there is no longer confidence, but surprise, because the blow was deeper than it seemed at first. The young man does not press on, because he understands that the battle has already been decided, and what follows is not about victory, but about the choice that awaits his opponent. Seconds stretch out like an eternity, and the silence between them speaks louder than 100 words or blows. The figure slowly lowers his weapon, and in his eyes flashes the recognition that strength does not always determine who is right. The young man approaches and extends his hand because he sees in his enemy someone who is also searching for his place in the world. The figure hesitates but accepts his hand because there is something stronger than struggle and fear in this gesture. The companions relax, and for the first time in a long time, relief without anxiety appears in their eyes. A new landscape rises on the horizon, and the road ahead becomes clearer, as if the choice itself has opened a new path. They walk on together, not as victors, but as those who have survived something that has changed their hearts forever. The world around them seems to soften, and with each step, they hear the rhythm of a new story just beginning. They pass through a narrow passage that leads to a shady place where the air seems heavier than usual. Strange symbols appear on the walls, each one a warning of the trials ahead. The young man stops and touches a stone, and a memory that had been dormant in the depths of his mind flashes before his eyes. The symbols begin to glow, and the space around them changes as if reality itself is reacting to his touch. His companions look around, and each of them senses that what is to come will change them as much as what has already happened. The space in front of them expands and reveals a new hall where everything seems to be frozen in anticipation of their next step. In the center of the hall stands a strange structure pulsing with light, as if waiting for the touch of someone who understands its essence. The young man approaches the structure, each of his movements cautious, for here every action could be decisive. He touches the light and feels energy passing through him, not burning, but opening up a new vision. The hall lights up, and in the eyes of each of them appears an image of who they can become if they do not retreat. They freeze because they see in the glow not only opportunities but also the responsibility that comes with power. The young man takes a step back, and the hall returns to silence, as if acknowledging that the choice has already been made and accepted. The symbols fade away, leaving behind a light in their hearts that will never go out, even in dark times. The companions stand side by side, their faces calm because they know that together they will overcome everything that lies ahead. They leave the hall, and a new passage leads them upward, as if lifting them to a level where another story begins. The passage opens onto a space where the wind plays with the dust and carries with it memories of events that have left their mark. The young man gazes into the distance and sees the outline of a figure waiting for him, not with anger but with anticipation. The figure takes a step forward, and there is no hostility in its gaze, only a quiet agreement to meet without masks. They stand facing each other, and the silence between them is deeper than words because the conversation begins not with voices but with eyes. The young man gives the first sign, and the figure responds because both understand that the past cannot be changed, but it can be forgiven. The figure approaches and extends an artifact as a sign of trust that is not begged for, but earned through actions. The young man accepts the gift, and in his eyes flashes the understanding that this moment will become part of something greater than himself. The companions stop behind and silently watch as the meeting ends without a fight and without loss. The figure dissolves into the light, and the space around it calms down as if it has received the answer it has been waiting for. The young man returns to his companions, holding in his hands an artifact that now belongs not only to him, but to all who have placed their trust in him. At that moment, they face the most difficult choice, but each of them takes a step forward, leaving fear in the past. The young man stands on a high rock and looks at the horizon where the sun is just rising over a new day. His companions wait below, and silence reigns in the air, as if the light itself has held its breath before the beginning. He descends, each step confident, for the road no longer frightens him but leads to where answers await. Suddenly, the earth shakes and a figure in armor rises from it, radiating strength and ancient anger. The young man stops and does not move, knowing that the battle will begin without words when both are ready. The figure takes the first step, and each of its movements sounds like thunder echoing in the silence, warning of its approach. The young man draws his weapon, and his eyes show determination, not as a challenge, but as a response to the inevitable. They close in quickly, and the space between them disappears as if time slows down before an explosion of force. Blow meets blow, and a wave of energy rises around them, causing the air to tremble like a string. The companions retreat, knowing that this battle is not for outsiders and that even watching it is difficult. The battle intensifies, and the young man's every movement is as precise as a dance in which a single mistake could be fatal. The figure responds with fury, but behind its attacks, one can sense the fatigue of someone who is fighting not for the truth, but for the past. The young man parries another blow and senses that his opponent is strong but not invincible. Dust rises around them and sparks flash in it, as if the elements themselves are participating in this struggle. The figure pauses for a moment, and it seems as if she is remembering something from the past, before launching into another attack. The young man dodges the blow and counterattacks like a shadow returning to the world to change his destiny. The figure retreats, and fragments fall from its armor, as if the very force that held it together is beginning to disappear. They freeze and look at each other, realizing that continuing this fight will not bring peace. The young man speaks softly, his words cutting through the silence and causing his enemy to pause. The figure lowers his weapon, and something like recognition and even atonement appears in his eyes. The young man slowly approaches, unarmed, because he understands that true victory lies not in strength, but in understanding the other. The figure stands motionless, and it seems that time has stopped for a moment, eyes locked between two destinies. They bow their heads to each other, and the silence that follows is more important than any battle won. The figure dissolves in the light, leaving behind only a glimmer in the air, like a memory of another life. Companions approach and see that the young man is not broken but calm because he has made a choice without regret. The young man looks into the distance, and a new goal appears in his eyes, born not from victory, but from silence. His companions walk silently beside him, for each of them feels that this moment has become the starting point of a new journey. They climb a mountain path, and the wind around them seems to speak to them of the time that changes everyone. Ahead, a building appears that looks abandoned, but it exudes a power that has not yet faded. The young man approaches the entrance and stops for a moment, as if sensing that a test awaits him behind these doors. He opens the door and finds himself in semi-darkness, as if the place itself is guarding memories that have not yet been forgiven. The walls are covered with symbols that glow faintly, reminding us of a power that has not yet had its final say. His companions silently follow him, and the echo of their footsteps sounds like a reminder of something long forgotten. In the center of the room stands an altar, and in its heart burns a fire that does not give off heat but preserves something significant. The young man touches the fire, and for a moment everything around him disappears, leaving only him and the light that speaks without words. In the light, he sees visions of the past, and each image, like a mirror, shows not enemies but losses. His heart tightens, but his gaze does not dim because he knows that this truth is necessary to move forward. The light gradually fades and silence returns, leaving a feeling that something important has become a part of him. His companions look at him with understanding, for each of them knows how difficult it is to accept not answers, but memories. They leave the room, leaving behind a fire that now burns not in the altar, but in their hearts. Outside, the wind is stronger than before, but it no longer carries cold, only the freedom that accompanies their departure. The young man gazes into the distance and sees the outlines of a new path that does not yet promise peace, but gives direction. The sun rises higher, and its light falls on their faces like a blessing they did not ask for, but accepted. They move forward, and each step sounds like a promise that this time everything will be different than it was before. A new settlement appears ahead, and from its silence comes a sense of peace that has not yet been broken by war. The inhabitants greet them warily, but there is no fear in their eyes, only cautious curiosity about the strangers from the road. The young man does not speak, but his calm gaze speaks of peace, and no weapons accompany his steps. An elderly man comes out of a house and looks at the newcomers with respect, as if he had been waiting for these guests for a long time. The words are spoken quietly, but each one conveys the hope that after a long time, peace is possible again. They are invited to enter, and the door opens not as a defense but as a gesture of trust toward those who have chosen a different path. Inside the building, it is warm and cozy, as if the space itself protects those who are tired from their long journey. The residents speak slowly and listen attentively, because every word spoken by the new arrivals sounds like a story from the road. A young man sits aside and stares into the fire as if he sees not flames but the next steps on his path. A child approaches him and reaches out his hand because he does not see a warrior in him, but only someone who brings peace. He smiles and gently touches the child's hand because he knows that real change begins with trust, not force. The elder places his hand on the young man's shoulder, and this gesture conveys more understanding than many long conversations. His companions are resting, but you can see in their eyes that each of them is already preparing for the next transition. At night, the moon rises over the village, and its light covers everything like a quiet promise of a new day without fear. The young man steps outside and looks up at the sky, searching not for answers, but for the peace he once lost. The wind gently touches his face, as if thanking the world for choosing the path of peace instead of battle. They believe that everyone could remain faithful to the belief that even in darkness, light can be found. The young man stands on the edge of the hill and gazes into the distance, where the next chapter of his journey begins beyond the horizon. His companions approach, and their faces show a mixture of hope and anxiety. They exchange glances and understand without words that the path will be difficult but necessary for each of them. The first step sounds like an echo of their choice, and even the ground beneath their feet seems different than before. Tension fills the air, and the wind brings unusual sounds, like warnings of what lies ahead. A shadow appears ahead, and from it emerges a figure that carries an aura of strength and defiance at the same time. The young man stops and looks straight into the figure's eyes, as if inviting it not to a fight, but to a dialogue without words. The figure does not speak, but its hand gesture speaks of danger and that this meeting is not accidental. The young man does not respond with a gesture, but stands like a shadow, waiting for the first move to respond in kind. Everything around them becomes quiet, and even the wind dies down in anticipation of the first movement that will start the irreversible process. The figure attacks with lightning speed, and her movement resembles a flash that leaves behind only anxiety and a blind echo. The young man dodges, and there is no fear in his eyes, only confidence, because he can read his opponent's every move in advance. They clash again, and the space around them shudders as if even reality cannot withstand the force of this battle. Their companions watch from afar, knowing that this battle is not for the many, but for those who bear responsibility. Dust rises and obscures the battlefield, but in this haze, the sounds of steel and unbreakable will can be heard. The young man attacks confidently, and his every movement is as precise as an answer to a question asked silently. The figure retreats, but there is no weakness in its movements, only a new strategy being born with every move. The battle continues without words, and each blow sounds deeper than a cry, like a conversation between those who understand only force. The young man suddenly stops, and his gaze shows not anger, but compassion for the one who is fighting with pain. The figure stops opposite him, and for a moment there is silence between them, in which more can be heard than in 1,000 words. The young man approaches, and in his eyes there is no longer any defensiveness, only openness to a decision that will be mutual. The figure nods slightly, and this gesture breaks the barrier that seemed impenetrable to both sides. Companions approach, and the circle around the figure closes, not to capture, but to join forces. They walk away together, leaving behind a battlefield that has not become a place of defeat, but a crossroad. A ravine opens up ahead and the path leads down, but there is no fear, only a step toward the new. They go deeper into the gorge, and the stone walls around them seem alive, watching their every step. A narrow bridge over the abyss appears ahead, and everyone stops to assess whether it will bear the weight of their choice. The young man goes first, his steps confident because he knows that sometimes only faith allows you to overcome what frightens you. His companions follow, and there is no fear on their faces because they are accompanied by someone who has never failed them in any of their trials. On the other side, a gate appears and it is open, but it does not beckon. It waits for a decision that will change everything. The young man stops in front of the gate, and there is silence in his eyes because the decision to go through is always more difficult than to stay. He takes a step, and the gate lets him pass, as if recognizing him as worthy, without a fight, without demanding strength, only consent. His companions follow him inside, where a light that does not blind but reveals the essence of space and intentions reign. The space resembles a temple, but there are no sacred objects inside, only walls that preserve the memory of choices and consequences. In the center stands a figure in white, whose presence is not aggressive but silent, like the very embodiment of peace. The figure in white silently looks at the young man, and there is no hostility in his gaze, only anticipation of a choice. The young man takes a step forward and does not draw his weapon because he understands that this is not a physical test, but a spiritual one. The figure raises his hand and a circle of light appears in the air, pulsing like the heart of the world in which they stand. The light envelops the young man, and he does not resist because he knows that sometimes in order to move forward, one must allow oneself to be open. The figure's gaze changes, and it shows quiet respect for the one who accepted the test without fear. The young man closes his eyes, and images from the past appear around him, like memories of all the choices that led him here. He sees himself in the moment when he doubted and realizes how much has changed since he took the first step. The memories gently fade away, leaving in his heart not pain but gratitude for the path that has taught him more than anyone else. The light dissipates and the young man stands once again before the figure, who now bows as if acknowledging his inner strength. His companions watch in silence because they see that the young man is returning to them no longer the same person he was before. The young man leaves the hall, and in his eyes there is a light that comes not from victory, but from self-acceptance. His companions approach, and there is pride in their eyes, because each of them understands that this was not just a journey for him. They walk on together, and the space around them becomes brighter, as if the world itself recognizes the changes that have taken place in their hearts. A passage opens up ahead, from which warmth and peace emanate, as if everything is waiting for those who have not betrayed themselves. The young man leads them forward, and each of his steps sounds like a new story born from silence rather than battle. They pass through the archway, and behind it lies a green valley that looks like a promise of peace. Someone in a cloak stands on a hill and looks directly at them, but there is no hostility in his posture. The young man stops and meets the stranger's gaze with understanding, because sometimes a moment is enough to feel the essence. The stranger bows and walks away, leaving the path free, as if giving way to those who have earned it. The sun disappears behind the horizon, and for a moment, the whole world seems cozy, as if night has come not to frighten, but to embrace. They settle down for the night, and each of them silently gazes at the sky where the stars shine especially brightly. The young man sits apart and sees in the fire before him not only the flames, but also the reflection of his own inner path. His companions fall asleep one by one, and night covers them with its peace, as if protecting those who have entrusted themselves to fate. The young man looks up at the sky one last time, and in his eyes there is no longer any hesitation, only the clarity of a new understanding. He lies down next to her, and the silence around them embraces each of them, allowing them to rest before what is to come. At dawn, the first light touches the earth and awakens them, not with a cry, but with a soft promise of a new beginning. The young man rises first, his gaze as clear as the day that is beginning, without fear and without the burden of yesterday. The hero is left with only one feeling, but it is a wonderful feeling of peace and faith that every path chosen leads to one's own dawn. Dawn greets them with warm light, and everyone wakes up not from noise but from the silence that promises a new day. The young man sits on a rock and looks at the horizon, where the sky is gradually turning the colors of morning hope. His companions silently gather for the journey, their movements calm, like a ritual before a journey into the unknown. Before them lies a path winding between the hills, seeming to lead not only forward, but also deep into themselves. The young man walks first, and each step sounds like a confirmation of the vow he made to himself. The road leads through the forest and peace reigns around them, as if nature itself is protecting this path from all that is foreign. The young man stops because he senses something strange in the air, as if the silence has become too deep to be natural. Ahead, an ancient structure appears, overgrown with moss and seeming to be part of the forest itself. They approach cautiously, each step sounding hollow, as if the earth does not want its peace disturbed. Inside the structure, there is semi-darkness, and only a faint light shines through the cracks in the stone walls. The young man enters first, his eyes showing no fear, only concentration on every detail around him. The symbols on the walls begin to glow as if responding to his presence and come back to life. A glow rises from the middle of the hall and forms a silhouette that is not threatening but testing. The young man stands motionless and accepts the gaze of the creature, which seems to read his thoughts without needing words. The creature speaks not with a voice but with light, and each message echoes within him like a bell of memory. The young man responds silently, and in this silence a conversation is born in which there is no lie, for light does not recognize masks. The silhouette fades slowly, as if recognizing him as worthy, leaving behind only a fire burning in the air. His companions look silently at the young man because they understand that he has passed through something unattainable for others. They leave the building, and the sun touches their shoulders again, as if confirming that the journey continues. A plain opens up ahead, and in its silence there is no tension, only calm before a new challenge. A group of strangers appears on the plain, their gazes not hostile but wary, like those who have seen war. A young man raises his hand in a sign of peace, and makes no unnecessary movements, knowing how easily silence can turn into battle. One of the strangers steps forward, his figure exuding a respect for strength that needs no proof. They exchange a brief gesture that means more than word, because it contains the truth that is not hidden. The groups merge into one, and the road ahead is no longer separate but shared by those who have trusted and accepted each other. Together they move forward, each step sounding in unison like a new rhythm of their shared journey. Ahead, the ruins of the old city appear, and the wind blowing among the stones brings the scent of time. The young man stops in the middle of the street and stares at the remains of what was once something meaningful. Among the debris, they find a symbol similar to the one that glowed in the hall and realize that this place is not accidental. One of the newcomers places his hand on the stone and utters words that change the air around them. The earth begins to tremble, and a structure rises from the depths, as if the very memory of the city has come to life in response. The structure glows with light, and in the center appears a portal pulsing with energy of unknown origin. The young man approaches, and there is no doubt in his eyes, for this path has been chosen not for escape, but for answers. He enters first, and the light envelops him, as if opening a new page that cannot be rewritten. His companions follow him, and the space behind them closes as if completing one part of the story. On the other side of the portal, the world is different, and everything in it seems familiar and foreign at the same time, like a dream on the edge of reality. They stand on a round platform amid a silence that does not frighten, but forces them to listen to their own thoughts. A city appears on the horizon, glowing from within, and in its light, something alive can be felt. The elder leads them on, his gait confident, as if he has been here before in dreams or memories from the past. A gate rises ahead, opening without a word and inviting them in, not as a host but as a memory. They enter the city, and its streets react to their every step as if alive, changing colors and shapes. The young man touches the wall and feels memories that are not his, but are close, like a part of himself long lost. His companions stop near a building that radiates calm and whose call cannot be ignored. Inside, there is silence, and in the center stands a crystal that glows from within like the heart of this space. The young man places his hand on the crystal, and from its depths emerges a voice that speaks not to his ears, but to his soul. The voice speaks of choice, and of the burden that comes with a power that cannot be had without a price. The young man does not retreat because he knows that the real price is not fear, but a willingness to take responsibility. The crystal flashes brightly, and an image of the world appears around it, changing with every action of those in it. His companions watch silently because they understand that this is not only his trial, but also an echo of their decisions. The light fades and the crystal falls silent with it, as if conveying the ultimate truth to them before disappearing. The crystal crumbles into dust, and this dust does not disappear but settles on their shoulders like an invisible promise. The young man stands silently, and there is no sadness in his gaze, only gratitude, because even silence sometimes responds. They leave the building, and the city around them no longer seems foreign, but part of the journey that continues. A star appears in the sky, shining brighter than the others, as if to signal that they are being watched and awaited. The elder approaches the young man, and in his eyes there is recognition. For those who learn to listen, change the future. The young man looks ahead, and his figure exudes the calmness of someone who is no longer searching for answers, but taking action. Companions gather around, each holding within themselves the silence that is born after truth. They set off along a narrow path that leads upward, like a road to the place where everything will begin again. A passage glimmers ahead, and in its light there is no threat, only an invitation to the next choice. The young man turns around one last time and smiles because he knows that this step is no longer an escape but a way forward. They enter the light, and the space around them fades away, as if everything unnecessary has been left behind on the path to becoming. That is why they decided that an important choice had to be made, but one that would allow him not to have to prove anything. The young man opens his eyes and sees a new space that is unlike the previous one, like another level of reality. His companions around him also wake up, and their eyes meet in a silent question of where they are. Ahead of them rises a structure pulsing with energy, seeming alive, as if waiting for their choice. The young man takes the first step, and the space responds with a wave of light, as if welcoming those who are not afraid to move forward. His companions follow him, and the road begins to form under their feet, opening up only as they walk. The road leads through a field of light, and each step is like a memory of events that have not yet happened, but are already alive. A figure appears ahead, standing silently in the way, a challenge in its gaze but no aggression. The young man stops and looks straight into the figure's eyes, as if asking if he is really ready for the encounter. The figure raises his hand, and the space around them flashes, as if preparing for another duel of truths. The companions take a few steps back, knowing that in this battle, it is not strength that matters, but determination. Images from the past appear in the space, and each one sounds like a question that must be answered with the heart. The young man sees himself in a moment of doubt, and the memory hurts but does not break him because he has already become stronger. The figure watches silently, its eyes not judging, but waiting for the answer to form from within. The young man accepts what he sees without resistance, and it is as if a door has been opened, letting light through. The circle subsides and space returns because the trial is over, not by force but by acceptance of the truth. The figure lowers its hand, and its gaze no longer shows trial, only recognition and respect for the young man's choice. The young man returns to his companions, and in his eyes there is a light that appears only after an honest conversation with himself. His companions silently bow to the figure, and it disappears as if it were not an enemy but a guide to a deeper understanding. They set off again, and now their steps sound confident, as if their hearts are leading them without hesitation. Ahead, a platform appears, rising into the air and beckoning them to the next transition. They step onto the platform, and the space around them begins to spin, as if everything is preparing for a new transition. Light envelops them completely, and for a moment it seems as if they are disappearing, and with them, the boundaries of reality. When the glow fades, they stand in a new world where everything looks familiar, but is filled with a different energy. Before them stands a city that glows from within, as if it does not need the sun to shine in its own truth. The young man takes a step, and the city opens its gates, accepting him as part of itself without a fight and without question. They enter the city, and every street seems to speak to them in a silent language that remembers every step of the past. In the square stands a monolith glowing from within, its light echoing in the hearts of everyone present. The young man touches the monolith, and a vision of the future appears before him, a future that has not yet happened, but is already possible. The faces of those who believed in him and those whom he was unable to save but remembers appear in the vision. A tear falls on the stone and does not disappear, but glows as if to confirm that memory is also a force. The light from the monolith fades, and the space around it regains its clear forms, as if after a dream that leaves a trace. The companions come closer and touch the stone together, as if uniting their memories into one promise. An ornament of fire and light appears in the sky, spinning like a mandala created for awakening. A sphere descends from the sky, its surface like a mirror in which there is no reflection, only possibility. The young man steps toward the sphere and enters it without hesitation, for he has learned to walk not out of fear, but toward the truth. Inside the sphere, there is emptiness, and only one light pulsates in the center like the heart of a new world. The young man approaches the light, and each step becomes a memory that simultaneously disappears and remains. The light envelops him, and in this silence he hears a voice that does not speak but creates meaning without word. The voice asks not about deeds but about reasons, and the answer comes not from the mind but from the depths of the spirit. When the voice fades, the light changes and becomes part of him, not outside but inside, forever. The young man leaves the sphere, and in his eyes there is no longer a seeker, but one who has found the answer and accepted. His companions look at him as if for the first time, because they sense that a quiet and profound change has taken place within him. The sphere dissolves into the air as if it has fulfilled its purpose, leaving behind only a soft light. The city around him becomes brighter, and even the walls seem warmer, as if the space itself is breathing in unison with them. A new path opens up on the horizon, sparkling like an invitation to the next chapter without a doubt. They set off on a new path, and each step sounds confident, as if the future has already become part of their present. An arch of living stone appears ahead, and light pours through it like the beginning of a new dimension. The young man stops for a moment and looks at his companions as if asking if they are ready to continue together. Everyone nods, not with words but with their eyes, because the answer has long been in their hearts and needs no explanation. They pass through the arch, leaving behind the space that gave them strength, with only the road ahead of them. The new space is filled with silence, in which you can hear the echoes of all the decisions made on the way to this moment. The young man leads the group forward, his posture speaking of a maturity that has come not with age, but with the experience of the heart. A light like dawn appears in the sky, and its glow touches their faces like a blessing. His companions smile, and in each smile is the calmness of those who have gone through the storm without breaking. They disappear over the horizon, leaving behind them not a trace on the ground, but a mark in history that lives on with every step. He wanted to end everything at the stage of acceptance, and the path ahead was no longer a struggle but a journey to himself in truth. The sky above them is clear, and the quiet coolness of the morning greets each step as a sign of a new stage on the road. The young man stands ahead, his gaze fixed forward as if he already sees what is still hidden beyond the horizon. His companions move in unison, and there is no need for words between them, for trust has become a silent language. A strange structure appears ahead, as if growing out of the ground and radiating an indescribable energy of peace. The young man approaches, and with each step, everything around him grows quiet, as if the world is preparing for the meeting of two forces. The young man touches the structure and his hand seems to plunge into another dimension, where feelings are more important than forms. Light envelops him and the space around him changes, revealing a place where time and memories merge into one. His companions stand aside and watch silently, understanding that this is a moment that each person must experience alone. In the light, the image of a child appears, looking at the young man with trust and calm, as if reflecting his soul. The young man reaches out his hand and the image approaches, merging with him, giving a sense of completion and a new beginning. The light dissipates, and the young man stands among his friends again, but a depth that does not disappear has appeared in his eyes. His companions notice the change but do not ask questions, because sometimes the deepest things do not need explanations. They move on, and the landscape changes, as if leading them to a new chapter of their journey, which is approaching its climax. A temple appears on the horizon, its shape echoing ancient truths carved in stone. The young man looks at the temple, and feels not fear, but recognition that something is waiting there, that will end one thing and begin another. They climb the steps to the temple, and each step echoes in the silence like part of a ritual of approaching the truth. The temple doors open silently, without force or resistance, only with the permission of those who are ready to enter. Inside, the space is flooded with soft light, and everything seems to have frozen in anticipation of their arrival. The young man walks ahead, his confidence not innate but the result of a choice made many times. In the center of the hall stands a sphere, and its light is felt, not with the eyes, but with the heart, which recognizes the truth. The young man approaches the sphere, and each step echoes as if confirming that this moment was inevitable. He touches the light, and instantly finds himself in another space where silence sounds deeper than the voice. In this silence, a figure from the past appears, and his gaze is filled not with reproach, but with understanding and peace. They stand silently facing each other, and between them there is no struggle, only recognition of the path they have traveled. The figure dissolves into the light, leaving behind a calm that confirms not victory, but integrity. The light fades and the young man is back in the temple, and the sphere seems to fall silent, accepting him without words or condition. His companions approach and stand with him in the center of the hall, as if sharing the moment of completion. A sign appears in the air, and its glow spreads across the walls, engraving a new chapter in the history of the temple. The gate opens and the outside world calls, not as a temptation, but as a continuation of the journey with a new consciousness. They leave the temple and the sky above them seems clearer, as if reflecting their inner state. The young man stops at the top of the stairs and looks at the horizon opening up before him like a new life. His companions stand beside him, their faces showing the calmness of those who have seen the truth and have not turned away from it. The wind gently ruffles their cloaks, and it seems as if the sky itself is welcoming them with a transition that already has consequences. They move on, not as seekers, but as bearers of knowledge that requires no proof, only action. Ahead lies a new path, and on it there is no hostility, only the challenge of what has not yet been traversed but has already been accepted. A shadow appears on the path, and from it emerges a figure that seems to embody choice rather than threat. The young man does not stop and approaches, knowing that truth is not always in the light, sometimes it is in the darkness. The figure does not move, but there is calm and respect in its gaze, as if toward an equal who has come without fear. They pass each other in silence, and the shadow offers no resistance, simply disappearing as if the trial has been completed in the heart. The sun emerges from behind the clouds, and soft light covers the road like a blessing at the end of the journey. They approach the edge of the forest, and the sounds of nature appear around them, like a reminder of simple truths. The young man stops by a tree and places his hand on the trunk as if thanking the world for every step he has taken. His companions also stop, and the silence between them is filled with more than any dialogue could express. From the depths of the forest, a bell rings, not alarmingly, but inviting them to enter the end with respect. The young man goes first, and his pace is slow because each step is part of saying goodbye to a part of himself. The path narrows and it becomes darker around him, but in this darkness there is no fear, only the peace and quiet of completion. A stone arch appears ahead, its contours like a gate leading not to the end but to a new level. The young man stops in front of the arch and looks back one last time, as if confirming that everything is already in his heart. His companions stand silently behind him, and together they pass under the arch, each leaving their shadow behind. On the other side of the arch is a light that does not blind but guides, and its warmth speaks louder than words. They stand in a new space where there is no beginning and no end, only a clean field of possibilities. The young man takes the first step, and behind him a road appears, as if the world itself is building a path for those who are ready to go. The companions walk side by side, and each of their steps sounds like a promise to be true to themselves and to each other. In the sky above them, there is clarity and calm, as if the whole world has finally recognized those who have walked their path. They disappear into the light, and only silence remains as a reminder of the power that is born of faith. The most important thing is not just to talk, because strength is not in words, but in the steps that lead to a new world where choice becomes true meaning. A new light illuminates the path, and the silence around is like an invitation to take the first step into an unknown chapter. The young man walks ahead, and each step sounds like a promise to go to the end without doubt in his heart. His companions follow silently because they know that the road is no longer external but internal, and equal for everyone. A space opens up ahead, and in its depths a shadow appears, as if waiting not for battle but for conversation. The young man approaches, his eyes filled not with fear, but with a readiness to hear even the hardest truth. The shadow speaks without words, and each word sounds in the heart like a memory that has always been there but had no form. The young man listens and does not interrupt because he knows that truth comes only to those who are able to accept it silently. His companions watch silently, their faces showing respect for an encounter that requires strength of spirit. The shadow extends its hand, and its touch is cold but not hostile, like a memory that no longer hurts. The contact ends, and the space around them changes as if it has accepted a choice that needs no proof. The young man stands in the center of the light that unfolds around him, like a sign that he has passed another circle of truth. The shadow dissolves into the air, not as defeated but as complete, and in this there is peace that brings tranquility. His companions approach the young man, and their hands touch his shoulder like silent support without word. A new light opens a path before them, leading not only forward but deeper into the heart of choice. They move on, and with each step, the silence around them becomes fuller, as if the world is listening to their determination. A new structure appears on the horizon, its silhouette like an echo of something familiar but not yet known. The young man stops for a moment and stares at it as if reading a message left before the journey began. His companions look at him and wait for his decision, because at this moment he is not only a guide but also a symbol of faith. They approach the structure, and the gate opens not by a mechanism but by their presence, as if acknowledging their readiness. Inside, they are greeted by soft light, and a space that seems larger than reality itself can contain. In the center of the hall stands a crystal, its light pulsing like a heart that keeps the rhythm of the world itself. The young man approaches the crystal and his shadow disappears, as if in that moment there is no room for doubt or the past. The crystal reacts to touch, and the space around it comes to life as if time itself is present here in all its forms. Companions stand at a distance and do not interfere, for this is a meeting between the heart and the source of truth. The light of the crystal envelops the young man and lifts him above the ground, not with his body but with his spirit, which is no longer afraid. The young man sees visions from the past, and each scene passes through him like a wave carrying understanding. He sees his own mistakes, and does not turn away because he knows that only acceptance leads to true growth. The images fade away and the light becomes soft again, like the end of a dream that leaves clarity behind. The young man sinks to the ground and his gaze is calm, without fear, only strength from the path he has chosen. His companions approach, and together they silently gaze at the crystal, which no longer glows but rests. The gate behind them closes, as if acknowledging the end of one part and the beginning of another with a new meaning. They leave the temple, and the space outside seems brighter, as if reality itself has become softer. A new light shines in the sky above them, its color as warm as a touch of trust that needs no word. The young man walks ahead, and his shadow no longer precedes him, because the past no longer pulls him back but supports him. His companions follow him, and there is no fatigue in their gait, only the harmony of those who have understood their purpose. They descend the hill, and ahead of them lies a valley like a new sheet of paper on which to write history. In the middle of the valley stands a lone figure, his gaze directed not at them but through time and space. The young man approaches and says nothing, because sometimes a meeting of two gazes reveals more than any dialogue. The figure nods, and in his eyes there is agreement not with the decision, but with the path that has been chosen to reach it. The companions silently watch as the two stand together, as if closing a circle that was waiting to be completed. The wind stirs the dust around them, and this movement is like a symbol of purification of everything that has been left unsaid. The figure turns and disappears into the fog, as if it has fulfilled its purpose and no longer has a burden to bear. The young man stands silently, but in his eyes there is a light that speaks of the completion of a journey into himself. His companions approach and each places a hand on his shoulder, as if sharing the silence with gratitude. Together they return to the path, and ahead there is no fear, only the road that awaits to be traveled. The path leads through a field, and all around is only the wind and grass swaying as if blessing the peace. The young man walks slowly, as if every moment is worth preserving because it is part of the final realization. A rock appears ahead, and on it is a symbol they have seen before, but now it glows differently. The symbol opens a portal, but this time no one is afraid because there is already light inside, guiding them. They all enter together, and the space changes as if adjusting to the harmony that has emerged between them. Inside the portal, there is silence and peace, as if a new reality greets them not with an event, but with acceptance. The young man stops in the center of the light, and there is no longer a search in his figure, only a readiness to live truly. His companions gather around him like a circle that no longer encloses but supports each of them in their own freedom. The light grows, and the forms disappear, leaving only a feeling of warmth and the completion of the journey. Time stops for a moment, and this moment lasts forever, because there is no longer any division between then and now. The portal disappears, leaving behind only emptiness that does not frighten but invites you to make your next choice. The young man's smile appears against the clear sky like the last note of a song that sounded through the silence. Everything is over for them, but not as an end, but as an echo of the truth that is now forever within each of them. A new dawn spreads across the horizon, and in its colors, the beginning of a yet-to-be-written chapter can be felt. The young man stands on the edge of a cliff and looks ahead as if searching for direction in the newly born space. His companions approach, and silence reigns between them, filled with a readiness for a new path. A new path appears ahead, its shape seemingly created by their belief that there is meaning ahead. They take the first step together, and the world around them responds with a soft light of acceptance. The road leads them through the forest, and each step sounds in the silence like a prayer to nature that hears without words. The sun filters through the treetops, and in this light, every movement becomes part of a great harmony. Ahead, they can hear a waterfall, and its sound is not disturbing but soothing, like a voice of calm amid the movement. The young man stops by the water and looks at his reflection, in which he sees not himself but the path he has already traveled. His companions stand nearby, and the silence between them speaks of a unity that needs nothing more than trust. They walk around the waterfall, and behind it a meadow opens up, like a hidden place for a peaceful rest. In the center of the clearing stands an old tree, its branches stretching toward the sky like an eternal prayer. The young man places his hand on the tree trunk, and his eyes fill with memories that no longer hurt. His companions sit down beside him, and the space around them is filled with a calmness reminiscent of a home without walls or boundaries. Silence reigns under the branches of the tree, but it is not empty. It is filled with meaning born of acceptance. The young man closes his eyes and for a moment immerses himself in himself, as if opening a door to a world where only truth sounds. Before him appears a figure like a shadow from the past, but this time it does not cause fear. The figure is silent, and there is a calmness in its gaze that says more than 1,000 voices could explain. The young man nods, and the figure disappears, leaving behind a warmth like a memory that has finally become peace. He opens his eyes and sees how the world around him has changed, becoming softer, as if he himself has become part of its harmony. His companions rise with him, and their gazes silently speak of the trust that has grown stronger in the silence. They leave the clearing and enter the forest again, where every ray of sunlight greets them like friends. A crossroads appears on the road, but this time they do not stop because they already know their direction. The young man leads them on, and the path beneath their feet becomes smoother, as if responding to the confidence in each of their movements. A hill appears ahead, followed by a new horizon that promises more than just a continuation. They climb to the top of the hill, and the landscape before them opens up like a map of the future. A light flashes on the horizon, its warmth not disturbing but calling like a reminder of their goal. The young man stops and looks ahead, not as a seeker but as one who has found and is sharing his peace. His companions stand beside him and silently share this moment as a quiet agreement to continue together. They set off again, and each step sounds like a mantra of faith in the rightness of the chosen path. The path leads to a valley bathed in golden light, and each ray is like a gentle touch to a new chapter. A figure in a cloak emerges from the grass, and in its posture there is no anxiety, only quiet confidence. The young man approaches, his movements calm, as if he knows that this meeting is not about battle, but about recognition. Their eyes meet, and there is no conflict in them, only a shared memory of what once was. The figure takes a step back and moves aside, as if giving way to the one who has come not with a sword, but with truth. The young man passes by the figure and does not turn around because he knows that true victory is moving forward without a shadow. His companions follow him silently because this moment needs no words, only respect for the silence that has become the path. At the other end of the valley, a gate appears out of energy, and it does not glow but pulsates to the rhythm of their hearts. The gate opens effortlessly, as if acknowledging their determination to be themselves in a changing world. They enter together, and the world beyond the gate becomes a new stage for a road that now breathes freedom. Beyond the gate, they are greeted by a field of light, and each step leaves a trace that does not disappear, but becomes part of the space. A platform forms ahead, and on it is a symbol that reminds them of the vows they made to themselves. The young man steps onto the platform, and figures from the past appear around him, like echoes of the journey. They say nothing because words are no longer needed, only a silent blessing that remains in the heart. The platform rises upward, and the world around disappears, leaving only the clarity of understanding who you are. A space appears around him, glowing from within, and in its silence, you can hear the heart speaking the truth. The young man stands in the center, and every part of this space seems to respond to his thoughts without question. A figure appears before him, not as an enemy, but as a mirror that shows not fear, but choice. The young man looks straight ahead, and in his gaze there is no longer any trace of the past, only a clear acceptance of who he is. The figure disappears, and with it disappears the division between what was and what is, leaving only peace. Light once again fills the space, and the platform descends, as if returning them to the world with a new understanding. His companions greet him with their eyes, and there are no words, but everything is already said in the way he looks. They gather around, and this unity is not imposed, but has grown out of all the paths that led them to this point. The east appears ahead, and its light is soft, like the whisper of a new beginning born from silence. The young man takes a step toward the dawn, and his shadow does not follow him, because the past no longer determines his steps. They walk the road between dawn and the horizon, and this path needs no directions, only presence. Flowers appear on the side of the road, blooming as if in response to the peace they carry within themselves. The young man stops near one of them and looks as if he sees in it everything he has gone through in a single drop of beauty. His companions smile, and in their smiles there is no lightness, only the depth of those who have passed through the shadows. They move on, and the path before them seems to pave itself, for there is no longer any doubt in their every step. The young man wakes up in the silence, and in his eyes there is the dawn of a new understanding after a long journey. The sun gently illuminates his face, as if nature itself is welcoming the return to the simplicity of being. His companions are already nearby, and their silence speaks of their agreement to be together, not for the sake of struggle, but for the sake of present. A small village appears ahead, its houses seeming to grow out of the ground, feeling every breath of wind. The young man smiles and takes a step forward because this time the path requires no proof, only life. They enter the village, and the inhabitants greet them without fear, as if they were waiting for the peace that would come with them. The young man bows his head in greeting, and his movement is simple, but carries the strength of someone who no longer needs protection. An old man approaches him, and their exchange of glances is brief but deep, like a meeting of souls in silence. The companions look around the village, and in every stone and every path, they see the care and memory of a simple life. In one of the houses, a place awaits them where they can sit down and finally not go anywhere, but simply be. The young man sits down by the fire, his posture not tired but free, as if he no longer has to carry a burden. Children come closer and look with curiosity in their eyes. No fear, only curiosity about the new. One of the companions gives them an apple, and this gesture is simple but important, like a gift of faith and goodness. Evening falls on the village, and its silence is not empty but warm, like a lullaby that envelops everyone. From the window you can see stars appearing in the sky, as if the world itself has decided to give them peace. The companions sit together at the table, and in their eyes there is agreement that there is no longer any need to rush anywhere. A young man holds a cup in his hands and with every sip feels the warmth not of the drink, but of the silence that comes with experience. The old man speaks calmly, his voice like water flowing smoothly, carrying ancient wisdom. Laughter echoes in the room, not loud but genuine, born not of joy but of understanding. Night descends on the village, but its darkness does not oppress because there is the light of hearts that have learned to live. In the darkness of the room, you can hear the breathing of those who are finally sleeping without anxiety, because the night is no longer a threat to them. The young man looks out the window and sees a star fall, but he does not make a wish because everything he has ever wanted is already here. He closes his eyes and in the silence of the night hears not thoughts, but his heart beating peacefully. Morning comes without noise, and its light is as quiet as a new canvas for the life you choose for yourself. His companions wake up with smiles, and there are no questions between them, only a quiet agreement to be together. People gather in the square, and there is no mistrust in their eyes, because the heart feels those who have come with good intentions. A young man speaks to them without raising his voice, and each of his words is simple but carries the power of the path he has traveled. The residents listen, and in this silence, a community is born, because the truth does not shout, it simply is. Children laugh and run around, as if life itself is telling them that what lies ahead is not fear but joy. The old man puts his hand on the young man's shoulder, and his touch is a blessing, not with words, but with his presence. They leave the village, and ahead of them stretch fields where there is peace, not danger. The sun rises higher, and its rays fall on the earth like confirmation of a new beginning. The young man looks back at the village, and in his gaze there is no farewell, only gratitude for what he has found. His companions stop beside him, and together they look ahead, for the journey is not over, it is simply changing. Birds take flight into the sky, their flight hinting that now it is possible to move forward without the burden of the past. The path leads them through the forest, where every rustle of leaves sounds like a song sung only with the heart. The young man walks first, his steps not cautious but confident, like someone who is no longer searching but living. A spring appears on the side of the road, and the water in it is as clear as the gaze of a person who has passed through trials. The companions stop and drink, as if restoring not only their physical strength but also their spirit, which has become clear. They set off again, and even the silence between them has become warmer, because there is no longer any fear in it. An ancient bridge appears ahead, its stones seeming to preserve the memories of those who have passed over them. The young man steps onto the bridge, and each step echoes like the decisions that shaped him today. His companions follow him, and their figures are reflected in the water, as if the past is looking at the present. In the middle of the bridge the wind stops, and in the silence, you can hear the world listening to their silent unity. The bridge remains behind them, and before them lies a new land that does not yet know them, but already accepts them unconditionally. A new landscape appears on the horizon, and its silence is not hostile, but an invitation to start everything without haste. The young man looks ahead, his face calm, because now he is not running away but going where he wants to be. His companions smile, and in their eyes there is a glimmer of trust that requires no explanation or oath. The trees around them grow denser, and in their shade there is a feeling of home, built not with walls but with presence. They continue on, and even the path itself seems grateful for their steps, feeling the peace they bring. A bird lands on a nearby branch, and in its calmness, one senses the world's approval of their choice and path. The young man stops by a tree and touches the bark, as if leaving a part of himself in this peace. His companions stop silently beside him, and their silence no longer needs action, because everything important has become internal. Now they need to make a choice that could change their lives, because they themselves do not yet fully understand what to do. Dawn breaks over the valley, and its soft light seems to say that today a new stage is beginning. The young man stands on the edge of the hill and stares ahead, as if reading the future in the lines of the horizon. His companions approach, their faces calm because, together with him, they have found a direction without fear. Ahead the city appears, its silhouette still distant but no longer causing anxiety, only curiosity. They set off, and each step becomes part of a new story that is just beginning. The path leads them through a field where the grass sways as if greeting the travelers who carry peace within them. A child appears on the side of the road, waving at them, and there is no fear in her smile, only the sincerity of the encounter. The young man responds with a gesture, and this moment seems small, but it is the beginning of trust. The townspeople notice them, and there is curiosity in their eyes, but no suspicion, only caution. They approach the gate, and the city watches silently, as if preparing for a dialogue rather than a trial. The city gates open slowly, and this movement is like an invitation to enter, not as strangers, but as guests. The young man enters first, followed silently by his companions, not as guards, but as equals on this journey. The streets of the city are quiet, and every step echoes softly, as if the stones beneath their feet are supporting their gait. The residents stop what they are doing and watch, but there is no fear in their eyes, only anticipation of an answer. Ahead stands a building with wide doors, like a meeting place where there will be no struggle, only conversation. The young man stops in front of the door and takes a deep breath, as if preparing for a moment that will change not events, but understanding. He opens the door and is greeted by only the light falling from the window, like a sign of purity of intention. The elder stands up, his posture straight but his gaze calm, without hostility, only attentiveness. The young man approaches and says nothing, because sometimes silence speaks louder than words. The elder nods him to sit down, and this gesture echoes his willingness to listen without judgment. The young man sits down, his posture calm, not seeking acceptance, but simply sharing his truth. His companions stand silently behind him, for this meeting does not belong to them, but to the one who has walked the path to truth. The elder looks intently, and something more than doubt appears in his eyes. The young man begins to speak, his voice even and not loud, but each word carries the weight of lived experience. The listeners bow their heads because they do not hear the speech, but the echo of a path that could have been theirs. The elder raises his hand and the silence becomes even deeper, as if everyone in the hall wants to catch every note of truth. He asks a question, not as a challenge, but as a desire to understand what lies behind the young man's words and gaze. The young man answers without haste, and there is no doubt in his voice, only transparency like a stream of pure water. Only this dialogue can be heard in the room, and there is no struggle in it, only a common desire to reach agreement. The elder smiles easily, and this smile is not one of approval but of recognition of equality before true intention. The young man nods slightly, and in this movement, there is gratitude not for agreement, but for the opportunity to be heard without prejudice. The elder stands up and turns to his listeners, as if giving them the right to decide together. The residents whisper among themselves, but there is more surprise than resistance in their voices. One woman approaches and asks about the future, not as a test, but as a concern for everyone. The young man replies simply that the future does not promise peace but offers a chance if one is honest with oneself. A man from the crowd nods, and there is no doubt in his gesture, only acceptance of the words as his own decision. Children run closer, their faces not yet knowing the weight of words but already feeling trust. The young man crouches down and addresses them not as a teacher but as an equal, who is also learning. Laughter rings out across the hall, no longer tense but filled with hope that slowly grows into faith. The elder looks at the children and his eyes fill with tears because he sees a future without fear. The companions smile at each other, and in their eyes there is an understanding that this moment is worth every step they have taken. The young man stands up and straightens his shoulders, not as a hero, but as a person who has done everything sincerely. The elder approaches and touches his shoulder as if conveying silence instead of words. The room becomes brighter, and even the space seems changed, because now there is trust in it. The residents begin to disperse, but each one leaves not with indifference but with a silence that speaks of agreement. The young man goes out into the street, and the sun is already high, as if confirming that the time to act has come. His companions appear beside him, their steps light because they no longer carry the burden of doubt. Children appear in the square and offer flowers as a sign of kindness, not power. The young man accepts the flower, and in this gesture, there is no heroism, only quiet gratitude for the trust placed in him. The laughter of children echoes across the square, and for the first time in a long time, the city breathes easily and freely. They leave the city limits, and ahead of them lies a path that no longer frightens but beckons. The young man stops and looks back one last time, not with regret, but with gratitude for everything he is leaving behind. His companions look at him silently, and in their eyes there is agreement to go anywhere, as long as they are together. Ahead lies a valley, and in it there is not silence, but life waiting for someone to come. They set off together, and even the wind seems gentler, sensing a new harmony in every step. The path winds between the hills, and every turn is like a hint that life has no straight line. The young man stops by a stream and gazes into the water, where his reflection no longer asks who he is. His companions join him and silently share this moment as if in a common prayer for what is. A bird takes flight, its flight signifying not escape but the beginning of a new, free movement. The young man smiles, and in that smile is peace that comes not from victory, but from acceptance of oneself. The sun sets behind the horizon, and in its rays there is a last flash of warmth, like a blessing at the end. Companions sit on a hill and watch the sunset, as if remembering the journey not with words but with their hearts. The young man silently gazes at the sky, and in his eyes there is no longer a search, but the peace of one who has already found. Night falls gently, and the stars appear as a reminder that light will always be where there is faith. The last frame shows them sitting together, and the silence is louder than any victory. For all the heroes, it was like dawn after a long night, not loud, but with a smile that says it all. Morning envelops the city in new light, and the air is filled with the silence before changes that have not yet taken shape. A young man stands on the balcony and gazes into the distance, as if something that has been silent for a long time is awakening in. The wind ruffles his cloak, and there is no anxiety in this movement, only calm before taking a new step. His companions appear beside him, their faces silent but showing that they are ready for anything. The young man nods, and they set off, as if knowing that today every step will matter. They walk down the still sleeping street, and every sound of their footsteps seems to awaken the stones beneath their feet. Residents look out of their windows, and their eyes show not fear, but anticipation of something important. The young man stops near the temple, and in his eyes you can see respect for a place where words mean more than actions. The priest comes out to meet him, and his silence is not stern but gentle, like the calm after a storm. They greet each other like old friends, even though they are meeting for the first time, because true purpose is always recognizable. The priest leads them inside, and the space of the temple greets them with a silence that breathes the wisdom of past generations. The walls are decorated with symbols, each of which seems to whisper about the path that leads not to power, but to understanding. The young man stops in front of the altar, his breathing calm because here there is no need to convince anyone. The priest speaks slowly, and each word is like a bell echoing in the heart instead of the ears. The young man listens attentively, and his eyes show agreement, not blind but free, chosen by the heart. The priest shows him an ancient book, and its pages seem to breathe with memories that do not fade but live on in words. The young man touches the book not out of curiosity, but out of respect for knowledge that has been tested by time. On the page is a drawing with a symbol, and its shape is familiar, like a part of himself. The priest explains the meaning, and his voice does not impose the truth, but opens the door to independent choice. The young man nods slowly because he understands that everything that has been said is not a command, but an invitation to a deeper path. Light from the window falls on the symbol, and in its glow there is a sense of peace that needs no proof. The companions watch silently, their faces showing their agreement that they have become part of something greater. The young man closes the book and returns it to the priest with respect, not as property but as something sacred. The priest smiles gently, as if blessing not with words but with the silence that lives between the lines. They leave the temple, and the air seems clearer, as if nature itself recognizes their intention. People greet them in the square, and there is more peace than expectation in their eyes. The young man approaches the central square, and each of his steps is steady, as if the space itself is helping him. Children run up with flowers, and in their hands there is no ceremony, only a pure desire to share their joy. One girl holds out a flower, her eyes shining with a trust born of fearlessness. The young man accepts the gift, and in this gesture there is more than gratitude. There is a willingness to be the one who brings peace, not war. His companions smile, and their silence speaks of relief, for peace no longer seems so distant. The village elder approaches, and his gaze shows respect for the choice made without coercion. The young man and the elder shake hands, and this touch is like a seal of an agreement that is not written but felt with the heart. The crowd around them is silent, but in that silence there is approval, because true understanding does not need to be loud. A ray of light falls from the sky, and the city seems to breathe in unison with the moment that marks the beginning of a new chapter. The young man steps aside, his face calm, as if he knows that what he has done was right and timely. His companions follow, and there is no tension in their posture, only readiness to move forward. Children wave after them, and every gesture is sincere without falsehood or doubt. They disappear around the corner, and silence returns, a sign of peace rather than loss. The sky becomes clearer, and in its blue there is a sense of new space for the journey that continues. They walk along a path between the trees, and each step leaves a trace not in the dust, but in the memory of the world. The young man looks up and sees a bird flying high like a guide in the boundless sky. His companions stop on a hill and look at the horizon, where there is no longer any fear, only openness. The young man smiles, and in that smile is his acceptance of each new day as it will be. The wind rushes through the grass as if whispering, "Thank you for not breaking, for remaining yourselves." The sun approaches its zenith, and its rays fall on the earth like a blessing for those who walk. They descend the hill, and each step sounds like a quiet agreement to accept everything that lies ahead. In the valley, They are met by a stream, and the water in it is as clear as the path they have chosen. A young man leans over the water and sees not himself, but peace in the reflection that no longer asks questions. His companions drink from the stream as if accepting nature's gift as an ally that will never betray them. They set off again along the path, and even the silence between them has become deeper than any words. The young man looks back one last time, and in his eyes there is gratitude that the path leads not to a destination, but to himself. The sun reaches the top of the sky, and in its light there is no tension, only balance between beginning and continuation. They continue on their way, and in every movement, there is the calmness of those who already know their truth, so they simply must not stop for anything. The heroes knew they were on the right path and that very soon luck would smile on them and help them in the future. He stood at the entrance to the tower, thinking that the time had come to show his true strength and punish those who dared to disturb the peace of his path. The servants of the tower shuddered when they saw his strength, which seemed supernatural to them, and they realized that they had no chance of escape. He moved forward silently, without saying a word, his eyes burning with determination, his footsteps echoing in the hall where everyone held their breath. He looked at the elder sitting on the throne, who could not utter a word because he felt the pressure of a force that seemed to press him against the wall. He said he had not come to talk, but to finish what he had started, and that no one in this hall could stand in the way of his decision. The elder tried to say something, but the words stuck in his throat, and his eyes filled with fear of the one who had no intention of backing down. He raised his hand, and a powerful blast swept through the hall. Everyone present fell to their knees in fear, not daring to move or look up. One of the guards tried to raise his sword, but his hand trembled and the weapon fell to the ground. He realized that he was dealing with a being of a different level. He asked if they were ready to accept the consequences of their actions, because his patience was running out, and he no longer had any reason to spare them. The elder bowed his head in acknowledgement of his guilt, his voice trembling as he begged for mercy, but he knew that nothing could stop the enemy now. He said that words would change nothing, for the damage had already been done, and now it was time to pay for their betrayal and cruelty. Those present began to beg for forgiveness, but he looked at them mercilessly, silently recalling every sin they had dared to commit in the past. He approached the throne where the main culprit sat, and said that the final sentence had been passed because there was no more mercy in his heart. A blow rang out like thunder, and a force spread throughout the hall, destroying everything in its path, while the rest could only watch in shock. Someone screamed, but the sound was lost amid the ruins and dust, and he stood in the middle of the devastation, unmoved and calm, like retribution itself. He looked back at the rest and said that this was only the beginning, because everyone who took part in the conspiracy would answer for their actions without exception. The servants of the tower bowed their heads, not daring to meet his gaze, realizing that they were facing a force that could not be stopped by words. He turned and walked away slowly, leaving behind silence and fear, every sound of his footsteps echoing like a death sentence in the tomb-like silence. He left the hall without looking back, and no one dared to stop him because everyone understood that this battle was over before it even began. At the exit, he was met by his allies, who silently followed him, sensing that their leader had changed and now had no pity in his heart. He paused for a moment and said that there would be no more leniency, because this world must learn to value peace through fear and strength. One of his men asked if everything had gone according to plan, but he just nodded silently, knowing that the answers to all the questions were yet to come. He looked back at the tower behind him, and a shadow of sadness and anger flashed across his eyes, strengthening his resolve. He remembered the promise he had made to those who had died, and vowed to himself that he would never again allow evil to raise its head with impunity. One of the students asked what would happen next, but he replied that first they had to return and gather their strength, for this was not the end of their journey. The sun slowly set over the horizon, its rays reflecting the traces of battle and the beginning of a new phase for their group. He closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the wind that brought peace, but also reminded him that there were still many battles ahead for peace and justice. His companion smiled, saying that they had endured much, but that not everything was over yet, because the world still needed their strength and justice. He replied that they couldn't stop now, because as soon as they relaxed, evil would take advantage of the opportunity and strike again. The group moved forward, leaving the ruined tower behind them. Their faces were serious because the road to peace was just beginning. On the way back, one of his companions asked if he was afraid of the consequences of the secret war, but he replied that fear no longer had power over him. He explained that true strength did not lie in magic, but in the determination to stand to the end for those who believed in him, even when everyone else had lost hope. His eyes were focused ahead because every new day brought new challenges, but now he was ready to face them without doubt or regret. A new silhouette appeared on the horizon, watching them from afar. He was silent, but his gaze betrayed his interest and caution. He paused for a moment, sensing someone's presence but did not show it, only slightly changing the direction of his gaze and moving forward calmly. Everyone remained silent, knowing that they might be followed, but fear did not paralyze them. On the contrary, it only strengthened them for the future. The new observers said that this guy was not like the others, and that he had a power that could change not only the battle, but the whole world. He noted that such power could not go unnoticed, and that the time would soon come when their paths would inevitably cross again. His eyes sparkled with interest. He smiled and said that the future would become even more interesting because a new player had finally appeared. The main character continued walking silently, unaware that he was being watched closely and that this was only the calm before the storm. The words of his mentor flashed through his mind, who had once said that a true hero is not the one who is strong, but the one who never gives up. Ahead, he could already see the entrance to the city, where new challenges and new enemies awaited them. But now he was ready to take any blow that fate had in store for him. The city greeted them with an unexpectedly calm atmosphere, although every glance from the passers-by showed that everyone had been waiting for his return for a long time. One of the city's senior magicians came out to meet him and bowed his head respectfully, acknowledging that the order in their lands now depended on the hero. The main character replied that he did not seek glory. He had come only to ensure that such a tragedy would never happen again. They thanked him for everything he had done, but he simply replied that he had only done his duty and that it was not yet time for thanks or recognition. He noted that there were still those in the city who could threaten peace, so it was not worth relaxing as new actions awaited ahead. One of the officials promised to provide all the necessary support and assured him that they would now stand together in the fight against their common enemy. He looked closely at the map and pointed to the place where the remnants of the rebels were hiding, knowing that the root of evil had not yet been completely eradicated. One of the commanders asked when the attack would begin, and he replied that it would be at night, because darkness would help deliver a precise and merciless blow. His voice was calm but determined as he said that there would be no more mercy, because everyone who did evil must answer immediately. He stood up and ordered the detachment to prepare for departure. Everyone understood that there was no time left and that everyone had to act in unison as never before. His heart was filled with confidence because this time he would not let a single enemy escape. Justice must be swift and decisive. Before leaving, he looked up at the night sky and thought that even though the world was full of darkness, it was still worth fighting for. He said goodbye to those who remained in the city, promising that he would return when everything was over and peace and quiet would reign in these lands. His squad set off into the night, covering their tracks and breathing as one. Each of them knew that the mission was difficult, but it was too late to retreat. Only the echoes of their boots could be heard in the darkness, and every movement showed their readiness to face the enemy head-on without fear. Ahead they could see the forest they would have to pass through. Everyone tensed, knowing that a trap could be waiting for them there. One of the scouts stopped the detachment with a gesture, hearing a rustling in the bushes. Everyone prepared for battle, holding their weapons at the ready and keeping their eyes open. He took a step forward and said that if the enemy was nearby, it would be better for them to come out themselves because they would not be able to hide from retribution. A stranger in a cloak emerged from the bushes. His gaze was calm but threatening. He silently met the hero's eyes. The main character took a step closer and said that he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time because it was time to put an end to this story once and for all. The main character stood in front of the new entrance to the dungeon, knowing that this place was dangerous, but it was now impossible to retreat. His companions looked at each other, realizing that this journey would be more difficult than the previous ones, but they were ready to follow him to the end. He took the first step into the darkness and said that even if the path was full of traps, they would not stop until they reached the truth. Darkness enveloped everything around him, but he walked confidently, guided by his inner sense, which had never failed him even in the most dangerous places. A strange sound came from behind and everyone stopped. He ordered them to be on guard because he knew that the enemy would not keep them waiting and would attack unexpectedly. A monster in dark armor leaped out of the shadows, its eyes burning with hatred, but the hero did not flinch, for he had seen larger and more vicious creatures before. The monster lunged forward with a deafening roar, but the hero easily dodged it. His movements were precise, honed by years of fighting similar creatures. He gathered his strength in his palm and struck a blow that tore the monster to pieces. His companions watched in amazement at his new level of power. After his victory, he said that this was only the beginning, because every victory brought them closer to the truth hidden in this dark dungeon since ancient times. They moved on, passing through narrow corridors, when one of the companions suddenly stopped and pointed to strange symbols carved into the tunnel wall. The main character carefully examined the symbols and said that they were a warning from previous seekers of truth who had died without uncovering the secret. He touched the rune and it glowed blue. Then part of the wall began to move, opening a new passage covered in centuries of dust. Inside the corridor, the darkness was even deeper, but he walked confidently, his gaze focused, because something invisible was pressing on his consciousness. One of his companions suddenly grabbed his head and fell to his knees, whispering that he could hear voices trying to steal his will. The hero ordered everyone to stop and uttered a spell that dispelled the illusions, revealing the true appearance of the room filled with dark magic. In the center of the room stood a black crystal from which waves of dark energy emanated. The hero approached and felt an ancient evil inside. He said that it was the source of distortion that affected the minds and hearts of all who approached it, and that it must be destroyed immediately. Raising his sword, he concentrated his strength and struck the crystal, shattering it into pieces. A wave of light filled the room, dispelling the darkness. After the crystal was destroyed, everyone felt relieved. The pressure disappeared, their eyes cleared, and even the air in the dungeon became easier to breathe. The hero looked at the remains of the crystal and said that this was only one of the sources of darkness, and that even worse evil might await them. He urged everyone to remain vigilant because the journey had only just begun, and a real test awaited them that would change everything. One of the fighters approached the hero and asked if they were really ready for what lay ahead, because the danger seemed greater than ever. The hero looked ahead and replied that fear would always be with them, but they had to go because they were the only ones capable of finishing what others had not even begun. He nodded, and the group moved on, leaving behind the crystal shards. Ahead of them was a new cave with glowing symbols carved into the rock itself. The hero stopped at the glowing sign and said that these symbols described the legend of an ancient battle that once changed the course of human history. One of his companions asked if this was related to the artifact they were looking for, and the hero replied that it was, because everything led to its power. He touched the sign, and a rumbling sound was heard in the cave. The rocks began to move, and a gate opened before them, revealing another reality. They stepped through the gate and found themselves in a space where the usual laws of nature did not apply. Everything around them pulsated as if the place itself was alive. The hero felt magical energy penetrating his body, but it did not harm him. It seemed to be testing whether he was worthy to proceed further in this world. His eyes lit up, and he said that this was a test of spirit, because only those who remain clear-headed amid chaos can reach their true goal. An illusion of the past appeared before them, and they saw how former heroes had been defeated because they could not withstand the pressure of the darkness that was consuming everything. One of his companions shuddered, but the hero calmly said that they must not allow the past to break them, for now they had a different power within them. He reached out his hand through the illusion, and it shattered into light, saying that only will and reason allow one to go where others dare not. They continued their journey through the burning hallucination where everyone saw their own fears, but the hero walked confidently, not succumbing to any image. His voice brought his companions out of their stupor. He said that no illusion was stronger than their belief in themselves and the common goal for which they were here. The light cleared the way, and before them appeared a portal that shimmered with golden light and promised answers to the questions that had tormented them all for years. The hero looked at the portal and said that behind it lay the truth, but also great danger, and that everyone who stepped through must be prepared for change. He took the first step, and his body was enveloped in light. The rest followed him without hesitation because their trust in him was stronger than their fear. On the other side, they found themselves in a space resembling a memory from another life. The place was calm, but there was a sense of unease in the air before a storm. In this new space, the silhouette of an ancient creature appeared, silently staring at the hero as if waiting for answers that only he could give. The creature said that the hero had gone through a path of pain and loss. But was he ready to sacrifice even more for a power that no one had ever attained? He replied that he was not afraid, because sacrifice only makes sense when it serves justice and peace, even if it means losing oneself. The creature held out its hand, and a light appeared in its palm, taking the shape of a key that slowly floated toward the hero, as if asking him to make a choice. The hero accepted the key and felt a wave of power pass through him, but with it came a vision of a future full of trials. He clutched the key tightly and said that he would be the one to break the cycle of suffering, because if not him, then who else could do it in his place? The hero turned to his companions and said that there would be no return, because a new era was beginning, one that they would create with their own hands and choices. He approached the new gate that appeared after receiving the key. Its surface flickered and seemed to breathe, waiting for the touch of the true chosen one. When the hero touched the gate, it dissolved in light, and a new path opened up ahead, leading to the solution of a great mystery and power. The hero took his first step into the new space, his eyes burning with determination, and his heart filled with faith that the truth would finally be revealed. His companions followed him silently, knowing that ahead lay the answers to all their questions, and perhaps the final battle for the fate of the entire world. A strange figure appeared in the air, her body woven from energy. She said that she had been waiting for the hero for 1,000 years, because only he was capable of changing everything. She said that choice brings both power and loss, and that only the heart can withstand the truth without destroying itself from within. The hero replied that he was ready to hear everything, even if the truth broke him, because only those who know the whole truth are capable of changing the course of history. Her eyes flashed, and a new world unfolded around them, in which the past, present, and future merged into a single stream of destiny. In this world, the hero saw events that had not yet happened, such as friends falling in battle and enemies becoming allies. Everything depended on him. His face became serious because now he knew what he had to do. The price would be high, but the choice had already been made and there was no turning back. He stepped forward and said that he accepted his fate with all its pain and glory, because it was in this choice that the true hero of the future was born. The hero awoke in an unknown space where there was no sky or earth, only silence and light that flickered as if waiting for his first step. His gaze was calm. He did not give in to fear because he understood that this state was not an illusion, but part of the truth that he would have to accept completely. A figure appeared in the glow and said that he had passed the test, but now had to make the final choice that would change the course of the entire world. The hero asked if this choice would really change everything, and the figure replied that it would, because the balance between light and shadow in all worlds depended on him. He closed his eyes and said that he accepted the responsibility because even if it led to sacrifices, he would not abandon the path he had chosen. The light around him began to change, forming a new space, and a voice said that now his power would become part of the world itself forever. The hero opened his eyes and saw familiar faces standing before him, all ready to go together, no matter what lay ahead. One of his companions smiled and said that he had believed in him from the very beginning, because only someone like him was capable of passing even through the void itself. He thanked each of them and said that now their goal was even more important because the world had changed and a new, unknown journey awaited them. A portal opened up ahead, through which a strange light seeped. The hero took a step forward and said that this was their new beginning and their chance to change everything. When they entered, the space around them changed. The sky flashed with magical colors, and the air was filled with energy that sounded like the whisper of the world. In the center of the new place stood a throne of light and shadows, and a voice said that only the chosen one could touch it without losing himself. The hero approached the throne, and each of his steps echoed in the space like the echoes of ancient voices that followed his every choice and thought. He reached out and touched the throne, and the world around him trembled as all the energy began to swirl around him, creating a new reality. His body glowed with light, and his eyes became like mirrors reflecting the truth, the very essence of the power he had to accept at the cost of everything. His companions watched in awe as the hero changed before their eyes, knowing that before them was no longer just a warrior, but the very conductor of power. He turned to them and said that now he could see everything and that it was time to unite all the pieces of the truth to complete the journey they had begun together. The world around them stabilized, and a voice in the air said that the trial was over, but that the final choice that would determine everything lay ahead. The hero saw two paths, one leading to great power but loneliness, the other to peace but without power, and he had to choose what was more important to him. His companions were silent because they knew that this was a choice only he could make. They would accept any decision because their place was by his side in any world. He smiled and said that he would not choose between power and peace because he would create his own path, on which the world would change along with the heart of a warrior. His words dispelled the fog in space, and the ancient forces watching him silently accepted his choice, recognizing the new balance of the world. The space around him lit up and turned into a bridge leading back home. The hero said that now he was not who he used to be, but who he was always meant to be. He stepped forward and the portal dissolved behind him, and his companions' eyes shone with pride because they were part of this great story. On the other side of the portal, they were greeted by the new morning light. The city was still asleep, but it felt like something had changed, as if the whole world had become lighter. The hero looked up at the sky and felt a peace he had not known for years, and in his heart there was only one desire, to preserve this peace at any cost. His friends came closer, and one said that now it was finally time to live and not just fight, and everyone quietly agreed with these words. People who had heard legends about the hero began to gather in the city. They looked at him with respect and faith, as if he were part of the sky itself. The town elder approached him and said that the world needed people like him, not as warriors, but as leaders who carried hope in every word. The hero replied that he accepted this role not for glory, but so that the world would never again know the fear that once grew in everyone's hearts. His figure disappeared over the horizon, but everyone who remained knew that he was nearby because the memory of his deeds was stronger than any presence. A sign appeared in the sky, as if fate itself bowed its head to the one who was able to walk the path to the end without breaking or betraying himself. People began to tell legends, and eventually even those who had never seen him believed, because the heart always recognizes the truth, even without proof. Children drew his image on the walls, and the elderly prayed for the peace he had given the world, which began to change along with the memory of him. Days and years passed, but his name remained a symbol of faith because the light he lit in people's hearts did not fade even in the darkest nights. The pages of history preserved his image not as a god or a ruler, but as a man who proved that the power of will can break the strongest chains. The hero became a legend, but real change began in the hearts of those who lived on, carrying his will through time to new generations. The world did not become perfect, but every new day was better because someone once chose not the path of power, but the path of truth and love for life. And if darkness ever comes again, it will know that a hero can be found among ordinary people and change everything again from the very beginning. And while a new sun rose over the world, bringing with it new hope, true heroes do not disappear. They live on in the stories we carry within us. A sign appeared in the sky, as if fate itself bowed its head to those who were able to walk the path to the end without breaking or betraying themselves. People began to tell legends, and eventually even those who had not seen him believed, because the heart always recognizes the truth, even without proof. Children drew his image on the walls, and the elderly prayed for the peace he had given the world, which began to change along with the memory of him. Days and years passed, but his name remained a symbol of faith, because the light he lit in people's hearts did not fade even in the darkest nights. The pages of history preserved his image not as a god or a ruler, but as a man who proved that the power of will can break the strongest chain. The hero became a legend, but real change began in the hearts of those who lived on, carrying his will through time to new generations. The world did not become perfect, but every new day was better because someone once chose not the path of power, but the path of truth and love for life. And if darkness ever comes again, it will know that a hero can be found among ordinary people and change everything again from the very beginning. And while a new sun rose over the world, and with it new hope, because true heroes do not disappear, they live on in the stories we carry within us. In the depths of the temple, the hero saw a strange light that seemed to be calling him. He felt that a new part of a path full of trials was beginning there. He silently approached the light, feeling the air become thicker and the space around him become more distorted with each step. A silhouette emerged from the light and said that this temple holds a power that changes the essence of those who seek the truth and are willing to pay the price for it. The hero did not look away and replied that he was ready, because if the truth was hidden in this place, he would not stop until he saw it completely. The silhouette silently stretched out its hand, and the light around them changed, opening a path that led down to where the temple's most ancient secrets were kept. Each step echoed through eternity, and the walls were covered with symbols that told stories of gods, heroes, and the fall of civilizations. The hero stopped in front of an ancient altar from which a quiet energy emanated, as if speaking to him in a language that could be understood with the heart. He touched the altar, and the space around him came to life. Images of the past glowed before his eyes, showing great battles and the fall of kingdoms. In the center of the images, he saw himself, but in a different form, with a power that had not yet been awakened, and with eyes full of determination to change the course of history. The hero looked at his reflection and realized that his fate had been sealed before he even set out on his journey, because everything had led to this moment. A voice in the temple said that now he must choose whether to accept the power or refuse it, because every action would change the balance not only in this world. He replied that he was not seeking power for himself, but to protect others, and therefore accepted it with a pure heart and a willingness to bear the consequences. Light from the altar enveloped the hero, and his body was filled with the energy of ancient spirits. He felt the power, but also the burden that came with it. His eyes shone with a different light, and symbols appeared in the air, connecting him to ancient promises that no one dared to renew. The silhouette spoke again, saying that now he was not just a man, but a new bearer of truth and defender of the balance between those who create and those who destroy. The hero rose from his knees. His body changed, but his heart remained the same, remaining faithful to his promise to protect the weak and fight for the light. The silhouette bowed before him, acknowledging his choice, and said that from now on, he would be the judge of those who betray the truth and commit injustice. The altar faded away, and the way back opened up. Now he could return to his friends with new strength and knowledge of who he had truly become. He left the temple, and the sky above him cleared, as if the world itself had recognized his power and accepted a new defender into its ancient laws of balance. His friends were waiting at the entrance, and when they saw his eyes filled with peace, they understood that he had become a different person and now carried more than just strength. One of them came closer and asked if everything was all right, and the hero smiled and replied that it was time to return because the real journey was just beginning. They set off with new confidence, knowing that now they had a chance not only to win, but to change the very nature of the world for the better. The hero walked ahead, his silhouette calm, but his eyes burning with determination, because every step was now part of a great destiny. The city was already visible on the horizon, and the hero said that they had to be ready because ahead of them lay not only battle but also an encounter with those who feared change. Tension reigned in the city. The inhabitants felt something strange, as if a shadow had once again fallen over the world, and only one name gave them peace: When the hero entered, all eyes turned to him. Some whispered his name, some remained silent, but everyone felt that something in him had changed forever. The city elder approached him and asked if he was ready for what lay ahead. The hero only nodded, for words were unnecessary. The hero climbed onto the central square and addressed the people, saying that it was time to act, because only unity would give them a chance to survive the darkness. His words penetrated their hearts because they were not just a speech, but a true belief that even the darkest night ends with dawn. Hope flared up among the crowd, and people began to believe that now they had a chance, and that this chance stood before them, alive and ready to defend them. After his speech, the hero left the square and headed for the tower where the old prophecies were kept, because he knew that they held the key to the next step. Inside, he saw scrolls with ancient writings that told of someone who would pass the test and become a symbol of change for all. He read every word intently, because he understood that his path was only part of a larger story, written with the blood and hope of generations. One of the scrolls contained a map leading to the place where it all began. The hero realized that this was where his final great trial awaited him. He left the tower and told his friends that it was time to go, because they couldn't wait any longer. Every moment brought a new threat to the world. The hero looked at the horizon, and there was peace in his eyes, because now he knew where he was going, why he was going, and for whom it was worth winning, even in silence. They set off on their journey. All was quiet around them, but everyone could feel the air changing, as if the worlds themselves were bowing before their choice and their goal. One of his companions asked the hero if he was afraid, but he replied that fear had left him, because now he was accompanied not by doubts, but by truth. A wind rose on the horizon, carrying whispers of the past. Ahead lay the truth that would change everything, even if the price was high. They reached the place marked on the map. An old arena stood in ruins amid the night's silence, as if waiting for someone to awaken its memory and power. The hero stepped into the arena, and a light descended from the sky, pointing to the center of the circle where the event that would change the course of history was about to begin. His companions stood around him, ready to fight, and the hero took a deep breath and said that now everything depended on their unity. In the center of the arena, a glow began to appear, from which a dark and majestic figure emerged, its eyes burning with hatred and ancient betrayal. The hero recognized this creature from the prophecies. It was the one who had once destroyed the balance and now returned to take control of the world again. The creature smiled and said that the hero was too late, but he replied that true strength does not come first, but at the right time and without fear. The battle began. The hero rushed forward. His blows were quick and precise, and each movement seemed to echo the strength of those who had always believed in him. The dark creature responded with fury, waves of destructive energy bursting from its hands, but the hero did not stop because he knew he had no right to lose. A storm of light and shadow rose in the arena, every second deciding the fate of the world, and the hero's heart beat with determination and unwavering faith. In the whirlwind of energy, the hero found his moment and struck the creature's heart. His strength lay not in his sword, but in his determination not to give up even in the face of darkness. The creature howled and began to dissolve in the light, its body losing its shape, and its last words were that the world was not yet completely saved. When everything fell silent, the hero fell to his knees, tired but calm, knowing that he had done everything he could, and that this time the world had been given a chance. The hero stood up, looked at his companions, and said that they had won not because they were stronger, but because they had not betrayed their own hearts. A ray of light appeared in the sky, and energy descended from it, cleansing the arena of the traces of battle and leaving only the silence of peace and a new beginning. The elder approached the hero and bowed silently, acknowledging that he had become not just a defender, but a symbol of hope for all generations. The townspeople came out to the square to meet the hero, their faces glowing with hope, because they felt that fear had disappeared and faith had returned. One of the children ran up to the hero and asked if he would stay with them. He smiled and said that he would always be there, even when he was not visible. The city began to celebrate because, for the first time in a long time, everyone felt peace and strength that no longer came from the sword, but from a love of life. The hero stepped into the shade of the square and looked up at the sky, thinking about the path he had traveled and how each sacrifice had led to this day of peace. One of his friends approached him and said that now they must live, not for the past, but for the future, and he agreed with a slight smile. He said that it was time to pass on his strength to others because a true leader does not cling to power, but shares it to make the world a better place. The hero approached the young warrior and told him that he had the strength to lead others if he believed in goodness and did not betray his heart. The young man bowed his head and promised that he would not let him down because the world needed not heroes but those who could be an example even in everyday life. The hero placed his hand on the young man's shoulder and said that a new era had dawned and that anyone who was not afraid of the truth could become a light for others. The sun was setting over the city, and in its rays, the hero looked not like a warrior, but like a man who had gone through everything and retained his humanity. His figure disappeared into the crowd, but in every glance there remained a spark of faith that he had ignited with his example and silent strength. One of the residents said that even if he left, his path would remain among them, because true heroes do not disappear, they become history. A star that had not shone before appeared in the sky, and everyone understood that it was a sign because the world remembers everyone who gave themselves for the peace of others. And in their hearts remained a simple message that even one person can change everything if they are not afraid to step forward with the truth in their hearts. The hero stood on the slope of the mountain watching the sun rise over the world he had saved. His face was calm, but there was anxiety in his eyes. One of his companions approached and asked if he felt anything unusual. The hero replied that the silence was too deep, as if before a storm. A strange sound hung in the air, and the sky began to change color. Silhouettes that did not belong to this world appeared, heading straight for him. The hero felt the ground shake beneath his feet, and a dark energy began to flow from the portal. Its presence was familiar, but distorted. His eyes narrowed, and he whispered that this power once belonged to an ally who had disappeared in battle, but had now returned in a completely different form. His companions prepared for battle, but the hero raised his hand, ordering them to wait, for he had to first make sure that the enemy had not lost all humanity. A figure shrouded in black emerged from the portal, its eyes burning red and its voice sounding like an echo from the past, in which unfulfilled promises lingered. The hero took a step forward and asked if he still had the will to do the right thing. The answer was silence, hiding an inner struggle. The figure suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the hero. Blows met in the air and energy flared up around them, cutting through space. The hero stopped the attack and urged his opponent to come to his senses, because even darkness cannot completely destroy a soul that once knew light. For a moment, the enemy's hand trembled, but then he struck again, harder, as if trying to drown out the doubts that were breaking through. The hero dodged and said that he would not destroy, because fighting without a reason was not strength but fear, and he would never become the person he had once defeated within himself. The enemy took a few steps back, and something familiar flashed in his eyes, like a fragment of memory that prevented him from sinking completely into darkness. The hero took advantage of this moment and whispered the name of a friend he had lost long ago. The name pierced the silence and made the enemy flinch. A pause hung in the air. Time stopped, and then the shadow shell began to crack, and a cry of pain mixed with hope burst out of it. A stream of light burst from the cracks, and the darkness began to recede. The enemy's face became human, and his voice was filled with sorrow for lost time. The hero stretched out his hand and said that it was not too late to change everything, because even those who had fallen could rise again if someone believed in them sincerely. The shadow disappeared completely. The enemy fell to his knees, and for the first time in many years, his eyes were filled not with anger, but with gratitude for the gift of a second chance. His companions rushed closer, but the hero stopped them with a glance, saying that the battle had ended not with victory, but with an understanding that was stronger than weapons. The former enemy stood up and asked if he could atone for the past. The hero replied that he could, because every day is a new chance to live right. A new star appeared on the horizon, and the hero said that it reminded him of a choice made not out of duty but from the heart. The city greeted the hero and his companions silently, but in every glance there was a feeling of gratitude for the peace that had finally returned to their hearts. Children ran out into the streets laughing, and the elderly smiled through their tears, for they had not seen such peace that did not require explanations or promises for a long time. The hero stopped in the square, looked up at the sky, and said that true victory was not the end of the battle but the beginning of a life without fear. The leaders gathered in the town hall, each expressing their opinion, but all eyes were on the hero, who remained silent, but was the center of every thought. He said that he did not seek power because true strength lies not in control, but in trust, and that it was time to let the people choose their own future. Those present stood up and bowed because they understood that before them was not a ruler, but someone who had gone through everything to give others a chance to be better. After the meeting, the hero went out onto the roof and watched the sunset, because every ray reminded him that even the darkest day has a bright ending. A friend appeared beside him and said that everything had changed, but the hero replied that it was not events that had changed the world, but the choices of everyone who had not broken in the darkness. The wind lifted the dust from the roof and it dissolved in the air like a weight that no longer pressed down, because it had been shared among all those who had walked this path together. The hero climbed down from the roof and walked through the streets of the city, which had become silent witnesses to a new beginning, where there was no longer any place for war and fear. His steps were light, but every resident looked at him with respect, because they knew that he had become the foundation of peace in this fragile world. A girl approached him at the fountain and said she wanted to be like him. The hero smiled and replied that she already was because she was kind. In a cafe, the hero met an old acquaintance. They sat down at a table in silence and realized that the only thing the war had not changed was their friendship and respect for each other. They talked about the future, and the hero said that he wanted to travel because the world was big, and now it needed to be discovered rather than defended. His friend smiled and said that it would be a wonderful adventure because when your heart is open, even a road with no end can become home. The hero said goodbye to his friend and walked out onto the main street with a light heart, knowing that a new life without the burden of the past awaited him. As he left, he looked back at the city that had become part of his journey and whispered that he would return not as a hero, but as an ordinary person. His silhouette dissolved in the sunlight, and the city breathed evenly, as if for the first time in a long time it felt peace without fear for tomorrow. The hero walked along a forest path, his face calm and his eyes shining with hope, because every step led to a new history without war. Birds sang around him and the wind played quietly with the grass. Nature accepted him just as people did, because everyone who carries light becomes a part of it. He stopped on a hill, looked back one last time, and said that now this world no longer needed heroes because it had learned to defend itself with goodness. The hero reached the lake. Its water was as clear as a mirror in which he saw himself not as a warrior, but as a man who had gone through everything and survived. He dipped his hands into the lake and felt a calmness spread through his body, each drop erasing the traces of war, leaving only memory and faith. In the mirror of the water, he saw everyone who had been with him on his journey, and whispered, "Thank you," because they were the ones who made this journey real and unforgettable. The hero set off again, leaving the lake behind him with a new peace in his heart, knowing that his journey now had a different meaning than before. On a forest road, he met a traveler who asked if this was the way to the light. The hero smiled and replied that the light is always within. They walked together in silence, because sometimes you don't need words to feel that you are not alone, and that a new chapter in life begins with a small step forward. They stopped at an old bridge that had once been destroyed, but now stood strong, like a sign that even ruins can be reborn. The traveler asked how he had managed to survive, and the hero replied that strength does not lie in not falling, but in getting up when you no longer have the strength to go on. The bridge led them to a village where people lived peacefully and greeted travelers with smiles because they no longer expected danger, only news and good things. In the village, he saw a new generation of children who had never known war. Their laughter was the best reward for all the sacrifices made for this peace. One child ran up and gave him a flower, saying that he looked like a hero from a fairy tale. He replied that a real hero is anyone who believes. A woman from the village invited him to dinner, and for the first time in a long time, he accepted because he understood that happiness begins with simple things and the warmth of people. In the evening, sitting by the fire, he told the children stories not about battles, but about faith in goodness and the power of the heart, which always triumphs over darkness. The children listened with wide eyes, and the older ones smiled because for the first time they felt that a new generation was growing up without fear and with dreams instead of wounds. The hero looked up at the starry sky and whispered, "Thank you," because he understood that this world is only possible when every day is filled with hope. In the morning light, the hero set off into a new day with a light heart and the confidence that the true path does not end, but only changes direction. The hero woke up in a new place in the forest, where the singing of birds was the first thing he heard, and he felt a sense of peace, as if the world itself had blessed the new day. He got up and looked around. The landscape was as clear as a painting, and with every breath of air he felt his body fill with strength. A traveler emerged from the forest and greeted the hero with a smile. There was no animosity between them, only a feeling that this morning was going to be special. The traveler asked if the hero was looking for something special, and he replied that he was not looking for a goal, but for a path on which his heart would no longer be weighed down by shadows. They set off together through the forest, where each step sounded soft and the silence was cozy, as if nature itself was protecting them from unnecessary thoughts and fears. In a clearing, they saw the ruins of an old temple, and the hero felt memories of a time when the world was not yet broken rising from the ground. The hero entered the temple, and each of his steps echoed off the stone walls like the echoes of memories of ancient vows that had not yet been forgotten. The traveler stopped and said that people once prayed here not for victory but for peace, because only faith in the heart could hold back the true darkness. On the altar lay a fragment of crystal. The hero touched it and saw a vision of his former self standing before a choice that changed everything. In the vision, the hero saw himself young, full of anger and determination to go to the end even at the cost of his own soul, because at that time he did not yet understand the truth. Now he approached that image and said that true strength lies not in struggle but in forgiveness, for only then can a broken heart be healed. The vision faded, and the hero stood before the altar with new faith, because he understood that he no longer had to carry the burden of the past on his shoulders. The traveler looked at him intently and said that everyone who had passed through the darkness and had not become part of it was already victorious by their very presence. The hero smiled because for the first time he felt how easy it was to breathe without anger and without the need to prove anything, because now his path belonged only to him. They left the temple and the sun greeted them with warm light that seemed to speak of a new day where every step is born of hope. The hero and the traveler descended from the hill where the forest opened the way to the unknown. But now they were not afraid of uncertainty, because their hearts were calm. At the crossroads, they stopped and looked at each other. The traveler said that their paths were different, but their essence remained the same. They said goodbye without words, with slight smiles, because they knew that true encounters have no goodbyes, only a promise to remain in memory. The hero set off in a new direction, along a barely visible path that led deep into nature, where there was no war, only peace and the rustling of trees above his head. Rain suddenly fell on the ground, but he did not hide, just kept walking with his head held high, because every drop washed away the remnants of the shadows of the past. He stopped on a bridge over a stream and looked at his reflection in the water. There was no more fear in it, only faith and silence. Beyond the bridge, the road led to a small village where people worked in the field, and in their eyes was the calm of those who no longer expected danger. The hero walked past them, and the children looked at him with curiosity. He smiled because he felt that he did not need glory, only peace between people. An old man offered him shelter for the night, and he agreed because he was pleasantly tired, and his heart just wanted to be in the silence. In the evening they sat by the fire. The old man told stories, and the hero listened silently because he had not heard words born not of pain, but of peace for a long time. The stars covered the sky, and he looked up and smiled because he knew that the world was moving on, and that real change lives in the hearts of those who remember. As he fell asleep, the hero felt the night envelop him in the peace he had sought all his life, and he understood that sometimes the most important thing is simply to be. In the morning, the hero woke up with a clear thought that it was time to move on, because the journey never ends while the heart seeks its truth. He thanked his host and headed east, where the sun was rising over the mountains, as if calling him on a new journey full of discoveries and hope. His figure disappeared over the horizon, but in every place he passed, there remained a silence in which lived the memory of the one who carried the light without a sword. The hero saw a traveler playing the flute on the road. The melody flowed easily, as if the road itself had stopped for a moment to listen to its sound. He sat down next to him and asked what inspired the music. The flute player replied that silence gave him the notes and the road taught him how to bring them to life. Together they moved on without saying a word, because sometimes the strongest dialogue is born not from sentences, but from presence and the silence between steps. They reached a field where a battle had once taken place, but now flowers bloomed there, like memories of those who had given their lives so that others could simply live. The flute player played, and petals swirled in the air as if dancing to the melody of peace that grew with each note like new life after a storm. The hero knelt down, touched the ground, and whispered that he remembered everyone who had been there, because memory is the longest path of the heart to eternity. They left the field and headed up the hill where the horizon opened up like a canvas on which each step paints a new story. At the top stood a lone pine tree, its branches broken, but it lived and grew on as an example of strength that does not depend on circumstances. The hero leaned against the tree and felt its pulse like a memory left in the body of the world, reminding him that life goes on despite everything. The flute player played his last melody and said that he was going on alone because everyone has their own ending. The hero wished him peace and thanked him for the journey. He remained alone at the top and felt everything around him fall silent. But in this silence there was no loneliness, only the peace of one who had accepted everything. The hero sat down on a rock and watched the sun set behind the horizon with a smile, because he knew that even if the journey continued, his heart had already found a home. At dawn, he moved on through the valley where fog lay on the ground like memories that had not yet faded but no longer held his soul captive. He passed by the river and heard the laughter of children playing on the shore without fear, because they were born into a world that no longer knew war. Their mother called them home, and the hero stopped and thought that it was in this simplicity that the true meaning for which it was worth going through everything lived. In the village, he was greeted with hospitality, for no one asked him where he had come from, only if he would like to stay for a while and rest. The hero helped carry water and repair the roof, feeling that even simple tasks have meaning when you do them not out of fear, but out of love. In the evening, he sat on the porch and listened to someone singing behind the house. The voice was simple, but it sounded like the life he had once dreamed of hearing. The children ran up to him with questions about who he was and what he had seen. The hero smiled and replied that he had only just seen the most important thing. They asked him to tell them a story, and he began, but it was not a fairy tale, but a story about hope, faith, and a heart that did not break in the darkest of time. When he finished, the children were silent, and then one boy said that he also wanted to be like that, not strong but kind, because that was more important than anything else. The hero stayed in the village for another day, not because he was tired, but because of the warmth he finally felt, not in battle, but in the simple, sincere glances of the people. As a farewell gift, a woman from the village gave him a scarf and said that it was a talisman, made out of gratitude, not fear of the future. He took it and bowed his head because he knew that this scarf was not just a piece of cloth, but a memory of the place where he had learned to believe in people again. The hero moved on along the road between the fields, where the ears of grain swayed in the wind, whispering of the calm that comes after a great storm. He reached the hill and looked back at the village one last time. His heart was calm, and his eyes shone with a light that did not fade even in the darkest time. A feather fell from the sky, and he caught it with his fingers and whispered that he remembered everyone and that the world had changed because someone had once believed in simple goodness. On the path, he met an old man who was painting a landscape. The old man said that he was not painting the world, but feelings, because they are what remain when everything else disappears. The hero looked at the painting and recognized himself in it, not outwardly, but in the colors that carried the peace, strength, and warmth he had sought all his life. He thanked the old man and went on his way, knowing that he had left behind not only footprints, but also a light that others could find even in their own darkness. The hero stopped by a tree on the side of the road and put his hand on the bark, as if to say hello, because even nature knew that his heart had become part of the world. In the shade of the tree he rested, closed his eyes, and felt time slow down because in this peace there was no need for movement, only for breathing. When he got up, it seemed as if the wind itself was sending him on his way, whispering that the road was still long, but now without pain, only with silence in his heart. The hero crossed the wooden fence that led to a new path, and with each step he felt his heart opening wider to all living things. At the edge of the forest, he saw a hut with flowers on the windowsill, and thought that it was in such simplicity that happiness was born, needing no words. The hostess invited him in for tea, and he agreed because this time he did not run away, but stopped to savor the moment, rather than the loss of the future. Over dinner they talked about the garden and life in silence. The hero listened as if spellbound, because for the first time, everything he heard was free of anxiety or regret. At night, he went out onto the porch and looked at the stars. They seemed closer than ever, and each one glowed with the peace he longed for. In the silence, he whispered that he was no longer looking for battle, because his true calling was to preserve the world, not fight it every minute. In the morning, he said goodbye to his hostess and told her that he was not leaving, but simply moving on, carrying her warmth with him as a talisman. The road led him further between meadows and rivers, but he no longer felt lonely, only the peace of someone who had found himself in simplicity. A new horizon was already visible in the distance, and the hero smiled because he knew that the story was not over. It had simply become life. Walking in the dawn light, the hero did not look back because he knew that now every step he took was part of a history that now existed without war. The hero woke up on the shore of a lake where the morning mist enveloped the world like a blanket, and the silence was so deep that he wanted to breathe more slowly. He washed his face with cold water and felt it cleansing not only his skin, but also his thoughts, because a new day had to begin without the shadows of yesterday. A bell rang in the distance, and the hero realized that there was a settlement nearby. He headed there, knowing that every encounter now had a purpose. The hero was met by a woman in white. She asked if he was a traveler, and when he said yes, she invited him to breakfast without asking any questions. Silence reigned at the table, but it was not awkward. Rather, it was cozy, and in this simplicity he felt that not everything had to be profound. Sometimes it was enough just to be. The woman told him that this place had been forgotten by the world, but there was no pain here, and everyone who came here found what they had lost on their journey to themselves. The hero went out into the garden, where the air smelled of flowers blooming without fear, because here even nature lived without the need to defend itself. He walked among the trees and touched the trunk of one of them with gratitude, because every leaf seemed to be a witness to the peace he longed for. An old man sat on a bench, silent, but when the hero approached, he only smiled and said that he had been waiting for him for a long time because he knew he would come. The old man said that he had once been a traveler too, but he found this place and stayed because he understood that truth lives where peace needs no words. The hero sat down next to him and asked if he should stay too. The old man smiled and said that only the heart knows when it is time to stop. The silence between them was filled with meaning, because sometimes two hearts that have gone through storms speak more with silence than with 1,000 words. The hero went to the lake and stood on the pier, staring at the water. It was as clear as a mirror, where he saw himself for the first time. In the reflection, he saw not a warrior, but a man with a history of pain and faith that even silence has power if you believe in it. When the wind blew away the reflection, the hero smiled because he realized that he was no longer looking for answers, but simply living, and that was enough. The hero sat down on the grass by the water and closed his eyes, listening to the birds singing. He no longer thought about yesterday because today was bright and full of life. A woman in white appeared beside him. She brought him bread and honey and said that everyone here shared because home is not a place, but a feeling of peace. The hero thanked her and thought that it was things like this that kept the world in balance, not power or fear, but kindness that no one demanded, but simply gave. In the evening, the village was enveloped in silence with only fireflies glowing between the trees, and for the first time in a long time, the hero felt that night was not the end, but peace. He looked at the stars, and each one seemed to him to be the name of someone he had once loved, lost, or remembered as part of his journey. As he fell asleep, he thought that maybe this was what home was, when you were no longer afraid of tomorrow and didn't cling to yesterday, but simply breathed today. In the morning, the hero woke up before everyone else and went out into the garden. The air was fresh and the earth was warm, as if waiting to tell its story again. He saw the first flowers opening in the sun and felt that he didn't want to leave because for the first time in a long time, he felt good, right here and now. A woman approached and asked if he would stay. The hero looked into her eyes and said he didn't know yet, but for the first time he thought he might not leave. He helped in the garden, watering the plants and listening to the woman talk about each flower as if it were a close friend with its own story. Children from the village approached him and asked him to play. He smiled and agreed because sometimes the path to healing is through laughter. The hero laughed with them and suddenly felt that the pain that once seemed eternal simply dissolved in the warmth of these simple moments. After the game, the hero sat down under a tree and looked at the sky, which was cloudless. Only calmness spread like a quiet promise of the future. The old man approached again and said that everyone who laughs with children has already overcome their pain because love is stronger than the deepest wound. The hero nodded and replied that although he did not yet know where he would stop, for the first time he felt that he was no longer running away, but simply living in the present. At night, the hero couldn't sleep for a long time. He sat by the fire and thought that peace doesn't come when everything is over, but when you accept everything. In the shadows of the trees, he saw figures from the past, not as shadows, but as memories that had taught him to live and love even when it seemed that all was lost. He whispered that he forgave himself and those who had disappeared, because true forgiveness is not weakness, but strength that opens the heart to a new dawn. At dawn, the hero came out to the edge of the forest, where the sun was just touching the ground, and in that light, he saw that every morning could be a new beginning. He stood silently, breathing in the air filled with moisture and silence, no longer thinking about where he was going because now he knew that every road had meaning. A woman in white approached and asked if he had found the answer. The hero smiled and said that the questions disappeared when peace came. The hero and the woman walked through the village in silence, but there was more in that silence than in words, because every step said that they were happy at that very moment. They stopped by an old oak tree, and she said that this day was special, because today, for the first time, he was no longer searching, but simply was. The hero smiled and replied that perhaps for the first time in his life, he did not know where he was going, but he knew for sure that he was no longer alone, and that was enough. They sat down under the oak tree and watched the sun rise in silence. The hero whispered that home is not a place, but the people you want to stay with. After a long walk, the hero stopped at a mill that was still working slowly but steadily, like a heart learning to live without anxiety. The old miller offered him water, and the hero accepted it as a blessing, because even in this simple gesture, he felt something real and warm. They sat by the mill wheel and talked about the passing of time. The hero realized that the real thing is not to stop time, but to live with it in harmony. The hero moved on along the path through the fields where the wind caressed the grass, and the silence was not emptiness, but a place where thoughts were born without a shadow of pain. On the horizon, he saw a tower and felt a call not of duty, but of curiosity, for now his path led not to struggle, but to self-discovery. In the tower, he was met by an old guard who silently opened the door, his gaze betraying no suspicion, only the calm of a man who had seen much. The hero climbed to the top of the tower, where the wind spoke in the language of silence, and from there the world seemed different, not smaller, but closer and more understandable. There he felt once again part of a vast space where every drop of light mattered and every shadow had its own story. At the top, the hero found an old book. The pages were tattered, but the words on them glowed with a truth that needed no proof or glory. He read about those who had also once sought peace, and realized that all stories are similar because each of them begins with loss and ends with hope. When he closed the book, there was no answer in his heart, only silence that gave him peace, because sometimes the main thing is not to know, but simply to be. The hero left the tower and set off again. His steps were light because the burden that had been with him for many years melted away in the rays of understanding. At a crossroads, he met a girl picking herbs. She smiled and asked if he knew where he was going, and he replied that he was not afraid. She gave him a small bag of dried mint and said that sometimes the smallest things become the most valuable when silence comes. The hero hid the bag in his pocket and continued on his way, knowing that kindness always stays with you, even when the road changes. He reached the bridge that connected the two banks over the quiet river, and stopped for a moment, because he saw his reflection in the water, calm and clear. When he crossed to the other side, he realized that this was no longer an escape, but a journey where every step was not a loss, but a discovery of himself. On the other side of the bridge, the hero met a woman with a child. She simply nodded to him, and in her eyes there was trust in the world that was beginning to change. The child handed him a pebble with a drawing on it and said it was for good luck. The hero took it, and for the first time in a long time, felt warmth without sadness. He walked on, clutching the pebble in his hand, and thought that it was moments like these that built the heart. Not feats, but the silence and simplicity of ordinary days. The hero reached the hill, which offered a view of the valley. Everything around him was breathing life, and he felt himself part of that breath. He lay down in the grass, closed his eyes, and heard the earth speaking in a language of peace, because the world was no longer shouting, but whispering that everything was fine now. The dog lay down next to him, not barking, just being there. And in that silent presence there was more support than in 1,000 words. The hero got up and thanked the dog for his company, because sometimes it is enough just to be there to remind you that you are not alone on this path. He descended the hill and saw an old house in the distance with smoke coming from the chimney, and the sight warmed him more than the sun above his head. A woman from the house invited him inside and said that strangers were never strangers here because everyone who came in peace was part of the family. The house smelled of bread, and it seemed to the hero that the whole world had gathered in this warmth, because a home is not walls, but the feeling that you are needed unconditionally. Over dinner, he listened to the hostess tell stories, and every word was like a blanket covering his soul when it was still a little cold. He stayed for the night and fell asleep like a child with a smile on his face because, for the first time in a long time, he did not think of tomorrow as something difficult. In the morning, the hero stepped out onto the porch, breathed in the fresh air, and whispered that he had found not the end but the beginning in the simple things that had taught him how to live. The hero woke up by a stream, where the water sang softly like a lullaby, and felt that this morning the world demanded nothing but to be. He drank some water and looked at the cloudless sky, which seemed to be inviting him not to search for meaning, but simply to go and accept everything as it is. A fox emerged from the bushes. She did not run away but looked at him silently, and there was no fear in her gaze, only recognition of equality. The hero took a few steps toward the fox, and she calmly turned away and walked forward, as if showing him a path he did not yet know. They walked along a path where the leaves rustled under their feet, and the air was filled with a silence that did not frighten, but healed from within. Suddenly birds flew out of the trees, and the hero stopped because he realized that sometimes nature speaks first when words are unnecessary. The fox stopped near an old arbor overgrown with ivy and looked at the hero as if hinting that this was where he should stop. He sat down on a bench, touched the stone surface that was warm from the sun, and remembered how he once dreamed of a place where he could just breathe. The fox disappeared into the forest, and the hero was left with the thought that not all guides stay until the end. Some just open doors. In the silence of the gazebo, the hero closed his eyes and felt the wind touch his cheek, as if reminding him that life is close, even when it is silent. He got up and moved on slowly, not because he didn't want to go, but because every step was now not an escape, but part of a peaceful journey. On the road, he met a girl with a basket of herbs. She said she was looking only for those that heal, because the world already has enough pain. The hero asked if he could help her. The girl smiled and said that there was always room for those who wanted to create rather than destroy. Together they searched for herbs among the trees, where each leaf was like a living creature, and the hero looked at nature as something that knows how to forgive. The girl gave him a bunch of St. John's wort and said it was for those who are often silent, but carry more within themselves than they are ready to say out loud. They sat down on a log and shared some mint tea. The hero felt that this peace was not a result, but a state you reach without even noticing. The girl told him about her garden where everything that heals grows, and the hero thought that it was people like her who build the world, not pompously, but silently. When the sun sank toward the horizon, she stood up and said it was time to go home, inviting him to stay if his heart desired. The hero nodded, and together they walked along the path to the garden, where everything was in bloom, without saying a word, because beauty needs no explanation, only presence. The garden was full of life and silence, where every plant lived not for its own benefit, but because it had a right to exist, just like every soul in this world. The hero stopped near a flower broken by the storm and touched it gently, because even something damaged can be beautiful if you believe in it. The girl brought a pot and replanted the flower, saying that everyone deserves a second chance, even if they no longer bloom on the outside. The hero watched as she carefully touched the soil and realized that true strength lies not in changing the world, but in nurturing it. In the evening, they sat under a tree and were silent, because sometimes closeness is born not from words, but from the silence in which both are fully present. Night came softly, like the touch of a blanket, and the hero looked up at the stars again, because each one silently said that even darkness has its beauty. The girl brought a blanket and said that there was always a place here for those who were tired of searching, because sometimes the answer is not on the road, but at the stop. The hero fell asleep under the open sky, and in his dream he saw a world where no one runs away, where everyone just lives together without fear or pain. In the morning, he woke up in a garden full of dew and sighed deeply, as if leaving behind everything he no longer needed to carry with him. A girl was making tea and quietly humming a melody that seemed familiar, like a childhood memory that comes when you are finally safe. He sat down next to her and said nothing because he knew that the most important thing had already happened. His heart had learned to listen without seeking explanations. After breakfast, they worked together in the garden, and every movement was not a chore, but a thank you to the world for the opportunity to touch the silence. The hero watered the flowers, and there was no hurry in his gesture, only the calmness of someone who is no longer searching for a goal, but simply living in the moment. The girl looked at him and said that the garden was not just plants, but a space where souls rest when the body is tired. They sat down to rest by a tree, and the girl said that true happiness is when you don't want to go anywhere because everything you need is already there. The hero smiled, and thought that perhaps for the first time he did not feel that something was missing, because every moment here was complete, like a well-finished story. In the evening, when the sun touched the edge of the sky, he looked at the garden and realized that sometimes the path leads not to a new place, but to oneself. The hero and the girl stood by the spring. She said that the water here was special, because it took peace from the earth itself and gave it to those who were ready to receive it. He leaned over and washed his face. The water was cool and fresh, like a new beginning, and for a moment, everything disappeared except for the silence and the clear warmth in his heart. She handed him a towel and said that sometimes it is enough to be free of fear to see where the path leads you. In the garden, they saw a baby bird that had fallen out of its nest. The girl carefully picked it up and said that gentleness is also a form of strength. The hero helped make a new nest, and a thought came to his mind that even the smallest deed can change someone else's whole day. They watched as the baby bird breathed calmly again, and at that moment, he felt that even bright moments can be the answer to long-standing questions. The hero remained by the tree and looked up at the sky, where the clouds floated slowly like thoughts that no longer hurt but simply passed by. The girl brought him an apple and said that sometimes the best thing you can give is not advice, but something simple that says, "I am here for you." He took the apple and smiled because he knew that this gesture contained more care than any words he had heard before. They sat together on a bench, somewhat silently, but every glance, every breath of air was warmer than any attempt to explain something with words. The girl asked if he would stay, but he didn't answer right away because he felt that he was no longer afraid of the decision, but simply wanted to be honest with himself. He said that for the first time he didn't know where he was going, but he knew for sure that he felt good here, and that was more than he had had in all his long travel. They returned to the house, which smelled of dry herbs, and it seemed to the hero that this was the peace he had been looking for all his life, although he had not always understood it. The girl showed him a shelf with dried plants and said that each of them had helped someone, because even the smallest things have the power to change. The hero touched one of the bundles and said that he also wanted to leave something that heals, and she replied that sometimes it is enough just to be there. In the evening, the hero went out into the garden and listened to the wind touching the branches. Every sound seemed like a new thought that came without needing an answer. He picked a few flowers and placed them by the porch, as a token of gratitude for the home that had accepted him unconditionally and for the heart that no longer ran away. The girl saw this and simply smiled because she knew that it was in such gestures that truth and love live, which did not need to be expressed in words. In the evening, they lit a lantern, and its light was soft like a wordless conversation that leaves warmth even after everything falls silent. The hero looked at the flames and remembered not battles but moments of silence, because they were what remained in his memory as something truly worth preserving. The girl brought tea and said that home is not a place, but a feeling when you don't have to pretend to be accepted completely. The hero closed his eyes and whispered that he was no longer looking for a place to go, because when the heart is calm, the whole world becomes a road that leads home. She took him by the hand and they sat silently side by side, because it is in silence that the purest feelings are born, feelings that need no explanation. In the night sky, one star shone brighter than the others, and the hero thought that even a single light can remind us that darkness is not forever. The girl whispered that morning would come, and everything would remain good if we wanted it to, because the world changes when we change. And then he realized that he had not found a place, but himself, because the world does not live outside, but in the eyes of those who have learned to see with their hearts, even when the night is dark. The hero stood at the threshold of the house and said goodbye to the silence that had given him peace, because it was time to move on, carrying new light into a familiar world. The girl handed him a bag of herbs and said that they heal not only the body, but also the heart, when it is tired from searching. He thanked her and looked into her eyes longer than usual because he knew that even a brief encounter could leave a mark that would last a lifetime. He set off along the path leading from the garden, and with each step his heart tightened, but there was no longer any anxiety in him, only quiet gratitude. On the hill, he looked back one last time and saw the girl waving at him. Her smile was warm, and it would not fade even beyond the horizon. The hero stepped behind the line of trees and the air changed, becoming thicker, but in his eyes there was a light that was born not of hope, but of acceptance. The hero reached the stream and bent down to draw water. It was cold as morning dew and fresh as a thought that comes after a long night. An old man was sitting nearby. He nodded silently to the hero, and the hero sat down next to him, because sometimes encounters do not require words, only shared silence. The old man handed him a piece of bread, and the hero accepted it as a gift, not material but human, because kindness always leaves something in the heart. The old man asked if the hero was looking for something, and he replied that he was not, because when you find peace within yourself, the whole world ceases to be a labyrinth. They talked about rivers and changing paths, and the hero understood that everyone who walks becomes water that flows even through stones. The old man wished him a safe journey and said that peace is not a place but a state of being, and the hero knew that these words would stay with him for a long time. The hero climbed to a hill where trees grew sparsely and the wind was free, and in its sound he heard not chaos, but a new language of silence. In the valley, he saw a child looking for something in the grass. He approached and asked, and she replied that she had lost a stone given to her by her mother. They searched together, and when they found it, the hero saw the child's eyes light up like stars, and in that moment, he felt that he had done something important. The child thanked him and said that the stone was a talisman, and the hero thought that real talismans are not things but the feeling that someone cares about you. He left the child near her home and continued on his way with a new warmth in his heart, because he understood that every good deed leaves a mark, even if no one sees it. On the path, he met a young man with a heavy gaze who said he was searching for himself, and the hero just smiled because he had walked that path himself. The young man asked if the hero had found the answer, and he said that the answer was not a phrase, but a peace that no longer needed question. They walked together along the road and did not speak, because they understood that sometimes silence heals more than 1,000 words spoken without silence. At the crossroads, the hero wished him light and strength, because everyone follows their own path, but it is important to know that you were not completely alone. The hero remained alone at the crossroads and stopped, not out of doubt, but to breathe in the air and hear where his heart was calling him. He set off in the direction where the sun was setting slowly, as if waiting for him, and each step was not an escape, but an acceptance of the path that had become his home. On a hill, he saw a girl picking flowers. She smiled, and the hero thought that the world was full of people who healed simply by their presence. She shared some rose tea with him and said that the aroma calmed not only his thoughts but also his soul, which had been on the road for a long time. With every sip, the hero felt warmth like a piece of the home he never had but always sought in the silence and light of other people. They were silent, but there was more meaning in this silence than in words, because it is precisely the silence between loved ones that creates a space where trust lives. The hero looked at the sky where the clouds were slowly floating and thought that the world had not changed, but he had learned to see more in it than before. The girl said that every day can be a new beginning if you allow yourself not to carry yesterday into tomorrow. He smiled because he understood that although the journey was still ongoing, his heart was already home because peace had settled in it forever. The hero and the girl walked along a path through the meadows, and there was something more than a journey in this movement, because every step was an echo of silence in their hearts. They approached an old bridge and stopped for a moment because even a journey together requires pauses to look at each other. The hero said that he was no longer afraid of the future, because now he knew what peace sounded like, and carried it with him like a song that never ends. They crossed the bridge, and behind it began a new road, not different, but calmer, because now their hearts beat in unison without fear. At the edge of the forest, they built a fire, and the girl said that they could stay there if they were looking for nothing but peace and quiet. The hero looked at her and replied that he was no longer searching because he had found everything he needed just by walking without haste and alone. At night, they sat by the fire and talked about dreams. The hero said that his dream now resembled a home where he did not have to hide from himself. The girl replied that dreams are like water in which you can see the truth, and when it is calm, even fear becomes transparent and no longer frightening. The hero closed his eyes and heard only the crackling of wood and breathing nearby. In this silence, there was no emptiness, only a complete presence that healed better than words. In the morning, the hero woke up to the singing of birds and felt peace filling every thought like rays of light touching his eyes without haste. He saw the girl eating flowers, and every movement she made was gentle, not learned but natural, like the breath of spring after a long winter. The hero approached and said he would stay because he understood that sometimes you can find yourself not far away, but close by, where your heart rests. The girl smiled and said that home is not walls, but a place where you are not asked why you are the way you are, because you are accepted just as you are. They sat on the porch and watched the sun rise. In that simple moment, there were no plans. Only peace that taught them to wait without fear. The hero whispered that he hadn't stopped, but had finally arrived, because sometimes the road ends where your heart tells you to stay. In the evening, they lit the fire again, and the hero said that he was no longer waiting for change because he had changed himself, and that was enough. The girl replied that everything around them breathes and grows when we don't shut ourselves off, and that's why the silence between them was not empty, but full. They looked at the fire and did not speak, because they knew that the truth was not in words, but in how easy it was to be silent when the heart was no longer afraid. The next morning, the hero felt that even time stops when you breathe calmly, and no longer want to be anywhere else but in that moment. The girl brought him tea with honey and said that sweet life begins when you stop bitterly longing for what is already gone. The hero replied that the past no longer hurts, because now he lives not to prove anything, but simply to be with those who understand him. They worked in the garden, and every movement was not a duty but a joy, because when the heart is open, even work becomes a silent prayer. The hero stopped to watch the wind sway the flowers, and in that peace he felt that he had learned to see beauty where there had once been pain. The girl said that the garden grows with people, and the hero agreed because he understood that the most important things in life always grow slowly. The hero watched the sunset and knew that this day was not the beginning or the end, but just another moment in which one could be completely present. The girl sat down next to him and said that when the heart is quiet, it hears everything, and the world becomes not a place for struggle, but a space for life. The hero smiled and thought that sometimes the path leads not where you want to go, but where you are expected, and that is why he no longer searched for the road because he had found home. He was finally happy, having waited so long for this peace of mind that he loved so much. The hero woke up before the sun and watched the fog envelop the field. In this silence, every thought sounded like a song that no longer needed words. He stepped onto the path and felt each step becoming lighter because his heart no longer carried stones, only the light that appeared after the darkness. On the hill, he was met by a girl. She silently offered her hand, and in her palm was something more than warmth. It was an invitation to stay. Together they walked across the field where the dew glistened like jewels, and the hero felt that this moment was worth the entire journey he had taken to find her. The girl showed him a new path and said that it led to a place where silence teaches more than any wisdom. They stopped by a lake and looked at the water, which reflected their faces, but not from the past, but from their new shared present. The hero cupped his hands and washed his face. The water was cold and clear, like a new beginning, free of fear and fatigue, filled only with peace. The girl brought petals and threw them into the water, saying that everything you touch with kindness always leaves a light behind. They stood silently and watched the petals float away, carrying with them a silence that connects more strongly than any words. The hero sat down by the water and felt each wave touching not his skin but his thoughts, washing away what was no longer worth carrying with him. The girl put her hand on his shoulder and said that you don't always have to understand where you are going. The main thing is to know why you are staying. He smiled and saw in her eyes everything he was looking for. Simple silence in which you don't have to hide because you have already been found and accepted. They stood up and moved on in silence, because their steps were no longer searching for the way, but simply walking side by side like two parts of one peaceful world. In the meadow, the wind met them and scattered petals around them, but not a single one fell between them because there was nothing superfluous between them anymore. The girl whispered that sometimes it's worth just staying, and the hero knew that this time he wouldn't leave because it was here that he was finally himself. They sat down under a tree and listened to the rustling of the leaves. Each sound was like a breath carrying stories of those who had learned to live. The hero closed his eyes and imagined everyone he had met on his journey, and realized that each of them had left him a piece of light without asking for anything in return. The girl touched his hand, and in that simple gesture there was so much acceptance that even the air around them seemed lighter. The hero bent down to a flower growing between the stones, and thought that even in the harshest soil, something delicate and real could sprout. The girl said that we are all a little like this flower, and the hero agreed because he knew that it was easy to break, but to remain warm was a sign of strength. They got up and walked on, leaving only footprints in the grass, but in their hearts remained memories that no rain could wash away. They reached a hill where the wind spoke instead of words, and each breath was like a reminder that life is a journey through tenderness. The girl stopped and said that it always felt peaceful here. The hero nodded because he also heard his heart beating more quietly at such a height. They sat down on the edge of the hill and watched the day fade away, not sadly but calmly, like someone who had lived it to the fullest and had no regrets. The hero leaned against her shoulder, and in that closeness, there was no need for words or explanations, because their hearts were already speaking to each other. The girl whispered that the world becomes better when there is someone who simply stays, and he thought that this was exactly what he had become for her. The sun set behind the horizon, and in the eyes of the heroes there was a silence that had no end, because there a new peaceful beginning was already being born. The hero looked up at the sky where the first stars appeared, and each one was like a moment lived honestly, like light that is not afraid of darkness. The girl touched his cheek and said that she no longer asked where he was going, because with him, every road had already become the answer. He smiled and replied that he would not promise eternity, but would be there as long as his heart beat in time with the silence that no longer frightened them. They took each other's hands, and the silence between them became not emptiness, but a space in which everything real is born, without fear of being oneself. The hero whispered that for the first time he was not afraid to stop because it was here, between words and silence, that he finally understood what home sounded like. The girl replied that home is someone who waits even without words, and the hero knew that he was no longer alone because he was no longer searching, but simply was. The morning light touched their faces, and the hero thought that even the sun is warmer when you are no longer alone among peaceful days. The girl handed him a cup of tea and said that it was the little things that became memories because the simplest things always held the purest feeling. They ate breakfast in silence, and every sip was a reminder that life is not made up of events, but of moments spent with those you love. The hero went out into the garden and looked at the flowers he had once planted. Now they were blooming, and there was more peace in that than in all the words he could say. The girl approached and took his hand. There was no question in her touch, only a quiet presence as an answer to everything he had once sought. They walked along a path between the trees, where the light fell through the leaves like memories that do not hurt, but remind you how good it is just to be together. The hero stopped by a tree and touched the bark as if thanking the earth for the journey, because sometimes it remembers more than the traveler himself. The girl looked at him and said that stopping is also movement if there is silence that allows you to hear your true self. They sat down on a log and looked up at the sky where there were no clouds, only peace, and in that peace the hero felt that he had nowhere else to go. The hero whispered that he finally felt at home. Not because of the place, but because of the gaze of the person next to him, who no longer asked questions, but simply understood. The girl smiled and replied that she had always believed in encounters that had no explanation, because sometimes you just know that something is yours. They got up and walked on, leaving behind only footprints on the soft ground, and a silence that was no longer silent, but spoke for them. They returned to the house, which smelled of herbs and silence, and the hero realized that sometimes the most valuable thing is simply knowing that someone was waiting for you there. The girl put the cups on the table and said that real life begins when you stop counting the days and just live. The hero smiled and thought that he was no longer searching because he had already found everything that was important in a world where the most valuable things were not things, but moments together. In the evening, they lit a lantern, and the light was as soft as the calm that comes after a long journey and leaves only warmth behind. The girl snuggled up to him and said that the silence between them was the best music because it was the sound of a heart that was no longer afraid of loss. The hero looked into the darkness and saw no fear because there was a light nearby that did not fade even when the night was deepest, and the heart was silent with confidence. The girl whispered that she didn't want to promise anything, only to stay close, and the hero replied that this was the most sincere promise of all. They fell asleep under a peaceful sky and the night was silent, not because there was nothing to say, but because sometimes silence preserves what is most important. The hero woke up from the warm light streaming through the window and realized that today he just wanted to be, not run, not escape, but be here. The girl was sitting at the table writing something. Her concentration was like the calm that comes when you know what you are living for. He approached her and embraced her silently. In this touch, there were no questions, no fear, only the simple happiness of being together at that moment. The girl looked into his eyes and smiled, because when someone who understands you is nearby, you don't need many words, just a healing glance. The hero took her hand and thought that he no longer needed a miracle because this moment was what he had been searching for his entire life without even knowing it. They went out onto the porch together, where the morning air was as clear as the silence between them, which spoke louder than any words. They walked through the garden, and each of their steps was as soft as a ray of light touching the ground with no intention of changing anything, just of being together. The hero stopped by a tree where he had first thought he could stay, and now this tree seemed like a friend to him. The girl touched the bark and said that home is where the roots grow without fear, because they know they will not be pulled out. The hero bent down to the ground and touched the moss. It was soft like memories that no longer hurt, but only quietly remind us of the past. The girl sat down next to him and whispered that sometimes silence heals more than time, because it is in silence that understanding is born without words. They sat together and the world seemed to stand still, not because nothing was happening, but because at that moment nothing more was needed. The hero placed his hand on hers, and there was so much confidence in that gesture that no words could say more. The girl looked at him and smiled because she understood that even silence with him felt like the best conversation in her life. They got up and headed back because they knew that their home was not where the walls were, but where the heart stopped searching. On the way back, they gathered fallen leaves, and each movement was gentle, like a farewell to something that had lived but left a trace. The hero said he wanted to leave something behind, and the girl replied that the best thing to leave behind was peace in the hearts of others. They reached the house and stopped at the doorstep, because even familiar doors have a different meaning when you enter them alone. Inside, it was warm and familiar, like a memory that doesn't hurt, but is simply a part of you, like breathing that no longer needs to be hidden. The girl lit a candle and its flame flickered like a heart that knows it has been heard even when it has been silent for a long time. The hero sat down next to her and thought that the best days are those when nothing big happens, but you are simply there, and that is enough. The hero looked at the fire and remembered the path that had led him here, but this time there were no shadows in his memories, only the light from which he had grown. The girl brought him a cup of warm drink and said that sometimes caring begins with little things that leave warmth for a long time. He took the cup and their fingers touched casually, but this touch was real, like a wordless promise to stay together. They sat together on the floor and watched the fire that warmed not only their bodies, but also everything that had once been broken in their hearts. The girl said there was no need to rush, because time stops when the heart is no longer afraid of loss, but only appreciates what is nearby. The hero nodded and thought that the deepest happiness is born not when you get something, but when you simply have someone to be silent. He leaned closer and whispered that he wasn't looking for anything, because he had already found everything in this silence, in this warmth, in her presence. The girl smiled and said that this is what true love is when you don't make promises, and stay not because of fear, but because of choice. They sat in silence, and outside the window, snow fell slowly, like thoughts that no longer hurt, but only gently touched the heart. The hero looked at the snow and thought that winter is not always about cold. Sometimes it is just a new silence, in which the heart learns to be calm. The girl touched his shoulder and said that sometimes the world doesn't change, but we change, and then we see it completely differently. He nodded because he knew that this winter was not about loss, but about finally finding home, not in a house, but in the person next to him. The hero leaned against the girl, and in her silence felt something real that could not be said aloud, because it was not words, but feelings that remain. The girl stroked his head as if silently confirming that he didn't need to be strong, just to be, and that was enough. They sat together, not keeping track of time, not planning for the future, because the present was enough and contained everything they needed. The hero whispered that he no longer wanted to look for other paths because this path with her had become everything he had ever dreamed of finding. The girl smiled and said that sometimes happiness doesn't come loudly, but simply sits down next to you and stays because it knows you've been waiting for it. They looked at the fire, which was almost extinguished, but the light in their eyes was warmer than any flame because it glowed from within. The girl whispered that she had never been so calm, and the hero replied that sometimes peace does not come from outside, but when someone truly hears you. They embraced as if for the last time, but it was not a farewell embrace, but one of eternity, which can happen in a single moment when it is real. The hero closed his eyes, and in the silence heard her breathing merge with his, and in this unity there was no fear, only love. The girl kissed him on the forehead, and said that with him she had found not a refuge, but a home where she could be herself, and not be afraid of being left. The hero replied that he would not leave because his heart was no longer searching for new places when it had found the person with whom he wanted to stay forever. Snow was falling outside the window, and each snowflake seemed like a blessing for the peace that had finally become a reality rather than a dream. The hero hugged her even tighter, and thought that even if everything disappeared, he would not regret it because this moment was worth a lifetime. The girl whispered that in every glance he gave her, she saw herself as she had always wanted to be, and that was the greatest gift for her. They fell asleep together in a silence that was no longer lonely, because it contained two hearts that had chosen not to leave, but to stay. The hero woke up in the middle of the night and looked at her. She was sleeping peacefully, and her breath contained everything he wanted to preserve in this world. He carefully got up to cover her with a blanket, and this simple gesture was like a promise to protect her, even when she didn't know it. The hero returned to bed and thought that the most important thing had already happened because she was there, and that was enough to be happy. The girl woke up and saw the look in his eyes. There was so much tenderness in it that she said nothing, just smiled silently. He kissed her on the forehead and whispered that he never thought happiness could be so simple, just being together and breathing together. They embraced, and in that closeness there was no past or future, only the present, where they could remain without fear. The hero closed his eyes and heard her heartbeat like the most peaceful music, and realized that this was the home where he wanted to stay forever. The hero woke up and saw the girl preparing breakfast. Her movements were gentle, and each one was filled with the silence that had become his home. He came up behind her and hugged her silently because that was how he wanted to thank her for the peace that had settled in him when he was with her. The girl smiled and said that happiness is not in events, but in waking up every day knowing that you are not alone. They ate breakfast in silence, and every piece of bread was warm like a memory that didn't hurt, but reminded him of the days when he learned to breathe calmly. The girl looked out the window and said that sometimes she just wanted silence, and the hero nodded because the silence with her was more complete than any words. The hero stood up and suggested they go for a walk, because sometimes even a short walk can clear your mind if you have someone walking beside you who is in no hurry. They stepped onto a path that led into the forest, and each of their footsteps sounded soft, as if the earth knew that something real was happening here. The girl stopped by a tree and said that it was like life, strong like roots and flexible like branches that do not break in the wind. The hero touched the bark and thought that he too wanted to be like that, not perfect, but steadfast and kind to himself, like this tree. The girl handed him a leaf and said that each vein in it was like a trace of encounters that remain even when everything disappears. The hero smiled and put the leaf in his pocket, as if it were a piece of a moment he wanted to keep for a long time in the warmest place. They continued along the path, and in the silence that surrounded them, there was no loneliness because it was between them and for them, not against them. They sat down by the stream and listened to the water flowing, and every sound seemed like a memory passing through their hearts without pain, only with warmth. The hero drew some water and said that it was like people, sometimes clear, sometimes cloudy, but always alive as long as it moved. The girl replied that it was important not to avoid depth, because that was where meaning lay, and those who were not afraid of depth would not drown in the superficial. The hero dipped his hand in the water and said that sometimes it is enough to touch something real to remember who you were before the noise and anxiety. The girl laid her head on his shoulder, and in her silence there were no questions, only agreement to be together in that moment, unconditionally. They sat together, and the silence between them seemed deeper than any words, because it was not about distance, but about trust. The hero stood up and held out his hand to her. She took it without hesitation because trust does not require words. It simply exists when the heart is calm. They walked on in silence, and with every step they took, they felt the rhythm of a life together where there was no need to drag the past along to be together. The girl said she wanted to leave a piece of herself in this forest, and the hero replied that he already carried her within him, wherever he was. They stopped by an old tree, and the girl whispered that it was silent but remembered everything, because silence can also be a witness. The hero placed his hand on the trunk and felt the warmth of the earth coming from within, as if in response that he too was remembered, not with words, but with presence. They sat on the roots and looked at the sky floating between the branches, and in this peace there was no end, only a leisurely continuation. The girl took an acorn out of her pocket and said that it would grow into a tree, just like every good thought sown in silence. The hero took the acorn and placed it carefully in the ground, like a hope that does not cry out but simply exists and waits for its time to grow into something more. They got up and moved on, leaving behind nothing but the peace that remained in the ground as a promise to return. The hero walked a little ahead and looked back to see her smiling, and that smile became a light for him with every step he took. The girl caught up with him and took his hand as if to say, "I'm not here because I have to, but because I want to walk this path with you." They left the forest, and there was no regret in their eyes because the forest remained with them in memories that did not hurt, but reminded them of who they were. They stopped in a clearing to breathe freely, and the hero thought that happiness is when you are not in a hurry, because you have already arrived where you feel good. The girl looked up at the sky and said she wanted to remember this moment because it was life itself, not yesterday or tomorrow, but right now. He nodded and thought that he was no longer afraid of anything, because with her, even silence sounded like a song he wanted to listen to forever. They sat down on the grass, and the girl said she wanted to leave a piece of herself there so that she could return someday and find this silence again. The hero took a pebble out of his pocket and placed it next to her like a small talisman that would preserve their moment when they moved on. They smiled at each other because they knew that such moments do not disappear, but live in the heart and shine even when everything else is silent. The hero stood up and offered her his hand. She took it without hesitation because she knew that this path was not about the steps, but about the person with whom you take them. They walked toward the sun as it sank toward the horizon, and every ray seemed like a blessing for a new peaceful day together. In the silence that accompanied them, there was no loneliness, because this silence was like wings that carried them not upward, but home. The hero looked at her and thought that this was his path, not a place or a destination, but she was the one who made any journey worth taking. The girl whispered that she was no longer afraid of silence or the future because now she had someone by her side who would never leave her warmth behind. They disappeared into the light of the setting sun, and in that silence there was no full stop, only a comma, because their journey was just beginning in a silence that was not silent. The hero turned his head back and saw the forest behind him, but he did not call out, because everything important was within him. The girl smiled and said that there was no need to say goodbye to the silence, because it always walks alongside those who have learned to listen to it. They embraced, and in that embrace there was no fear, only a simple feeling that here and now was exactly what they needed. The hero whispered that this was not the end, but just another stop where they could rest and gather strength together. The girl nodded and replied that sometimes it was enough to just be together for even silence to become the warmest memory of a lifetime. The hero woke up and saw the first light touching her hair and thought that mornings like this are unforgettable because everything in them is real. She was still asleep, and he silently watched her breathe because there was more peace in that breath than in all the words he had heard before. The hero got up carefully so as not to wake her, and his every movement was like a thank you for the silence in which he could be himself. The hero approached the window and looked at the dawn, and in that simple moment, there were no questions, only quiet acceptance of what he was. The girl opened her eyes and saw his silhouette in the light and thought that sometimes this is what peace looks like when you don't seek it but find it. He turned to her and their eyes met without words, but in that glance there was more than in all the declarations of the world. The girl reached out her hand to him, and he took it without hesitation, because in this simple action there was the certainty that there was no longer any need to run away. They sat next to each other in silence, and even the silence sounded warm because every touch was like a breath that left no trace of pain. The hero leaned toward her and whispered that it was with her that he wanted to spend every day, regardless of the season or time of day. The girl replied that she had never thought that silence could be so tender, and that now it had become her favorite language. The hero smiled and said that with her he had learned to breathe slowly without rushing, because every moment with her was worth making longer. They looked at each other, and there was no fear in their eyes because everything they needed to know had long been in their hearts. They left the house together, holding hands, and each step they took sounded like a promise to stay together without saying a word. The girl stopped by a flower and said that beauty does not scream, it just is, and those who see it do not need explanations. The hero nodded because that was exactly how he felt her presence nearby, quiet, strong, and unconditional, like the earth itself beneath his feet. They walked on in the morning light, and every shadow that fell behind them disappeared, because the light between them was stronger than any darkness. The girl said that the most important things always come quietly, and stay for a long time if there is room for silence in your heart. The hero looked at her and felt that he was no longer searching for an answer because he had found it in her gaze, which did not ask for anything but simply accept it. They sat down on a bench and watched the light play on the leaves, and that moment seemed eternal, because it needed nothing but their presence. The girl rested her head on his shoulder and said that sometimes the best home is not a place, but the feeling that you are needed just as you are. The hero closed his eyes and in that silence heard more than in all the conversations, because she was simply there and that was enough. They didn't talk, but their hearts beat in unison like a song that echoes without words, but lingers for a long time. The girl whispered that she wasn't looking for happiness because she had already found it in the simple warmth of his hands and the healing silence. The hero pulled her closer and thought that this was the life he had always wanted, without loud events, but with her by his side. They slowly got up and moved on, not because they had to, but because every step together was part of their peace. The girl looked at him and there was no doubt in her eyes, only a light that spoke louder than any promise. The hero smiled and thought that somewhere ahead there would be a lot of silence, but none of it would compare to the silence he had found in her. They stopped by a tree and the girl touched the bark as if it were an old friend who knew more than he could say. The hero placed his hand next to hers and felt that there was something in the silence of the tree that was similar to their own calmness, which had also grown in silence. The girl whispered that every tree was once a seed, and he nodded because every happiness also begins with something small. They moved on, holding hands, and each step was like a confirmation that silence can be not empty, but filled with light. The girl looked up at the sky and said that it was like their silence, deep, wide, and infinitely quiet. The hero nodded and thought that the best thing in life is not answers, but moments when you don't need to ask anything because everything is already there. They stopped at the edge of the forest where the wind whispered of peace, and there was more in that rustle than in any story about happiness. The girl leaned against him, and in that touch there were no demands, only a presence that always remains even in silence. The hero hugged her and thought that if the world had a center, then for him it was right here, in this simple moment, next to her. The girl whispered that the most important thing was not what would be, but what was now, and he agreed because at that moment his heart was completely calm. They sat next to each other, and even the wind seemed quieter, as if it respected the silence between them, which was no longer silence but had become home. The hero touched her hand, and in that touch there was not only love, but also the certainty that this moment would remain with them forever. The girl leaned toward him and whispered that she wanted these days to last longer, even if they consisted only of silence and glances. The hero smiled and replied that it didn't matter how many days there would be, because each of them had already become eternity in his heart. They sat and listened to the silence enveloping them like a soft blanket that doesn't ask who you are, but simply warms you because you are there. The girl looked into his eyes and smiled silently, and that smile was like a key to the peace he had been searching for so long. The hero leaned against her, and in that touch, all his fears disappeared because even the silence became safe when she was near him. They closed their eyes and listened to each other's heartbeats, and that was enough to know that they were home. The girl whispered that she wanted nothing more than silence with him, because that silence spoke louder than any words. The hero replied that he had found everything he was looking for in her, not in gestures or phrases, but in her very presence, which required no explanation. They remained close, and even time seemed to slow down because their hearts were no longer racing, but simply existed in the moment. The hero looked at the sunset and thought that when the one you love is near, even the shortest day leaves a long warm shadow in your heart. The girl took his hand and said that happiness is not an event, but a feeling that you will not be let go even when everything else changes. They stood together, and in each other's eyes there was a silence that no longer frightened them because it was full of light and understanding. The hero whispered that when she was near, even the night seemed bright because her presence was stronger than any darkness. The girl replied that he was her light because it was with him that she learned not to be afraid of herself and the silence around her. They stood in the evening silence, and this silence was like an embrace that did not squeeze but held them carefully and confidently. The girl leaned against him and said that she was no longer afraid of silence because it had become part of who she was when she was with him. The hero smiled and whispered that every moment with her was a gift he had not asked for, but would cherish forever. They stood silently, and even the evening stopped so as not to disturb the peace that is born only in the presence of love. The girl closed her eyes and whispered that she didn't ask for eternity, just one more moment together, and the hero replied that this moment already existed.